You are watching the PGL West European Division 2 and the second final day of the official games that we have underway. So pretty much, we're locking in things for teams. Who's going Div 1? Who is dropping out of Division 2? Who is getting to stay in the division and potentially look at that tiebreaker situation? My name is D Panda. We'll be your host for today, of course, joined by a jolly bunch here for this lovely Sunday. We have Kezu, we have ODPixel, we have Fogged. Gentlemen, welcome to the panel. As we're cracking down things at the very final stretch. The teams, they have a lot at stake on this particular day. Kezu, what do you take about the situation as we are arriving to this Sunday day?
What do I think? I think it's more even than I had first anticipated in terms of, the standings of the teams. And I think that Alliance, they can do it. And I hope for them that they will, because I feel like out of all the teams in this situation, I feel like the pressure is the biggest for them.
Well, that is definitely the situation for both Alliance and Ivy and the other teams that are going to be playing out later today. But let's take a quick recap. What happened on the last day when we played out a long stretch of games? We had, I think, 5 or 6 games going plus 40 minutes. We kicked off with Ivy versus Bold. Fogged. What was your take on this series? It was a must-win battle for Ivy to keep them in the tiebreaker challenge.
I mean, it's been looking a lot very similar for Ivy, where it's just chaotic and not the most consistent, I would say. I mean, this series definitely looked a bit better, of course. They ended up pulling across that win, but it's still that same concern for me. They're just lacking that cleanliness around their drafts. Not just the drafts, like the way they play, the way that they close up games. Like sometimes when they're very ahead, they kind of just stomp these games, but when these games are kind of like even and close, their positioning around the map and stuff, it does feel like they can just be a lot cleaner, a lot better. They can't just always rely around like their 4 position kind of popping off, Mobe having some like great last pick and stuff like that. So I do have some concerns for them about how much they've grown and how much they've learned in comparison to Alliance, because I think Alliance, they look like one of the most improved teams throughout this entire day.
Also, Team Bold, when they went into Game 2, they found themselves in a potential tie situation, maybe even win the series versus Ivy ODPixel, as this game went out very far. It went 55 minutes until Bold was able to tie it up. What did you think about this series? Was there any particular pick from the Bold side that surprised you, or was there anything to it that gave you a bit of hope on the side of Team Bold?
Oh, well, in terms of picks that surprised, I think that the Game 1 sniper from Gorg was a bit of a rough pick. They had a really tough time. I think he died like 5 times in lane. It looked like a rough sniper game. It ended up being a very, very rough sniper game for them. And I mean, overall, Team Bold, I think the thing with this team is they're always very entertaining to watch in Division 2. And normally they sort of kind of end up around in sort of the middle of the pack in terms of performance. I think the problem for them this time round is just all these other teams in Division 2, Division 2 just seems to get better and better. Like, this has got to be one of the most contested for the top 2 spots, Division 2s, that we've had in a long time. And unfortunately for teams like Team Bob Reborn, it means that in comparison, it's going to look like they're falling further behind. Because as we know, it's a team built around Gorg, very much a streamer at heart, and that's his main focus. It's not a team that spends a lot of time scrimming and practicing, whereas I can imagine pretty much all the other teams in this Division 2 right now, they're putting in a lot of work, and yeah, it's causing Team Bold Reborn to, unfortunately for them, be in the spot that they are currently at the bottom.
There's a difficulty for them that they still have 2 series to play, but going on from that, Ivy took the victory, and Ancient Tribe went up against Waterrune Enjoyers. We had Mixa standing in for Melees, and as they took the series, we got a glimpse in the winner interview from the side of LeBron, talking about Melees and talking about how Mixa sits into the team. What was your take on that, Kezu? Do you feel like Mixa felt like a better addition, or was there something wrong from your eyes compared to Melees and Mixa?
Outside that, Mixa just plays perhaps the more like on-brand heroes, like the type of heroes you want your offlaner to be playing right now. Like, a lot of these summons, I think his Lycan, for all the people that did see the games, I think you could see that he is he's a monster on this hero. His laning is good, he's annoying with his summons in the fights, he's gonna body block you, he's gonna block your camps. Whereas Melees, I don't think anything is wrong with him, but they kept picking him his Pango, and unluckily for him, it's his best hero, but offlane Pango is just incredibly hard to make work right now. So I think for him, especially like having Lil Pleb as a carry who's super greedy, and I think they just play this 4+1 style, you want an offlaner that just makes space for you and like is annoying on the map, not like some wish-wash offlaner who's gonna give the enemy carry free farm every time.
Yeah, it might have been the last time we also get to see that Pango for a while, because it was an idea between Milish and LeBron that he could also play the 5 Pango, which was surprisingly good, but they didn't need it this series at all. They took the straight up 2-0 and put them in a, well, I wouldn't say comfortable position, but in a better position, because now it's down to Water Rune Enjoyers if they can tie up the situation with another win and force a tiebreaker. But heading into the final series of the day, this was the most expected and wanted series, as Dota 2 Hustlers took on the Urdu Thunders, and he actually closed out that first game pretty, well, I wouldn't say convincingly, but after a lot of sequences in this game, took game 1, fogged. Was there a moment where it felt like, oh, Hustlers taking game 1, this could be a 2-0? And in a sense, did you feel like there was a shift in balance when we progressed during the series from this game 1?
I mean, they've just looked really good. Honestly, I was really impressed with the way that they, like, their drafts have always looked pretty clean. But I think Mirage has impressed unbelievably. His Lesh is ridiculous. He stomped noobs super hard. It was really impressive. Yeah, I think this team is actually a lot better than most teams had anticipated. You know, Devi, he's this kind of crazy offlaner that people have known for a long time, but he's clearly just a very strong player. Like, he's really good at playing these initiators. He knows when to go in. He knows when to force the issue. Maybe sometimes too hard, but still he catches these ridiculous plays. I'm really impressed with the way they played. I mean, this game too, of course, was incredibly one-sided, but I think they got totally outdrafted. And then game 3 was, what, like a 60, 70 minute, I believe it was. Well, maybe it ended around the 60, but this was also a pretty damn close game. It was until the end where TA2000 just kind of took over things. That was really close, and we talked about this game the whole time when me and Gabe were casting. We're like, you know, Hustlers, they gotta play a little bit faster. They gotta be careful how they play versus Morphling. And then they brought it to the end of the game, and it was actually really close. You couldn't really tell who could win until like this moment when Noob also just became a beast on the Tiny. So it was a really fun series.
Yeah, it's crazy seeing how well that Tiny does scale. We've seen +4 Tinies in the hands of Ancient Tribe and Heaven, for example, that you have this support transitioning into core, having a lot of damage, and that table definitely took a lot of damage as well after the Devi Llama incident, which is a classic, right? But looking at the leaderboards, the situation is basically as follows. We have one final series for almost all of these teams, except for Ancient Tribe, who's already closed out theirs. They have to wait for the results from Water Rune Enjoyers if they can force out a tiebreaker for elimination. But we're actually putting our sights today on the top half. Who are going to be maybe potentially sliding away? Alliance versus Ivy. This will decide if Alliance will be contesting for tiebreakers or being a runner-up for it, or will Ivy be able to take that one? What's your take on this, Odie Pixel?
I mean, I feel like, I mean, as you guys were mentioning earlier, you know, for Alliance, not making it to Division 1 it's just not going to feel acceptable from the right. This is a very high-class team of players. It's big names. You know, they've come here into Division 2, and it's just they've gone to work. They're in the office, and they get to Division 1. You know, they cannot accept not getting to Division 1. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on them in this final series. They have improved massively, you know, from the start of this Division 2. You know, starting off with a couple of tough losses. You know, that were against you know, some of the other teams that are in at the moment, still potentially also going to be making up to Division 1, Manaspa and Urdu Thunders, who they dropped the first 2 series to. So I think there'll be a lot of pressure on Alliance in this series. I think they will do it, because whilst I have been very impressed with Ivy in some of the games that they've shown, you know, a team that, as I say, we see a lot in Division 2. They have like a new player this time round compared to the last time we saw them in previous tours. They've looked good, but Alliance should take this series. I think it'll be a close one. I think it'll be a good one, but I think Alliance will take it.
I think that's what we're all hoping for, too. I mean, the later series, Dota 2 Hustlers versus Water Rune Enjoyers, and ending the day with Manaspa versus Bold. We're going to be talking about those later on as we progress with this day. And as you can see, the odds are also favoring the side of Alliance. Kazu, you and your German comrades, they must be feeling a bit of pressure coming into this one, but it's a big series if they're able to snatch a win out of this one. What do you think if we put them on a power scale? Alliance is favored, but are we saying 60-40 Alliance, 65-35 for Alliance, or do you think Ivy maybe has a slight edge?
I would go with some 65-35 for Alliance, perhaps around that. I think it's fairly accurate. I think Ivy, we've touched on it already a little bit. They're not as clean as I would like them to be. They are getting better, but I think not at the same rate as Alliance. And their hero openings, at least, so like their first 3-pick openings, they're incredibly narrow. Like, if you do your homework, you can really, I think, pinpoint your bans pretty nicely, or like you can prepare very nicely because you know, sure, if we leave these heroes, they'll pick them. If we ban these two, they'll pick their third hero. So I think it should make the preparation for Alliance also a lot easier. And I would say that they've just looked a little more clean.
And also, I think Alliance has grown a lot since that start. They went 2-1 versus Manaspa, lost that one. They went straight up 0-2 versus Ordu Thunders. And since then, it's been win after win after win. Do you think that trend will continue, that they can just pull off a straight up 2-0? It's been 4 days since the last series, and that was against Water Enjoyers. Do you think that has any kind of impact heading into today's series, that they had a bit of a, I would say, bottom-seeded team against them in the last series, Fogged?
I mean, I think so. I think Alliance is going to come up with super momentum because I think Chuan, he's really hungry. Chuen, sorry. I know we got told we were all pronouncing it wrong, and we have been doing this for a long time.
Yes.
Chuen, he's been popping off, and I think that's the biggest one for me to look at, because when I've looked at Ivy, Mobe sometimes has some struggling games, and that's when I feel like they have big concerns. When Mobe has a good game, they look great. But when he has a bit of a struggle, the game gets kind of out of control a little bit, and Chuan's been on a tear. If you just look at his recent scores, 11-0-9 on Ember, 5-1-10 on Lesh. We'll remove that in the next Lesh game because it was like 4-9, but then 9-2-23, 14-0-4, 12-1-21, 10-0-21. Like, these are ridiculous kill scores, and he's been really good at playing a variety of heroes. He's playing Ember, Zeus, Puck, Pango, Shadow Fiend, like, not the most, I mean, maybe not the most variety, but 5 or 6 different choices, while Mobe, I feel like he's a bit more limited. So that's the matchup, at least, that I'm highlighting for myself.
Well, as the draft is underway, Leshrac is still open in the pool. Do you think it's going to be a contested hero for both of these teams in the first phase? Is it ban-worthy for Alliance? Probably not. They're still the Brood.
They can just wait for it, right? You know what they're gonna. You know how much they like it. You can just kind of bait it. You can counterpick it. You can ask Chuan what he wants to play versus it, and you can build a lineup around it if they're gonna go for it, because it's either the Death Prophet or it's the Lesh, like most of these situations.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, they are taking their time thinking about that first pick, and it will indeedly be the Leshrac. So Alliance, we've seen some teams go for the first phase Drow, which has been a hyperthermia shard counter towards the Leshrac, also the Gust. Or was it Gush or Gust? Gust, I think it was the right one. I'm always mixing it with the Tidehunter. Is a great tool to keep the hero at bay, just kind of zone out, maybe spread out a bit so that Leshrac doesn't get much out of the Bloodstone heal. What does Alliance really want here in this first phase? Probably a support to align together, or do they want to go for that first phase Drow? Is it too risky?
Yeah, I mean, opening Drow from second pick is basically impossible. So I think it's only like a closing pick if you are first pick yourself. So I thought they would just take either some clockwork opening, but they're just going to go for some more simple range 4 or like range 5, some double support with the Ricky Marana, which I think is a classic so far. But to me personally, I think Lesh doesn't mind this as much for now because he's quite tanky. And I think if you can tailor your draft in a way where you can either ball up more or like play in groups where some heroes can protect each other, then I think Ivy should still be pretty okay with their first phase.
Yep, agreed.
All right, so Treant Protector aligned here with Ivy, giving them that a bit of extra sustain, bit of extra holding here. I think the second phase, when we're looking at bans, you already got the Marana and the Ricky. Is there a particular core that could sit into the picture when you're looking up at these long-range setups that these two heroes have? You already have a lot of lockdown on particular single target focuses. Do you want to look for more AoE here?
I feel like if I'm Alliance, I need to make sure that I'm going to have damage, I think, in my next couple of heroes. Like right now you have a lot of setup, you're going to have like a long arrow stun duration, but you can't really go for heroes like Ember. At least I wouldn't like if they went for that. Chuan plays it very well, but then you're going to lane it into Lesh. You're going to run a little low on damage because when you look already, Lesh is a tanky hero. Treant is going to, furthermore solidify that with Treant armor, healing, Leech Seed, etc. So I just need Alliance to... One thing they should be talking about right now is to make sure that they don't actually run out of steam. Or if they really want to play the map, then you need to at least pick 1 or 2 more heroes so you actually split up the Ivy draft, that you can then abuse the fact that, they need to go across the map and then you can pick people off with your Ricky and Marana.
I just want damage. I like that you were talking about. I just want like some SF, some Drow, some Zeus, one of these 3, something along this line. Either Chuan pumps out tons of damage or Charlie, or both. Maybe they can pick Chuan on some like big damage deal and have Charlie on like a later win condition hero, because they have been defaulting a little bit to their Void still, which can work really well with this combo. But I want big damage from Chuan.
Yeah.
The priority cores that Alliance has aimed for in the second phase have indeed been the Shadow Fiend, which is 1 and 2. They had the Furion that has won both games, Ember that has won also both games, which are some ideas they can think about. But OD, I know you're a big enjoyer of the Slark, which probably isn't considered right now. But since Ursa's not looking too great versus the Riki because of the smoke screen, are you still comfortable with picking a Slark potentially fighting against these two heroes, no matter what the cores are going to be on the side?
I mean, yeah, you're going to have to get BKB if you're going to run it against sort of this rookie lineup, which, is never really that you want to get super quickly on Slark. It might be something that Alliance consider. I mean, last time Alliance played with the Ricky Mirana, they actually did have a Slark in their lineup. I believe back when they played against Ancient Tribe, they had a Ricky Mirana, and then they did do it with Ember, Death Prophet, and Slark. But there was no Lesh on the other side, so I think Kezu's right. They won't do the Ember Spirit pick again here. But I think for Alliance, they might go with the Slark. Obviously still getting on top of the Lesh is kind of annoying because he's still going to kick out all this damage that's going to hit you through the Shadow Dance. But, being able to Dark Pact off like the Treant ult and things, and also just being able to trade back a little bit wouldn't be the end of the world. So I could see it being something that Alliance could consider.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, as we have the first pick did go on the side of Ivy Alliance, they will at least get the 15th and the 18th. So as they've already picked up both supports, they're going to have to pick a core, which Ivy does get to answer, but will Alliance get the better 18th pick in this situation when you start with duo supports at the start, which is something I'm always a bit curious about, because usually you go for support into cores and then get yourself the answer. Now you're picking the Bat Rider, which is a very solid hero in a sense, but does he end up getting countered now by Ivy? Do they worry about him more, or do they worry about the support duo more?
And let's see if Mobe has the same effect on Chuen that we saw yesterday, right? Mirage playing versus that Bat Rider of Noob, he was like a full level and a half advantage in the mid matchup. So definitely interested to see these two players play that matchup instead.
Yeah, I would still be. I mean, whenever I see Bat and Queen is not countered, I'm still a big fan of you doing the swap. I know they've. Actually, I'm not sure if Mobe has played Lesh for this team. I'm sure he can,
once.
But I think he has once. Okay, yeah. So obviously he can play it, but I feel like what Mirage did yesterday was some pretty high tier shit. I don't know if that's if it's that easy to replicate it. I wouldn't mind them putting the Lesh into the safe lane and picking a Queen +1 here, but that's just one of the ways that I would like to address it.
Just because that's their playstyle, though, right? Because like for me, I'm still not. I don't know. I like the Lesh safe lane, but I'm not totally sold when you have. If you're going to have Quap plus Lesh, then it's like, okay, well, we have a timing. We have to end this game at some point pretty early. But I can get like right for the lane just to stomp and stuff like that. But I don't know. I'm still just like, I don't know. I'm still just not really liking the safe lane Lesh as much as every other
That's
hero.
fair. That's fair.
Yeah, the last time Ivy did play the Lesh in mid, that was the only out of the 8 games in total. That was 7 for Pio and once in the mid lane for Mobe. They had Slark and Io, they had Darkseer and Tiny, so somewhat similar, but still very different to what Ivy's currently approaching with this Tusk pick.
I see this Tusk, and I've seen this a lot lately, or not just a lot, but a lot versus this Ricky Mirana, and I don't actually really like it. Because you're this save, you want to be this snowball save, but now you can't snowball save out of lasso, and whenever you do get blink on this Tusk in a lot of situations to save people from this dart combo, you blink into a smoke screen, and you're just like, this feels pretty sad. So I like Tusk as a hero overall, but into these three just feels maybe could be a bit lackluster.
Yeah, I honestly think that Ricky has got to be like top 5 worst matchups for Tusk. Like a big reason for this hero to actually be as good is like he can disrupt team fights and like start saving heroes. And just like when you look at the Mirana Ricky combo, the same with Bad Rider, they're all single target. They want to single you out. And sure, Tusk can be good against it if you can save, but you can't because of smokescreen. There's even some AoE talent. So yeah, I think this Tusk pick, I mean, with what they're doing as well, it looks like it might just be mid. So perhaps they want it more for the matchup. But I think in the mid game, if he doesn't have a very good early game leading into it, it could fall flat.
Yeah, it's like Ricky and I think Willow is the other one. It's like playing Tusk into these heroes. You're just like, I want to save, and then you get by a bramble, you jump into a smoke screen or some little thing like that. It can be very annoying to play against. So I mean, mid could be a little different because he's just opting to, of course, have that like hard burst damage and not going to be playing fully around save until later stages. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, it's kind of the situation with all the roots and the silences which make Tusk game hard, but talked about those early BKB timers. If this Tusk ends up being mid, you can get yourself a pretty decent timer for it. and be able to utilize it too. The thing is, with Alliance with the 18th pick, I feel like they have a very big advantage right now, but they could also pick a hero that feels like, oh, they don't actually utilize it properly. But we talk about the Ursa on the side of Ivy not being good. Alliance decide to nab it for themselves.
Cool. I still thought they might go for the Drow, just because it's left in the pool, but...
Yeah, so Ursa is good for them. I would have perhaps preferred Drow or TB. I feel like TB would have been, sure, you're playing into some magic damage, but I think it would make the map a lot easier to play also for your team. We have some eventual Skadi tabbing by being tanky, but I think they just wanted a hero who just dishes out this fast single target damage into either the lasso or this combo, so I'm okay with it. They just need to make sure that their bans are on point. I mean, we all know Ursa is a volatile hero in terms of the laning stage, and Ivy still have a last pick to kind of cover that.
Look at Zeus ban. So they're maybe expecting
Offlane
this ban to
maybe.
potentially be like flexed a little bit. That's cool. I mean, they definitely are wanting more, like you're saying, right? They want that big burst, so that's probably what Ivy's thinking is if someone gets lassoed, they're just going to blow them up, and Alliance is really covering this. That's a Venomancer ban. I mean, we always talk about the Venom versus Ursa, but nobody picks it, so all right.
Yeah, one of those heroes that just doesn't get picked too often in this current meta. But yeah, I was thinking before that Ursa was coming out that this could actually be S4 on the Bat Rider. What do you think about the laning matchup here? Is it favorable for Alliance, Bat versus Lesh Treant?
It's kind of a weird lane. I think if Lesh and Tree just use their spells, first of all, you are super low damage, so the tree can just laugh in your face and keep out hitting you. You're gonna keep feeding them stick charges and they'll just keep healing. So the lane itself should not be good. Also, your 4 is a Riki. It's like the type of lane where you play to concede it for like 2-3 minutes to get levels, and once you're like level 3-4, you can start swinging and like playing it the complete opposite.
That's the dream. That's a dream stick lane right there. Some blink
it
strikes, sticky, leech seed just being spammed. Yeah, that sounds like a bit of a tough one.
All right, so one more ban from Alliance, and then Ivy, they have to pick their hero first, which does look like Owned Me's hero is missing. The Enigma band, the Treant band, the Broodmother is also gone, and with the Darkseid, that kind of leaves us with the heroes he has played, the Visage, the Beastmaster. I think the Lycan is also still in the pool, so which one of these would you like? Or something out of the box from Ivy? It is an Ursa lane they're going into.
So probably not the Beast then, because I've seen that one just be pretty painful for Beastmasters, but it fits the draft nicely. So yeah, they're going to ban it anyway.
I'm not sure. This one's not that easy. I think you could fall into a trap where you want to pick some Viper here, and then I think even if you crush this Ursa, you're just going to lose the map between like minute 15 and 25 because none of your heroes actually do anything together. I think you should just go for some teamfight melee-esque hero that is gonna do fine in the lane. It's a Podum Ursa lane. Like, you're gonna be fine. You have a Hoodwink 4. Hoodwink's gonna do pretty chill in this lane. I don't know how much. I mean, Mars doesn't feel amazing.
Give me some snap fire. Give me a snap 3. That's I don't know.
I'm down for snap. I'm down for snap.
I don't think we'll get it, but I don't know. I've seen a lot of these like double range to actually really be able to bully Ursa, and they already have Tusk that's initiating fights, so perhaps he can take the back foot a little bit. I mean, maybe. I probably like just more of a melee hero anyway, but I could see just because it gives them team fight, it gives them good spam.
Holy cigar.
That leaves us with Tusk or Treant off lane.
Okay, so it's fully switching it. That is interesting.
I saw one of the teams in the West European closed and open qualifiers that they like to play Hoodwink 3, but is this a Hoodwink 3 game? Would you talked about the range core, the melee cores, you'd rather have that. So Tusk or Treant. NA, I know Sunlight plays Treant 3, but he's the only player I know who plays Treant 3, so...
Probably just Tusk 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that ban makes sense, right? Because we saw the Zeus in the Darkseer. It's like, okay, yeah, now this Tower Blade makes... It's actually Lesh off lane, okay.
All right. Wasn't actually thinking about the Lesh 3 coming out there, but Alliance rounding out the draft with this Tidehunter. Odie, are you a fan of S4 Tidehunter?
It's always fun to see. It's a classic, isn't it? Getting S4 on the offlane on his Tide. But honestly, overall, I really like kind of like the way that Ivy twisted things up at the end of their draft, getting the Terrorblade in. I think if Pyro65 is able to farm this game, I think he can carry this. I didn't really like things before. I mean, I was still a bit concerned of how well Mobile's going to be able to do on the Tusk in the mid lane. But I tell you what, I think it's close. Looks closer to me than I thought it was before the draft when I was considering Alliance versus Ivy. I like the Terrorblade finisher. I think it's an okay Terrorblade game.
All right. Kezu, I'll leave you with the final word before we go over to our casters. What do you think? Are we going to see Alliance taking the first game, or is Ivy's draft, is it fascinating enough?
I agree with the best carry on this panel, which is Owen. I kind of like Ivy's draft. I think it's pretty good. I like the TB pick. I feel like this game is on Chuan on this bat. I feel like he is the one that needs to pop off. If he does, they're in a good spot and they're probably going to walk away. But if he's not going to get a couple kills in the first 15 minutes or so, I think their draft will fall flat and this TB is going to just stand like a god and kill everyone.
All right, well, it is the race to the tiebreakers, so let's head over to our casters, which you already see, but you'll get to hear more about. It's already Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, T-Panda. Indeed, yeah, we're getting ready for this one, and that's the draft done and dusted, getting into Game 1 of Alliance versus Ivy. And yeah, what do you sort of make about the last pick, Terrorblade? Because I feel that at the end of the day, if you're a team and if you're a carry player that's saying, hey, I want to pick me Terrorblade, I don't feel you're doing that because you've run out of options. You're doing that because you're like, I can play Terrorblade this game and I can carry this game.
Yeah, I think they just looked and they were like, okay, we actually might be able to run into issues where they don't have ways to kill this TB. They might run out of steam unless this Batrider has a good game. So I like it because they covered it, right? We mentioned right at the end, the Darkseer ban, the Zeus ban, they had an idea of how they wanted to change things up a little bit before they even went for this last pick, like 2 picks ahead of time. So I like that. When I see that, that shows like really good confidence in it. And S4
actually should be a first blood unless... No, there's nothing to be done here. That's going to be S4 going down. So first blood for Cube. He'll pick that up as the hook wing.
And a bit interesting to see that Alliance doesn't do what we've seen most teams do, especially in China. Every game when I did China casting, 5 heroes, or it's 10 heroes in the top lane, or 10 heroes to the safe lane, to the treant lane to cut trees. Ivy, they went to protect this treant lane, and they just find a Tidehunter instead of 5 heroes. So really good on them to be able to at least have the preparation for this. So yeah, looking good. And so something else to touch on is, if you remember the other day, I think we were casting it the other day, but there was a game where Mobe was playing this Tusk, and we were like, he needs to pop off on this Tusk.
Oh, and he did, didn't he?
And he absolutely blew the game wide open. He was like 13-1-6.
Oh, hang on. Oh, Hans Kent. All right, it will be fine. I was wondering if he's going to be forced to pop the leap there to get up to the high ground, but he can save a skill point. Yeah, obviously with the Terrorblade coming in as the last pick, we will see a bit of a chase here. See who feels they can stand their ground the most. I think it will be Ivy here with the power of the Leech Seed of Jay and Vincento. Indeed, our Alliance have to back off. But obviously, bring the Terrorblade in, putting Onmi on the Lesh on the bottom lane. How do you sort of like Lesh off lane? Does it kind of feel awkward to you, or this is a game where it's going to be fine? You know, what are the vulnerabilities of having the Lesh in this position?
I'm okay with it just because they have the double range versus Ursa, so it's a lot of pressure that you can apply. That's why I was kind of suggesting like the Snapfire, because it can be a little volatile and stuff like that, but you just want to be able to slow down this Ursa's farm, because if Ursa doesn't have it, pretty much like if Alliance doesn't set the momentum in this game, at some point Ivy, they'll be able to just carry and win the game, right? Okay. Like TB is going to be the end-all be-all, so I think they're going for more of a pressure style, get the momentum going to slow down Ursa. So I'm all right with it. The one thing is, you definitely can just die, right? You can be a bit fragile if you are playing from that off-lane position if you get caught a bit too far up.
And talk to me about this mid. As we say, you know, mobile and just Tusk before he's popped off. You know, at the end of the day, he's at bottom lane. Hans Kent could be in trouble. He's got the level 1 Starstorm, so no real chance to jump away. But it looks like they won't waste any time chasing him out. They have to just harass him, push him back. But the mid lane matchup, you know, you're a Tusk, you're against a Batrider. Surely this is still going to be pretty miserable for the Tusk. I mean, how's the Tusk going to come out of this matchup decently? How do you do it?
It's going to be hard for sure. I mean, I was mentioning pre-panel like how good Chuan has been for this team. He is an absolute monster, and he's hungry. Like the games that they need him to pop off, he's popped off every time. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be a bit difficult. Like the last hitting and stuff like that, you can do okay as this Tusk, of course, but there can be constant kill threat because you're this melee hero versus Batrider. So let's see how Mobe does end up doing. Because said, you know, it wasn't really about the lane, how good he did last time on his Tusk. It was his rotations. So I think that's the big thing I'm going to look at for Mobe.
All right, and indeed, so checking out this top lane, a lane in which, you know, obviously the fact that the Terrorblade comes in as the last pick, so something that Alliance may not have been fully prepared for. How do you imagine this duo is going to be able to do this? Tide, Ricky, can they slow down the Terrorblade that much in the lane?
No. Don't think so at all. If anything, they just feed sticks. Like it's kind of a similar. It's not exactly. Oop, bottom. Nice
No
grab.
grabbing. Yeah, very nice there with the bushwhack, catching Handsken mid-lead.
Beautiful. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to touch this TB really. It's like it's not exactly like a Bat Rider plus the Ricky, but it's very similar. It's Anchor Smash feeding these stick charges. It's Blink Strikes feeding stick charges. Leech Seed plus Living Armor. I think unless Ivy makes a huge mistake, this TB should just absolutely free farm.
Sure. And I think that, yeah, this is one of the reasons why I feel that the TB pick was that strong, because, yeah, Pyro 65, he knew that they just wouldn't have a lane combination out of the heroes that they drafted that they could put top and actually bother him in the early stages of this game. He's going to be fine.
I mean, look at him. He's got 18 armor. Throw that Living Armor onto him. He's got extra healing, too. Come the Leech Seed. Level 3 now on JM Vincenzo, so S4. It'll be okay, but getting very low.
And so far in the mid, I think, you know, impressive that Mobai is trading CS very, very evenly. 14 for 4 against the 15 for 1. So far, the effects of the bat, he's able to play around them. It's not causing any issues for Mobai.
Yep. Getting great last hits. He has the boots plus the stick that we see every time versus the matchups. Yeah, doing well.
Top lane, both S4 and Ponlo, you know, continue to sort of play around this lane, you know, not at full HP, so constantly having to back off here. JM even able to take out Ponlo's courier. Steps past him, and that's going to be a fair bit of regen cut out the lane there. A couple of mangoes and a set of tangos knocked out there by JM.
He might just die.
No.
Leech Seed takes. It's gonna probably kill him. Oh my god. Okay, he did the math. We can say.
Calculated. he did. You know, he's like, what are you guys worried about? I'm not going to die. He picks up his Ring of Health. He's still going to sit very, very low. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, it doesn't really matter, right? What does it matter if he's full HP or low HP? It's not like he's going to be able to harass this Terrorblade. So, you know, he's standing at the edge of the lane anyway.
I guess he's just not really getting many last hits, but I guess it'll get better and better now that this ring is up. But Ponlo also sitting incredibly low.
James just doing so much work, really. He just punches at the two of them, and every now and then, Terrorblade comes in and summons up some illusions against them. But James just punching these two, and he's giving a good job here. Ponlo and S4 just constantly on the brink of death.
Some of these 5 heroes are just so absurd. This is like the undying and Treant factor. As S4, this time he's dying. Nope.
No, he's not. He's not. Kraken takes it off just in time. You know, he knows what he's doing. He just likes to live on the edge, permanently on 100 HP in this lane, S4.
Oh, man, what a beast. That was actually pretty funny. But still, I mean, it's a free farm Terrorblade. Definitely some concerns.
It's a last pick free farm Terrorblade. Now, as I say, I would be very confident in the Terrorblade picker.
Handsken. Pushing the limits.
See if Charlie can get Cube in return. Cube. Handsken, he went in for the kill. Ends up going in to die.
Charlie is free farming, though. That is the one thing. I thought he was going to be under a little bit more pressure.
But it's a free farm Ursa versus a free farm Terrorblade. The maths doesn't, the equation doesn't work out well for the Ursa, does it?
No, that's where it's going to have to be. That's why I think Kezu and I were both saying, like, a lot of this pressure is going to be on the Bat Rider to kind of set tempo and slow down this TB. As Mobe, aggressive snowball.
But look who's here to help out Cube. Oh, it doesn't matter, though. The Firefly pretty much takes it down the tree straight away, so he won't get caught by the stun. But at the same time, Truan won't be able to dive the tower from Mobe. He keeps himself alive there. Good job from Cube, making sure that they could stop any further action coming in under the tower.
Mobe getting slowed down. Chuan is coming over.
Pollon doing a good job of making sure that he didn't have to panic, pick up the rune himself. So Chuan still able to bottle up the arcane. Good setup for some aggression.
Pono also stacked. Chuan, he's trying to use the glyph to dive right now. Oh, there's a lasso already.
I mean, this should be a kill. Unless...
Rotation.
All right, Cube. Indeed, once again, Cube being the saving grace that Mobai has needed. In fact, bringing in JM as well towards this mid. Just making sure that Chuan doesn't get the chance to get as aggressive as he wants to with the Arcane Rune. In fact, he's got to be a bit careful himself with the two supports around this lane. He's just not going to be able to dive in and get this kill. You know, Ivy doing a good job of just making sure that none of these lanes Alliance can set up for the early kills that they kind of want to get that advantage with the draft they're running against the Terrorblade.
Players really pushing the limits in this game. We see S4 sitting at like 1%. Chueno, I mean, if he stepped up literally an inch closer, he's going to get punched under tower there and probably just die himself too. As Ivy, 3-0, last pick Terrorblade. Their lane setups. All 3 cores are looking really good. The supports are having a good game with their constant rotations. Definitely a recipe for success. This is like a, their draft is not fully late game oriented, but it has that late game dominance eventually with the TB. So yeah, excellent start here for them.
I mean, because if Pyre 65 gets to continue to have this easy lane, goes into jungle, gets sort of his first 2 major items as Terror Blade, and a point in the game where as long as IB haven't lost their tier 2s, at that stage in a game, how do you sort of see Alliance being able to kill a Terror Blade at that point?
It's not going to be that easy. They're going to have a really explosive time earlier than that. It's like this Alliance draft is going to have to thrive around that 15-minute timing, right? When they get Shard on Ponlo, when they have this like Battle Fury Ursa farming on the other side of the map, the 3 need to be paired up. Like Bat Rider, Riki, Mirana, they have to be starting causing havoc in order to get some towers. Because if you look at Alliance's draft, how do they hit buildings? Their only real way of hitting buildings is like winning a team fight, probably, or something like that.
They don't. They don't.
Bottom.
See if they can do enough. He is going to have the ult, Charlie, if necessary. We'll see, Only. Not going to dive into the tower. Meanwhile, up top, Mobai came in with a rotation, and they were able to take S4 out of the lane. We'll see. Hanskin as well, also having to play very cautious here. Only more than happy to get very aggressive against these two. This is definitely not the start that Alliance need. This is a rough opening 8 minutes for Alliance.
Absolutely agreed. And looking at Mobe, we're seeing a different build. We're seeing a pretty interesting one.
What we got?
If Gabe were casting, he'd be unbelievably happy because this is his favorite item. He's going Medallion.
All right, indeed. We never see that on any hero, really.
Nope.
At bottom lane, Charlie and Hanskin, they'll find a chance to get aggressive onto Only. And they will be able to get themselves as a team the first kill on the board. They'll look to chase down Cube as well. Jump forward here with the Tumbler's Toy. They've got the lasso. Cube also... Ooh, Bushwhack. Is that going to keep him alive?
No, he's not.
Oh, no, he's going down. They'll still get him. Alliance finally able to find some sort of power to get some early action and have, Charlie being a little bit involved as well. So helps push him towards that Battle Fury timing.
Did he get any of the kills there? He did. Okay, so definitely going to accelerate him a decent portion. He's going to have a second component. He also has a salve, so back up to full HP. Nice play. Great TP from Chuen. And that's how he's going to have to be, right? This bat has to be incredibly active. I mean, you always go boot to travel, but I think in this game he has to kind of opt away from being that like super heavy farmer on the bat and has to show up a bit more to fight. Because S4's game is very slowed down. He's not going to be able to like make too many rotations around as this tide.
Yeah, and I mean, what are we going to sort of see built up on S4 this game? Is he going to try and rush for the blink, or are we just going to see the auras being built up? See in the jungle, Hanskin will get found.
Not sure, to be honest. I mean, the auras are quite nice this game for sure, so could see it. But blink is also really good whenever you have Mirana.
Look at this early pressure here. Power 65's turned up to the mid lane and started to do a fair bit of damage with the Metamorphosis to this mid-tier 1 tower. In fact, they may just be able to take it. We'll see how Alliance react to this. They're kind of eyeing up from the side, but indeed the tower, it's going. It's going down. 10 minutes in, Terrorblade able to step up in the mid and take the tower. Something that I would have felt he shouldn't have been allowed to get away with, Fogged. But he did.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't want to swing over the tide at all. I mean, S4 is just really content with, I guess, just chilling in triangle and farming, because the only person that can show up and really be like, I'm going to really stop you from pushing is the tide. So, a bit interesting to see Alliance lose a mid tower. Like, it's not a safe lane tower. It's losing your mid.
And to the enemy carry.
Yeah.
Who's, at a point of the game, which, as we say, is the point where, the Terrorblade, he shouldn't feel like he's able to do this. Because if he feels like he's able to do that now, just imagine what he feels like he's going to be able to do in 10 minutes in this game.
Absolutely. And Mobe, he switched. Oh, man.
I don't get the medallion.
So happy. No, I mean, I didn't really believe in it either. I was looking and I'm like, I mean, there's not really a reasoning. He already has living armor and stuff with TB and all that, so there was no reason to go for it. He's just going to go standard build. And I like that, I mean, if he does go for BKB early, we mentioned the snowball interaction versus the smoke screen and versus, of course, lasso. Can't actually save teammates very effectively this game, so I'm fine with him just doing that early. As it looks like Ponlo's just on courier sniping duty. I mean, he's just positioned all the way back here. I think that's going to be their strat for the next few moments to try to make some space, let Charlie farm. But Ivy, I think they're unbelievably happy with this early game.
Absolutely. You're already off to a lead. You've got this Terrorblade. It's definitely... And they're going to feel it as well, Ivy. And I think for Alliance, they're going to start feeling the pressure, of having to make something happen pretty soon. Obviously, without Charlie, it's going to be hard to get this Battle Fury Ursa involved until he's at least got an extra item on top of that. But the other heroes, they've got to do something soon.
Yeah, I think 15 minutes is what I'm looking at, right? It's Ricky Shard. If they don't start finding some explosive type of just constant kills around the map with him and the Mirana plus a couple heroes, I'm very worried for the moments after that on Alliance. Because look at this, like Ivy, the way they're playing. Like even Onmi playing super confident bottom. Chuen shows himself, but immediately PO is like, okay, they're not going to do anything. When meta was on cooldown, I'm just going to use the next meta to push bottom tower as well. And Alliance, them opening up the map for themselves, as we said, they don't have ways to take objectives. And they're playing versus Treant Protector. They have ways to take Roche, but taking these towers is going to be very difficult. This Ponlo.
He's going to be found.
Dire's middle tower is under
I'll
attack.
try and dance around them a little bit, but there's no escape from these two. Mobi now on the killing spree.
Looks similar to how he did it last time. 3-0 on this Tusk. Rotations have been clean. And they're the ones dictating the pace with the TB.
I mean, that's the thing. What, 13 minutes in and Terrorblade's taken 2 of your towers.
Rutrow.
Yeah.
13 minutes in, no Ravages either. They haven't gotten S4 really involved besides just that laning phase. And he is going to go for Pipe, so it's going to help a bit versus the Lesh, but that's not going to help versus TB or versus Tusk.
And it really is, as you say, you know, they don't have the heroes to hit the towers, and you don't have the heroes to hit the towers against the team that got the Treant in the draft.
Yep.
So the chance of being able to take over any of the Dire's map, it's rough. I really do think Ivy did something super smart with switching things around and getting the Terrorblade in. I think it's made this game very difficult for Alliance to play. It's going to be a really tough match here.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I love the switch up to put this Lesh off lane. Now on me, maybe stepping up a little too far. Can they get connection? We got an arrow. They're just going to throw the Ravage.
It's worth it. I mean, they have to try and get these kills. See if they could actually get it, though. I mean, he's healing up with the living armor. And now they're ready to turn. I mean, Mobi's rolled forward. He's going to be able to get the catch onto the two of them. Look who's here as well, the Terrorblade. Pyre 65 is going to be here. And this game only looks to get rougher here for Alliance. They blow the Ravage there and attempt to at least get an offlane kill. They don't even get that. They end up losing 3 heroes with Hansken also going down.
They're in serious
This is
trouble.
going to be a very difficult game for Alliance to turn. It's coming up to the 15-minute mark. We'll see, as you say, maybe when the Shard comes out for Ricky, if they can get some action going, but there'll be no Ravage to play with. And as we're seeing that, even if they do get some sort of opening stun, finding the damage to kill these cores is going to be so hard. And continuously, you know, Pyre 65, he's getting the free farm, and he's just turning up to take objectives. He's turning up to take kills.
And Ponlo is also spotted. I mean, they're just getting kill after kill after kill. 10-2 with the TB draft versus this Alliance draft right now. Game, I feel like the windows for Alliance is closing very quickly. Sure, we mentioned the 15 timing and stuff like that, but I was mostly looking at Chuen this game to, at this point, he's actually the one I feel like that has to be like 4-0-4. He has to be the one that was like Mobe right now. This Tusk leading the charge every single time, showing up to the fights as Alliance. This game could just get completely out of control for them very soon. They might actually have to start bringing Charlie into fights, and sometimes you do see these Ursas, they go for like the Battle Fury into the Blink so they can start getting involved. He's going BKB. So he's not even going to be able to get involved, like to blow up targets with Lasso or with Ravage. So
I mean,
more concerns for me for Alliance.
No, for sure. And even then, when you have the BKB, you're turning up, you're getting punched in the face by the Tusk, you're getting rooted by the Treant.
Yep.
Now, Treant will get killed off there. Good catch here from Ponlo and Charlie. They'll find him in the trees. At the same time, though, down bottom, a bigger pick for Ivy. They take out Chuen, who gets caught on the tree line on the bottom half of the map.
I bet Mobe is tempted to buy the Deso right now with how good his game is going.
Because he's having a good game, yeah.
He's got the gold for it right now, and honestly, he can one-shot. He can almost one-shot bats and Miranas and stuff like that. It might be tempting.
He might regret it though if he gets smoke screened in a fight.
Yes, that is the one problem.
Yeah, he's playing it sensible. He's going to buy the Yoga Club. He's going to stick to the BKB.
I mean, stick to the game plan. Like, you don't need to do anything crazy at this point on the side of Ivy, right?
No.
You've got the game kind of in your hands. It's up to you to kind of lose this game. So I like that he's just going to go defensive, go for BKB. They find S4.
And then it should be able to burst through it with the break hit of Cube. And the overbearing damage there from Onmi and Mobi. That's S4 down again. Ivy just continuing to rule the map in a way that Alliance seemingly could only have dreamed of this game. This is what they needed to be doing. They're not able to do it. They were finally able to take a tier 1 tower top, but already Pyre 65's got so much room. You've got Dragonlance, he's got a butterfly done.
He's got a butterfly.
I mean, that's got to be the earliest butterfly, right, we've seen on a Terrorblade. Because you don't normally get it at this point in the build, so this has got to be some record-breaking timing on the butterfly.
You know, sometimes these early butterflies, they can bite you back, though, a little bit. If they actually get on top of him and control him.
Against a team that's got a load of, like, magical damage, but Alliance just don't, right? You know what I mean? This is not a Terrorblade that's at threat of being burst.
No, definitely not. I agree. And look at the way that they've prepped the map. So they're playing really aggressively on Ivy. Look at these sneaky wards that are placed. I believe Cube ran in and placed them while they were going for these aggressive dives earlier. They've got vision behind both tier 2s already.
Yeah, that's pretty deep vision. And that's something that Alliance is probably not going to expect. Alliance is going to try and make use of the power of the Ursa. They're heading to the pit. And obviously with a lot of the vision being focused down there, I don't know if they're going to be aware of this.
They scanned it. They scanned it immediately. They knew. No one was defending bottom.
They should be able to finish it in time, though. Charlie's already got a fair few swipes stacked up. Yeah, but Roshan's going to die in a few hits. They'll be able to secure this. Alliance, they'll get the Roshan. Charlie with the Aegis.
Ooh, that was a bit scary. I think that for me felt like one of those moments where maybe they get the Rosh and everything, but they could just die immediately right afterwards. But Ivy doesn't make it there quite in time. But, I mean, even with Aegis, not easy for Charlie to really fight, as you mentioned. A lot of different answers versus this BKB to grab him in place and stuff like that, so. See how he does. BKB finished on Mobe.
BKB as well on Chuen.
Okay.
So both teams having cores ready to try and charge into the fight.
I like this. The gem. Early gem picked up from Jay and Vincento. I think they're realizing if they're grouped up with this TB, with this Lash, how powerful they are right now, if they're just not getting picked off from this pesky, risky Ricky Murata thing, I think this is a really good gem purchase. It's very early, but I think with the momentum that they're getting, I think it's quite appropriate. Bottom. Firefly to cut the tree.
Now maybe to get it back aggressive and dig. Cute for his efforts. Will die. Alliance quickly taking him out. I'll see if they can get anything more. It's still proven to be very difficult for them. I mean, this Terrorblade is... You know, sure, Charlie is keeping up with the pace of the farm of the Terrorblade, but you know, on an even footing, it's hard to sort of favor the Ursa in that matchup. He's going to have to, you know, make some sort of wild play, you know, catching the Terrorblade low, jumping in whilst S4's caught him with the Ravage. But even then, of course, with this early Butterfly, it's just difficult to see how this Ursa is going to really scare the Terrorblade at any point soon.
Yeah, agreed. Still, they have to cause some type of volatility, just cause some type of things to allow Charlie to be able to get these next two items in particular, like the Blink, the Basher. More like the Basher and the MKB. The Blink is going to enable him to be able to join the fights a little more to kill other heroes, but killing TB is still an issue if they can't 100-0 him. And yep, JM, just stay. Like, what he needs to do on this tree is pretty much just stay near his TB to ensure that he doesn't get caught by some type of little dart thing, and they'll find Ponlo.
Oh, well. Was that sort of the gem reveal as well, or have they seen the gem out of gem? Oh,
that was the reveal. Charlie?
At the back up here. The stun will catch on to both Charlie and Chuen. Mobile popped the BKB to back off. There's the ult here to hold Chuen through the BKB. Big damage coming in from the Terrorblade. He has to get out of it, Chuen. He will manage to live, bottles up, and manages to step away from the fight. But only
is hitting so hard. I mean, with the straight damage build. If he's not targeted, he will clean heroes up in seconds. Is S4?
I mean, and the thing is as well for PO65, obviously he's saving up the money. Does he need to get the BKB? He's got BKB and Skadi queued up, or could he get away with just buying the Skadi? I feel like he could get away with just going Skadi before the BKB, right? Does he really die?
He has the. He's probably thinking just because he has the saves behind him that he might be able to go greedy.
Yeah, I think he could. I think he could just get Skadi, and I think he's invincible.
I think so too.
Nah, he's gonna buy. He's just gonna go BKB. It's the sensible play. Yeah. But and either way, he's still gonna feel pretty good in these fights.
I mean, he does so much damage anyway. Yeah. Like the Skadi would have just been versus those BKBs, of course.
I mean, look, Alliance, they've got to do something now, right? They've got the Aegis still, and they know that Metamorphosis is down. This would be the time to strike. They're seeing if they can find anyone in the jungle of Ivy, but as it is, Pio65 keeping close to his teammates and between the tier 1 and the tier 2, so quite hard to jump.
Hitting tower is just not their forte.
No.
Living armor is down, and they're just like, all right, well, Ursa hitting a tower just feels bad as is. Melee hero walking up that close. And this is going to buy time for that overgrowth to come back up. TB meta, 50 seconds. and own me. In the meantime, he's like, okay, you guys want to pressure mid, shoves the bottom wave really hard. There's a siege creep, and it's going to start doing some damage to that tier 3. They got to answer this.
Chuan's going to head back to deal with that one. They're still looking for action around this mid lane alliance, seeing if anybody steps up to the tier 1 tower. They've got the Ravage from S4 to play with.
They get the dart. There's Mobe
some
for
sort of
his...
setup.
Ooh, nice protection.
Yeah, illusion rune there to block the arrow.
30 on meta.
And 30 on the Aegis.
Nice shards.
I mean, Ivy is very much well set up to hold this tower, so indeed Alliance, they'll have to back off. Not finding the chance for a kill that they would have hoped for around this area, and not finding the chance to get as much as they would have hoped to from the map during this Aegis, which is about to expire.
Ponlo wants to try to... The biggest catch for them, really, of course, other than the TB, but that's not happening, is finding this Stream Protector split off. Getting this gem, taking it away from them would be massive, but not an easy task by any means.
Good stuff here from Cube. Also has the 4-star done, so way to bail people out this combo that Alliance is trying to catch heroes with.
Yep, he doesn't need to be this greedy hoodwink this game. He can be all about his team because he has this incredibly massive TB. So I like that they're just going for those straight support items on the support heroes. As Aegis is gone, Ivy, they found Charlie.
There we go. And at a time where, they just didn't have the heroes around to protect him, and they can start maybe put some pressure onto the tier 2 mid.
They popped meta.
Yeah, they could hit the buildings if they want to, but Chuen's trying to do his best to make sure they don't get that opportunity, trying to pull the creep wave away. He's going to have to put the BKB. It's a little bit too scared here with Mobile closing in on him, so BKBs and TPs out. But indeed, at the least, killing off the creep wave. So with this meta, Pyro65 won't be able to do any damage to the tier 2.
Yeah, a bit of a wasted meta, honestly. Because they had the kill probably on Charlie even without him using it, but he wanted to turn it into a push. So
sure.
Wasted meta, but a good move from Chuen. So meta for BKB to protect towers. Because they didn't have... Actually, never mind. They did have Glyph up actually on Alliance, but yeah, still good hold.
Yeah,
but either way,
I can only imagine Pyro65 just probably expected that Charlie wasn't like on his own. He probably thought there was going to be more of a reaction, but as it was, Alliance were rather split up.
4-14, Ivy still looking super good.
I mean, Charlie, we'll really see what he can do when he's got the Basher and the MKB, really.
He's got his work cut out for him.
Maybe there's a chance to go on this Terrorblade.
Up top, Chuen shows himself. Ooh, nice try from Cube. And Alliance, they're looking to connect over to this Batrider. Meta still on cooldown, 65 seconds, trying to take some advantage of it here. PO. He's in the front lines. Pon, though. He's found him.
See if they can do anything with this. I mean, it's a bit of burst, but it's not enough, and Hansken will die for his efforts there. Mobai jumps the Mirana, deals with them. I mean, this is the thing, they can sort of tickle and tease with the Terrorblade, but killing him, or even getting close to killing him, it seems like a bit of an impossible task. Cube. He's actually going to be able to walk away from this.
He's chilling.
Not quite even able to set up onto the hoodwink either there.
I mean, Mobe is, again, like, he is doing exactly the same thing that he did last time on Tusk. Almost actually finds S4 in the mid lane also, but he's really owning. I mean, 6-0 and 6. He's part of almost, like, majority of these kills, 12 of the 15. Every single one, he's just rotating. He's in every single fight. As Alliance looking for a battle themselves here. Good bash.
They're going on Owns Me. They're committing in with the BKBs, but there's the root. The Overgrowth's going to hold the two of them back. They'll try and make something happen with the lasso over onto Chuen, but he got the BKB off, sorry, onto Mobai. We got the BKB off beforehand, so there wasn't any follow-up. And now Ivy's just ready to change down. It's a big Ravage. It's a big Ravage. It's going to bring Only and Mobai down low, and that will allow them to get those 2 kills. Now, with the outnumber, can they deal with this Terrorblade? It looks like they can't. Even though they've taken down 2 and only lost 1, they still have no business tackling the Terrorblade as Pyro65 picks up another kill. They're still poking around with him, but with Cube and Jam by his side, it's still so difficult to make moves onto this Terrorblade. They're keeping the sticky napalm stacks up. He'll go for the TP out, but they've got him. The sleep is there. Alliance, they finally are able to take down the Terrorblade. Chuen looking over towards Cube as well here in the trees, seeing if they can turn this into even more. They find the gush. Chuen with the double. That is exactly what Alliance needed. And all off the back there of S4 with a very well-placed Ravage. Pretty much catching them all. It looked like the Terrorblade was going to become too much, but as his BKB came to an end and they're able to draw out the fight, they deal with Pyro 65.
Chuen owned so hard in this fight also. I mean, the fact that he just survives till the end of it there, is able to just pull the TB into this weird spot. He got, what, I think it was 16 or 17 or 18 sticky casts off. So that it really starts to build up onto TB. He doesn't have that Dispel. He didn't go for some type of Manta this game, so is able to just collapse on top of him. And now Alliance, they found Roche.
This is perfect for Alliance. Take a fight like that, go straight into the pit. Chuen's got the full Octarine done.
Ooh.
They were able to find that fight. There's, definitely allowed them to take a bit of a hit to Ivy and knock away some of the lead that Ivy had.
Literally the best thing they could have asked for there, right? At 5-man, I believe, 5-man Ravage.
I think he got them all. Yeah.
Yeah, 4 or 5. I think he gets the Anchor Smash on like everyone too, so everyone's damage is reduced. And as you said, they isolated the TB long enough.
All right, let's see if they can do it again here, Alliance.
That's a big step forward because now this Batrider, Chuen, he had a little bit of a struggle to get enabled in the early game here, but now he's got a full Octarine. So for the next fight, even more of these sticky spams come out, even more of the spam coming out from all his spells. And Ursa has now taken that top net worth spot and will have the MKB very soon. So if they don't kill Charlie, he is going to rip Pio apart. Game has changed up quickly. And now Ravage back up as well. So everything ready for Alliance with an Aegis.
Maybe S4.
Ivy has to be a bit careful themselves now.
So around the mid, Alliance. I'll get the ward up. Seen by Ivy.
Gets the deny. No gold for your efforts. Patience. This has to be the name of the game, really. I kind of a bit for both sides. It's just really looking for that dream opportunity to get those type of catches. As Chuen, level 18 has now been grabbed, so Lasso level 3. But it feels like for Alliance, even though they're very close to this MKB on the Ursa, maybe they do just actually wait for it, but it does feel like they're in a better position to take these fights now.
No, for sure. If they, I mean, a big part of it is making sure that Chuen doesn't die at the start.
Yes.
We really did see just, the surviving through the entire fight from the Batrider was definitely a big part of the downfall of the Terrorblade.
I want him to hold some armor item. Okay, yeah, he did switch. I saw he had the quickening charm in, and I'm like, I don't know. Because he had a Dragon Scale earlier for the last fight. I want him to have a bit more armor, a bit more tankiness, so in case he does get hit by some stuns and everything like that, all he needs to do is survive, and they need long-duration team fight on Alliance. For the Bat, of course. For the Ursa, it can go either way. As, 500 gold. Till that MKB is done. Age is still for 2 minutes. They're comfortably finishing that farm.
All right. And we'll see if, because obviously the fight itself, was very good, but Alliance still didn't get a chance to take any more towers off the map.
No.
They weren't able to make any progress outside of the closing the net worth difference off the back of that fight. You imagine if they could win another one, then we'll start to see them being able to step onto Ivy's half of the map, maybe take some of their towers.
Yeah, but they've definitely gotten to the point where they've solved the issue of the Terrorblade, right? Now Charlie, he's the full answer. They have the Batrider as well. That's a great answer too. So for Ivy, I'd say they're under quite a bit of pressure here in these next few moments of how they want to take some type of fight, because Alliance, they just have better team fight with this if the Ravage is able to connect in those type of ways.
65 will take out another tier 2, and he's got a fair bit of money if he wants to start working on his next time. Alliance, they'll start heading back. S4's got the Halberd complete as well, so might find a good chance to get in with the Ravage, follow up with the Disarm before the BKB comes out on Terrorblade, and it's going to be a fair bit of time where Pi 65 can't hit.
It's a lot of answers. So many answers starting to build up versus this TB. He's got a lot of gold saved up.
It's quick with a blink there. Nearly gets caught by Ivy on the front of the fight. Charlie is indeed in onto Pio, and Pio has to put the BKB. Turn their efforts towards Charlie, but Charlie's still got this Aegis for 50 seconds, so they really don't want to fight here, Ivy. Pi 65 is going to get found by Chuen. He's in with the lasso. They're on top of him. There's the Ravage to follow up. They've got him again. They take down the Terrorblade. The buyback will come out from Cube. JM trying to get away, but Alliance, they'll catch him as well. They're not even done yet here, Alliance. They're looking towards Cube and Mobite. There's Cube. He bought back for this one. He'll turn around with the bushwhack onto the two of them. He'll try and hide through the tree line, but Charlie will find him with the Earth Shock.
And Mobe.
And they're gonna catch him. There's the sleep setup. Triple kill for Charlie. Ivy, they're getting outplayed here. They're getting outplayed here by Alliance, Chuen, and S4. Definitely the ones leading the charge, and in great fashion. And down bottom, Ponlo is actually found only in the tree line. Let's see if they can go on him. It's just the two of them, so they'll still be careful about how they tease around with the Leshrac. The rest of Alliance not quite around to go for Leshrac. They're focusing on getting the push going down the mid lane. But yeah, Alliance with these jumps, with these plays, they're catching Ivy by surprise.
Game is blown completely wide open, right? It's swung totally into the favor of Alliance. Now this downtime that's constantly going to be there for Ivy, it's going to be hard to come back from. This Ursa just finished MKB, has another 2,700 gold. Yeah, these are amazing jumps, and they find the perfect target, right? They find the TB in the front line. He has to use a defensive BKB, and now Onmi.
Oh, they're going in. They're going to go in for this one. They're diving the base. They may be even thinking about going for this Terrorblade. He's put the meta, but the disarm's causing issues. There's the sleep.
Lasso.
They put the lasso back up.
Oh,
and
boy.
PO65 is down and out of the game for a minute. Alliance just charging down the mid lane. They're up to the tier 3 tower. They can start pushing onto this. I mean, only and PO65 out of the game for a decent amount of time. They'll put the fortification here, Ivy. But they are crumbling as Alliance. And just these last few fights have just broken down everything that it felt like Ivy was going to be able to achieve.
They seem to have all the answers. I mean, he popped meta, gets grabbed. It was immediately as soon as Chuen comes in. Creeps, not quite there. Almost coming back, but yeah, that's a Rax. Tier 2s are up in the side lane, so not going to be a second set, but either way. Alliance. Yeah, I mean, look at this Ursa now at this point. All 3 cores looking good. After such a good game from Ivy for the first 20 minutes or so, 1 or 2 of these little mistakes. Well, one of these 2 opportunities, really, that Alliance was able to find. Just now setting that pace up. And Ravage back up in 4 seconds. They're going to be able to do it again right afterwards. And Ivy, what's their answer now at this point? They've lost their gem. They've lost any hopes of momentum.
Mobite. Stepping out in the mid there, nearly getting caught. Still might. And Lotus will take the sleep off in time.
Impressive stuff from Alliance.
Yeah, this was not an easy game for them, and they're pulling out the top tier plays that have allowed them to secure the past few victories that they've had towards the end of this Division 2.
Yeah,
they need this series win to be in a serious spot to get up towards Division 1, have that chance to get promoted. And yeah, you can see it in the plays here. Put in a tough situation, but they've dealt with the Terrorblade pick. And yeah, the Bills S4 is just massive now. I think, yeah, the jumps from him and Chuen just been fantastic in the last few fights. The Ravages and the Lassos are just destroying Ivy.
Yeah. Been really, really well executed after that first 20 minutes or so. Alliance, now with this type of lead too, having the gem and everything, they have great control of all these areas. And for Ivy, yeah, PO, his downtime of meta, and also they just have so many answers to him now at this point. It's just not easy. If he gets lassoed, they have overwhelming damage for him. If he gets caught in Ravage, they have overwhelming damage. They did rebuy, I believe, a new gem on the side of Ivy to try to get things a little bit back together, but they need to find some type of big catch.
Well, here we go. See what they can get here. As Alliance are fairly split up across the map. Ponlo and S4 around the mid. Got Hansken and Charlie poking at the top, whilst Chuen's down bottom. So this would be the time to catch them. The question is of whether they can, because already Chuen teasing up to the outpost, ready to join forces with the rest of the squad. It's going to mean that Alliance, they themselves are prepared for a fight if Ivy end up walking into it.
Massive push down bottom, though, because this Batrider ended up leaving to join his team. This push is pretty large.
Let's have a look here. The base push here from Alliance. Charlie pokes out the fortification.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Alliance trying to find an opportunity to fight. They're going to go for a smoke. They're just going to... I mean, they might just walk into their triangle here. But bottom, I mean, look at this this bottom wave is pretty huge. What is it, like 6, 7 range creeps plus double catapult?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like a pawn low. Gets a ward down.
No, Chuan's got to stop this push.
Yep. He's got bots back up so he can join the team. Alliance hesitant to just walk into this high ground. That's pretty much that allows... You know, that's probably the worst place that they can fight because Ivy, that's where PO is able to be a turret, but... It does mean Roche now is on the menu perhaps for Ivy. And that's an Aghanims.
I mean, I don't think they can walk in and do Roche, though.
No,
Not against a Ravage from S4. Yeah,
Very risky.
They've got to take a fight before they try for Roche.
I think S4 has a full Shivas as well coming out in the Twitter soon. If he wants to buy it, yeah. And Charlie now, he's the one who walks into the pit. I mean, this Aghanims could be a game changer, really. Like, if Ivy's able to get it themselves. This TB having this AoE fear could be pretty huge.
Oh, I think it's so much harder for Ivy to get the chance to get this Roche, though.
Absolutely.
Alliance, you know, they can just send Charlie back in here. He's just slowly bringing it down.
And if anyone on Ivy steps up a little too far, they're just going to get grabbed. Both teams very patient. Meanwhile, DD rots away down bottom. S4, making sure there's no wards in the area. Roche continues to just get poked. They just always have vision in there because of this pesky little hoodwink. So Charlie hesitant to just full commit into the pit.
Alright, so starting to pull back a little bit from the Roshan. At least Charlie's headed up towards clearing a wave up top.
Can't distance themselves too far from it. Oh, are they going double Shivas? I think they're going double Shivas on Alliance, actually.
Are they?
Maybe. S4 has one queued, so does Chuan. Chuen, sorry.
Yeah, because I think S4's already had the recipe on the curve for quite some time. Mobile's going to jump in.
Lasso.
And he's the lasso into the dash with Charlie. S4 makes the jump onto the back line. The Ravage down to the 3th, and the arrow follows up onto Pyro 65. Pyro in trouble. He'll put the BKB, but the Halberd was already there. He's trying to attack at least with the illusions. Now the main hero can start doing some punching as well, but he's been surrounded. Will manage to push back Charlie. Another stun connects, though. The silence also causing issues for Pyro 65 as he's out of the game for a minute. The rest of Ivy now on the retreat. As Alliance, they could chase down for more. As Owned Me taken down. Triple kill for Charlie.
Giving him a rampage.
They're just cleaning up her Alliance at their leisure. As Ivy, they just have no business in these team fights now against Alliance with how far ahead Alliance has managed to get. Just outplay after outplay here from Alliance. Ivy just unable to keep up with the level that the Alliance is bringing.
Ooh, Cube gets away. But yeah, I mean, S4, you know, he's maybe 1-4 or something this game, but, you know, Charlie might have that amazing kill score and everything, 11-2, but it feels like he's been the one to really bring them back in the game.
And he has such a slow start, right? And it was, you know, clearly a point in the game where I'm sure, you know, S4 would have said to the team as well, he's not going to be able to press the Terrorblade in lane. He's not going to be able to get a huge amount of farm in lane. But if he's able to hit these Ravages right, then they'll have that opening to... You know, for Chuen to just go in, find the targets as he wishes. Charlie also to just commit onto wherever he wants. And of course, Charlie the whole game has done a great job of just keeping up with the farm of the Terrorblade. And now, at this point, he's far beyond the farm of the Terrorblade with the way the last few fights have gone. And it's just been, yeah, really nice play from Alliance.
Yeah, they just get in the face of the TB, right? S4 is literally just ravaging, literally point blank, gets an anchor smash on him, gets the halberd in this situation. Yeah. Deflected lasso, but doesn't matter.
Still a very dead Lash. Owned Me out for 50 seconds. 65 also having to be careful. Further items coming out here for Charlie. He's now got the Swift Blink done. On top of the Abyssal and the MKB. Tier 3's down on the top lane. They're onto the barracks here, Alliance.
The boy is big. Charlie at critical mass. As he's in.
Whoop. Whoop, whoop, the forces, they're trying to save Cube, and he's actually going to be able to get out of it, Cube. He will live. They've lost Pon, though. Mobile was able to catch him. So Alliance will back off from the push for now, with the man down. But they'll be able to come again soon. Still 3.5 minutes
chasing.
The Aegis.
There's a Ravage.
Charlie's going to go in. He jumps on the Mobile. The BKB's out. That's going to give Mobile the chance to get into the snowball. You see Pyre 65 with the BKB focused towards the tide, will now turn over towards Charlie. Mobile gets out to the side, but now Pyre 65's in trouble. Forces here, separating him from Alliance. They're bringing Charlie low, but of course Charlie's got that Aegis, so he's going to be back for round 2, even if they're able to take him down the once, and it doesn't look like they can, as only he'll fall.
Ravage.
There's the Ravage, S4 holds on to here, drops it here to catch the last 3 of them. Triple kill again for Charlie. This game's over. GG. It's called. Alliance will take this game 1. Yeah, so that Pyre 65 immediately DCing. I really think, you know, considering the draft that Ivy, there was a point in this game where they felt they had this. They were like, we've got this last pick, we're doing fantastic. And I think, you know, just hats off to Alliance. They really did a great job of addressing how to turn around and how to win a game that looked like a very difficult game for them at the start, Fog.
Yeah, I mean, they were behind, but I think it only reached, what, like 4,000 or 5,000 gold, maybe 6 at one point versus Ivy. They kept their cool. They waited for that one big team fight, and it was after that one big team fight that it was full momentum, right? I think they won. I think it was what, like the score was like 7, maybe 16 to like 5 or something, 16 to 7, and then this game ends at like 18 to 24. That kind of says everything, right? Alliance won fight after fight after fight after that, and they just had no hope on Ivy afterwards.
No, they really didn't. They really started to fall far behind. But there we go. You know, that's the Alliance you definitely expect to see coming out at this stage, you know, where they have to get the wins. You know, the series very important for them to have that chance to go up to Division 1. We very much saw it in their play here in Game 1. We'll be able to bring the panel back in to hear what they have to say about this one as well, with Alliance taking this first game.
Indeedly so. Alliance taking up the lead against Ivy. Ivy, despite having themselves an alright laning stage, Alliance had the same, although the Tidehunter was falling behind a little bit. Kezu, when we saw a couple fights happen early on, they were actually Ivy favored. The Lesh mechanism timing looked pretty good. Alliance forcing a fight. They get out-sustained. They lose 3 heroes. But the next fight that Alliance looks for is just a complete blowout. They force out the overgrowths early, and they get S4 on this Tidehunter, popping some amazing ravages. Was that the real turnaround point, or was there more to it?
For me, it starts like, was it 6-7 minutes earlier? When Alliance get to sneak the first Roche, I think that's when the game kind of turns around. Suddenly they have Aegis, you're letting them farm for like 5 more minutes. You're up like, I think they were up like 5k gold, and Alliance just get this free Roche, which is a nice play by them to go for that, because they understand, okay, we kind of want to take this away from them, and if they don't contest well, it's kind of free for us. Then a couple of minutes later, the second fight happens that you talk about. Now they win this fight too. Now they get the second Roche and the shard for Ursa, and then suddenly he's a monster. Also on top, people that play carry against Ursa need to stop buying this goddamn early butterfly. It's garbage. Don't do it.
I agree. That's one of the biggest things I kind of wanted to pull away from, because, you know, he got it at such a good timing, but then you just give Ursa the opportunity to go for an item like MKB, and then you don't have a Dispel also, right? We saw a couple of these fights, like no Manta on the TB, he just gets sticky stacked up and stuff like that. So it looked like maybe he could swing off of the momentum of it, but then 1 or 2 fights, and I mean, 1 fight and Charlie had MKB, so that entire network was removed from the TB.
When you look at the side from Ivy, because itemization helps Alliance, they find more answers against Ivy. Meanwhile, Ivy just doesn't have much to protect the Terrorblade. Did the lack of presence around the TB when they forced out the 1-3 swap with the Leshrac cause this downfall, that they just don't have any presence in these team fights?
I mean, they had like 4 staffs on Hoodwink, and maybe it's like not the easiest for them, but when we just consider the situation that they were in with like a 5-6k gold lead with this draft, where you can just push out waves and you have a kill threat all the time. You could play together with your Tusk, Hoodwink, Lesh, your TP pushes waves. You just need to contest Roche, build slightly better items, and I feel like you should be fine. But I think on the flip side, I think Charlie played really well, Chuan played really well on the Bad Rider, and then Alliance just abused the mistakes Ivy did, and they just clawed their way back in the game.
And that was also, we thought that Ivy during the drafting stage pulled off some pretty good shenanigans there, swapping around the left track, and then instead getting the TB. There was already the Ursa picked out, so no threat of a drow. Still doesn't really provide that much of a winning factor, a threat factor on the side of Ivy, where Alliance would be feeling very, very afraid or just not feeling comfortable approaching Ivy at any stage of the game. They also got the first phase Morana and the Ricky. Odie, did you think of the Alliance draft that everything was in order and everything was answered and they just knew the correct timing that they were looking for?
Yeah, I mean, I think, as I said, I felt that the Terrorblade would be something that they would struggle to deal with, but whereas I don't believe it would have been something that Alliance were expecting to come up as the last pick. I think when it did, they clearly, as a team, had a very solid idea. They knew that the early game was going to be a period of the game where they weren't going to be able to slow down this Terrorblade's farm. But I can imagine probably around sort of the S4's calls, sort of saying, if we can fight around these Ravages, he gets this halberd. I mean, we saw pretty much the last three fights as well, where this Terrorblade just wasn't able to do anything because of S4's Ravages and itemization. Just very impressed by the overall team play from Alliance, and as I say, this is one of the reasons why we're seeing this team just win after win after win with the recent series from them, and why before this series we kind of see them as the stronger side of the two. I think Ivy, they had some good ideas, but the execution just wasn't there in comparison to the level of play that Alliance was bringing here in this game one.
Does that also mean that since S4 might have had a difficult laning stage, he might get the MVP this game?
Yeah, I'd give it to S4.
I'd give it to S4.
This game. Absolutely, yeah. The first Ravage was the big sort of start of the turnaround. And from that point onwards, S4 just played it fantastic. He didn't have an easy start. There wasn't much he could do in the lane. But yeah, without a doubt. So Chuem was cleaning up, and Charlie, his farm was fantastic. But I really feel that they were both kind of doing it on the back of S4's initiations.
Yeah, he was the guy who eventually broke the game and put it into the side of Alliance, and he definitely showed that with those beautiful Ravages. He also had the time to set it up. His team was tanking a lot of abilities, makes the offlaner's eyes kind of shine. You got these dollar signs, and you're like, oh, I'm just waiting to get that big ulti off because they're building up this nice opportunity for me. And Alliance rightfully taking that first game for themselves. We have more to come, though, and hopefully we might see Ivy still bring in that energy that they had in this game one. But before we head over to game two, we want to give you a quick shout out to our sponsor, esportsbet.io, where we have a $100 risk-free bet for you guys. So if you're feeling adventurous, this is your time to try it out. There's a link, there's a banner right below the stream. If you're watching on your desktops, go over there, click on it, join the Discord, and have yourselves a chance for a $100 risk-free bet. And there's more info in the Discord, so make sure you join that as well. We're going to take a tiny break and a little breather, because this is, of course, the West European 2nd Division, and more action to come with Alliance and Ivy with the most important series that they're going to be playing out. Who gets to get that tiebreaker runner-up for themselves? We'll be right back for more.
I'm blink over to TB.
Arrow 5 seconds. Arrowing puck. Too late.
Keep going.
I've done this.
Keep going, guys. Who's doing buyback?
Hoving.
Blink. Chase him all the way.
All the way.
More, guys. More.
I can even get that vision. Let's walk into bottom. Let's just flank, guys.
Flash bot lane. Yeah, midway.
I have here to middle.
You're coming. I'm here.
He has jump. Nice.
Jump. Hold on.
Time for game number 2 here with Alliance versus Ivy. Both teams, they have their backs against the walls because it is a must-win situation. If you lose this one, you are very likely and almost 100% certainty staying in Division 2. Of course, you're looking at the bigger prize going into Division 1 for the next tour. But of course, there might be a tiebreaker situation happening before that, but it does increase your chances. Alliance still being favored against Ivy here. Is there any big takeaway here in terms of itemization, hero picks, drafting, execution, Kezu, that you would highlight on the side of Ivy that has to change for game number 2 to have an edge?
I feel like they need to not lose track of the enemies as well. I think item-wise, the only thing I would maybe change is what Pio did on the TB. I think the rest was kind of okay. Like, make sure that when you're strong and you have timings, that you look to use it. If you think about that, you will naturally also think about what the enemies want to do, because I don't want to just see them give up Roshans like that, especially when you're ahead and against an Ursa. Like, there's a couple red flags and bells that should be popping off while you're playing this game.
Yeah, the vision play is certainly for a big perspective and a big aspect of the game as well. I was looking at Ivy's map was pretty dark most of the times, and especially when they started playing from behind. You don't really get many openings on this TB type of lineup. The Leshrac first phase hero pick, it was a good idea to flex it around with a 1 and 3, but it also impacted your team fighting by a lot. Would you like to see Owned Me with a different hero, perhaps, Fogged, or were you happy with the performance he was able to pull off with this Lesh?
I mean, his early game was all fine, but I think overall, like, the way that he functions with this team, it does feel just better when he's playing these team fighters, right? Even when I think when he was playing, not this season by any means, but when he was playing like his Sand King a lot last year, if you remember, like that's when he would actually dominate these games. So I probably would agree with that. I think I'd like to see him go back to more team fight style rather than, you know, they did do, of course, like this little switch up, so that can happen. But yeah, they thrive when I think he's playing like his, you know, Enigmas, his Sand Kings and stuff like that. Maybe not Enigma, but yeah, you know, team fight style.
This is a very spicy draft. Lina, Brood both open.
Yep, Rubik, Brood, my friends.
We've seen a lot of these first big Broods just relish and have a lot of fun. Lina does get banned out, so Alliance, as for Brood, I feel like the Alliance's drafting priority has usually been S4 actually having his hero pick so much further on into the draft. They do have his Centaur that they have picked a lot in the first phase, but they will opt for the Rubik. And now Ivy. Do they take the Brood challenge? Do they go for something different here?
I mean, Brood is totally fine. It depends, I think, for them, like how comfortable they are and what type of style they want to go for. But I feel that Brood is just a good hero. If you're comfortable with it, you can just pick it here with some casual range 4. It's not like you care too much about some Rubik being in the pool. Obviously, Alliance are going to have a pick on 8 that they can counter it, but you still get some good core matchups later down the line, so I think it just makes sense. And for Alliance, they should have an idea of what they already want. It's quite simple, and you should at least expect the possibility of Ivy taking Brood here.
Currently the 3 highest heroes in terms of the West European Division 2 of how good they are, how often are they being banned, and also the ban win rates. It's Lina, Brood, then Centaur. They are also going to bring up the Tiny on the side of Ivy. Odipixel, what would you like to see on Alliance here? Are we going to see a potential core lined up here, maybe a mid pick here for Chuen in the first phase?
I mean, they kind of tend to like opening with the supports, right, unless they get something good for S4. Well, they're there. It's going to slap up the Naga Siren here nice and early. Opening with a second pick. I guess something that they feel, obviously against these 2 very popular picks from Ivy, the Tiny and Brood, it's going to have a good game.
Yeah, it's the second time, right?
Yeah. 10 seconds remaining.
Second time that they've picked up this Naga in the first phase and in total.
5 seconds
Yeah, it's the
remaining.
Tundra response that I've seen versus the Broodmother. I think they were doing that during EU DPC constantly. It looked really difficult. Like, the lane is just really challenging, and this hero can actually... You help your support a lot. That's the thing that I've noticed. In like the lane, when the Brood is like trading and stuff like that, there's some pesky illusions that are hitting this Broodmother and keeping him pressured at all times. And then you can just leave this Naga, even in some situations, to just clear out spiders. But at the vice versa, I've seen these Broods also split the spiders, block the Naga Siren's camp early. So it's kind of cool how this matchup goes, in my opinion.
Yeah, there is. I think there's one cool thing about Dota or like some hero matchups, because a lot of the time it's like, oh, they have Brood. We want an answer for the spiders, or we want an answer in the lane. But I think Naga has like multiple layers of what she does well against Brood. It's like you don't really care about the hero later in the game. You lane well against it. You deal with the spiders. You will always farm, and most of all, you also like you deal with the map, which is oftentimes like what Brood is very annoying for. It's like what she does with the map, that she can run around and kill towers, and like Naga kind of, she answers like every box of Broodmother, and that's why it's like, it has to be one of the best carry matchups that you can pick.
Yeah, the last time Alliance picked this was also a first pick Rubik into 8th Naga versus Treant and Enigma from the side of Water Rune Enjoyers, who also added up some extra team fight with the Phoenix DK, and the last pick Razor, which was of course the Palantimos Classic that me and T-Gov were just praying to pick. That was actually the one, Keza, where we were all sitting on the edges of our seats like, can they just pick the Razor already versus the Naga? But I think Ivy might be taking a bit of a different approach in terms of their cores. I'm thinking if this Ember goes through, could that be a potential for Ivy and then flex the Tiny as a 4?
It's possible. There's also one other pick that I feel like is a very sleeper hero against Naga. I've seen it like 2 times now. It's this like carry / mid DK against Naga throughout the game with like this Midas or whatever, like Midas, Manta, Axe. Like eventually this Naga just doesn't do anything to you. Because like these Naga games, they come to the stage where eventually Naga split push has kind of tapered off at like 40 minutes, and then some heroes, they just start outscaling it, and DK is definitely one of those.
Yeah, the minus damage is also very handy, for sure. And that was what Water Rune Enjoyers did play against Alliance. They did pick up the DK and was their 18th. However, Ivy, they do get to pick first and then respond to Alliance's double pick, as they have a support open and they also have the flex on this Tiny. We've seen Cube had some very good performances on the Tiny before. We've not seen Mobe play the hero at all. So I feel like we might just see Gianvincento, who has a pretty large hero pool. I think he's played like 10 or 11 different heroes so far. What would be good as a 5 here? Are we looking at Phoenix? We're looking at Silencer? Do we need an extra Dispel on the in terms of like Abaddon, for example? I know he likes the hero. What do you guys think?
I would say not the Silencer. I don't like it as much into like this overall like map play of Naga, and she's gonna build Manta, so that already doesn't make you feel too good. I think so when you have Brew Tiny and they answer it with Naga, it's obvious to both teams that they did it for a reason, and Naga already has a good game. So you need to start addressing this Naga in some ways. Something I've seen a lot in China, which maybe isn't too easy for Ivy to do, is to fit in a Lion in their draft, because you can mana drain the Illus, you can hex the Illus. But as I said, maybe not amazing, because then your Tiny is a 5 or a mid, unless you want to play 5 Lion, which isn't amazing. But I just want some damage and some sort of clearance for Naga, Illus, or the hero in the game.
I want Zeus, honestly. I think that's the one that I've seen the most that does well the best versus the Nagasarn. It's like these Nagas come out with like, the game gets prolonged a lot in a lot of these games, even with like the Naga Zeus matchup, but it gets to a point where it's like 45 minutes and the Naga has like, what, 35,000 net worth or something, and walks into the fight and does nothing versus the Zeus. So I've personally been really liking that answer. But maybe not this pick, maybe the 18 pick. I think for JM.
Still plenty of options, at least. Taking their time, full reserve time for the side of Ivy to think about their options. There's the DK Ember Axel already kind of touched upon, which are looking pretty handy on both sides of, like, especially when we see Chuan. If he gets his Ember, he's been so good on the hero. Looking at some of the numbers and stats of the hero and Chuan in terms of all the other mid players in this division, he's been looking like the best mid player. And when he gets that Ember Spirit, he's just all over the place, doing so much work, so much damage, high impact. So do you feel like that could be an option now that Ivy picked up the Treant Protector?
It's, I mean, first of all, I'm not the biggest fan. I'm not the biggest fan of this Treant as for now. I feel like the way these heroes play together is not as nice. Brood would rather have heroes that follow her. So for Ivy, it's important they're gonna take heroes that can. They need to like block this map at some point, because I think team fighting, unless you get really good core matchups, isn't gonna be that easy. And then Treant might just feel very ass unless you can hold the map with your next 2 core picks. So for Alliance, they're gonna answer with a bit of teamfight with a Silencer of their own. I don't know if they have a flex pick here, like in their pool, that they could hold hostage until later, like a hero that can go mid and off lane. But I feel like for them, yeah, sure, you got it. You got your little fireman. It's a good pick.
And an instant Medusa into the Naga. Are you happy with the Sodi Pixel?
No, I don't think so. I really like what Lance has got going here. I think, as you say, Trenzor is already popping off on the Ember, and he's got just a great team to do it around. Just having the coverage of the global silence to be able to get in and get out. And the Medusa,
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I feel like Ember can kind of pick and choose the fights around the Stone Gaze. You know, it's unlikely that he's going to be like, oh no, I've committed in, I'm going to get, going to get frozen in position. And I feel like the Naga can play around it. So it doesn't kind of hit me with as much of like a bam as I felt like the Terrorblade in terms of a draft perspective did in game 1. And obviously considering that game was still lost by IV, it doesn't fill me with a lot of confidence here in this game too. You know, I think Alliance right now are going to be feeling very happy about the draft. And with the fact that the Medusa's been shown as the 4th pick, I don't think there's really going to be a situation where any sort of 5th pick comes out that Alliance are going to be like, ooh, we're going to have to deal with that. I think Alliance is going to be feeling very happy right now.
Yeah, it feels like a pretty damn good game for this Ember to push the issue, because he's playing versus some, like what? He's playing versus tiny abilities, that's it, until Overgrowth's online. He can really pressure, get involved, run into the enemy jungle to pressure this Dusa. So I'm kind of on a similar boat with you guys. Liking what Alliance has a lot right now.
The last time Pyos actually played this Medusa is in 21 in November. That was also East European DPC Tour 1 qualifiers. So they did win, but it's been a while since he's played it in an official game. And of course the matchup is looking a bit difficult on the side of them. And of course, we kind of touched upon that butterfly. Pio loves his butterfly. He's built it in every last 6 or 7 games on this Medusa. So looks like another one might be incoming, boys.
Well, hopefully someone's yelling at him that he should not do it.
You know what? As the one argument, at least he's not playing versus like a natural MKB builder, right? Like if that's the case, it's much better versus something like a Naga than versus Ursa. Ursa's like one of the most natural MKB buyers. Like Naga just doesn't buy it whatsoever. So
you can go blood form though, right?
Yes, that is the one issue. But you'll usually have like your Manta, and you'll have some type of dispel. But yeah, I'm not a fan of the butterflies in most situations.
Yeah.
This item is overrated.
What you have?
I'm happy that they banned Darkseer. I think that would have been one of the better picks here for Alliance. I think Ivy did a good job on their bans. Some S4 hero. They've done some Underlord against Medusa before. I don't want to see that. I don't think that's that good. I think something like a casual Mars, unless there's something better I'm not currently seeing, I feel like that hero is just totally fine.
Magnus and Power Synergy, then you've got the Brew. All right, let's bring out the Doom. That's a pretty standard, you could almost say, against the Medusa.
Alliance doesn't like to, I guess, not overall picking too much push in general, right? I think across most of their games, I don't really see them have objective forcers. They just have ways to like kind of sit back, farm, wait for a certain timing, and then blow the game wide open. But I mean, it works for them. Sometimes their lanes, their early game does look a little bit all over the place, like in the laning phase. But if they have an idea around timings and just wanting to win fights and then take towers like that, it can work. But it's the same thing, right? Very low objective taking versus a Treant lineup, but they made it work beautifully last time.
And also their crack control on the side of Alliance, it's not down to stuns, it's more about roots. So that Stone Gaze should be going off at a pretty high percentage, especially with the Manta build-up against the Global Silence. Can Ivy actually protect this core better than in the last game, where they definitely felt like their fights were a bit all over the place? Do they want to lock in a hero that has more frontline presence connected with this Broodmother and the Tiny Ring around?
I mean, I was actually hoping that they would have picked a DK early on 18, because now a lot of mid heroes, they don't feel as nice to play into the Silencer. I guess it's similar with Doom. I know that he loves his puck, but I feel like this is not the easiest puck game to execute. I was looking at Kunkka, it's like tanky, it's okay against Naga, it's okay against Ember, but there's also something off with that hero. Suddenly you have like these... You just have so many slow heroes that just want to stand their ground. I would like something a bit more, like a hero that's a slightly faster and that can go and help the Brood in this early game.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
If you go, if you go puck, you have to build Euls as well.
Yeah, exactly. I was mentioning the Zeus before, but with Dusa, it doesn't really work out so well. They have a lot of ways to get on top of you as well, too. I'm kind of worried. I don't know what the last pick. Because Kunkka also, you're playing versus Rubik as well, too.
Yeah.
I'm sure your lane's good, but Rubik's going to have some good spell steals. Okay.
All right, let's see how they roll this one. They bring up the Nature's Prophet to end it off, and that's going to be mid. So no changes on the side of Ivy. And as we've already seen the Alliance draft round out, let's talk about this Furion for just a second before we head into the game. What do you think about this one on the side of Mobe?
I am not a fan, personally. I think Ember is gotta be one of the best heroes against natures. Like I talked about similarly earlier, Ember lanes well into you. You never do anything to him unless you rush Orchid. You deal with the map presence. You don't care about him in team fights. So I think Chuan should be very happy. Even though I don't like the Doom as much, I think it fits with how Alliance want to play the game overall in terms of map state. Ember is elusive. Naga makes the map chaotic so you can get pickoffs. I really dislike the last pick, Natures. So I'm going to have to go with Alliance on this one.
So you're saying Alliance on this one. I'm not even going to ask Odie and Fogg because they're going to be casting this next game as well. Let's see if Alliance have that buff on their side, take a 2-0 for themselves, and stretch themselves further, dropping Ivy to stay in Division 2. Go ahead, gents. Hope you enjoy this game.
Thank you very much, T-Panda. Yeah, we will see. I'm excited to see what the plan is from Ivy, but I'm definitely concerned. You know, considering game one, I felt Ivy had a stronger draft. They weren't able to win it. I feel like this game, Ivy, they do not have the stronger draft. Alliance's looks pretty terrifying, and that combined with how well Alliance played in game one, I feel this game, it could be rough. This could be a pretty easy win for Alliance, Fogged.
Yeah, I think this could be a hard one. I think NP actually in the mid lane is its weakest position because like in safe lane we've seen I'm just gonna go with the way the Liquid of course and everything too, but like Liquid they've flexed it a couple times I think, where it's been like off lane majority of times, but maybe once or twice they put it safe lane. We've seen these carry Nature's Prophets do well. I think we've seen like Sumail played a couple of these NP mid games where the lane looked great, but then mid game hit and he was answered. He's also playing into the Ember Spirit as Kizu was mentioning, so it could be hard, but I mean let's see what Ivy's able to do. This one just looks. I don't see the synergy between their heroes as much as I did last time. That's the biggest issue for me as top. This time Alliance, they brought the squad to cut the trees.
See, they won't quite be able to chase down Gem. He's going to be okay. Maybe they can turn themselves towards S4. They will get the toss. And towards the tier 2, gets at least one tower hit on towards S4, but S4 still got the boys backing him up. Chuen, Hanskin and Ponlo making sure that Ivy can't quite finish S4 off.
Back to business. Back to go cut those trees. They didn't actually get to cut the trees because they zoned out the tree and protector so much. S4 also not really healthy. Maybe looking to just walk back to base.
I think he might, yeah.
He Scorched Earth thing. He popped Scorched Earth to get back faster. Alrighty, no kills. They saw that Lift was skilled as well too from Ponlo.
Yeah, they will still be able to get 2 of the bounty runes here, Lance, so 2 for 2. And yeah, we'll see. See how well. I mean, what do you imagine the Nature's Prophet pick was picked? You know, what was in mind when this pick was coming in?
That's what I'm trying to think here. I guess maybe it is just going to be that Orchid buyer, right? Like Kazu was mentioning, maybe someone to just accelerate pace of the game. And since they don't have the most lockdown for this Ember, maybe he's going to look for trying to kick the tempo up, get that Orchid, pressure towers early on to bring space open for the Dusa. But I'm not too sure. Like I just haven't seen it pick too much in the mid lane. Sure, the lane, like we said, the lane should be pretty good. We'll just see what he's able to do afterwards. Top lane should be pretty damn good, though, I would say, for the side of Ivy as well. After that start, you know, Rubik having the skill lift level 1, them having all their trees available. So 2 lanes should be pretty successful on the side of Ivy, I would say. It's just what can they turn into and how's the balance of their heroes going to work together?
Yeah, for sure. Because, I mean, I imagine it's going to be a lot of moves from Ivy again, where it's like the 4 of them, it's just away from Pyre 65, just making sure that the Deucer's got space to farm. But yeah, Alliance, it feels like they've got the heroes to deal with that. And we already saw how well Alliance's team fight play was in game 1. So every reason to believe that when it comes to sort of making those coordinated moves, Alliance are likely to have Ivy's number.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I'm going to be clicking on Mobe a lot in this game just to see what the build is going to be like, how he's going to look to pressure and take over a map. Because the other thing is, too, he's playing with a Brood. So, like, he wants to... sometimes his Nature's Prophet, you want to pressure safe lane early, even from, like, mid or something. He has a Brood, so maybe a little weird for him to go to the Brood's lane too early on and just be, like, you know, doing the same thing as he is. But yeah, we'll see. Because right now, looking at lane, 13-8, and he's really putting that pressure onto Chuen.
He is, yeah. No, for sure. Definitely making sure that Chuen has a slower start to the game this time.
Dire's courier has been
And S4 is actually doing, even though he had to run back to base, he's doing actually just as well as that Deuce is at the moment. And they even snipe a courier.
We'll see what sort of build Pyro 65 goes for this game. I imagine he won't do the early butterfly, will he?
No, I don't think
the butterfly,
so.
will be a lot later than what we saw last game.
I think this one's probably just more standard Manta, etc. and stuff like that, for playing versus Chains versus Global. But what if he does Manta Butterfly? I mean, better arguments this game because he's not playing versus a natural MKB buyer, but still, I just never like that item. In most games, it just feels like it's a trap. As mid lane, we're still seeing Mobe doing amazing. Chuen, it's going to start getting a little better for him now that he's got some points in Flame Guard.
Top lane with this hero matchup. S4 in this game too, able to do much more in the lane.
He is dropping a bit low, but yeah, he's going to be able to walk away.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Nature's Grass already been used, so no further slope.
Yep. They cut all the trees as well, so Jam can't actually play in the tree line there to get the slow onto the Doom first. His bottom.
Trying to go for Charlie, but no illusions are out. He's more than happy to trade back against these two. Outside of the Avalanche, the right clicks aren't going to phase him too much in this lane.
So the other thing for the Nature's Prophet mid that we saw, especially from Sumail, was he was all about controlling map. So that's the other thing I'm going to be looking at Mobe is controlling runes and blocking camps. So right now he has actually all his treants up top. He'll be able to get one of the denied runes, but doesn't have a treant for the bottom rune is what that means. So Chuen racing over there. Won't be able to get it anyway though. Mobe, nicely done. And yeah, so what I was mentioning is Sumail, when we saw him playing it so much, is actually bottom. It's a cube going down.
First blood for Hans Ken.
Sumail was the one who was doing like really pressuring early as the NP and then blocking camps, constantly taking runes, and that's maybe that's also something they're looking at is just restricting farm of the Naga Siren. But yeah, we'll see. I'm really just waiting to see what item he queues up. Right now he's got his treads. Really curious what it is going to be.
So far, top CS, we've got the 23 for 4 versus the 26 and 6 in between the two up top, S4 and Pyre 65. Now they can get a bit aggressive again. Scorched Earth's up.
Big snake.
But, taking quite a bit of damage themselves. S4 and Ponlo. But, they're fine. S4 with plenty of mangoes. Selves at the ready as well.
Got the nice ice armor too, so he can actually withstand these right clicks that come from Tree and Dusa. Soon, we're going to see this Wrath of Nature probably come on. And yeah, Mobe, he queues up the Orchid. All right. I was like, it has to be. Like, what else could be it? Like, I was going to say, if he goes up Gleitner or something, that's too slow. Because it's also an option to be able to catch and stuff like that and scale. But, okay. So this is their concept versus the Ember. Having this silence so that he can try to control map. Now he's got Wrath of Nature, so kill threat on these side lanes is there. But also, at the same time, Chuen, he can counter gank pretty effectively. Sure, he doesn't have chains or anything like that, but showing up to these lanes just with high sleight and the Orb of Corrosion can be enough damage if he finds a power rune. Top rune. Is it going to be there? It is.
I might get a kill out of this with the help of Ponlo. You get the telekinesis onto JM. And indeed, JM goes down. Not before Ponlo gets taken out there by the Nature's Wrath of Mobai.
But a big rune for Chuen. The regen. Sure, it's not that like big kill rune, but back up to full HP, sitting in the lane versus this Nature's Prophet. And even though NP, we talked about his last hits and everything, he's only just slightly ahead of the Ember Spirit for the moment.
Yeah, I think Chuen's going to be more than happy. Tough matchup, but he's made the most out of it. Still very much having the sort of start required to be able to pop off as the Ember this game.
Yeah. And I like the skill build, sure, he's gone for like the 2 Flame Guard, but he's going to have this like max sleight where he can just waltz into enemy jungle and perhaps just start to look to pressure even if the Dusa does walk away. Is mid tower going to be the first emphasis for him. Big creep wave coming in. They are already prepping stacks as Cube. In some trouble.
Looking to be in a lot of trouble here. As Alliance just continuing to get these early kills. Another one on this bottom lane. Charlie is going to be very happy with what Hanskin's able to do in terms of trading. And I think Alliance, it's 3-1. It's less than 1k gold difference, but their lineup's going to be feeling pretty good. And nothing's getting shut down in this laning stage for them.
No. And they are slowing down On Me decently. His 6 is still going to come out at a pretty good timing, but as you mentioned, this Broodmother, it's been an answer from a good amount of teams just to be able to shut down and stay near this Brood. Don't need to send your offlaner down there, which is usually the case. Let's use this rotation. Juen.
A good time to rotate as well around this level 5 before the 6 is there. But backup does come in, Cube's in with the combo. Ponlo getting burst low and will get taken down. With the first to fall, Chuen will still manage to clean up Cube. As he takes him out at the same time, jumping back towards the mid. But Mobile was able to deny the DD rune before they pick it up.
Yep.
With the 3 of them still up top, they might have a chance for S4 as well. They do. Mobile then jumps up towards the top after he sees Chuen return to the mid. Takes the kill onto S4, and now we'll be able to put a fair bit of pressure onto the tower. So good move here from the mid Prophet.
Yeah, nice play. I love that he does this. He does this deny rune thing, and he's looking to play fast pace as soon as the Ember does leave. And he hasn't shown what item build he's going for yet, right? Either. I mean, he's shown us, but he hasn't brought anything out to reveal it just yet. Now he will, so we'll at least give that idea. I think Alliance probably has that idea as well, that he's going to go this build, but now it's going to reveal it. And let's see if Chuen does actually itemize against it or anything like that or not. Because that's the next big thing too. Is he actually going to build anything, or is he just going to go for a standard Ember build? Looks more like the standard. Nice and even laning phase though. Brood is starting to get to do some Brood things, though. Charlie, not the healthiest on mana, does have mangoes, though. They've actually isolated the real Nagasar, and those illusions are going to get cleaned out. So, yeah, bottom tower definitely in jeopardy. Top, Chuen will find JM and is continuing for PO, perhaps.
No chains.
There's a Doom.
Oh, quite able to get in range in time. Still, it's time where Pyre 65's out of the lane. That does mean, the mid lane's kind of opened up for Mobile to put some pressure onto the tower. Tier 1 starting to fall really low in the mid.
Pressure on both fronts. Orchid in about 100 gold. So then he does have this constant kill threat onto the Ember Spirit if he does have a +1. Even the supports can die quite easily to this.
So keep an eye, mate. I'm going to look towards Charlie.
Charlie's turning.
He is. He's definitely going to be able to take out Cube. And may even be able to cause some issues here for the Spider. As already with some of the Riptides, dealing with some of the Broodlings. Owned Me won't be able to continue to push for the kill under the tower.
All right, that's a pretty big deal. Solo kill and almost takes out the Brood as well, and he's just going to get salved up so he can stay down here as well. And they're now putting emphasis onto mid tower themselves. This is pretty huge right now for Alliance. They're even chasing PO, Chuen trying to get the connection, but still doesn't have the chains. It's just slight spam.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So the Flame Guard up in a second, so could continue to try and push this. Stone Gaze will be there. Something turn away. I mean, he's out of mana, so they can look to jump back in after this. He'll turn with the Orchid to drop it down onto S4, but S4 still on the retreat, and we're back up from Ponlo. The S4's going to be fine. With a hold back Ivy, they won't be able to chase him out.
Great play from Chuen. That was very close to him getting, a Sprout into an Orchid onto him from Mobe, but immediately gets the jump away. Very aware of that move, very aware of that immunization. Mid tower, it's going to go down. Also bottom tower, so Ivy, even though they have to walk away from their jungle, they do find 2 big towers here.
Radiant's top tower has been denied. Radiant's bottom tower.
See what they want to do next with this Ivy.
Yeah, now it's where your Prophet, you've gotten these 2 tier 1s. Now where does he want to go? How do you want to take any of these battles or anything like that? Because your team fight, it's pretty lackluster on the side of Ivy. It's more about you splitting people up and picking them off with this Matrix Prophet, constant movements around. While for Alliance, I mean, they're definitely not in any rush this game, They've got this Doom with a Midas. They've got an Ember Spirit and a Naga Core. as they'll find the Brood.
Chuen's really doing a good solid job here already with 3-0-1. Big kill there against the Brood Mother.
And he does, since he saw that Orchid, he is going to build. So he's going Maelstrom, and then he's going to go back for the Yule. So Alliance, I think they're very happy with this type of game state right now.
Yeah.
They've pressured the Dusa. They have a tri-scaling core lineup versus like, I mean, it's a dual core, of course, on the side of Ivy with the Medusa and Nature's Prophet, but the way that Alliance scales looks really strong. So Ivy got to start getting some more pressure going their way somehow to be able to give space for this Dusa.
Eyes on Mobile to see where he heads next.
It's not an easy location of where to go. This is where, you know, it's Naga Siren time. Naga almost having Manta finished up. That's where he's just going to constantly be cutting these waves. And see Mobe, he is being annoying looking at these Treants. He is trying to do this type of stacking, but Ponlo will get one big one.
There's the smoke from Alliance. They want to try and make something happen around the global of Hansken.
Oh, Mobe shows himself.
Be a nice grab. And they go straight under the tower. TPs are coming in. They're on top of me. He's going to go for the TP out. And he's not going to make it. The damage is done. They'll take him down. It's a good route on the three of them. And it's enough to set up for the return kill onto Chuen. So Ivy, they'll find one in return. They'll actually get Ponlo as well. So a good response from Ivy around the mid. Alliance, they sort of, took the bait. You know, maybe Mobile would have told you that's the plan all along there, because they've ended up losing 3 heroes. Ivy actually able to set up a fantastic fight for Pyro 65 to get involved in a bit of a cleanup.
Great placement there. JM in the right place at the right time for this overgrowth. I honestly think that Ponlo kind of griefed Chuen a little bit with the toss on him. I think he was just trying to get that secondary slide out and then just isn't able to, because I think he was silenced, of course, for a moment because of the Orchid, but ends up maybe dying because he gets tossed and he's just like, oh god, my Kiro's like not in control of myself. Gets caught out under the overgrowth and gets completely controlled afterwards. Good comeback there from Ivy.
I mean, Chuen probably doesn't need to force anything until he has the Yules done now. Maybe focus on getting that next time finish before he goes for those sort of aggressive plays.
Yeah, I think they just thought, like, I'm pretty sure they were just like, Mobe's totally out of position here, but they just did not expect this tree to be there that fast. So just tried to get in it for a quick little snag of a kill and get out, but unable to. As still seeing Mobe try to block some hard camps and block Ancients with trees, but they will get cleared out.
I'm looking back into the jungle here, Charlie and
Ooh, that's a lot of Spideys.
If they want to go for either of these, they'll look towards Own Me. And with the follow-up route, fair bit of damage being done. TP comes in from Mobai, but Owned Me will fall.
Song.
Charlie. Song in place to make sure that Chuen's able to step safely back to the side.
They're bringing
jump
more.
back in on this one. We'll see if they want to continue this fight. They'll go for another chains connection onto Mobai. Mobai in a lot of trouble. They'll try and toss him back to safety, but they'll only be tossing his dead body. As Mobai still falls, Cube as well will die for his efforts. Alliance easily able to take the fight there within their own jungle. As it's those sort of moves that are definitely going to hurt for the mid-profit, right? You're trying to go for these active plays with this Orchid build, and you're getting answered by Alliance.
Yeah, I mean, that was a perfect song. Great TP coming in from Ponlo, and now Ponlo, he has the much better steal this time around than a toss. He has the Avalanche. So always has that control. And you see the nature, it's very volatile the way this Nature's Prophet can be. It's like, sure, if he's able to distance himself with his Orchid and stuff like that, he has decent damage, but as soon as the Naga illusions even get on him, he just gets completely eviscerated. So now Alliance, perhaps even looking for PO here. S4 looking for a grab.
Right, they go. Globals pop, they're straight in onto the Medusa. And I believe the Mana Shield wasn't even on in that situation. So no chance of surviving through that sort of damage. Alliance really getting the ball rolling now. 12-6, 3K lead. Charlie getting the full free farm. Whilst, meanwhile, Pyro 65 struggling to find a safe area of the map with the way that Alliance can freely just charge in and make these aggressive plays each time under the global silence.
Just feels that much easier for them. Is Charlie, he's got Manta. He can just quickly disengage from this Skink. Uh-oh, definitely looking problematic. You know, this Orchid, he went for it on the NP. We kind of anticipated that would be the build he's going for, but they've already got answers. You know, the Naga Siren naturally builds that answer with the Manta, and Chuen, as we talked about, he pretty much has that. Yule's finished up as well, so definitely some difficulties for the side of Ivy in the next few moments, really, as Doom hasn't even been used. S4 is just chilling top net worth as Midas and Greaves.
Saw how explosive S4 was in the last game when he turned up and was ready to make the moves. He's tied. Definitely can expect a similar sort of explosion from him this time on the Doom after, again, a slow start. But
If
the money's there.
If Ivy doesn't start getting some big connections, they just got Blink on Tiny, they're going to be in so much trouble right now.
I mean, the Deuce is pretty far up. Does have the backup of Cube.
Okay.
Able to toss Pyro 65 back.
That is the Blink reveal from Cube.
Well, still pretty happy to fight around here. Doom's at the ready. Global's back up in 20 seconds. Not too many things that they're scared of Ivy throwing at them at this point.
No, and they just send the Ember bottom to deal with that push that's coming out from NP and Brood, and he has a Remnant up toward the mid lane. S4 getting gone on, has Greaves.
There goes the Spiders, and now the main one in trouble as well. Chuen just jumped straight over towards Own Me. We get caught by the silence, but it doesn't matter. The Flame Guard's already up. He's burning through the Spider here with the help of a hand scan, and now they're ready to go for more. Global's going to be coming out here to set up for the dive forward as they find Cube. They'll turn towards JM. Double kill for Chuen. Alliance, no messing around in this game too. Well and truly in the lead. And as I say, with the doubts we sort of had with Ivy's draft, it's hard to sort of see Ivy being able to turn this one around. This is quite a ferocious start to the game from Alliance.
All three cores just have an answer versus this Orchid. There's no real pressure that's coming out from Mobe whatsoever right now. They have a Medusa who can't get involved early. Yeah, game is looking almost impossible, it feels like, for them to... The thing is, they maybe can win some type of fights or get some pickoffs, but the way that the scaling is not a naturally build up now from the point of Alliance, it's... They have to have some miracles really happen with some tossback plays, it feels, from Cube. And Naga Siren already now. Charlie, he's starting to fully control the map. He's starting to cut the creep waves with his illusions. He's already got Manta Orchid, so he's also a big problem in the team fights when he gets on top of anybody.
See him find himself in some action here again.
Charlie.
He's going to be able to get the song off. TP is at the ready if he wants to go for the TP out. He's actually considering just staying around. I mean, the rest of his cores are very strong and ready to fight here. Truent and S4. Look at the lead in on the Medusa and the Spider as Own Me attempts to stand his ground here with the lifesteal. S4 getting blocked off on the escape here by Mobi, but the stun's back up from S4. S4's going to be fine. Turns, slams down onto the Prophet. Medusa dead as well. 4 heroes dead on Ivy as Alliance lose nobody. And that sort of fight really just sort of it tells the story of the game here. 20 minutes in, having that many heroes die like that, it feels like Ivy's running out of options.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the Naga Siren stays in the area, they will find a pick off there onto Pano at the least. But yeah, the fact that he even sticks around, right? He songs and sits with what, 10%, 20% HP because he's got
some confidence.
The Doom Greaves, yeah, incredible confidence. The Stone Gaze even comes off, but either way, they can just fight right through it. Chuen shreds them in the back. This Ember pick, 7-1-7, 14 of 19 kills.
Yeah, this is
seems to have been the perfect one.
This is a very smooth game from Alliance. Everything looking solid for them across the board. We'll see again. As I say, normally when a Naga Siren survives as low as this, you expect the Song TP to be coming out, but because of the lead that Alliance is at and how strong the team is at this stage of the game, Charlie doesn't need to go anywhere. He can stick around and hover about for some XP and a bit bonus action. Get some illusions in.
Yep, S4 very patient too, right? Waits for the Doom for a long time. Deuce's already probably going to die, so he just throws it onto this Nature's Prophet who just turned up with a fresh BKB and dies right afterwards too, as the Alliance really riding their momentum. Now Mobe forced to pop another defensive BKB and has to just TP out.
Sitting around the mid. I have found Handscan. Spiders will finish him off. But it just sets up for Charlie to find one. stop this TP? No, nothing to put a stop to Jam's escape.
Uh-oh.
Pyre
Heal, though.
65.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's looking like he's run out of ways to get out of this one. They've got the Yule set up, as this will be, once again, a very dead Medusa. And unfortunately for Ivy, their hopes of sort of holding on may be dying as well. 21-8 already at 22 minutes in. Alliance at an 11k advantage. And yeah, if they were able to sort of turn around game one, you know, when they've already been given this much of a lead here in game two, it's very difficult to sort of imagine any way that they could drop this game right now, as they will just continue the aggression straight beyond the tier 2 over towards Zone B. As Tube will do his best to try and help out the Spider, but the Avalanche won't be enough to stop Alliance, as they'll take down another. Pushing in on the tier 2 tower, everything is just falling apart here from Ivy, as they are just getting completely dominated by Alliance in this game too.
And it feels like, honestly, they have like very limited, if any, moves on the map whatsoever. Pawn, though, trapped between some trees, but Mobe's too scared to even commit onto this Rubik at this point. And I mean, Charlie's unkillable. Nice deny for Vincento, but this Naga Siren has a heart now after Manta and Orchid. It's only 23 minutes in. I think for Ivy, they wanted to have a lot more happen out of Mobe, right? Just he needed to have like this incredible momentum on the game to make this type of space, to shut down the Ember, to shut down things, but it just wasn't the case.
Dire's courier.
Even though he did get a pretty good Orchid timing, Chuen's been the one just dictating everything. That's 4. Pump faking the Doom.
And now here comes the song.
Uh-oh.
Very nicely done there by Charlie. They back off away from the Stone Gaze, and then they just head straight back in with the song. Pyre 65 tries to step forward to get involved in the action, but Adoom's just going to get slammed down onto him immediately. They might call this one soon, folks.
I think so.
This one is looking to be pretty over. Diving up to the tier 3s. Alliance are going to be feeling fantastic off the back of this game. They needed the wins today, and you can see it here with their play in game 2. This is pretty flawless stuff here from Alliance. Not skipping a beat at all against Ivy in this game too. Ivy's just not getting the chance to do anything.
No, I mean, Charlie's having a hell of a series himself, right? Last game he ends, what, I don't remember the exact kill score, but he popped off on his Ursa, nearly getting 2 rampages. This game, 8-0-12. Him and Chuen. This time, him and Chuen have definitely been the heavy lifters of just making everything happen, especially that Ember Spirit. S4 in the last game with his Ravages, but yeah, this time it's the other 2 cores being able to just close the map off, play perfectly around the rotations, not let this Nature's Prophet really get any type of momentum going. And now, speaking of this Nature's Prophet, Mobe. Oh, man. Doesn't BKB.
They've got him. Now BKB now. He has got TP again in a second.
Oh. Okay, he lives.
Yeah, we'll have enough left on that BKB duration to get out of that.
Oy. And yeah, I mean, they're just way too far behind now at this point to ever have any hopes or dreams of being able to touch Charlie.
Yeah, well, double the net worth here from Charlie.
Literally double.
Carry comparison. He's picking up a full Skadi.
Good lord. Level 17 too, by the way. Still very high level on this Naga, being involved with his actual hero. And yeah, 3 items ahead of the Medusa.
This is some top tier stuff.
Much cleaner this time too. Alliance, their lanes, everything looks much better. It's Charlie, just running into 3 heroes by himself, no fear.
He knows they can't touch him.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Mobe, it feels like he's been also farming, as we call it, in the place that the enemy never expects you, the scariest place in a way. Just because they can't play in the safe positions as Dusa. Farewell.
They didn't call it before, but they might call it now. It's just going to depend on how much of this pain they want to continue to endure.
They see Mobe. He's got no BKB for 5 seconds. Podlo setting up.
There's no way out of this one.
Nope. Yeah, this Ember pick did good in the lane. Only slightly, very, very slightly behind the Nature's Prophet. Clean rotations, clean itemization as Charlie, he wants them to get out of this game.
Yeah.
He's just hitting tier 4s.
Suck Ivy will try and piece together one final fight. And we'll have everybody back up in 30 seconds, but not before their base is going to have taken significant damage. They've got the fortification. Chuen cleans up another down bottom, finds JM as he starts to bring the bottom wave around.
It's under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I'll see if Ivy are able to give it one last attempt. The tier 4s have gone. Ancients exposed. The stone gaze, but as we've seen before, Alliance pretty good with dealing with that. Charlie going to take a bit of damage here from Poyo 65, but not enough to threaten him at all, really, as he's now ready to fight here with the rest of them. Ownedme's taken out. The buybacks are coming out here from Ivy, but there's nothing they can do to stop Alliance, as Alliance will more than happily pad up the KDAs here, get a few more kills on the way out. Song set up from Charlie as they'll move up towards the fountain and make sure that Ivy may not even be able to walk back towards the safety of it. GG, it's finally called here. 36 to 8, 27 minutes in. Alliance.
Clean.
This is the sort of play they need to be consistent with, especially going into a situation now where I believe there's a chance of tiebreakers, depending on the other results, indeed to get that top spot. But they needed the win today regardless. If they were to drop this series, they may not have had that chance at all to get through to Division 1. So, yeah, you felt it in the play. The Game 1 turnaround, fantastic in a difficult game, considering the draft. And then this Game 2 fog, the draft seemed solid, and the play was even more solid, right? The combination, there was just nothing Ivy could do in this game after the draft.
It quickly, like, I think there was only like one little fight, right, when Ivy gets that like root in the mid lane to help get some like kills and everything like that. But it didn't seem like Alliance was very fussed even from that. Lanes went well. Charlie was still free farming as, yeah, they just ride their momentum. This Ember Spirit pick seemed absolutely perfect. Chuen popping off this game just like he kind of did in that last game after that laning phase. Really well played from Alliance.
Absolutely. Absolutely well played indeed. The series, it's all theirs. They'll be taking this one 2-0. We'll be bringing in T-Panner and Kezu to hear what you guys have to say about this victory from Alliance as well. Looking very good.
Well, I mean, what is there to say? Alliance domination. It happens again. This is the 5th series that they win in a streak right now. And like Fog brought it up, the momentum from the previous series that they have from Waterrune Enjoyers, it continues to this day as well. Means that Ivy is going to be staying in the division, but talking about Alliance. Charlie with the Flawless Naga. We got to see the Ember Spirit coming out from Chuen, and we're kind of hyping it up as well. This guy is insane on the hero, and he had so much impact. How did they not get this Nature's Prophet to really amp up and buff up this Ivy team?
Honestly, I mean, we touched on it in the draft. I feel like he had to do a lot. Perhaps his team and himself, like they're asking, too many things of him. I feel like he has to do too much. He needs to like win his lane, then rotate bottom or top, which he did, then get an Orchid, get more kills. And if like one or two of these moves don't hit, then I feel like this game will very naturally take this course.
Yeah, the Broodmother was also 6-2 up until this point where Ownedme wasn't able to get a W on the board for this Broodmother Fogged. Once we see this Broodmother come out, you're already feeling like, all right, they have a very strong hero pick in the current meta. But after taking towers, this Broodmother just didn't seem to do much with the cores at hand. Medusa's not ready to fight, needs a lot more time. Nature's Prophet already said that has to do way too much in this game. It must feel very awkward as a Broodmother player when you fall into this void.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're starting to see, you know, I mentioned like the Tundra answer kind of in a way, right? That's where this Naga Siren really comes into play, where I think that moment when we saw bottom, when they try to go for this kill onto the Naga, that's where I'm like, oh god, this is really going to be such a big problem. Because that's the moment where you want to kill this, whatever safe laner, X hero it is, you take the tower and you ride this momentum, you get early Greaves and stuff like that. But it wasn't the case. The Naga stood her ground. Ownedme actually took a lot longer to take the tower than usual. And I think maybe some teams are starting to find more and more answers for this hero.
Yeah, and also draft-wise as well. We saw the MVP being given to S4 in the previous game, but now, ODPixel, would you choose Chuen? Would you choose S4? It's a tough choice. I think both played well this game.
They did. I'd also say, you know, Charlie could definitely make an argument for himself. I think
True.
Very flawless carry performance this game, 8-0-20. But I probably would go with Chuen. You know, he was flashy, Ember Spirit, fantastic. As you said, it was something to look forward to when we knew he was going to get to play at this game. He, you know, was in a lane where indeed the Prophet had a bit of an advantage in the sense that could have made his life hard, but he kept his cool and it paid off. 14-1 and 15 by the end of the game. Chuen doing absolutely everything, beyond everything really, to make sure that there never really was a chance for Ivy. He just completely ruled the map. Of course, thanks to sort of the team around him. You know, this game was very much a team domination, but Chuen was definitely at the front of that domination.
Yeah, I really, just to add real quick, I really like, there's a lot of small things that players do sometimes, and I think Chuen does this very well. Like when he rotates top at like minute 7, 8, it's not necessarily to kill the Medusa, but he has such an easy time to like kick him out because it's a tree and Medusa. They're just gonna watch him, slide them to death. So he kicks him out, forces him into the jungle, and then 1 minute later, when he knows Medusa's in the jungle, he goes there again. He pokes him, like he's continuously like poking it open, making it easy. In the meantime, Charlie is sitting bottom, he's chilling on his Naga, and from then on, the game's already hard.
Yeah, for me, that's why it was like the perfect pick, and for me, I mean, the perfect MVP kind of thing. Because he's able to just take advantage of all the holes in the lineup, where lack of lockdown, lanes ends up not being this kind of like super one-sided affair, and then he's just slight spamming. And what are you gonna do? You don't have these like little easy things to try to just commit onto him to kill him. Your only real way to kill him is if you full combo him with an overgrowth with your tiny combo plus overwhelming damage. So I think he played it perfectly.
Yeah, one of those games where you can just chill at the back with a silencer, you know, I've got my front line, everything's working nice, and just press R and just lay back and so. But hey, let's hear from a person who I'm actually very happy to get on this interview. We've had S4, we got Leon Arthur. Man, it is good to see you here as well with that victory coming out. And I just wanted to say one good thing from you guys. You've been living off of the momentum from your 5-series streak, and now you stretched yourself into a 3-variation situation where it's kind of out of your hands, but you've already done as much work as you can. What's the mood of the team, and how has it changed from the start of this DPC tour to the point you're at now?
Hello guys, thanks for having me. That's a good question. I think that it's definitely been a very crazy stretch so far. We didn't expect ourselves to go down 0-2 to start with the season, but I think the one good thing that is good about our wipe is that we are never really worried about what's going to happen next. We are always taking one game at a time, so that's what we have been focusing on. And I think one thing that helped us a lot is that we are always focusing on what to bring to the next day after a series of games. And then that's always been our focus. We are always reflecting and concluding on what happened itself on that day and then bring it towards the next day. So I think a process like that we have been focusing on helped us a lot. So we are not so worried about what is happening with the others, what is happening with our last series or our next series. So I do think that this mindset has been helping us a lot so far.
I can see you guys really pushed the limits today as well with that 2-0 series. Kezu, what do you have in mind?
Hey, sir. Congrats to you and your boys for the win. You guys are looking better and better. What are you most proud of the boys when you consider from the first series to now? I think there's been a lot of improvement from gameplay, individual play, team play, and also draft. But what is the key thing that you're really proud of that they were able to improve on?
That's a really nice question. Thanks. I feel like I could write an essay about this, but the best thing that I'm most proud of is I feel like we are able to learn very quickly, and we have no ego. We are always, after the day, we are always having a debrief to talk about what happened on the day itself, what are the things that we want to keep on doing, what are the things that we want to improve. And this is something that has been helping us a lot throughout the entire journey. And I feel like another thing is when we are having some tough losses, we are always able to look at it emotionlessly and then take away what we need to learn from there. Like I remember one game, we were in another tournament, the Baboon Invitational, we lost to Entity, we got smashed really hard. And then after the game, we just reflected on it, we talk about hero priorities and stuff, we take away what we learned from that, and then I feel like the other day we wake up, we transform into another team, and we just kept doing that every single series, and I feel like that's been helping us a lot.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to hear that because I think it also shows in the gameplay of your boys. So yeah, thanks.
We also have the casters in this series. Odie, you want to start?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Hey, Alpha. Good to talk to you. It's been a while there.
Hello.
A couple of years ago, you were casting, or at least on the panel with me in one of the shows online that we did. But Arthur, I just wanted to say, for you, sort of as a coach, you know, how has it been hard or difficult, sort of, you know, obviously taking sort of the trio of like Charlie, S4, and Hansken, and then merging them and sort of finding the correct sort of play style with Chuen and Ponlo coming in and now playing with these, three players that are very familiar with one another. Is that much of a challenge, and sort of how have you overcome that? Because obviously at this point it's looking fantastic. You've really managed to make it work fantastically as this new Alliance squad.
I think it hasn't been too big of a challenge before. So far, because I think the trial from the Swedes, they are really nice people, and it's really easy to work with them. And then the two boys that we bring in, Ponlo and Chuan, before we brought them in, we already knew that they are very eager to learn, and they are very easy players to work with as well. So it feels like it's just 2+3. They are very personality-wise complement each other very well, and then they're also willing to put in the work to understand each other, to work with each other, to understand the differences from Southeast Asia playstyle and EU playstyle. So I feel like the personality-wise, people really gel very good together. And this is something that Loda and I envisioned when we built this squad together after TI. And I'm just glad that our vision is able to come true.
No, absolutely. As you guys are looking really good in the recent series, and very much looking forward to see you guys continue to play. So good luck with your future games.
Hey, Leon. Congrats. Been a treat to watch you guys improving over these last few days and everything, playing tons of games especially. I love watching it. You kind of talked a little bit about how you guys like to do with your own style and everything like that, how you're learning with all this, because we've had this patch now for a long time. Is there anyone that you guys really look at, any other teams or anything that you look at with drafts and with play style, or do you guys like to only really stick to with your own ideas or anything like that in particular?
I think it's a mixture of both from us. I would say that Gustav and Simon Hansken, they bring a lot of good ideas into the team, and then we are also very eager to learn. I think we mostly look into Europe and China for ideas, and we always look into how they pair their heroes, how they abuse certain items, which at this point is pretty obvious that it's the Grief meta. So I think we are able to mix and match together things, and we have got Gustav is one of the smartest Dota mind that I've worked with before. So with him leading the charge, I feel like we are always able to find answers, which is something that is very lacking personally, I think, in our last season. So having Gustav right now, I feel like brings a lot of security, I feel, and that's a very good feeling for the boys as well, because we have a very new player like Ponlo. I feel like the two of them are like a father and son right now. I feel like the relationship has been helpful. It's been very knowledge sharing is very important in the team, and I do think we have that.
Cool, and then I just have one kind of unrelated, a bit of a question, but just looking forward to at least watching the major that's coming up. Is there any team that you have that's kind of just looking that they'll probably just end up winning that one in particular? Just to hear your thoughts about it.
I think it's so hard, man. I feel like the meta has been so well read right now for everybody. It's definitely going to be a snatch of the Lina and Brood, I feel. I would say that EU teams will probably have a very good chance doing well this major. I'm also looking at my Southeast Asia boys. I think Geek Slate looking pretty fun to watch. So I'm really looking forward to see how the Southeast Asian teams are going to perform.
Cool, thank you.
All right, one final question before we let you go, Leon Arthur. As we know, there's a potential tiebreaker about to happen. We have three variations. There's one where you directly secure Division 1 if Hustlers and Monaspa lose their series. If they respectively win, we either get a two-way or a three-way. If it does happen, I'm going to paint this picture a little bit here. So would you prefer a two-way best of three, or a three-way best of one, where you obviously have to do more prep for the teams, but do you think you thrive better in a best of one situation compared to a best of three?
In the beginning of the season, I would say the best of three definitely suits us more, but right now I'm super confident. I think our boy Charlie has been saying ever since our series against Monaspa that he wants a tiebreaker, he wants a rematch against Monaspa. So I hope that happens, and I think that's going to be very spicy. And yeah, I think the all-chat game is going to be fun.
Nice. Well, that will be decided later on today, but you took the victory 2-0. Take a bit of rest, maybe watch the games that are happening later on today to decide what is your fate going to be in the end. Thank you so much for taking the time for the interview, and good luck. Hopefully we get to see more Alliance in the near future.
Thank you, guys.
See ya.
And there we heard it from Leon Arthur, the coach, from the side of Alliance, a 2-0 win, putting them in a 5-2 situation. So Ordu Thunders, at the moment, is the team that can go directly to Division 1 unless something happens in the final day of the groups. But looking at from the perspective of Alliance, they're either straight through, they have a two-way, or a three-way tiebreaker. What about you guys? We've already seen Division 1 tiebreakers happen. OD, Fog, Tez, you all guys have recent experience from these tiebreakers happening. What is the optimal situation for you guys?
The infinite. Let's go. Let's bring it back, baby.
Run it back forever.
Only one that we're looking for right now. We have two series today that are going to be both exactly the ones deciding what is the fate going to be for these promotion teams. Hustlers versus Waterrune Enjoyers coming up next after the break. And of course, Manaspa Bold to end up the day. But gents, we're going to be heading over to a bit of a, well, not a super long break because it was a 2-0. We have about 30, 40-ish minutes until we start off the next series. Just want to thank Odie Pixel, Fog, and Kezu, all of you guys for tuning in for this one. And of course, all of you people watching wherever you are right now, there's a lot of important Dota to happen after this series, so stay tuned for more. Don't leave the channel. Just go and get yourself some refreshments and get yourself ready for a full-on banger bonus Sunday. We'll see you in a bit.
Profit there.
I need. Yeah, go. Go. We can throw.
I need +1, no BKB, profit.
No, we throw.
I go you. I got that.
Get the grip.
I got it.
You go first,
Okay, yeah.
Bit of a waste of time. Hitting this.
Sending a message.
We are still hungry, brother man. We are C players. I get him soon, Fura.
Hopefully you got yourselves prepared because we return once again with the PGL West European Division 2 and the second final day here on the Sunday. We're going to be deciding not just one, not just two, but 3 possible outcomes coming out from this division. We already see Ivy locking in Division 2 for the next tour, but Alliance might just be heading over to Division 1. However, their fates are out of their hands and setting up to this next series, as we're also joined in by a bunch of very, very handsome gentlemen. We got Kezu, of course, but hey, it's Lyrical, and TNT is back. We got T-Gov. What's up, Governor?
God. Hello. It hits every time. Hello, mate. How you doing? How you doing, lads? It's a nice afternoon. Got some nice European Dota. No complaints. Yeah, I'm pretty merry.
And also Lyrical joining in for the panel as well. You've been casting quite a lot of West European Dota here. And Division 2, up till this point, have we still seen the best? Is there still something in stock for us?
I mean, I think these are the types of games that are always a little bit more wacky. Like, it's not quite as clean as you see in Div 1. Things get wild in the late game. Also, I'm the coffee governor today. Get to sip on my, my wake-up juice, which you
I
always
have
love
coffee
to have.
as well. Sorry to you.
Oh, it's fine. Wait, let me try and hide the branding on this mug. There you go. Wait. Brand hidden.
Nailed it.
Yeah. I'm with you. Don't worry, guys.
That's the way to do it. And as we are hydrated, I hope you guys watching there as well are, because we've already seen 1-2-0 happen. Alliance on against Ivy, but now it's time to look forward to the next series. It's the Dota 2 Hustlers versus the Waterrune Enjoyers. And I really had to put emphasis on that because I've had trouble with this specific team name. And as you can see, Hustlers might be having a bit of an advantage. Could you say fair amount of an advantage? But Waterrune Enjoyers, they could be the team to spoil the party, because Hustlers need a win to force themselves into a tie with Alliance, meaning we will definitely have at least a 2-way tie. But can Waterrune Enjoyers, with a win, force a relegation tie with Ancient Tribe? I think that is the hot question for the series.
They can. It's unlikely, but possible.
Ooh,
I still have faith in my boy Palantimos, you know, and Stoikov. I feel like these two, they're better than what they're currently showing. I just need them to have a draft that they can play. Get this team play going, boys. This is the match. Like, if they want to stay here, this is the one. You gotta do it. You gotta do it now. And they can. I think the chance is small, but I have a small ounce of faith in them.
All right. Does Lyrical share the same?
You know, I do, and one of the reasons is because D2 Hustlers most recently just came in off a loss, and one that was pretty disappointing. I think against Ordu Thunders, there was a chance for them to find a victory there, and maybe they're coming in, and you know, it always feels bad to come into this game right after a loss, even though they've been playing so well this entire year, this entire tour actually. But I think for Waterrune Enjoyers, like they're saying, there's a lot of power on this lineup. And I think for me, Palantimos has been who they have continuously like found their success through. I'm looking to see if Stoikov can have a good game this time.
All the possibilities definitely lie there, where his counterpart, Shad, he's been going for these more untraditional carry heroes, and actually has the most played hero is the Viper, with 2-1 currently sitting on that, but very flexible all around the board. Palantimos, he shares very different heroes to what Shad has been playing, so I'm kind of curious. Are we going to see a shift up in those safe lane duos, at least with the Treant Protector? Not so much. Rubik left in the pool. What do you guys think? Are we going to see a definite grab, or for some wild reason leave it open and just not pick it?
They can, for sure. I mean, the second pick, right? Like, they do Rubik +1. They've done SD +1 before, but of course they've already picked up their Rubik. So going down that route, I think they nice bans from Waterrunes, especially when teams are second pick. These, for some reason, Div 2. I say for some reason. They've clearly shown it's good, actually. So for a good reason, these, you know, less racks on second pick, even DPs, of course. It's just a very chill bans. But we might need to see them go for some new opening at least. They've done a lot of Beastmaster. Okay, whatever. They picked Beastmaster. I was like, are they going to go for something new or not? Ah, well. Back to the old stuff. What can you do?
Yeah, this Treant Protector picked up for the second time on the side of this Waterrune Enjoyers team. They had Lycan Morphling Techies Leshrak when they played it out and was against Ordu Thunders. No success then. As we see the Beastmaster come out, Waterrune Enjoyers, they definitely have had Blink's hero quite a lot in the first phase. They haven't really had too much success in the off lane, and at least you leave your lanes open. Like if you go for your safe lane carry now, you're already showing one lane, leaving the other completely open. Is that an approach Waterrune enjoyers want to take? That they just skip Blink's hero now, lock in the safe lane? Is that something you want to do against the Beastmaster in the first phase?
You can. I mean, the thing is, yeah, so when you do see beats like this early on, it's at least one of the heroes that can't really be flexed, right? You know, it's most likely going to be offline unless there's something wacky going on. So you can do it as long as you are comfortable with that the hero you pick, that the 3 bans for it are enough. And obviously you'll then have to cover it with the rest of your picks. Usually if you see beasts, you want heroes that can like be aggressive in lane, especially if you have a 3-5. Like anything from like I think CK is one that comes to mind. Now the Drow Ranger too. I think it's a solid closing pick here.
When we've seen them run the Drow in the past, they've picked it together with like an Earth Spirit or a Hoodwink, one of these like 4s that can kind of go in and either find people or set the tempo for the fight. I wouldn't mind seeing that out of them here. But at the same time, I think it's pretty scary running the Drow this early on. And so they have to ban the Prophet. They got to take a couple of those heroes that just get on top of you. For Hustlers, I think, though, that it was a pretty smart play of like taking this Rubik Beastmaster. We've seen the Enigma constantly come out first phase from Waterrune enjoyers. Now they've got 2 ways to break the black hole and make this into just an offlane hero. And I like that Waterrune enjoyers aren't trying to force the issue, instead doing that switch up.
Yeah, I think for like Waterrunes, I mean, even BNC, for example, they've kind of tried to find his identity throughout this DPC. Is he the first phase offlane player? Is he the last pick offlane player? And then when you disconnect from draft, his play as well also has been a little bit shaky. So I really feel for BNC. I'm hoping this is a series that he refines his confidence, because we had this interview where he kind of like opened up to us, and then the series after, it's kind of like a reflection of what he said in the interview about how he's like trying to do better but not really doing that well right now and stuff like that, like in game, of course. And I'm hoping that this is the series, or at least I get to see one game from him where he pops off, because his Enigma in the previous series, it was shaky. So I'm kind of happy that they're not just forcing him in the draft for no reason, and hopefully down the line we get to see some nice little B and C entry to the game.
Yeah, and also with Hustlers still flexing that 5 position, there still could be the potential threat of the Silencer that could be coming out. Hustlers, when they opened up with this double of the Rubik and the Beast, they went for Lesh and Io. Lesh is banned, but they went for Io and the Nakes, which was a pretty intriguing combination. They played against a Spectre, against Monaspa, and they won that game. So Io is potentially an option that Hustlers could look for here, but if they don't want to take it, what kind of a 5 do they really want? Do they want that Silencer preemptively into the Enigma that might come out, or is there another option that they're looking for? Clockwork also in the pool?
Yeah, for me, the 2 that stand out, at least potentially, would be either the Clock or some Phoenix. I think like either another guy that can go in and make it a bit easier, or I just like, so when I see a Drow lineup, what I want Waterrune enjoyers to do is to make sure that they're going to get a lot of, you need heroes in front of the Drow that either go in for you, or when the enemies wants to run in, which Beastmaster drafts naturally want to do, you need a guy that can kind of block that. So if you're D2 Hustlers, what I want them to do is you either you play a draft that can play the map openly, where you can like spread it more nicely, you have the summons, so Clockwork would go very well with that. He also helps you initiate, or the second round where you double down on some team fighting to help your team get in, and that would for me be the Phoenix.
It's interesting because I was thinking back to that IO again, and that draft was so much about just that like Lesh. They were even running like the open wounds together with it to try and make sure he stayed alive. And I think that getting that taken out in the first phase along with the Death Prophet really changes the dynamic. And I kind of like the idea, of picking this team fight heroes to get on top of the Drow. Is like Slurk a completely dead hero at all in some way? I know we've seen a couple of it. I feel like I always see it lose. But without like that AoE damage, is that decent to get on top of Drow?
Yeah, it's always decent. I think this hero is cushioned by the heroes he's playing with, and D2 Hustlers is drafting themselves into a pretty well-rounded body of heroes that don't even care what their carry pick will be, because they should be able to make all these plays by themselves. So having a carry that can just get on top is pretty much all you need. So yeah, unless Water Runes pick some like insane anti-Slark heroes right now, I can for sure see it being a viable option down the line.
In the second phase, they've usually targeted the Phoenix with 5 picks, 3 and 2. They've had the Coddle, which is banned out by the Hustlers. They've already picked up the Drought earlier on. Tusk and Ursa, with no silences on the board right now, but they've already brought up the Drow in this first phase. So there's no Bat either. Kind of narrows down the options. Okay, so they're gonna go for the techies route.
Let's go. This is what I want. This is all I care about. You know. I want some spice, I want some aggression, I want some fight from Water Rune.
Alright.
Nah, the thing
We
is,
don't
right?
care if it's good, bro.
No, yeah, exactly, Lyrical. We literally don't care, alright? Water Rune enjoyers, they're sitting 1 and 5 right now in the DPC. Their life's on the line. Let's just...
Dude, they're about to get eliminated.
Yeah, change it up. Give us that little, that paprika spice in the draft, you know? Don't give us that boring old samey-samies, you know? Now let's think about if it's good or not.
Jeez.
Ooh, okay, I just realized this is probably Pango. Okay, this is the important thing. Is it Pango mid or Pango off lane? Because BNC is a Pango specialist. Issue is Pango's such a bad off laner because he's weak. Is the techies pick going to be that bridge? Because the techies are very aggressive support, often helps enable lanes. Is techies the way in which you can allow Pango to be run off lane? I don't really know. I'm a bit skeptical, but again, I'm happy to see them doing new stuff. You know, let's wait until the game unfolds.
Oh, they do bring out the Sniper, and Water Rune enjoyers. The way that they get to this hero is the Pango, but nobody else can quite get there instantaneously. Do you like the Sniper pick, Kezu?
I like the Sniper. So a lot of the times when you have specific drafts, like Drow is basically, she wants to stand her ground, and the way you usually break drafts is you either do the same thing they do, but you do it better, or you break a Drow draft by being able to get on top of her. I think Sniper is very similar to Drow. I think we can all understand that because they play on high range. But he plays on higher range. He's backed up by a Beast. He's also pretty good against... Like, for now, no one basically reaches the Sniper. And he's backed up. He has people that go in. So I feel like the Sniper pick was one of the best picks I could have gone for.
Yeah, that's my big fear, and probably why Lyrical is gasping at Water Rune's picks, is the fact that you have one team that has enabled themselves to protect, be it the cogs, the raw, lift, or the shard from Rubik. Like, there's multiple ways where if they hold their ground in some area on division, it's so easy to protect each other. Whilst Water Runes, it's like you got an overgrowth. Pango's Rolling Thunder is already hard countered by multiple spells on D2 Hustlers.
Yeah.
And then Drow's by herself, and it's like there's a techies. So it's like they're all about lanes on Water Runes. Like techies in lane, it's important. Get to 15 minutes, play the map. Tree, it's about the lane. Drow, all about the lane. So I can see Water Runes all in it for it, but yeah, it's pressure.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, you look at the lineup, and it's like every one of their heroes is like, okay, I'm a better version of you. Tree, he's a better green man. Pango, you know, Beastmaster's like a cooler orange, like, you know, red boy. They're a better mechanical hero, and then just better Drow. Like, all of their, I mean, obviously they do crazy different stuff, but then they also just like shut them down. And as you guys said, the only real hero that gets on top of him is Pango, and he's running into a roar. He's running into cogs.
Yeah.
Like, this feels so bad.
Lyrical, quick question for clarification. Were you comparing them for aesthetics, or were you comparing them role for role?
Vibes.
It's everything.
I'm a vibes guy. Okay.
All right, so vibing. Okay, I thought you 4 for 4 on vibes to D2 Hustlers. Can the 5th pick on Water Runes give at least 1/5 of vibes that they need in this draft?
I need it. Holy moly.
Lacking mad vibes. Lyrical 2023.
I mean, what I need Water Runes to do is okay, this is
that
interesting.
what they need to do?
I mean, I wanted them to have a second hero that can go in. Because at this point, if you try to play this like slow range game, you're gonna lose it, right? You're playing it into Sniper, who's like the king of doing that. So you need like a second way to... Because if you also leave your Pango on an island where he has to go in alone, well, guess what, bro? This guy is getting roared and he's getting chipped down. So you need a second guy that can help a bit. Brew is an interesting pick. I don't think it's bad. It's not what I would have thought of, but I'm not fully sold on it. But it's interesting and I respect it.
Right now, what I'm thinking about Mirage, his hero picks, they're all banned, so he has to bring up a new one. I'm thinking Kunkka, Invoker, Axel here. What do you guys think?
Could it also be mid sniper, like against Pango? That's the only thing I'm wondering. Also,
let me see if he's played it before. He can, but
I don't know if that makes your
2019 is the
lineup
last
better
time
or
he did.
worse. Okay.
Batsman. I mean, Puck's still pretty darn good for the side of D2 Hustlers. They already have a lot of frontline through Beastmaster naturally being a hero that wants to run in, Clockwork initiating. So they just need a hero to poke and prod. And when Water Runes look to initiate, if the Pango and the Brew are jumping the backlines and you have a really annoying hero on top of them, like it causes that disconnect where they don't actually protect each other through aggression. So I kind of just want some really obnoxious Puck or Spirity-esque hero to break the entry to fights.
But if you go Puck, you need to build Yules this game, right? There's the overgrowth. If Techies lands the stun, the silence. Yeah, just be good.
Just be confident.
That sorts out a lot of problems.
Yeah, Puck players often are very. There you go. Like when you look at a Puck player in like these 9K whatever K pubs, you're always like, they need to buy this defensive item, and then they don't, and it's obnoxious, and you're like, aren't they going to get punted? Oh, they're not, because they're so damn good. So yeah, I respect the fact that he doesn't care about this and he still goes for it, but he for sure can itemize depending on how he feels in the game for sure.
All right, I'll leave the last word for Kezu here. Seeing these two drafts, just based on the drafts, if this was any team that is playing right now, this could be Division 3 team playing or a Division 1 team playing right now.
Yeah.
What are the odds in terms of 50-50?
80-20 for the sniper draft, I think. Yeah, the Puck pick, I think, is also very good. He's going to do well against Pango. It's like another answer to him. It's also pretty annoying for Brew because you have like some added silence. And there's a lot of vision. Sure, there's counterplay from Water Runes against the Puck, but he has Hawks, he has Clockwork Rockets, he has summons that are going to run in. So I think they're going to do pretty well. And I think Shad on this sniper, he's going to click some nerds down this game.
All right, that's a kind way to put it. Thank you, Kezu. And of course, this game wouldn't be a game without two gentle, handsome lads with all the knowledge that we need to know to take you on a journey. It's Lyrical and Tigo for this game. Have fun.
Well, T, we got described in very nice words there. I'm just going to say it. The vibes got even worse with that last round of picks. Holy moly, man. I'm feeling rough for the Water Rune enjoyers right now. How are you feeling about it?
I agree with you and with Kezu for sure. I think the fact that this Brew pick doesn't really inspire me too much. And it's not because of the Brew. I think Brew techies, formidable lane, super aggressive, just the Clockwork factor. When you're going up against this Clock 5 who naturally wants to body this aggression, and then behind that you have some like pesky sniper, I'm skeptical they'll ever get on top of him. So I don't know. The vibes aren't hitting right now, boss, but I need about half hour of vibe checks from Water Runes to really sway me for sure.
That's fair. So the reason I even say that is because like I was kind of joking about it earlier with like the different colors and things like that, but it actually kind of became true that, you know, if you compare Beast and Brew, they sort of want to do similar things, get level 6, kick out that carry, and Brew can do that, but Beastmaster takes the tower better. And then for Pango, it's like, okay, I want to get into the fight and disrupt it, and Puck just does that better too. It's like all of the things that Water Rune Enjoyers heroes want to do, D2 Hustlers heroes just do better. And well, they are going to run into each other over here. You can take a look at the esportsbet.io odds, still very much into the favor of the Hustlers as the tree gank is coming out, and maybe this is the way to do it. Just bring numbers, kill off Divine Llama. He gets the ignite burn. Mary, drop in. No, it's Divine Llama that goes down first.
A really cool play from Water Runes. That's a natural play that teams want to do against Tree, right? To buy the Quelling Blade, run up and start killing the trees. So it was overall really nice heads up 5-man smoke to defend your safe lane and enable your draft to enter the game. And yeah, we're mentioning how hero for hero it feels a lot better for D2 Hustlers, but they do, like, I think Pango, Techies, these heroes, like if you give them like one early item, 15 minutes, they can just break the game. But again, I'm skeptical. I'm still gonna sell it as an underdog story. If they are to win this game, I'll happily, you know, die on that pedestal. But we'll see.
Well, hopefully nobody dies in this game, but it is a possibility. Actually, that's definitely true. People are going to die in this one.
It's not C, mate. We're not going to wait 27 minutes for a first blood, all right? We got it at like sub 1 minute.
That's true. The thing that I would say, though, is that, yeah, I definitely agree with you about the techies being this hero that can break the game, that can cause a ton of issues, and it feels like he's the one on Yond that's going to need to get a lot done. Obviously, Stoikov needs to have a good game, but we got to see some fireworks from techies, which is a thing that hero excels at. And, you know, the other thing that's kind of going to be interesting is they have a nice little combo here with the Cinder Brew and the Sticky Bomb. Really annoying spam.
Yeah, no, this is why they probably paired up the Brew with this techies. Once you apply that Cinder, then you start throwing some spells on top, activating it. Like, it's a really cool lane. I just think they need to try and find a moment that they punish the Clock's poor positioning to then kill the Sniper. And I feel like if Sniper dies once in this lane, that's when it becomes just like, wait a second, Brew's now hit 6, Brew's killing Sniper again. Sniper can't go safe lane, and that's kind of the momentum Water Runes need to kind of lean on. So I'm really looking at this bot lane to find that one opportunity, but it's so hard to find, by the way. Like, this is, I'm talking about like a 1 in 10 play that they find just because of how good Shad is at positioning.
Yeah, and they're doing things too. Angel's coming on over to go and contest the camp, and as soon as he comes back to lane, immediately he's on top of Yond again, trying to harass back that techies. Everybody is somewhat low HP, but already taking a look at the mid, and look at that.
Bro, yeah, this is rough.
11-3 versus 5-0. Having a great start as Angel. He's fine.
I was staring at bot lane because I think this is quite a pivotal lane. I didn't expect this to be such a wash in mid lane, but yeah, this is just pure out CSing, manipulating the creeps and forcing Puck to miss a couple key CS. I say a couple, it's like 5 right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's quite good for him. And obviously had some damage down bottom. Yond keeps the pressure on, or rather Angel keeps the pressure on Yond. But they did manage to block out that camp again. So that's 2 rounds with no pull available. Kind of a nice little move there.
Yeah, and that's the perfect thing for D2 Hustlers. As soon as this lane gets pulled once by Water Runes, that chase down potential of Techies and Brew, that's where the kill threat comes into play. So Angel just really having a really solid entry to this laning phase, preventing the hard camps, trying to protect the small camp, tanking up the early spam, and yeah, Shad's he had a free time. No additional regens really been shipped out for him. Happily farming up so far, 10 for 7. Yeah, so far really good laning phase from D2 Hustlers in the safe lane.
Yeah. D2 Hustlers in the off lane right now are trying to pull some creep waves around. Alex is getting chased down by Mary. Does manage to connect this pull together. There is another wave meeting right above them. Palantimos farming that one freely at the moment. But yeah, need to keep an eye on this bottom one where some fireworks might be coming out. Level 2 is there for the techies. They need to play really safe down bottom.
This top lane is such a meme. It's like 2 separate lanes in the same lane at the same time. Like, you've got like 8 creeps battling out, 2 heroes fighting in different areas. I can't wait for the patch where lane manipulation is going to get absolutely put in the bin.
It's never happening.
Yeah, that's true. I'm really coping right now.
Oh, he's in trouble, and yeah, going to die. So they managed to find the kill down bottom, and in spite of all the harassment that Angel's been taking, it's been to the tune as Devi Lama takes some damage up top, and he actually might go down here. No, it doesn't look like they want to chase for it. But in spite of the fact that they've been able to harass Angel down bottom, still a great start for the Sniper. 15 and 8 on him.
Yeah.
And they're going to jump onto Shad now, actually. Down bottom, managed to get a big clap afterwards, and Shad in trouble.
Cogs.
One more hit, but the Cogs, they move in and save the life of the Sniper. Oh, man. Angel, is he going to go down now? They did get the Cinder Brew on him, but no Cinder Brew now for Shad. Angel will die, and Shad dropping down somewhat low. They have another Sticky Bomb in a couple of seconds. Turn, throws it out, a couple more punches, doesn't connect. Ooh.
But that's the aggression that this offlane can provide. And like that one opportunity, clock off to the side, regenerating for a second, instantly on the Sniper. You know, Shad, he has to be careful. Even though they get the cheap kills in the lane, there's always going to be a kill threat if he is alone. But no, this safe lane, is the reason why they do feel so strong is because they have the double stick from Hustlers. Shad, or Angel at least. There's so much spam, right? It's Cinder Brew, it's Clap. Everyone's just spamming spells from Water Runes in this lane. So one value stick, plus some cheap regen, it's really allowing Angel to continue to muscle up. And the one time he doesn't have it, that's when they nearly call off the Sniper.
Right. Yeah, it's been a nice way to keep them alive in a lane that otherwise would be really difficult to deal with. They will drop down that ward over on that side too, as they get one in a pretty good position in the lane. They're trying to spam from Fogs, that way they don't connect onto him and get stick charges. But again, Cogs, they come out. Yond trying to keep his buddy alive. Shad walks back into the Sticky Bomb, and it's enough harassment with level 3 on techies that they force back the Sniper.
And you see the Brewmaster with Tranquils, like he really just wants to stay in this lane as long as possible, eke out as much XP, and when he hits 6, bam, see a sniper, leave this lane. Pango will probably TP in as well, and that's kind of the big moment for Water Runes to try and enter this game. And yeah, so far CS-wise, Drow, Pango, everyone's having a great time. Drow's doubling Sniper's CS right now just because of how much pressure BNC and Yond are applying in this offlane. Yeah, Palantimos, like, he's just been chilling by his tier 1 tower top. Like, we briefly looked here, like 2 minutes ago. He hasn't had to really leave this area of the lane. It's just been static laning from Water Runes in this top lane.
But with the 6-minute rune, they are going to try and make a move, and this is a bold play. Level 6 ready on that puck. Wants to find Palantimos. If they just get Mary, that's not good enough. So they find the Drow, turns out around with the Gust, and well, they might not get anybody, in fact. The multi-shot out, but Palantimos, he's fine. 17 stick charges.
Yeah, really nice from Palantimos, just reading them out quite nicely, positioning himself to the top side of the lane, and of course having Gust by level 5 allows him to just, you know, quell any of the threats.
I mean, that's an unfortunate use of a haster in there. Does not manage to find anything. And on the other side, Stoikov, he's going to move down bottom. And this is a much bigger kill if they can get this one. Moves on in, finds the finish onto Angel. Shad playing down bottom, though. And they won't get him.
No, I love that move from Stoikov. It's get the free kill, but then don't waste 20-30 seconds of your time looking for that sniper, trying to force yourself. Just walk back to mid lane. You're doing really well in the CS versus puck. Just keep making your play, because now in the back of your mind it's like, puck failed a rotation, I succeeded. Get back to mid, keep looking. And as soon as I think Brew hit 6 that I mentioned earlier, that's when maybe he uses a TP to enter the lane. If sniper steps up too far, some tornado into roll, that's a dead carry. So I love the fact that Water Runes, I feel like they're entering this game just with like calmness. I think in previous games they've just been super agitated to do things, and this is a refreshing take on their play so far.
They move in and they find him. Don't even need that level 6. Just get the kill with the roll, ensuring that they get it here, and maybe going to turn back onto Shad or to Angel as well. Stoikov right on top of him. They find this clockwork, a good bounce, and then the swash gets the finish. So 3 kills in 2 minutes for this Pango.
Yeah, Pango's just popping off, and that sentry who just walked past, that's his own sentry that he placed to check down for this natural radiant ward to scout out the mid rotation. So yeah, Stoikov dewarding his own area of the map to secure his rotations, killing the clock, killing the sniper, then back for the clock again. Yeah, I think this is an incredible start from Water Rune Enjoyers. Like, I don't think I've seen them top 3 net worth in a game for best part of this DPC. So yeah, this is probably the best start they could have ever asked for, honestly. And I think the context is like they have to win this series to force out at least 2-5 tiebreakers to survive the division.
We'll see if they can actually make that happen. There is this other rotation. Stoikov is right there, though. Has the shield crash. Drow in trouble. Pops the stick. The Gust is out. And now tries to go for Mirage. They will find him. That long duration silence. A couple more punches. Stoikov there. Mirage gets the jaunt. No, he didn't. He just punched him.
I mean, he was pretty dead, to be fair, but it's always nice when the tree gets the kill. Man, Stoikov's just doing everything right now. All these plays bottom is just through natural movement, and then as soon as puck TPs, he mirrors that TP, which allows him to also enter the fight. And Drow holding this 20 all the small things Water Rune's doing right now, and it's all because just Stoikov's just playing this map perfectly to make sure he is applying maximum pressure.
Wow. A really impressive move. They will find up top there that rune is, I think, keeping the pressure on. There was a ward that was just placed down that gets taken away that scouted that rotation. It was basically underneath the tower. But regardless, a 3,000 gold lead at 10 minutes. This is what you were hoping for Water Rune Enjoyers. What do they need to do to try and secure it? What do the next couple of minutes look like for them?
Well, let's utilize the early levels that they got on their supports. You know, Techies is already level 6 as the 10-minute mark hits. No totems available yet, or they're shipping out. So just keep finding these kills, and they're already doing it to Angel bot. Farewell, Angel. And this is what I want to see from them. Just Techies sync up with Brew with 6. Techies sync up with, you know, the Pangolier. Sure, Mary dies top. That's an inevitable. Beastmaster, insanely good at outing these position 5s from defending these towers for a long time. Even Tree, you throw a Hawk, you see him. So, but I just want to see kills from Waterroos. Just make this map feel like a bloodbath right now.
They will cancel the TP top from the Brew, but keep Stoikov up here. Obviously want to keep those towers alive with Tree in the game, and you can see that instead Water Ninja is saying we're going to pressure bottom lane, kill anybody that shows up, but now they don't have a TP available for the Brew. Don't know if Hustlers know that or not.
Yeah.
And... well, they do he'll still have this Dark Troll Summoner too, so the tower push is going to be kind of intense.
Yeah, well, the Brew doesn't have a TP in his inventory right now, so they are well aware he cannot get it to the top lane.
Yeah.
And they are frantically scouting out.
They get the lift, wants to pull him back in. Stoikov, he has Swashbuckle now, but leashed up. Overgrowth to try and keep him alive. It's not going to happen. Oh, man. A little unfortunate there. TPing up without any help to come in, and they will lose that tower. They're going to lose the Pango. That's the move the Hustlers needed.
And not only that, Alex also still Overgrowth in that engagement as well. So this Rubik is packing a big ultimate now at the 11-minute mark. This could just be a swift movement to mid. Bring 5 heroes, take down this mid tier 1, and slowly try and claw back some map pressure.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, you think about the power of this Brew split and what it means in these team fights, and likewise what it means if you don't have it. And he does get that TP delivered now, used it to try and get in there and help out top on the other side. They get the silence onto the puck and actually going to find him. So Mirage in no man's land gets taken down for the regen rune. And so they can't make that move to take the mid-tier 1.
Yeah, I think, Hustlers positioning-wise, they didn't really look like they wanted to make a quick move after that. And I guess they were respecting the roll plus the split, but yeah, as soon as the water runes reset, they're just getting kills after kills. This is, yeah, I think this is, if anything, this is now the fragile part of the game for water runes, where they can throw it if they continue to make these, like, TP but cancel plays, don't fight as, 3 or 4 heroes, because they are so strong that as soon as they waste 1 hero in an engagement, D2 Hustlers, they naturally will sync up as 4 or 5 because they're behind. So you can't just, like, sacrifice your own kind of resources in the fight.
Right.
And we're kind of seeing it a little bit with the greediness of this Brewmaster. Like, he's just been AFK farming so far, but in this bot lane, he tried to go for Vessel, but then he's like, oh, my game's kind of good, so actually let's go for the Axe instead. So he's forgone going for the Vessel at this point in the game to then try and go 2 components deep into Aghanims. And it does show a little bit of the greediness coming out of the playstyle, and it might bite them down the line. I'm not really seeing the punch from this early game advantage that they've had.
Well, they are going to smoke up now with 2 Stoikov, Jan moving in. They are in the area where Angel was doing some stacking and Shad was farming, but recognizing the danger, they will head out of there. Jan, they see Angel now. They want to go for a bigger kill than that and don't want to give up this ward. Instead, going to wrap through mid, try and find Shad. Now, this would be a big kill if they could catch the sniper right here. And, well, they see him for a moment. Jan throws out the bomb, but can't connect. Yeah. And instead, it's going to be Devi Lama that makes the move over, and we'll find Mary here. So, Roar into an easy kill.
That's one. Oh, wait, hold
maybe?
up.
Does he
They're
not
scared
go
for the Overgrowth. They're scared of the counterplay.
Okay, Overgrowth comes out, and now trying to kill off the creeps. They throw out a multi-shot, bring down Alex, now trying to find another. Do they have any way to break it? No way, but they get the kill nonetheless. Yond actually secures that one.
That was incredibly awkward. Like, Beast Rubik, they don't have the most explosive damage, right?
Whoa.
And sure, Stoikov, he's going to look for the Shad.
Oh, they had that ward down, and now they know. Oh, that is really good. But the hook shot tries to keep him alive. They missed the swashbuckle onto Shad. Mirage there for the turnaround. Went in 4 too deep. And now Coil going to be dropped. They try and break it, want to get out of there. He has Blast Off back up in a second to get some separation. Might need to use it here, or just pig pull away.
I'm just offended that Shad's not tipping Angel there. Like, this man just hooked himself into death to save his carry, and Shad doesn't even have, not even a well-played, not even nothing. Just absolutely nothing. But yeah, great plays from the Clockwork there, just to continue defending Shad.
Ooh, and they realize that there was a ward in the area, gonna run in with Blink, try and see if they can disrupt things, but immediately the lift and the pullback. We have not seen a brew split this entire game. It's still a 3,000 gold lead, and he's almost got Aghanims, but I really want to see him get involved.
I 100% agree. I'm a little bit bewildered by the lack of brew splitting, and of course it comes down to the fact that he TP top counts but it stays bottom, right? And that play alone completely disjoints his desire to enter the fights, because running across the map, not in his the best intention. So I can see why we've not seen it yet, but I feel like one of these smokes could have included him. One of these plays could have just been let's bring the brew to the fight. Let's take this mid tower after we crush them in this engagement. But yeah, it's now they're trying to walk in by themselves. I think okay. Nice, Techies does have the shard, I was about to say.
Angel, they missed that swashbuckle onto him, but do get the ignite nonetheless. Yeah, Techies shard definitely is a very high point for fighting. 100 gold away right now from Blink to getting that Aghanim Scepter. And I mean, everybody that's played Dota knows this feeling of just, I almost got my item, let me chill for a second, let me get it. Then they can make that move towards mid. I worry about this sniper, though, who is starting to get into a couple of those items. If he comes online in a big way, I mean, they're going to have issues later on. They need to take full advantage here.
Yeah, Sniper's his hero that isn't just as simple as jump on top of him, you kill him. He's now got, of course, he's got the concussive grade with his shard. You just buy Hurricane Pike. You naturally like buying Silver Edge. So there's a lot of utility items and items that you buy that make this hero feel kind of hard to kill. And when you're relying on movement-based lockdown, be it Pango and Brew, that's where Sniper's defensive tools feel even better. So I think there is a window in the game that they have to punish him before he becomes this elusive, annoying hero, on top of having to try and CC a puck and get through the Beastmaster. So very much Water Runes need to try and find some plays, but Blink complete on the Pangolier, Aghanims complete on the Brewmaster. This has to be the time Water Runes look to take the fight.
And we're already seeing, oh my god, he immediately gets it killed. 70 seconds for the Primal Companion to be back up again.
Just gotta wait 70 seconds, Lyrical. All good, don't worry, just 70 more seconds.
I mean, I love the combo too that he has. He's like trying to dispel magic to kill off Hawks, to kill off these summons and things like that. But yeah, getting found immediately feels pretty bad. But Mirage, right next to him, Stoikov there, goes in, finds the haste with the blink. And able to steal that one away, but they brew split immediately. Now on top of Divide, they kill off one of the pandas, looking for more. They are all dying. Need to be very careful to keep him alive. It's the only one Brewling left. He throws out a Dispel Magic, almost dead, but comes back to life again. Now the jump in, Mirage on top of the tree, and multi-shot stolen, Drow in trouble. Alex thinking about going in for him. The Brew starting to fall. The raindrop's going to be enough to keep him alive. But the Axes, they finish off that Brew. Water Rune Enjoyers just take a bad fight, and this gold lead has completely evaporated.
Yeah, an incredibly forced fight there. The fact they're walking through the river, not even smoked up. This Brew sees the Beastmaster, so he starts throwing some spells. He's level 11. He's a quarter of the way to 12. It just felt incredibly forced. And that was a product of probably maybe 8 minutes of Water Rune saying, guys, we're ahead. We're in the lead. We have level advantage. We have item advantage. We need to be killing them. But it took them 8 minutes to try and make a clean move as a full team. They hit some timings, but no one was there. It was like Brew by himself. So yeah, very much Water Rune's really just being their biggest enemy right now with how they're trying to play out this game.
It's a little bit rough. And the next couple of minutes are where it might go from just being like somewhat even to really being a problem for the Water Rune Enjoyers, because Hustlers have come online. You've got Helm of the Overlord. They've got Dragonlance now. Shad can hit from even further away. They find Alex for the moment, trying to go in solo. A really good jump from Techies. Almost enough for the kill onto the puck, but he does manage to get some separation. Coil for the turn. Hook shot in, finds both of them, and the game has well and truly gone off the rails. They lose the Techies, force out the roll, can't connect onto any targets. Water Rune Enjoyers, they got to pull it together here.
Luckily for both teams, both of their ranged carries have a Grove Bow, so at least the game's being quite fair and honest to both teams.
True.
And you can see from Hustler's playstyle, though, it's like they understand that if they get drawn into these sloppy engagements, into the chaos that Water Runes try to create, that's when this game will be difficult. They just sit back, they farm, they're not rushing to hit this tier 1 tower. Like after that successful fight around about 11-12 minutes, you didn't see them instantly hit this tower. They're like, you know what, boys? Let's just continue to farm. Let's play our side of the map, protect our triangle, ensure that we aren't going to get, you know, picked off or ganked. And the product of that playstyle is you naturally do find your items. Like Divine Llama, 1 component deep into BKB, like everyone on Hustlers is scaling as an even pack. Like just look at the net worth between the 3 cores. Just together, they will scale into the game.
Yeah, and they are going to try and get some counter pressure on towards mid while this pressure is going top. But this is a tier 2 for a tier 1. They have great vision in the area. They see Stoikov moving in with this Hawk here, and will manage to kill that one off. But yeah, tower for some pretty good damage onto the tier 2, but without killing it. And tree here, this actually ends up working out okay for Water Rune Enjoyers.
Yeah, they'll take this as a win. An instant smoke up again. They have all the spells. They need to cleanly connect on one fight. Any team that wins here can get Roshan.
Living armor. They get the lift up onto Puck. Do they have anything for after? Trying to time it together with Yond with the jump in, but it's too scary.
Killing off the Beastmaster Creepstone in the top side of the jungle, and
he gets to resummon.
Yep. Takes over a new creep.
Okay, roll. Did not bring him down. Do manage to find the combo with techies. So that one is nice. And can they find any more? Alex slowed down, got him with the diffusal blade. A couple more hits is all they need. And in fact, Alex tries to get out of there. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. They get the rundown. So Water Rune Enjoyers find a couple and are going to manage to kill off that creep.
Always starts with a creep and ends with a creep. Dead for 30 seconds. Probably not the biggest window to be able to go Roshan. They're respecting the clockwork, the Puck. Some of the best heroes that counter-playing at the Roshan pit. So they'll just take the kills, accept the fact that they can actually kill D2 Hustlers if they are together. And they continue to sweep across the map.
Yeah, they definitely have like a lineup that if they get the jump from Water Rune Enjoyers and if they can find the right targets, it feels very good for them. And for Hustlers, I think probably just need to play a little bit more chilled out a little bit, maybe try and keep farming up, get into those items for Sniper so he can kind of carry him through this.
Yeah, 100%. Like as soon as Sniper's about to complete BKB now, Beastmaster, once he gets BKB, both of these heroes can now just cushion a little bit of that initiation. The threat of Pangolier falls off a little bit. It's why you see Pango going for a more physical damage build, going for a basher in his quick buy. He understands that if he just goes full utility and lockdown, he's going to be non-existent for his team down the line. So yeah, it's all on D2 Hustle. I was mentioning the patience and playstyle that it presented. The one time that they cross the river and try and position there, Water Runes instantly go, get out of our jungle, die, shoot, you know? And that's where probably Hustlers will want to retreat back to their defensive playstyle. So,
Hook shot in. They find him. Blink in some trouble. Can't get the blink, or can't get it off. No ulti available. So they kill off the Brew. And now Coil connects onto the 2 supports. They try and get out of there. Do have Overgrowth ready, as well as the Holy Locket to heal back up Mary if things get too testy. Angel trying to chase, but they can't get in range. Still a big kill on the Brew. And actually, no, they find him. Oh, Mary. Wait, turn? Can they get anything in turn? No. Mirage, in fact, now is on top of Pango, and Stoikov has to use the roll-up to dodge that damage. She was getting pretty freaking low.
Just so over-aggressive from Water Rune Enjoyers. Like, I'm looking at the mini-map, and you've got Pango in bot lane showing, you've got Drow walking to top lane about to show, and you've got 3 of Water Runes just in the middle of the map, just trying to make these aggressive plays against a team that doesn't really want to be aggressive. It often isn't going to pay off, and that one poor decision instantly leads into Roshan. It's the speed in which one mistake can just destroy a game.
And now they try and get here in time, but it's coming too late. The hook shot in, catches the clockwork. This fight still could go well for them. And Shad realizes it, just BKBs, gets the hell out of there. The rest of the team trying to escape. Divine Llama in trouble, will get caught by that basher, throws out the hurl boulder. They pick up 3, but it was the Aegis for the Hustlers.
Yeah, and this is where Water Runes, they'll be communicating. Like, guys, imagine if we were the ones doing this. Imagine if we were the aggressors. Look at how they have to run from us. Like, I don't think Hustlers are actually able to take a fight right now in a perfect 5-on-5 engagement. It's just they've done a really good job at punishing the positioning Water Runes to never allow that kind of snowball momentum that they need to unlock this dire draft. So
I hope they're not saying that, because that sounds like bad thinking.
yeah, maybe. Yeah, true. Okay, let me rephrase. Let's think it. All right, let's think it. To be hindsight is a thing. All right,
thinking it, not saying it.
yeah. Exactly. Yeah, my bad.
I hear you. Well,
maybe there's one guy on the team who's like awkwardly saying it, but like more like a let's maybe smoke up after Aegis in 4 minutes. That always happens in pubs, you know. They get Aegis. Like don't worry, guys. Wait 5 minutes and then we'll kill them. You know.
I hear you. That sounds like the way to go. What do you think about the Blink going in for the Hex after BKB? They just want some more lockdown, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much that. I think this puck is always going to be super annoying in the game. And that's where Brewmaster's, like, I think even like 33, when he used to play it, he'd go Vessel first because he knows that his hero needs to do stuff outside of Split. If you play on just Split, especially against Beastmaster, Sniper, they're going to destroy your Split. So you need to have avenues to enter an engagement without just feeling like an ultimate bot. So yeah, I think Vessel's the old school playstyle, and now he's going Hex. I'd like to see him get there. I don't know if there's going to be that much of map for him to get there, but if he is able to, it could be a real pivotal moment entering the late game for him.
I mean, it does feel like whenever you see those items queued up, it gives you a sense of how the team feels in that moment, which is, we need this to fight. We need this to make something happen. And instead of taking that fight right away, they're going to try and push out and make a counterplay, trying to pressure this bottom tier 2. There were some pings up to high ground. Is Shad thinking about going up here? I mean, they do have this Helm of the Overlord creep.
I mean, they have Beastmaster. I wouldn't see why they'd be scared of doing it. They push a lot quicker than Water Runes, and when you don't really know where your opponent is, naturally hitting the tier 3 gives you that information, right? They have to TP back, they have to defend it. So this, if they are to hit this top tower, I'd be surprised if they fully commit, but more let's see how long it takes for them to stop farming the rest of the map. Ooh, I like this though from Water Runes. I like the fact that 5-man smoke. Not a lot of teams do this, you know, maybe they could surprise them a little bit.
And I think that Hustlers recognizing this, they're checking for wards, they're checking all these areas, anticipating the smoke could be coming their way. I think it took a little bit too long for anybody to respond to it.
That was so cool. On the minimap, both teams drew the circle of where they are and the line of how they want to get there. And it basically was a perfect parallel. Like, they just walked past each other. It was... You don't see that often. The perfect 5-on-5, just bye-bye, see ya. We'll just trade jungles real quick.
Yeah, that was nice. And they didn't really leave any vision around. There is one ward up here by Stoikov right now, which is going to scout them out. And in fact, with that boar there, it makes them... Maybe they may have checked. Last tip was misclick, bro.
Oh, okay. God. It's the bro at the end. That's the part that just hits me. Oh, bro.
Is it a friendly bro or a mean bro?
I mean, I guess Devi's a little bit disgruntled, just like this fight.
Oh, in trouble. He's living, though. Stoikov, he gets out of trouble. So they kill off Yawns. That's the cost to save one. And Blink pops the BKB, going to go immediately into the ulti. Tries to get out of there, and does look like he's going to be able to escape pretty effectively, but that's Brew Split used, and Techie's down.
Yeah, this is very uncomfortable for Water Runes. Having to use your BKB to get the split off. Maybe Devi Llama's all chat caused some giggles in the ranks of Water Runes and forgot their positioning for a second. Yeah, they are fighting into an Aegis, so they have to just concede a lot of the map. And we haven't really, I didn't really see this or mention it too much, but yeah, Mary went for a Holy Locket. We don't really see this often in Treant Protector. Normally it's Shards, Blinks, and 4-staffs playing around Overgrowth, but he's going for more of a healing option, and I don't know how effective this is. I'm pretty sure the numbers for Living Armor don't feel too great, but...
Well, I think also that you can see immediately both him and Techie's queuing up the Glimmer Cape, feeling like they need that other defensive item instead. Yeah, it feels a little rough, but another tier 2 tower taken mid also, and the smoke out. I mean, for Water and Enjoyers, is this desperation mode? What's the feelings right now?
Oh, it definitely is desperation mode when you're smoking up with your Brew not having split. Brew BKB about to come back off cooldown, but Yeah, this is one of those uncomfortable smokes. Of course, Aegis did just expire, so they're hoping for some lax positioning from Hustlers.
They see
Unfortunately,
Angel.
only finding Angel.
Get Livin vision down, but they do have a ward in the area. Like immediately going to get caught. Weird things happening with hook shots and able to pull them away from that fight somehow. Devi runs in. The overgrowth is there. They lose Yond again. Stoikov bouncing back and forth, not finding any heroes, and this Brew in trouble.
They can't
Gonna
stop
get
Shad.
absolutely sniped by Mirage. Palantimos, he's getting chased down. Just going to evaporate, and everybody is falling to death. They do manage to barely get out on Stoikov, but a disastrous fight for Water Rune enjoyers.
Yeah, once again, they really are just desperate to find that engagement, and it feels like that's been the theme of the game ever since the 10-minute mark, where Water Rune's had that 3k lead, level advantage, all the big ultimate spells, but unable to connect just two cores together with the techies at the same time. It feels like for the next 20 minutes. And
oh, can see this replay here.
So
that was a weird hook shot thing.
yeah, okay, sure. I didn't even catch it properly on the replay to even try and understand what happened there, but all right. I'm not even gonna try and lie to you there, boss.
No problem. I'm not sure what happened, but it's what you were talking about earlier. These BKBs come out and they just do not care about Pango anymore.
Yeah, it's so hard. Like, we're seeing this replay, and look at Shad. He's a sniper who BKBs, and he's not running away with the BKB. He's running in with the BKB. He's A-clicking deeper. He just sees no threat in this game. Imagine he gets overgrowthed. Ooh, what's going to happen now? Nothing. Nothing's going to happen to him. I think D2 Hustlers, they are thriving in the chaos of these fights, and that is often something that Water Rune's needed to lean on with these heroes. And for them to play it out now, it's all about the jump. I think if they can surprise D2 Hustlers and kill off a pivotal hero at the start of the fight, that's where they might have the ability to kill them off. You know, Techies jumps one, Brew Cyclones another. Now you suddenly have like a 3-4 man fight where you have all 5. That could be an opportunity for the comeback. Like, it's only a 4k lead. So vision and positioning is critical for Water Runes if they are to try and muster some comeback plays now.
Yeah, I hear you. It definitely feels like they need to get that perfect opening. Finding Angel in the last one was like a decent start, but I think lifting the clockwork realistically doesn't even really change that much because he just lands and then hook shots in, and well, they find the Brew, didn't get BKB off, pops it now. Oh no, that one hurts.
And if you look at the left-hand side of the screen, you see Train Protector dewarded a ward. That was a Radiant ward on the hill of the Dire Triangle. So they fully knew where this Brew was standing the entire time. It was a quick pick and go, and yeah, again, it boils down to that team play, right? Like, standing there, but you haven't checked the hill behind you. These are the uncomfortable things that can prevent your ability to get back into the game. But D2 Hustlers capitalizing it. And I feel that's just the theme of D2 Hustlers, right? Every time they play out these games in Div 2, they're just always a solid unit.
Oh, here it is, the slowdown. So
Ogre sealed up.
Oh, he hit Mirage. Okay. He hit the puck who jaunted back. Yeah. I've never seen that before.
That's actually hype. Oh, God. That was beautiful,
Thank you, production. Appreciate
Thank
that.
you. I won't lie. The third time I watched that replay, I was just staring at Brewmaster for some reason. I'm lagging today, boss. I was like, what's happening with this Brew? Oh, wait, this is the clock highlight. My bad. All right, another Hail Mary from Water Runes.
Dude, again, right under vision. They see everything. Cogs out, stops the jump. Immediately, they get the lift, though, onto Brew. Or, excuse me, Beastmaster. They still can't really do that much onto anybody except for Angel. Alex blinks in. Goes immediately onto Devi Llama, but Mirage finds the backline. Drow already at like no dead. HP for Palantimos. And Mary, trying to keep him alive, is going to get lifted and brought back to death. 2, that is 3 dead. Game feels very tough.
Just the fact that we haven't even had to entertain Shad dying in the last half an hour has been insane. Like, this guy just... What's to scare him in this game? He's just vibing. You're talking about the vibe checks right now, D2 Hustlers. They're vibing out of control. Shad, he is having a spectacular game. What is it, nearly 24,000 damage? Woo.
Up top, Mirage is pretending to deny the ancient Thunderhide. He kept doing it and throwing out pot shots, but Yeah, they are in a very strong position. You know, don't need Drow Aura on this puck to keep them strong. They just have the sniper be the Drow. It's like what Kezu was saying in the draft, I felt like. The two options of, okay, you can get on top of the Drow or you can just be a better version of her. And that's what Shad's been able to do. And now going into the pit, they've got even, God, the freaking Frenzy to boost up Shad.
Some beautiful attack speed. Oh my God.
He's a monster.
He's like Lina. Wait, this is how you beat Lina, guys.
Oh,
you need the
no.
Thunderhide with a sniper, and then you just Gatling cannon the Lina's face.
Yeah,
okay, there
probably
we go.
shouldn't ban Lina, right? That seems like a good idea. It's worked out very well for people in the past.
Yeah, I'm sadistically trying to manipulate the Div 2 standings at this point. That's for sure. Oh God.
Goodness. Well, 35 minutes in, 13,000 gold lead. And for Water and Enjoyers, it was always going to be tough coming out of the draft, but they have definitely fallen prey to the issues that we said were going to plague them from the get-go. Tough game.
Yeah, really tough game. And mentioning Shad's item early on in the game, he's gone for exactly that. The Hurricane Pike, he's got the Shard, the Silver Edge. So even if there is a scenario Water Runes find him, I'm skeptical that they have the continued lockdown and damage to stop this elusive hero that has been created over the 30 minutes of farm.
Yeah.
And with the vision of the Beastmaster plus the auras, he just has to hit from low ground. Angel
will get brought down, so they managed to find one. Now looking for another, they get the lift up onto Alex. Just ignore the sniper, kill everybody else. Maybe it's a path for victory here. We'll see if it ends up working out for him. They will get Alex. Use the roll on that. We're hoping to find more, but nobody else is home.
Okay, that's actually massive for Water Runes. You get back a gem, so you get to just, you know, de-ward your jungle. And that is honestly the only way Hustlers can maybe concede a bit of their lead, is not playing around the sniper hitting high ground. Like, this could have been a super slow engagement where sniper just hits patiently, you hug the tree line. If they initiate on you, you utilize your defensive toolkit to reposition the sniper to safety, and you play out the fight. But instead, Angel's in aggressive position, Rubik blinking in. Just a couple freebies for Water Runes, but in no way is this saying that this is now an even game, for sure. But you have to respect that they can, you know, they can die. Sniper can't, but everyone else can.
Well, and if everybody else is dead, then maybe Sniper can too. Who knows? There's a
That
chance.
is true.
Yeah, maybe he was just AFK for a while. Oh, Raj, they got him. That's big. No dispel. All right, don't look now. Palantimo's just got 1,400 gold.
Dude, that's a big amount of gold. Look at the good old Puck, right? This is the classic Puck player, right? You go for Kaya Sanj, Octarine Core. You don't get yourself any defensive items. You don't need to. You've been having a good game, but the one time you slip up, that's 1,400 gold. Yeah, like you're mentioning.
You know what is interesting is that I think this is the type. This is the moment where in Div 1 you see these games just end, and in Div 2 there's some shenanigans and we go to like 50 minutes. You know,
isn't it lovely?
Maybe they can make a comeback happen.
Oh, it's absolutely lovely. I have no complaints with this the volatility.
Yeah.
Because of that, Drow now picked up a Lincoln Sphere to deal with the lift, the roar through BKB. You've also got Trickster's Cloak potentially coming out for the Drow. I think she might change from the Grove Bow just to give herself a little bit more survivability. And that's kind of massive. Like, she's not been able to stand her ground in any of these fights, but you now pick up all these defensive items plus the Trickster. You know, it could be enough for her to go toe for toe.
Right. It's a chance at least. And Pango, he's getting close to a sheep stick also. If these BKBs do start to wear down lower and lower, you know, you've got 7 seconds for both the Beastmaster and the sniper at this stage. Maybe there's a pathway there to find some type of victory, some type of success. Because if the fights last long enough, those BKBs go down, and then maybe you can even get a second round of hexes off, casting them out. So we'll have to see. It's still a lot, but there hasn't been like significant structural damage up top on the high ground yet. It's only one range Rex that's gone down.
Yeah, and Hustlers, they're positioning like they want to try and force something big on the map. They got 50 seconds left on Aegis, so if they try to go for some high ground siege and maybe blunder the Aegis respawn time, there are small windows for Water Runes to capitalize on it.
And this like minefield here is about to get exploded. Devi Llama runs into it, sends in the creeps. He just got that talent to give his summons more vision, but they reveal him. They find him. That's BKB down. Angel finds one. Now roly-poly back and forth. They're going to catch and kill that clock. So BKB down on Divide. This could be the start of something.
Oh, it is. It absolutely is. Okay, come on, Waterrunes. Don't do it again, all right? We had it at the 10-minute mark. It's now 40 minutes, all right? Round 2, baby. This is your moment. Like, Hustlers, they are... I feel like at least the supports are being a bit, you know, a bit antsy with their aggression, their positioning, and these cheap kills, like, it stacks up time and time. And I think all because Devi Llama goes to D-Ward. And I think in that scenario, if Tree had, let's say, a Blink Dagger, that's when the clock can go in. But because Tree doesn't have Blink, Beast isn't really in threat because there's no overgrowth, to go into that BKB of the Beast to lock him down. Right. So the itemization of Water Runes isn't really allowing them to win these fights, but Hustlers are still playing as if they have these items. And that alone is the small things that are giving Water Runes the edge.
And you know, it's interesting as Alex walks into 2 mines here. Devi runs into him also. The minefield is very powerful. After that death, Puck immediately buys a full BKB. So has a 9-second one ready. It still is a bit of an issue, you know, playing into Tree with overgrowth, but it feels like at least there is an answer to those other things. Would love to see Tree get a Blink Dagger as soon as possible. He's saving up right now for a gem and a smoke, it looks like, but it feels like that to be a counterplay against these BKBs would be huge.
Yeah, they have multiple options, I think, with this Tree. Because he doesn't have Shard, he finished the Glimmer Cape, which he needs to use on a core. You can't really rely on overgrowth, and that's where the Hex Pangolier, that's going to be the key game changer. If Puck does some aggressive blink, quick Hex into then a Gust and turnaround kill, pre-BKB, it could be enough to surprise some of these quick jumps from Hustlers. But yeah, once again, it's difficult, but I like the fact that Water Runes, they're not going down easy. They're really, you know, dragging themselves through this game, going to make it last as long as possible, because their division lives are on the line with this series.
Right.
And part of me, as I look at techies, so I have to say, I kind of miss old techies. I will say a little bit. This is the type of hero that if it was old school techies, you know, I'd give Water Runes like a 90% chance to win this game if we had old school techies. But what can you do? Anyways, we're living in modern times.
Right, and he does have like a lot of those mines down in the base, laying down those proximity mines, which will be annoying to go into high ground with. But the thing that's frustrating is that for Water Rune enjoyers, they're not the team that needs to go in. They're playing with a sniper. He can just sit back and hit from far away, has the 25 attack range talent. We are getting closer to a couple other of those level 25s now. Pango just got his, goes for the Rolling Thunder cooldown. Puck very close as well, about halfway away from it, and that Dream Coil Pierce's magic immunity is always super valuable.
Yeah, it's going to be... Oh, there's a roar on... Oh, okay, I got baited.
The Primal
Just the Storm
Companion.
Panda.
Yeah, although did get the extra HP for it on that 20 talent, so it takes a while to bring those guys down.
But it's just funny to see him using a roar on that, because it's like, of course he has spells for Prism Octarine, so it's some like 40-second cooldown, right? But
yeah,
it's just like, they don't want to make any plays now. They're going to wait for the next Roshan. That roar is a statement to Water Runes. Like, we're not coming close to your base. If you want to sit in AFK in your base, we'll happily just farm the map and wait for the next Roshan.
Clockwork, he threw out those rocket flares and didn't scout out quite where the rest of Water Runes were. The creep wave now coming into the base, but they roll in and they find him right at the start. Connection, Angel in trouble and going to die. And it is a quick Roche respawn. If they can force them out of here, concussive shot to get him up to the high ground. Still, Devi is completely isolated. They find a coil, they're on to 3. Palantimo still hanging on to that BKB, waiting for his moment. They do have Yon controlled, and so they have to back out with the rest of them, and it looks like Blink might even be caught too. He does have TP to try and get out of there. Does he manage to have enough time on the BKB? He does.
That was incredibly close. Once again, Vision just really assisting Hustlers, even under threat. They're fighting underneath the high ground wards, the Hawks, and these are the small things that allow this Puck and Sniper just to dip in and out of the fight and get the necessary kills to secure that Roshan. I respect Water Runes trying to go for that play. If they get one key core kill, you could argue that Roshan might be theirs, but not able to connect on the key heroes in position to do it.
Well, they are now in a lot of trouble. Palantimo's going to run away from the rocket flare spam. Does have not quite 25 yet, but finished off the Scotty. So I'm curious if this is even going to be a point where they feel really comfortable going high ground on the Hustlers, because I mean, it's still very annoying to fight into this lineup, and they can just keep getting further ahead. They're only 12k gold up.
Oh, I just love the mindful that Techie's is building up here. It's like you've already mentioned the fact that Sniper never needs to get into base. There's also no Tusk Magnus style hero or Mars to reposition them forcefully to get there. Like, so it's like it's just a casual minefield. It's a cheeky minefield for the lads. But
yeah, maybe
Hustlers,
it kills Clock when he jumps in.
He just jumps into the middle like 4 mine. That is actually that's the counterplay actually. Yeah. Do you think it'll happen in this game or not?
I could maybe see it going down. I don't know if it matters though, to be honest. I mean, he did buyback in the last fight.
I'm not talking about for the actual helping win the game. I just mean for comedic purposes.
Yeah,
Do you think
I think it will. I think he hook shots in at some point. He's got pretty good HP though. Also, Rubik has stolen mines a couple of times and still has it here. So he's making some mines for himself too.
Oh, yeah, the green dots versus the red dots, right? Got to keep track.
True enough. Well, like we said, only a 13,000 gold lead. Pretty significant. Not as bad at this point in the game. Bigger thing will be buybacks and, of course, just the natural advantage that it feels like this Hustlers lineup has. But spam on spam to try and hold off. Glimmer Cape. Mary gets out of there. They had a gem, but was just out of range of it. And Devi. He cast the Hawk, so it's continuously casting onto Stoikov. And eventually, almost caught him, but couldn't quite.
Always out of range for the bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see Water Runes. They're trying to get a little bit of vision there, but as soon as Hustlers move as 5s, they have to respect the fact that they have Aegis, Cheese, an abundance of aggression. So yeah, conceding once more, hugging their tier 3s, hugging the tier 4s.
So I think that dive bomb is going to instant cast on him when he comes into range, if I'm not mistaken.
If it's been cast on him, then I think once he's fully lost vision, I don't think it comes back onto him.
All right. Roll. Finds
Sniper.
him. Shad, full control. Does get hexed afterwards. They try and roll in, get him again, but do they have the damage? Yes, they burn through him. But Mirage is laying waste to the backlines right now. They find this Brew gonna take him down to death. The leash is there, but a bash comes out. Still trying to stand his ground. Palantimos, they find the kill onto Angel 2. Okay, so they take down 2, but kill the Clock and burn through the Aegis.
It's honestly, I'm just trying to decide who wins this fight. Like, of course, you lose an Aegis, but you're not really breaking base. The mines are still intact. And Water Runes, imagine if the Brew got split off. That probably could be at least 2 or 3 more heroes dying for Hustlers. They need to be careful with how they engage at this high ground. Like Palantimos, his entire game has been, he has to run away. He can't take these fights. But now, with 32,000 net worth, he's easily able to stand his ground, especially at his own base. Like, he has been uncontested in some of these more kind of pivotal comeback engagements. And yeah, this 18k lead, it's obviously big, but I still feel there's like I don't know what the win probability is saying, but I feel like there's like a 20% chance. All right, 28%. All right, kind of somewhat in line.
Yeah. I also feel like pretty soon here, like you talk about, being able to fight underneath their own tower, has that extra armor aura from the tower protection and all the rest of it, which helps him deal with the, sniper, all the damage coming from Beastmaster summons and what have you. At some point, though, trying to move out on the map, that's where it feels very difficult for Water and Enjoyers. And their lead is going to continue to grow, it feels like.
Yeah, I haven't really tried to entertain that idea yet because I'm scared to talk about it. And the reality is, like, if they win 2 fights and bring back their net worth, they're actually playing in the open areas, they will probably crumble again because of this Drow versus Beast matchup and Clock and all those shenanigans. But for now, I think the hope for Water Runes is they stall out this first Aegis, which they have done. Maybe they go for a quick decisive play with a smoke, get a kill, retreat back. And then it's set up an engagement where you win the fight and get the next Aegis after that. That's when you get to play on the map. Until then, you have to respect the fact that you are just behind in every facet of the game.
Right. I also think that right now, this Brew, I feel like he's going for this refresher, which I like the idea of it. But I think that they die to physical damage. I think they need an AC. They're getting one. They have one done on Beastmaster now. Like, if he has that AC aura, he's got a 17-second cooldown Primal Roar right now because of the 25 talent. Like, everybody just dies. Yeah, and he's just roaring the Brewlings. And
for the fun of it, yeah.
I mean, why not?
Oh, but giving away. Ooh.
They get
giving
it.
away the Overlord. I feel like for this Brewmaster as well, like, the other option as well, like you were mentioning Armor, really good option. He could go for like an Aeon Disc. There's been maybe 2 or 3 of the last fights that he's just been jumped. He's had to BKB to disengage, but then the fight lasts long enough where he's like, I wish I could have maybe popped ulti at the initiation. So having some Aeon Disc, there isn't a nullifier in play right now. Just get something to give yourself breathing room to enter the fight, because I don't know, I feel I am missing the Brewmaster factor in these fights. But to be fair, this hero, he dominates early game. If you're ahead, you can siege and be really annoying with the axe. But in the later portions of the game, you do fall off as a hero. Like, you are just a Yules type hero. It's like, I throw some guy up in the air. Oops, that's me done now.
Right. That's an interesting voice that he has right there. He always sounds more virile to me.
I've leaked the persona that's coming out, so I just heard it before, so it was my bad, sorry.
Got it. Look at that odds too, 9-1 right now. Yeah, it is a scary proposition. And for Water and Enjoyers, it feels like the comeback that they would need to mount to win this game would be kind of ridiculously huge, but it's the type of game where they're going to be sticking it out to the very end. As you said, the hopes of staying here, Div 2, it's all on the line. They do buy double Blink Dagger immediately. Okay.
You come back from a pause, you instantly buy double Blink Octarine Core, you're like, all right, boys, this is our chance. I feel like there's always this opportunity, as long as they have detection for the sniper, if they actually find him, to be able to go, this is where he is, let's lay on the damage. If they kill Sniper, Hustler, can't really take the engagement. If Puck blinks in and gets caught by one of these hexes, and she dies, wait, suddenly they can't take the fight. So there's always that like moment where Hustlers, even with this 20k lead, they can just fumble it. And it's why you see them just not trying to do anything on this map, right? They're just farming, they're waiting. As soon as they get Aegis up, that's when they'll look to make plays again. So it's kind of cool to see this. I don't know if I'm a fan of this this smoke. It's like you're hoping for a quick Roshan respawn.
And we'll see how long it is. I mean, 50 seconds till it's capable of respawning. They get level 20 on the techies. They do manage to retake some of this area of the map, which is pretty beneficial. And that part is definitely nice. Octarine Core done on the Rubik. Holy moly. Wait, roll?
Oh, no.
Oh, he blinked it. I think that he shorted his blink. That is really unfortunate. And now the coil. Yeah, this is gone off the rails. Gonna completely dismantle this Pango. Oh, that hurts. That is not what they were hoping to have happen. They're just dying one by one. As soon as they leave the base, they get punished. Roar? Does he get caught? Oh my God, they got him. Just gotta get the hell out of there. Coil back up in 20. That was also, by the way,
lyrical.
The first instance of the Revenant's Brooch used, and they just ate him up. Gobble, gobble.
Once again, they got the Thunder Hide plus Sniper. Inner Beast, AC. Yeah, this Sniper is clicking away.
Lift into the break Lincolns, into the roar, but they haven't gotten top of Palantimos. They miss on the hook shot, turns to fight. She's gonna do some damage, but Palantimos, they get on top of her with Mirage, tries to chase down Shad, just getting outranged. Feels bad, but they did manage to kill off that Rubik. Everybody else needing to run away. And they snap the coil. Oh, that hurts. Drow buys back, tries to get out of there. Stoikov getting pushed around inside his roll-up. She does have Blink. So Palantimos could think about jumping forward and trying to find Shad here. But Shad outranging the Drow, forced to use the Shadow Blade, but to no avail. All of the Drow's team are dead, and it looks like the Hustlers have finally gotten to the point where they need to clean up.
Yeah, they broke them. Every time Water Runes tried to make a play, a cheeky little smoke, they were ready. Of course, it helped Rubik steal in the Techie's mind, gave all the vision needed through them just exploding to scout out that prior play, to rebuttal that aggression, and then to sweep it down mid.
And
it does look like it's GG.
Like, it doesn't all come down to this, but shorting the blink there at the end, it's a testament to how tough this game is. Palantimos, he's going to get caught. Can they turn this here? No, he's mega dead. No. So that's going to be GG. But the game just felt so hard for Water and Enjoyers, and when you have to hit that perfect initiation, it means that there's a problem in the draft.
Yeah, it's a problem in the draft, potentially problem in the play as well. I think it all starts with that as well. Water Runes, they had such an incredible start. 3k lead by 10 minutes. It's a quite a healthy lead. They had the levels, they had everything going their way, but it took them nearly 20-25 minutes to try and muster some hype team vibes, and we mentioned the lack of vibes in the draft, and they also seem to lack some vibes in the game. So yeah, just Hustlers a little bit more kind of just on the same page, and that's what helps when they need to play defensive.
Well, a defensive game doing what they needed to do. I'm not gonna lie to you, I actually don't know how we go back. Do we just summon the panel again when we're ready to talk again?
I think you do like a double clap or something. And
all right, we'll do a double clap.
Here we are. Hey. We're back.
Welcome back. How's it going?
Thank you so much. I mean, we were witnessing a bit of a long base defense there, but is it lack of draft? Is it lack of execution? Is it lack of vibes, like Tigo put there, Kezu? It's difficult for the Water Rune Enjoyers to basically bounce back from that, because they were in a situation where they've just been holding on to the defensive end for over half of the duration of this game. So talk us through about this. How did you see this game develop in your eyes? Was there a sliver of chance higher than 28% here for Water Rune Enjoyers?
For sure. I feel like they lacked all three. I think I would say the draft is not ideal. Eventually the vibes kind of fell flat too, and then I think the gameplay as well. It is a little sad, but I think like when you're this Brewmaster, if I look at how LGD played this hero in terms of just like items, first of all, I didn't really like this axe so much. I would have much preferred like a Blink, maybe a Vlad's, like going into AC, just like these auras, because if you're just looking at this Drow against Sniper matchup, like this Sniper is backed up by like an AC, a Helm of Overlord aura, a Beast aura, and this Drow Ranger, he's just, what does he have? Goddamn tree armor, congrats bro. Like, I think it's just hard, and then some of the gameplay fell flat as well, where they didn't really connect. And on the flip side, D2 Hustlers, they're just owning, they're just vibing, they're chilling. Dalai Lama's just running in with his BKB, forcing everyone to like run away. His puck is chilling, Shad is like just pew-pewing on the back. They're just having a chill game.
From the caster perspective, watching this game from your point of view, from the side of Dota 2 Hustlers, I'm not necessarily saying this is the MVP vote, but who did the heaviest lifting out of these two? Was it Angel with the clockwork, or was it Mirage with the puck?
Let's see. You're also giving us two options.
I think I would give it to Angel a little bit more at this point, but the only reason is because like he was the one that went in and just took the bullet for his team. We often talk about damage dealt. The damage received is another interesting little dynamic. He took 50,000 damage, his Sniper took 18,000. By far the least amount of damage taken in the game by anybody. Shad just had the freest game of his life, and I think that a lot of that comes down to his supporting cast keeping him out of harm's way.
That is true. He was the shield that allowed Shad to be the sword. What about you, Tigo?
Well, I honestly want to go with Angel as well. I feel like just a lot of the moments where Water Runes look to make some big team play, you just walk in some clockwork. Come on, man. The one time that they actually ganked the Sniper under this aggressive triangle ward on the Radiant side, it's the hook shot in to break the Rolling Thunder to save the Sniper. So overall, it's a 1 in 14 clockwork getting the MVP. Congratulations.
He had the coolest hook shot as well.
Yeah,
true. He also did have the coolest teleportation Doctor Who kind of hookshot possible, but sometimes the supports really need their attention, but his positioning was pretty clean in this game.
Yeah, that one hookshot was definitely a vibe check in a sense. At least.
Nice.
The MVP does go to the right direction, so it is Angel in the end, and a lead also for the Dota 2 Hustlers. Water Rune Enjoyers gonna have to go back to the drawing board. for perhaps the last time. I mean, they're not given any more chances than this one. It has to work out for them. Is there something particular that you caught your eye? Is it necessarily the draft? Like, there's a couple heroes I could have found a bit differently, could have found different heroes, different item choices, which we already discussed here. What's the key point to grab into here? What is their win condition starting from game 2?
They need to play more together. I mean, it might sound like very stupid or cliche, like, oh, just like play better or play more together, but it's true. They have they're just not connecting their heroes. They're so far ahead. Like, Stoikov was owning on this Pango. Like, he took these first like what 12-15 minutes like on his back. He just needs like a Brewmaster helping him out, fighting like more in the right areas. Rather, it just seems so random. Like, talk more about what you want to do and then do it together.
Well, that is game 1. Oh, yep, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Just for me, I didn't mean to cut in. I couldn't get away with not saying it. I think that first phase Drow was a trap, and they had the entire second round of bans to think about what they wanted to do. They picked that clock, and I think they always knew they wanted to pick Sniper. And it put them on such the back foot.
All right, well, there we have it for game number 1 wrapped up. And of course, before we head over to a break, a word from our sponsors. Well, esportsbet.io also makes this broadcast possible, allows you for a $100 risk-free bet possible as well. So if you feel adventurous, you want to try something new, something different, or you're an old school guy who knows how the system works, so go and take a chance for a $100 free risk bet for yourself. You get it back if you lose your first bet, and there's more information about that lower from this stream screen. You go down, there's a link going straight into the Discord channel. There's more details, more information, and start winning some games for yourself. But hey, we're gonna see if Dota 2 Hustlers are gonna be winning a second one in a row, closing it out, or do Waterrune and Jory still have something in stock? You're watching the DPC West European Division 2. We'll be back.
Jump them, guys. No?
They have Lincoln.
Who's
Can you
wrong?
break Lincoln?
Oh.
Roaring down.
Okay. They're bang back. Oh, we need to shove it.
This is not.
Help me. I'm fine.
Can I break quickly?
No power.
I'm roaring in 5.
Guys, look draw.
Guys, close, yeah. You've roared? Can you cancel Lincoln? Oh, fuck. Cancel Skate Lincoln? Any help?
He buyback, guys. We need to fuck off maybe.
I can roar Pang. Look, Pang roar.
Kill the roll. Is Invis here?
I can't.
The scenario is as follows. It is do or die time because right now Hustlers leading the series 1-0, just one more victory to secure a guaranteed tiebreaker with Alliance for that first division spot. However, if Waterrune Enjoyers able to tie it up, stretch it to game 3, maybe even win it, they force a tiebreaker with Ancient Tribe for relegation. So there's a lot at stake in this series for both of these two teams. But what we saw in game number 1, it definitely did look Hustlers does have the upper edge through their execution, through their drafting, and most importantly, through team play, which I think was the highlight in the sense that Waterrune Enjoyers were a bit lacking on that department. How do they fix this? Is there an easy fix to it? Do we look for an ease of execution draft? Do we look for more stuns? What's the deal here, Tigov?
Ooh, I get to answer. Hype. My answer, BNC, unfortunately. I think, yeah, he just needs to find his confidence, find some gusto in the game, some oomph, you know, and from there maybe they can try and claw out a victory. Because unfortunately, I'm not really seeing his entry from the laning phase to the mid game. I'm not seeing that decisive nature that we see from other offlanes right now. So hopefully, the post game chat has inspired him to find some conviction in his play.
Yeah, Stoikov was popping off on the side of Waterrune Enjoyers from that first game, and I think that's one of the carrying forces for the team as well, to keep that motivation and momentum going, at least on his side. You don't want to see Stoikov have a bad game now, that he just had a really good start on that Pango. Maybe transition towards the Caudal path, would that help out the team a bit more, or does he just, you know, look for another playmaker here?
I mean, if the caller is open later, they can look at it. I think he's probably going to be fine, no matter what. Cause I feel that Stoikov has impressed me the most alongside Palantimos when it comes to this team. It's more about how the rest connect with them. Like, there's usually a mismatch one way or the other. So yeah, I hope someone gave them a bit of a pep talk and it's like, yo boys, we can do this. Just play your game and look to, like, just combine heroes. At some point, it's like a little puzzle piece. You know, you need like a 1+1 or a 2+1. Connect your stun with your damage. It can be as simple as that. So just hopefully they can do that.
You didn't do the sums there, brother, so I was hoping some quick maths, but you kind of let me down just saying. All right.
Oh yeah, the quick maths were going to be hard there. I know, I backed out.
Yeah, maybe Lyrical can chime in on the numbers?
3? That's the one, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I'm with you. And I think that they're trying to set up for this Enigma pick out of Waterrune Enjoyers in the second phase. I feel like you just need to do something to try and make them feel comfortable, right? They did also switch up the bans, taking away the Beastmaster this time, and that leaves open the trees. So now Tree, and do they want to take an Enigma themselves? I feel like they could just go... I mean, they could play it. They've played it a couple of times, but I don't know if you're too worried about giving up the Enigma at this point, even though they don't have the Rubik.
And also the Blink Death Prophet, which Waterrune Enjoyers have taken from time to time in that first phase. He's 1 and 2 on the hero, so they do have that one singular victory. I think that was against Team Bald, if I'm completely correct. I could be wrong with that one, but Hustler's going to take it away from them.
Yeah. I think this is a better option than trying to steal the Enigma. I think you're not as worried about that. And instead, you take now a very strong timing push-oriented hero. You can run it offlane. You can run it mid if you want to. Gives you that flexibility and then also like consistent tower-taking stuff. And Waterrune Enjoyers is like, no, we're just going to run the Nature's Prophet. I love this hero. It was getting first phased in Western Europe Div 1 for a while. I'm not sure how much I like it right now, though. Maybe Palantimos feels good on it, though.
10 seconds remaining.
Palantimos, he's got 1 out of the 2 games they've played it. Wait, who's the other one who's actually played it?
It's BNC who played it.
Yeah.
I think honestly, for like, this is a natural draft pattern here. It's like you pick Nature's Prophet to deal with the Death Prophet in lane. This is where D2 Hustlers maybe have some flexibility with it and push it away from that Fury in lane, because Nature's Prophet will naturally thrive there. And yeah, if anything, this forces Waterrunes to play more aggressively, and it allows Palantimos to dictate a bit of that tempo, right? Because it's like when Nature's Prophet hits 6, he can look for an ultimate kill, he can look for that tower pressure, and it shifts the priority from, let's say, BNC having to do that. So I don't mind them pushing this hero in, because it fits draft, and it fits maybe some of the weaknesses they've had in team play, at least in the previous series. So yeah, so far drafts, both teams, really solid openings.
There's two interesting numbers about Dota 2 Hustlers, just as a bit of a fluff ad here. We already knew they were highest in courier kill averages, right, with 3.87. The next team, I think, is Ordu Thunders with 2.3. So Alex has brought a lot of money through these courier kills. If their laning stage is a bit iffy, they get a huge boost out of the amount of courier kills that they've picked up. But they're also highest in map pings, and that also includes drawing on the map, and by far. So every tick that is on the map and every ping included, 426 per game.
5 seconds remaining.
They like to draw, huh? They like to be artsy, fancy.
Yeah, they just chit chat, you know. It's like we saw in that previous game, right? That when they smoke, you've got 3 or 4 dudes drawing the same line, so they're on the same page.
Go this way, go this way.
Yeah, go that way, go this way. Ooh, you know, follow the line. Which one? Maybe that's their biggest downfall. They're too chatty. They're too emotional. We've seen it before from the team, but not in this series because they're slaughtering them right now.
Well, I will say that I really like the direction that Waterrune and Joya's draft has gone, because I was literally coming in here expecting to just cast a defeated team that was ready to GG out at like 10 minutes or something. After that last game, I was like, holy crap, this one's over. But yeah. I'll say, in the case where that happens, I think that teams tend to just default back to what's comfortable, which is why I was expecting the Enigma. Instead, they're looking forward and they're saying, no, we're going to try and run this other draft. We're going to pick this Nature's Prophet. They're saying the draft last time was just the problem. We're completely switching things up, not picking any of the same heroes. I want to see them get Blink on the hero he's super comfortable with. Mars is his like most played hero besides Nature's Prophet. I think that could be a good thing and just secure that Palantimos is playing safely. Maybe you pick it later, but I like the Mars eventually in this game just for comfort for him.
Since Hustlers, they've already brought up one of the supports, which is the Train Protector. Doesn't allow them to get that Riki Marana as a full, but I will say the 4 Riki picks out of the 5 they have in total in the second phase, 100% win rate. They've won every game when they've had that Riki. And Marana, second phase, is only 66%. So 2-1, meaning this Riki has just been picked by itself without the Marana. Do you think Hustlers want to take that?
I think if they had a draft that played the map a bit more, then it would be quite annoying for Nature's Prophet. I mean, it is something they can do, but what I want them to have with like this DP is perhaps either a little more team fight, or B, a hero that can answer the tempo a bit more of like this Nature's Prophet. I don't know how much they've played Phoenix, but I could see Phoenix, some casual Snapfire, some hero of these sorts.
Phoenix.
Yeah, I see. For Hustlers, like some Hoodwink, some Snapfire, something that gives a bit of kill threat in the lane. And then it also secures your DP lane a bit. So if it is some melee +5 trying to enable Nature's Prophet, you know, have double range to kill him off. If it's some Nature's Prophet who's leaning on his trees, you just double kill off these treants, so then you can play the lane. So I think I'd like to see a little bit of just kill threat coming from Alex's pick.
They used a ton of reserve time there, down to 30 seconds, and then they end up picking up the Primal.
I think they
okay. The hero is just very good, though, against Nature's Prophet.
Agreed.
In, like, early game, like, I mentioned how Nature's Prophet, you want to dictate some pace in the early game. You throw some Primal Beast, even if it's 4, put it in mid, whatever. You just need, like, 2 points trample, and you're just going to... Anytime he TPs, bam, you're there. You're stopping his entire desire to hit or go near a tower. So yeah, I really like Primal Beast into Nature's Prophet for the early game shenanigans.
And there goes the Enigma. I'm always happy to see this hero. However, it does feel like it's falling into a very iffy place for now. There's no like primary target basically you want to look for, especially if Exorcism is up or if Primal Beast has already gotten a powerful initiation out. We already discussed that trample damage that he could deal. And then the scaling to 25 as well, where you can pulverize piercing BKB and just cancel Black Hole. So you have answers to it, but it is an alright Enigma game. And they powered up with this Tiny, looking to be a pause 4. That also means that we have a carry Furion, by the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean, the Tiny it should be 4. I don't just want it to end up going mid, because they'll just put the DP there if that's the case. I feel like there's better picks than Enigma. I think this is perhaps for their own comfort, because I do think Enigma lineups can pretty quickly also fall into the trap of they don't have enough damage in a Black Hole. You have a DP who's going to be tanky, you have some Treant armor, there's going to be a Treant Root. I think Rubik Natures aren't like the most fast DPS heroes in Nature in terms of, you know, when you cast the Black Hole. But at least D2 Hustlers, they respond with Spectre, which is, it's an incredibly good Spectre game.
Yeah.
I think this is the combo that they've ran most recently when they don't get Lesh, is some combination of like Tree Spectre lane together. I think before they did it with the Shadow Fiend, they have a ton of different options of what they can run last. Incredibly flexible draft. And as much as, you know, the Enigma, I feel like, is somewhat unanswered, I will say that it is a little bit concerning. He's lost the last 3 games that he's played with it. I just hope that he's been able to keep the confidence and can sort of pull out some big plays here, because they're going to need it from him. You've obviously got heroes that can go in and start the fight. The Tiny's a great hero to do that. I want to see some other like spirit hero or something that can like sort of, you know, and the problem is that a lot of those spirit heroes don't really have the damage that they need to deal with Spectre. So I don't know, that's a little bit concerning.
With this Water Rune Enjoyers lineup up till this point, because this is a do or die match for them, is there any cheese potential whatsoever on the side of Water Rune Enjoyers, T-Gov? Is there something that really could just pop off and could be very unexpected here?
Oh, the pop-off potential. That's what all teams really want in their team. And right now, is there any pop-off potential? I'm trying to think of the hero. I think I like the fact that D2 Hustlers still respect some Viper shenanigans, but yeah, they go for a Puck. Honestly, I didn't really think of Puck, but it does have that pop-off potential to some degree. No real lockdown from D2 Hustlers. You're relying on Overgrowth and then Primal Beast. It's like not the best form of CC, especially for a Puck. You can't really warrant DP silence too much. So yeah, I think Water Runes, well, they give themselves the same type of game that D2 has had in the previous one, right? It's like Puck should be unkillable. Nature's Prophet needs to be quick around the map, but I think they will just fall victim to scaling at this point. For D2 Hustlers, I really want them to pick up a mid that can just punish the Puck. Like, I think some Kunkka.
I would love
big
Kunkka.
boy mid would just destroy Water Runes right now. What are you thinking, Lyrical?
Bust out the sniper.
Support sniper, let's go.
I think you can run DP mid if you wanted to, but yeah, Kunkka sounds good. I think either one's fine.
If they pick Kunkka mid, okay, what is offlane Lycan?
No, yeah, offlane.
Yeah,
right.
I think DP mid's pretty solid here, but and now you can wolf bite the Spectre. Oh god.
I'm down for that. I'm game. I mean, so for Hustlers, I was expecting them to go for more of a crush the mid lane style pick when you see Puck, because Puck, if it doesn't have a good lane, the game doesn't feel good, and then Puck's like the pivotal hero for them. But instead, it's like, sure, you coil some Lycan or Primal Beast or DP, but where's the damage after that? So yeah, all right, I'm gonna go quiet because I forgot I'm casting. All right, Kezi, back to you.
I feel like the Lycan is not the ideal pick, but I don't mind it. I would have been super vibing with a Kunkka, but perhaps what they're going for with the Lycan is that there's just a ton of chaos later in the fight, which is something Rubik and Enigma and all these heroes hate. You have some Lycan running in, there's a Spectre Hunt, there's some Exorcism flying around. So I still think that D2 Hustlers, I feel like they're gonna run away with this game.
All right, well, Kazu said it, and now we're going to hear more about Lurkle's and Teagov's thoughts heading into this game, too. It's a must-win scenario for Water Rune Enjoyers, but Hustlers could just run away with it. Take it over, boys.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much. Yeah, I really like the Lycan last pick. Because
You liking it?
I'm liking it so much. Can I tell you why? The thing that I saw that I think is really nice about running DP is like it is, I think, a good matchup against Puck, right? Am I wrong on that or no?
Yeah, no, DP's a historically good matchup against Puck. The silence is really good in lane. Puck can't rotate and leave the lane because you can take tower with Exorcism.
Okay.
And we've seen some new tech with DPs going Atos. It's not great against Puck because, of course, phase shift, it's a slow projectile, but just having that fear of if I get hit by the silence, then layered with an Atos. So yeah, DP is normally like a 60-40 matchup to DP for the mid lane.
Okay, so the thing that I was thinking about with it too, with regards to where this game is going, is I think that Water Rune Enjoyers are going to run out of damage at some point. And I think that a lot of that damage is going to need to come by virtue of this NP coming in and just beating the crap out of heroes. But Lycan, what do you get? I mean, I don't think he's actually going to die. He's probably going to get Home of the Overlord, which is going to have a Vlad's in it. He's going to get an AC, and they're just going to run out of damage. I don't think that they're going to be able to kill Spectre DP. And that's like the perfect type of items that they needed out of somebody. So I don't know. We'll see.
I'm not trying to set it to be doom and gloom straight off the bat, but I am leaning towards Hustlers draft once again. This Spectre hero, it's annoying with how good the hero is, because teams go for Blade Mail, you just like Mango build, you then get like Aghanims and Manta, and now suddenly you're not a hero who plays on a big cooldown anymore. You're playing off the Aghanims Haunt instead. So you're looking for these quick picks, and then when the fight breaks out, sure, you can then use Haunt. And Haunt against Puck, against Enigma, against Nature's Prophet, like these heroes, they hate being seen in the fight, right? They they want their positioning to be like kind of covert, and then when they enter the fight, it's like, bam, this is us, and they get the damage. But one Spectre Haunt, it suddenly allows everything to hell to break loose for Hustlers. So yeah, I think the Spectre game is insanely good, and it's only going to feel better because of the DP versus Puck matchup, because of the Lycan versus no real kind of wave clear. That's the other thing we haven't mentioned. How does Water Rune push out lanes quickly, other than like a Puck and maybe a leveled Tiny, but it's a support? So yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for Water Runes to muster a win in this game, I feel.
You can see there too the esportsbet.io odds favoring 3-1 roughly into the favor of Hustlers right now. I think that's still slightly better than it was at the start of the last game. So maybe liking their draft a little bit more. Obviously, Enigma always gives you that X factor late game of things potentially going crazy. And we did see also a little bit of all chat coming out again from the teams, which you love to see. So that's it's interesting because the all chat in Div 2 always feels a little bit more salty than the Div 1 one, because you got to keep up appearances and all the rest of it. But yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, Div 2 is like the has-beens or the guys who, they're really trying. So
dude, you're gonna get some, but you're gonna get shit on for that one. It's gonna be great. I love it.
Man, it's a joke. All right, it's right.
Please don't hurt me.
So memes. Please don't hurt me as you fluctuate from Div 2 to Div 1 to Div 2 to... No, I'm joking. All right, I'm really double downing. I don't know why I'm double downing. What the fuck?
It's just you're vibing. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's true. It's to be fair, Hustlers. They've given some interviews. They've had some confident vibes, and maybe it's just bleeding through into the cast, I guess. But no, it's nice to see people have some character, but for sure there's always a line, and hopefully players don't cross it within the game, because that's when it just gets a bit awkward. Too much all chat, that can be a bit cringe.
I think that's a thing that's worth noting too, is like, it's sometimes hard being a internet person as for these players, that where every little move that you have is focused on and tried to figure out a toss back under tower. Speaking of focusing on things, Shad is to focus on not getting killed underneath the tower, but no avalanche there to sort of keep him stuck in his position. But Yond keeps on looking for those. Could be something to watch for.
Yeah, level 2 advantage going the way of the team that isn't on the Enigma. That's a little bit rare to see, but so far, yeah, so good. I think honestly both teams, nothing too crazy happening. You've got the very sacrificial offlaners, Enigma on one side, and then on the other side you've got Lycan, has to pull waves. So I would be surprised if we really get any kills happening from the side lanes, unless it was that toss back under tower from the Tiny. It's going to be quite a slow entry to this game, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of a different feel than what we had in the last one, as Angel keeps the pressure there onto Yon down bottom. There was a tip that went out that I didn't fully understand. Blake tried to go for a deny on the range creep and barely missed it, and rather lasted on a range creep, and then they got denied, and then he tipped the tree. So there's some like next level tipping games going on, which we'll have to figure out what's happening a little bit later on.
Anything for BNC to get some confidence. I don't care if he starts tipping his own curves or whatever. That's a mechanic. He needs to make this man happy, and then Water Runes, they're going to be in a slightly better spot.
Fair enough. Angel again trying to come and contest. They get a stack on that heart camp. Not sure if that was fully intended or not, but regardless, they'll have the pull available to him now if this lane pushes in. Alex up top, looking for something unopen, but no. Again, it's just going to be the sort of consistent hold, and for Water Rune enjoyers, the lane is very heavily pushed forward.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be if you're Water Rune enjoyers. I think in the previous game they did a really good job holding that wave in front of the tier 1 tower, but in this game I think Mary's a little bit scared of this Alex aggression, and also with Dragon Waves behind the tower, it's just naturally been in the favor of D2 Hustlers. And poor old John, he's tried I think 2-3 times now to get these tossbacks, but he's just been hitting creeps And yeah, look at Divine Armor. This is a tip which basically says you're just feeding me free gold right now, just relentlessly, just because of this lane position.
I think also he's gotten some pretty good denies onto Palantimos with even the wolves. So it's like the summon spamming denies, trying to, you know, get a little bit better CSing coming out from him. As Alex made that rotation mid, wasn't able to connect that much, but did secure the water rune. And Shad is taking a little bit of a beating down bottom there too.
Do you want to make a guess on First Blood, what time it's going to be?
I'm thinking 8 minutes.
8? Okay. I'll go 6 minutes 30. I was going to say 7 minutes 59, but that's a bit cheap, so I'll go 6 minutes 30.
Yeah, I think they don't get the first blood with I think it's going to be a rune rotation for Stoikov, and I don't think he gets the first rune. I think he gets the second rune.
Ooh, okay, right, fair play.
Glyph in the wave mid.
Yeah, just being annoying, trying to deal with a flag bearer. Honestly, I think Alex has done an incredible job so far in this Primal Beast. Like, he's not had to do anything too kind of crazy in regards to like seeing it, but he's prevented pulls, he's taken bounty runes. He's just been running around. Like, now he's putting this ward out. You're mentioning on the panel statistics of killing couriers. It's because of this vision he places. And he's just playing such a stable game that, poof, there it is.
Oh my
those
god.
Stats.
And that was full treads. That is super annoying. Well, that doesn't count as first blood, so no funny stuff there. Toss back underneath the tower. Shad. Looks like he's going to be okay, though. Walks that one off. It's still just so hard to get any type of a kill. Has to use the avalanche to ensure he gets the toss.
I think your prediction is going to look a little bit more better than mine, I think. I'm just looking at these lanes, I'm like, come on, guys. No one's going to kill anyone. Yeah, I should have factored in the level 6. Maybe DP is going to summon her supports mid in a second because she has the Exo. And she'll just force it quite hard. And this is why DP likes playing into Puck. Because you hit 6 and it's like, you bring one support mid. If you get coiled, you now have double siphon. You don't really care.
Yeah. Oh, that's a huge rune. That is a really good one. Alex. Oh, it was. Alex is going to get punished, and Stoikov draws the first blood. Well done, T. They
thank you.
have Arcane to pop the Exorcism. Now, Stoikov, he's got to be careful here. I think you pop it no matter what. Yeah, so Mirage.
Angel's here to help. Yep.
This is Catapult Wave going. Arcane Rune DP. This is about as good as it gets.
This is perfect. Alex instantly TP's back to mid. There's nothing stopping this siege. A level 3 Tiny and Rubik, they can't do anything to this. You can't really... Sure, you can grab the creeps back off the tower maybe, but the fact it's the first catapult wave, this is why DPs excel against Puck in the mid lane, and especially with the Arcane Rune. Oh, this is going to feel great for Hustlers.
Dude, they go, though. They want to blow her up in time. Will they be able to do it? No living armor. The roll through with the Spirit Siphon. That's enough. Mirage barely living in the Exorcism comes back in. Devastating. Tower dead. Yawn dead. He wanted a high five, but he is just going to see the grave. What a turnaround.
Oh, that felt so bad for Water Runes. They start with a core. They try to snap it with the Rubik lift. And then even just the run through of the Primal Beast on Alex. Just the small little stun there just to help with the Siphon getting them out. That is the nuisance of Death Prophet in a nutshell. And yeah. It's going to rain havoc now. In 35 seconds, you've got another Exo available.
This game is feeling really rough, and Alex makes the move down bottom, kills off the Enigma. Yeah, they have completely blown open this game. And this is what's crazy. Normally, this is the rotation and like the early move that you see more quickly from the Nature's Prophet. Palantimos hasn't been able to TP anywhere because Lycan just keeps pressuring him.
Yeah, he lost his treads as well to the courier snipe, so he was losing like 900 of his net worth, so he didn't really want to move with only brown boots. On top of that, you've got this Exo DP that you don't want to move to.
Oh.
And yeah, Puck's just under threat the entire time. Like, Lycan's picked up his Helm of the Dominator. Like, he's looking to also want to make some plays. I feel like if this DP and this Lycan sync up together at some point, they can just crush this top tier 1 tower, reset the map, farm for a little bit, and as soon as Spectre's online, that's when this game is going to feel so quick for the Hustlers.
They're trying to set up mid now. They want to get a kill onto Alex, and he will snap the coil, gets tossed back in, so they are at least able to punish. When the rotation comes out and DP leans the lane, they're making plays that they need to. but you can see it's going to come at a cost. So they take the top tier 1 tower. This was always going to happen. Can they defend bottom?
Nah, it's only a level 4 tree, so not a lot of stalling available. Only 1 point in the living armor. I think they would wish they could defend it, but in reality, losing it, whatever, they've already taken 2 towers, so yeah, it is going to fall.
Angel tried to go for the deny with Jan moving in. Avalanche not quite on the mark. Oh my god, Angel found the perfect spot. Are you kidding me?
Ooh, that was clean. That was actually kind of naughty. I won't lie. That was naughty.
Jeez. Alex places down Observer Ward. Not sure if Stoikov saw that one. I think that he did. There's some pings on it. But no sentries, so they won't be able to take that one away quite yet. Does he have one coming out? No, no sentries available at all. Oh, they've got crazy vision on Radiant right now.
Yeah, not only they have crazy vision, but look how they're playing the map. Divine Llama deep in the dire jungle, just happily farming up. They have got a disgusting amount of map control right now.
Man. Yeah, this is a serious problem. And, I mean, Mirage has had a great start, is going in for that Atos build that you were talking about, so they'll have some more ways to control. Stoikov gets his first rune now. Good toss to interrupt the onslaught, but still will be Yond going down eventually. And a minute until the next exorcism is up. Alex just everywhere. Mary? Yep, he's getting gobbled up. That is a big bad wolf. Yeah. Coil, black hole ready. Does he drop it? He will. Devi about to run out of his transformation. The shapeshift is gone. Just TP's away.
No.
Oh my god. That was wild. He even goes back to the tier 1 top. What?
It was 20 HP.
Oh, man. Oh, that hurts.
That's good old living armor, if I could say so myself. Yeah, some living armor. All the small things stacking up, the damage reduction, the bonus. Oh,
I mean,
crikey.
He had a long time to think about it, though, to be fair. He was controlled
he
for
did
a
have
while.
A whole black hole to think about, yeah. But yeah, all the small things helping him live there. The arcane ring, the how that I mentioned, Christ. That is... I don't know. I feel after that, it's... How do you recover from that one? With the pace that this game's kind of crushing down on you, the fact that you have a Lycan behind your tier 2, around 10 minutes, killing off your support, you commit 2 core big spells to try for the kill, and he just TPs out. Oh.
I mean, at the very least right now for Water and Enjoyers, things are going well for Palantimos, things are going well for Stoikov. They're having a good start to this game. There is the worry of where it goes in the next couple of minutes here. It's only 1,000 gold separating the 2 teams, though. I feel like if they can kind of play together, try and put a halt to all this tower pressure, maybe things could feel a little bit better then. But it's tough.
Yeah. No, it is tough, and I think the fact that you have net worth going the way of your Prophet and Puck is going to feel good, but the trajectory on their items isn't aligning. Oh, let's look at the bot lane fight first.
Hot.
See ya.
Gets out of harm's way. And Blink just tried to move on in and make something happen. He can't, and instead gets clapped by a dagger, and he's down to half HP too.
Yeah, I was mentioning this itemization. It's the fact that Nature's Prophet goes for Midas, then he's going to go Maelstrom, then he's going for another item. So his economy right now, sure, he's at the top of the net worth, but he still needs, what is it, 8,000 more gold before he feels like he can go toe for toe. And Hustlers, on the other hand, in about 4,000 gold times 3,000 gold on each of their cores, they're going to have this insane timing where they all want to play together as 5. So I think net worth looks pretty cozy, but in the true moments of the game, it isn't going to help them rebuttal this aggression.
Blink back behind the tower, getting chased down. They do have, well, he survives for a moment. Yond is going to die. This exorcism, the combo, the roll in, they find Mary, the lift to try and get him out of harm's way. It's not going to happen, though. And now Palantimos is coming even as well. Alex is there with the pulverize. They got him caught. There were moments where it felt like it could have been good, but this is not it. Stick charges to turn the silence onto Puck. Puck's starting to fall. He will manage to get out of harm's way. Link moves back in till 20 seconds until Black Hole is online again. They have Coil ready. Might be able to catch Angel if they want to drop it here, and it looks like they will. So they find and kill off the tree. But still, losing Palantimos, that's gotta hurt.
This is some crazy aggression from Hustlers. Like, Divine Llama, he's really living up to his name right now, because like he's diving the tier 2's bot, diving tier 2's top. He is really just, whew, he is forcing his team in. That's for sure. And I guess the silver lining is the fact that Dire are keeping up net worth wise, but again, they need to really hope they can stall out this game for about 15 or so minutes to overcome that slight hurdle, so that the real items can kick in for them, so they can actually start taking the fight to them.
Yeah, and I'm unsure how I feel about this going for the Wraith Pact on Blink. Like the armor there probably kept him alive against the Lycan Wolves and Shapeshift and everything that was going on. And I think that when you get this Wraith Pact done, it's going to give their team a lot of survivability. And actually now they find Divine Llama. No coil, does have lift in a second. This is actually working out pretty well for them. And yeah, they find and kill off the Lycan. They still have Black Hole ready if they want to try and turn it. Drops it now down onto the Helm of the Dominator and killing off the Primal Beast. A chance here, a little bit of salvation for the Water Rune enjoyers. They find Angel gonna kill off this tree. Most likely, I think. Do they want to dive for it? A couple more punches, yes. Stoikov gets him.
All right. This was pretty good for them. The fact that they were able to, shut down this Lycan, pick him off quite nicely under their own vision, and then it was kind of the one-by-one train from Hustlers to try and make something happen. And that's what Water Runes need to do. This lineup is about these chaotic pickoffs, the punishment of Puck and Tiny running around the map, setting up for the Prophet to TP in. And you mentioned this Wraith Pact from Enigma. Honestly, I don't mind it. There isn't a natural Wraith Pact killer on the side of Hustlers. Maybe you could argue some Lycan summons can do it, but
it's keeping him alive right now. It's keeping
really
him alive.
helping him.
Although not anymore. No, it's no longer alive. Although they try and kill off Divine Llama, they will bring him down with the Rubik throwing out the Spectral Dagger. Stoikov, though, can't take down Shad. And this is kind of the issue, is that, yeah, you can stay alive for a little longer against the Wraith Pack, but you're not killing the Spectre. Thinking about chasing, can't get him, though.
Yeah, but the repercussions, it's like, look at Tiny in bot lane. All this activity is happening at the top side of the map. He's been able to happily sit down in the bot lane. Sure, he's not using a shovel, not that efficient, but still, he's going to get his Blink Dagger soon. And I think that they're kind of aligning themselves some level of timing to try and take the fight to Hustlers. I think this Prophet probably needs to go like BKB, Silver Edge down the line to be able to even want to enter a fight, but a convincing entry to the mid game from Water Runes after what could have been an absolute disaster of a game from the pressure that Hustlers were applying.
Yeah, they're making a way for themselves to actually take this into a late game situation, and then they have some tools to deal with that, although Stoikov gets caught right there. Malefice to try and turn it. The silence came out. They don't have Black Hole, but they do have enough to bring down that Primal Beast. Still a strong hero.
They need to be careful.
Yeah.
I mean, they're playing this top side of the map very loosely. They're throwing away multiple cheap kills now. And the fact that we mentioned this Nature's Prophet has to invest, what was it, back 4 or 5 minutes ago, it was like 6k, 7k economy to even want to enter the fight. That's naturally just forming because he's just AFK'd this triangle.
Yeah.
And I guess on the flip side, Shad also about to complete up his Ags. So once again, a timing should be coming towards Hustlers to go for the fight. The Spectre has entered the game quicker than the Nature's Prophet. That is rare to say, but can Hustlers utilize it after some sloppy pickoffs from themselves?
Right. That's going to be the question. Will they actually opt to run in at this point and try and take a fight? Like you said, that Aghanims is delivered, so Shadow Step at the ready. They jump immediately onto Angel. He wanted to Overgrowth, gets caught instead. Now, finding that Enigma, Ava toss onto Alex, throws him into the midst of the rest of them. They lose Blink right at the start. That is not the way that you want this fight to go. They did force out the Exo, though, and the Shapeshift.
Yeah, this is a massive timing. If they're able to recover, reset from this engagement.
Are they really trying to burst him? Goes in, snaps the coil, needs a couple more seconds on Exo.
They got him.
But it's not going to be enough. And now, maybe a chance. Can they go for any more? Trying to find one. Divine Llama, he gets the TP out. Wait, what? No. Okay, he doesn't. Divine Llama's just dead. All right. Overgrowth comes out far too late. Stolen Overgrowth now turns it back onto Angel. And what has happened? Now Spectre goes in, finds one pickoff. Can Shad get out of here though? With Palantino's moving into play, they got to be careful. Alex has come back in for a second round of this now, doing what damage they can. The Haunt is out. Jan so low. Oh, Stoikov with the triple kill. They can't quite get him, but the dagger, it's not enough to finish him off. If Shad goes down now, it's a complete throw.
What's happening?
What in the water runes?
Hustlers are just drowning right now. They're just playing so loose. I don't know. I feel like that after everything they've done in the DPC so far with the heroes that they have, it kind of plays itself for objective pressure, but they are just getting absolutely picked apart by this puck, just setting up fight after fight, and then there's overextensions. I love the fact that this puck and Tiny, they had the eye to try and go for this DP. A lot of players in this scenario would be too scared to go for this DP, but they get the coil, they get the break, and then Rubik with the damage is able to close off the kill. But damn, Water Runes, they really are not backing out of this series. Even after 2 games now where they've kind of struggled to enter it, they are finding ways to give their fans hope.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the big thing there is that entire fight took place without Black Hole being used. And now they have it ready. He runs forward on Blink as the toss comes out. They kill off Angel. An easy bring down. I mean,
this is now where this is fun. The game gets great now, because when you think about team fight control, like Hustlers, they don't really like the game going too late, because they don't lean on the Tide Hunters, the Enigmas, the big setup, right? But on the other hand, Water Runes, they've got all the pick off the pace that they can set. So if they can continue playing aggressive Dota but cleanly, they can make Hustlers feel so just afraid to make moves on the map.
So you're not worried at all about this Spectre late game then? You think that they have enough to sort of control and bring down this hero?
I think I'm scared of Spectre at like 40 minutes.
Okay.
But I'm not scared of Spectre and what Hustlers can provide from like 25 to 35 if Water Runes play like cleanly.
Okay. Well, they get the Atos out and able to find Mary. I mean, obviously, if your Rubik's just left alone mid, they're going to blow him up, and Stoikov can't really do that much to try and turn it there. So they keep their tower alive. And a little bit of an overextension. Now Yond, in complete and total no man's land, is just going to get chased down. They try and bring him out and pulverize for the kill. So Water Rune enjoyers, are you happy that you caster cursed them, T? Does that make you feel good?
It makes me feel great, actually. Yeah, Divine Lava messaged me and was like, yo, boss, man, my Lycan ain't popping right now. Could you real quick just say a couple lines? And I was like, yeah, no worries, boss, I got you.
Well, speaking of which,
yeah, well, it's happening, all right.
Oh, they do manage to deny that one at least. Deny out the Wraith pack.
This is why with the caster curse, you say the ifs and the buts and the if they don't, you know, you gotta set up a certain way.
Yeah. Well, regardless, you did the job. You cursed them well and good.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'm here all night. It's going to be a long one. I'm going to try and do my best to help Ball get a win as well later. Don't worry, tune in.
Oh, lordy. Well, 14 to 16, 3,000 gold lead. They try and make the move in towards mid to take this tower and can't quite get it. Tree Gaming.
Yep, absolutely enthralling stuff. 4 points of living armor. Tier 1s live until potentially the end of the game. Yep, absolutely, stellar. But we have to wait until a major for that to get nerfed a little bit.
True. I will say it's a pretty big difference. 17 minutes ago, Water and Enjoyers lost their mid tier 1. Just about. Maybe a little bit less than that, actually. NA math is kicking in again.
That's right. Checks out. Yeah. But also, Hustlers were diving tier 2s.
True.
10, 12 minutes ago. So, yeah. Dota's a crazy game, and Palantimos, we haven't really seen him enter this crazy game. Sitting at 0, 1, and 4. He's got a Midas, he's got BKB, Maelstrom in a small crit. Still a little bit afraid to actually TP into some of these fights. He really needs to see the perfect engagement before he commits.
Oh, and the Eidolons, they actually get the job done. Couldn't keep it alive against the tree arm, or against the Eidolons. So, T, you managed to curse them, and now you curse the tower. Caster cursing the tower as
Bro,
well.
I'm telling you, BNC, he messaged me and he was like, yo, bro, I'm trying to take this mid tag. Can you help me out? I'm like, yeah, no worries, mate. Let me quickly say a couple lines.
Angel gonna get brought down after, and now looking for Divine Llama. Oh, Coil didn't jaunt in time, so they do get out with that Lycan, and he's almost got AC done too. Interesting.
All right, how can I curse your llama? What should I say about this AC?
It's the best item choice ever. He definitely won't need, Aghanims to give to Shad.
Oh god, I gotta recalibrate myself. I'm just afraid to speak.
No, it's good. That's good. That's the way to be.
All right, Divine Llama though, should be afraid of his positioning right now.
Yep, he gets the shapeshift off, but nowhere really to run that's going to keep him alive. So they do manage to bring him down. And continuing the aggression, the Water Rune Enjoyers finding themselves another hero here. Yond looking, Avalanche, toss back, not bad. No! Oh no! Oh god, is this where it all comes apart? Doesn't look like it. Oh, it was a good thought, but that one hurts.
It was a really good thought. If it was executed, that's the type of plays that you need. You surprise the DP, toss back into hole, but the difference of tossing to creep to tossing to Eidolon, it's hit or miss. So who do we blame there? The Tiny for the toss or the Enigma for the hole? Please vote in chat. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, nicely done. Man, that one is very frustrating. I got to imagine. At the end of the day, though, it's still a 7,000 gold lead. I think that they're okay with that. That's not like the black hole to win them the game. It just would have helped a lot. Oh my god, Alex. Try to go for the Eidolons. Coil looks for more.
No BKB on DP.
Palantimo's TP's in. He's there. Has the Silver Edge too. Can pop it for the extra damage, and there it's going to come out. They're starting to run away with the T.
They are vibing incredibly hard.
Oh, yeah.
They have stalled out this game. They found critical pickoffs, and I think Palantimos are loving the tips as well. These tips, they are needed. That shows confidence in a team that is growing, and straight into Roshan.
Right. Shad still trying to find a way to get into some items that will make a difference. Haunt is ready. We've seen some crazy steals before. This one would be absolutely insane. Don't think it's going to come out. And yeah.
Until now. No, I'm joking. That's all good.
They got a free one.
Clean. Yeah. So we're talking about potential damage issues for Water Rune Enjoyers if Hustlers are to scale. But now I think that narrative has flipped, where Hustlers, because you've gone DP going for like a Blink Dagger, this Spectre isn't really able to go toe for toe with Nature's Prophet right now. We're not seeing the Spectre press Haunt. Nature's Prophet has to retreat, especially with Satanic and Aegis. Aegis currently, Satanic down the lane. So I think Hustlers, they're the ones who need to be afraid in the engagements. They don't really have the team fight, and they don't have the items right now to scare them. Like this Lycan, his net worth is slowly dropping off. Like Enigma, even though he didn't hit the black hole so far, he has just kept up his economy and continued to scale. Like, look at this pressure he's applying throughout the map.
Alex, 50 HP, tries to dodge it, but no, there was no way. It was all 5 heroes. Yeah, I mean, there still is that worry, I think, late game that you have of, Abyssal Blade Spectre, which Shad is beelining for. Like, they know the way that they need to win this game. If you can find NP alone, you pop Haunt, you jump on top of him, Abyssal, get Manta off. Even if he gets BKB off, you probably still die to Desolate and everything else. But it's not like an easy way to go, and he needs to get Abyssal.
Yeah, just look at the Lycan now. Look what he's doing.
Right. Yeah.
He's running away. And everything we're describing for the Spectre, it's off of the aggression of Hustlers to set up the map to make those plays. And I feel like we've now watched nearly, 10, 12 minutes of Dota where every big objective ultimate from Hustlers has been just used for a pickoff or to run away. And it's actually really unfortunate for them, if anything. And yeah, the tree goes to D-Ward, dies again.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear they're playing for that 40-minute mark you're talking about. That's the thing that they're going to have to be looking for, because they're not going to be able to do anything in the next couple of minutes. As up top, they again find the Lycan. Maybe here, though, with Stoikov really far away, they get vision of him, but he's haunted. Or rather, he's hasted. and will be able to escape from that. Those are the only types of plays that they can make, where they try and find like an individual pick-off with like Shadow Step and maybe a Pulverize from Alex.
Yeah, I mean, Stoikov, he's having a stellar game, 10-0 and 10, and we mentioned it in the draft. How does this puck really die? There aren't clean, cheap stuns available. You already see Lycan looking to go for a Hex after the AC, so it's still, what was it, you know, thousands of gold, what was it, 6,000 gold, sorry, away from any form of punishment for this puck, and by then, just a casual Lincolns or even going for a BKB is gonna stall that out as well, so pretty difficult. Actually, I'm struggling to see how Hustlers can win a fight right now.
Yeah, I feel like you're right. There's almost no way for them to win a straight up 5-on-5 and even like a 3-on-2 or something. They're not going to come away with the victory most likely. But I guess the question is, do you think that Water Rune Enjoyers have the lineup and are going to be able to like do significant damage closing out high ground? I mean, these types of plays, if they can secure these kills, it's these little like pickoffs to try and elongate the game.
Yeah, again, for Hustlers, any pickoff on a critical hero, they will rip through your buildings, right? Lycan, DP, like, they will disappear. So I think for Water Runes, just don't give away any pointless kills.
Good damage, but nothing in terms of a full-on fight. The Violama runs away, will get lifted, and he might get chased down for the kill wall. On the other side, they find the leash up the DP, so they do take down both of them. A great combination and a good rotation to find kills on cores.
And they're clicking on this Nature's Prophet now with an 8,000 gold lead. They're like, okay, how does anyone kill this guy? They just keep it on that. He's got the leash talents, he's got everything.
That hurts. Maybe if he Ogre Steel Totems out first, he can get the onslaught out beforehand, but no, gets caught and killed.
Dude, where was this Water Runes Enjoyers the entire DPC, man? Come on. Why do they do it in like the final series to set up the tiebreakers to survive elimination? Like, this is just nice Dota. Other than like maybe the first 10 minutes, right? After that.
Yeah.
Like the way in which they killed off the aggression, the way in which they utilized the puck to unlock. The Palantir was AFK farming with zero respect to trying to kill people. He just wants to hit neutrals. It's just good Dota. Like, you're scaling, you're punishing your team, your opponent for trying to be aggressive, and yeah, it's a shame they had to pull out so late, but it's a good time to do it. They still can control their own fate. Aegis just expires. You now want to look to complete that Gleipnir for the Nature's Prophet. And yeah, look at the Violama. He realizes he's got no economy.
Right. Yeah, he's
going
hurting.
for the Ags. Yeah.
He knows that that needs to be his eventual play. The root's there, though. Look at the damage on the Mary. The turnaround black hole onto 3, and yeah, that'll do it. Leashed up, Primal Beast can't go anywhere, and they just needed to wait. They didn't need that black hole, but Blink, that's got to feel great for him.
And he didn't even have a blink on Blink. He just walked in and did it. That was just a
look at him. He's smiling.
Welcome to my hole.
Feeling good right now. Getting a little bit of love from his team.
Finally, we're seeing BNC, he's been so down in the previous series. Like, this guy is a guy with like charisma and energy, and all right. I have no bias, by the way, but still, I'm happy he's smiling. No. I mean, legit. Like, I'll be honest, I don't really mind who wins this series, but I hate to see Dota players sad when they're playing Dota. This game's meant to be like a great, enjoyable game, but BNC has been so sad for like the last 2 weeks of DPC. This guy's meant to be smiling.
Oh, no. Well, it's always good to see people happy. Right now, not so happy is going to be the D2 Hustlers. They got to find a way to hold on right now, because Water Rune Enjoyers... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Alex, he put his little arms out. He wanted to grab him, and now grabs the puck. Okay, that's a much bigger target. Oh, God. Have you cursed them? You wanted them to be happy. Now they're sad. Water Rune Enjoyers hoping to get out of here.
I've done it again.
Ooh, they catch. He wasn't able to get the full Pulverize out. Blink in trouble, trying to run away. Alex right on his tail. 10 seconds until Pulverize is back up with 4 already dead. It's going to be a 5th. Oh, T, why do you hate him so much? Pulverize to break it. No, they interrupted the onslaught. Oh, he gets
sorry, Lyrical.
Out.
What were you saying?
Huh? Oh, yeah, exactly.
Look at this man smiling still. Or stretching. One of the two. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's maybe the the reason why Water Runes are in this position in the division. It's because after a successful engagement, they are rushing to do things next. But at least they do take the melee wrecks. At least
Vision.
they are able to take some
Bash.
positives from it.
Yeah, underneath the sentry, they got the bash.
Okay.
Oh,
All
and
right,
now he has
it's
a
all over.
hex. Oh, T.
Yeah, Shad's pretty happy now. All right, yeah, don't say that too quickly. Yeah, no, lead is still going Water Rune's way. But once again, punishments are in play, and yeah, high ground is the best friend of any team.
Yeah, and surely Roche won't like instantly respawn, right? That's
Yeah,
definitely
surely it
not
won't be
gonna
like
happen.
12 seconds or anything, right? 12 seconds?
No, definitely not.
No.
Oh, 3 minutes.
Yo,
there it is.
there we go.
Well done.
Win probability just shifted up like 20% more to Water Runes after that one.
Well,
but if anything, the takeaway for me is just Water Runes. They can win the fights. They just have to respect the chase down of Hustlers. And like, this game is easily throwable.
Oh, yeah.
Cast a curse aside.
No, definitely. I mean, it's what we've been talking about this entire time is like Water and Enjoyers, they won those fights consistently. We're able to do it over and over and over again. But if Black Hole is down, if, you know, Shad gets this like control item and finds Palantimos, this one is not a freebie. And they've got to close this out. I think that now they're in a really dangerous position too, because Divine Llama got enough gold to finish off his Aghanims during all of that. So even though it's like the same 10k gold lead that we've sort of been seeing them nurse, as both teams are getting more items, the items that D2 Hustlers are getting are becoming stronger and stronger. It's giving them that leg up.
Oh, it's going to scale beautifully into the fight, but I like for Water Runes at least. They smoke out of their base. They respect Roshan can respawn soon. They've sentryed their jungle. They've warded it. Unlike in that previous game where they were kind of blindly playing in the hope they didn't have vision there, they've set up their map in the correct way to play out this fight. But no, they are waiting for Roshan. And I'm looking forward to see some Spectre Wolfbite running around critting. Not getting kited anymore. Question is, if you can't cancel a black hole, it doesn't matter if you have all this move speed or not, you're just going to be CC'd down and killed. So
it's true.
A lot of emphasis on Angel. He has Blink though. Blink Overgrowth is going to be the key factor in Hustlers winning any of these late game fights.
Yeah, and then maybe eventually some refreshers coming out as well, although for the moment at least Blink is just focused on getting that Blink Dagger for himself. Okay, next couple of minutes here, 20 to 30. Roche fight feels like it's going to be the key point of contention, and just look at the vision that Water and Endurers have. They know this is where the fight's going to take place. They have complete vision on this side of the map.
And you need that level of vision against the Spectre because you're always going to be down on that side. They're hugging this high ground ward. Divine's doing a pretty good job always scouting with his wolves. There's already one scouting out the smoke. There's one inside the pit to check for the respawn. So Divine just completely breaking Water Rune's ability to sweep across the map.
Haunt used to get away from the jump. Palantimos found, actually, Reality's back. Shad. Oh my god, if he saw him right there, that would have been, that was so close.
That was spooky, but Roshan's back up in 10 seconds. No Haunt now for 2 minutes. Sure, you have the Shadow Step to jump onto that single hero, but BNC just jumping in. What a wild man.
He wanted to go onto Alex right there, who's going to D-Ward. So they take away that key vision. I mean, that's huge. Getting that stolen is big.
But Tritz's cloak also is pretty huge. That's a nice pickup. And yeah, Water Runes are straight into the pit.
Wolves in. They see it. They see what's going on. They see the half HP ready to roll. Alex runs in. Can't find anybody. BKB out to keep himself alive. Mirage runs forward. The silence is there. Has to beware of the Shadow Step. Waiting for that perfect moment. Mirage, though, taking down Roche. The rest of the team coming into position now. They give him already the wolf fight and just finds him. But the stun, Shad in trouble in the black hole. Finds him, but the silence immediately there. They don't have the black hole they needed. Stuck up on the high ground. Shad, he doesn't have the dagger to get down. Palantimos, they can't get on top of him with Shad. He's still living through this. They need the Spectre there, and they will finally get him. Comes in for the big crit. Stoikov can't find a way into this fight. We said it was possible for the Hustlers, and they found their moment. They blow up Alex. We'll buy back immediately, but I think it's time to go and take this Roche. Yant, waiting for it. can't get there in time. Too much, much too much.
And Roshan already down. Even without the Hornet start, like they didn't even care. That was just a perfect example of Enigma not having the BKB available. Like that got cancelled from a DP silence. 40 minutes into the game, it's getting caught. Like the tree didn't even have blink to overgrowth it. That could have been a dead Spectre. We're gonna see the highlight here, yeah. Yeah, Spectre just jumps in straight away. BNC, he's in a pretty good spot, but quick silence from the DP, and that really just prevented any layers of aggression. And for Water Runes, they just weren't really ready to fight on that Enigma. You got Nature's Prophet at the top side of the fight. The Puck and the Tiny aren't really in a good spot to collapse as well. So once again, positioning and clutch fights, not really Water Runes' best suit so far. And yeah, it's going to be their shortcoming, especially against this inevitable wave of scaling from the Spectre that is going to rip them apart. We also got to see Spectre Wolf. That was quite nice.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually kind of funny because I actually don't think it's that great, right? Like, you get life.
It's not awesome. Yeah.
I guess the life stealing healing effect is pretty cool. That part actually is super valuable with Spectre because then you get more value out of dispersion and everything. As they tried to go on to Shad, couldn't do that much, but now they find and are going to control, but can't get the full control onto Puck. Instead, they turn over to the side. Angel is dead, but Shad going to be on top of Beyond, goes in for the Abyssal Blade, not quite killed. Okay, goes back and finishes him off. And now, like, trying to run away, gives the Wolf Bite. The Pulverize is there onto one, tries to break it, but the rundown is going to be there. Blink, don't quite have him. Langmuir to slow, somehow barely able to survive through all of this, but Mary is going to die in the end.
And they're in your base as well. Like, the main thing about, he's just jumping in, he doesn't care.
Yeah, pops the Manta, got him caught, in trouble, dead. Enigma, no answer, couldn't get the Greaves off. Now they find him. Palantimos hoping to escape, but the Desolate damage, it is all too much for Palantimos, who tries to hide away in the Invis. Will keep him alive for the moment. But the game, so hard, and building's gonna start to fall.
The speed in which Spectre can enter this fight already, just the Shadow Step alone, but you throw the Wolf Bite on top of him, he is just so mobile. Anyone shows himself, they're gonna die. I love the fact he has the Hex, also the Abyssal. Like, anyone showing he has plenty of lockdown by himself to be a kill threat. And yeah, we got to the 40-minute mark, and yeah, Hustlers, they've overcome that mid-game aggression. Yeah, they have no cares. Buildings will fall.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big question, right? Like, obviously, the Water Rune Enjoyers had every team fight won, but could they close out the game? Did they have what it took? And against this tree, it has consistently been an issue for teams trying to close out games. Maybe gonna look for something. I thought it was a toss back. Instead, it's a run-in. They don't even have a way to get him out of there. Shad's still living. 1.5 minutes left on Aegis. Even if you kill him once, you're not going to be able to get him again, most likely. But maybe here, with Enigma respawning, he will have Black Hole ready.
But no BKB.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to catch all of them. And you can see behind him, Angel ready with the Blink and the Overgrowth, ready to turn this one in a moment. So, Water Rune Enjoyers will lose 2 sets of racks. Now a 5k gold lead into the favor of the Hustlers.
Don't look at the graph. Don't look at the graph. Okay, thank you. Oh my god, that was... Oh, no, don't look at the graph.
Yeah.
That is... Whew.
That's painful.
Yep, that's painful. I mean, a lot of every Dota player in their history of playing this game has been in this position before, where they've felt like they're about to win it, and it gets thrown away. And
the Hex,
look at the CC on this part.
The Abyssal. You know what? You don't have control, just buy control. And they will do just that. We'll find Yond here. He dies to the dagger, it looks like. So Haunt used, they bought back on the Puck. Can't find anything. Their hopes of staying in Div 2 dwindling in front of their eyes. It had to be somebody, and it looks like unless something changes drastically, it's going to be Water Rune Enjoyers. Oh, man.
You mentioned it, like just the way in which Hustler's itemized, right? It's you got the Hex now complete for the Lycan. You got the Hex and Abyssal, even the Moonshot. I think Moonshot on Spectre, insane damage with the Illusions and Desolate. So, yeah, Hustlers, they have 0 problems now. Like, as long as they don't get picked off and punished by this black hole, like there's always that what if we position poorly. So for BNC, if he wants to keep himself in Division 2, he needs to get that BKB. He needs to find that perfect black hole. and it's going to be hard into Haunt, into the Overgrowth. In no way is this an easy feat, but if there's a time to step up and hit some holes, this is it.
Right. Yeah, definitely. I mean, because if they just are given free reign to go wherever they want, you've got this Moon Shard completed now on the Spectre too, so the Illusion's doing that much more damage. Took the Dispersion talent, but still, I mean, they just evaporate in the midst of these ganks coming out. Game is so hard for them.
Luckily for the Enigma, he does have Ninja Gear, so he can
yeah,
position himself nicely at the start of the fight. Sure, Spectre will be able to dissuade that a bit, but every little helps right now for Water Rune Enjoyers. They're trying to muscle up to get some of this vision back on their side, but they can't really stay here for too long, so they can't protect the ward. Do they have... Okay, they got one ward available on Tiny, and that's going to be already just straight away placing on the high ground.
Right. Yeah, I mean... I think realistically, if they want to try and make a comeback happen here for Water and Enjoyers, they need to take these fights around Roche Pit. This type of a pickoff here on Mirage would be huge. And they're walking under the ward, but I mean, they got to make a play. Jan goes for it. It's not going to connect. And now instead, it's just going to be a turn and a find for a kill onto this Tiny.
Shad just in.
Looking for more if they want to? No. They're just actually, yeah, okay, they are. Chad jumps in. Palantimos hitting illusions. Not going to do it for them right now. And
there's still no BKB on Enigma. He just can't black hole with confidence.
It's too scary. Angel is so ready for it right now. Palantimos moves in, finds the leash. Still sitting pretty, and the DP with BKB out. This is going to be enough to take the full set of racks. That's going to be mega creeps. Water Rune Enjoyers playing until the very end here. Palantimos goes into Silver Edge mode, hits him a couple of times, does some good damage here. Can they bring him down though? No. Shad, it was never going to be enough. God, there's just so much spam. They do kill off the tree. So that's one of the ways to break the black hole taken out of the game. Can they find any more? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, at this point, for us is just reset, get back to your side of the map. And now death by 1,000 cuts. You've got this Lycan Shard plus Mega Creeps. Lanes are always going to be pushed into the side of Water Runes. They don't really push them up that cleanly outside of, you know, Puck with the Overwhelm and Blink, and then if Furian's in the lane, wait for that next Roshan, clean up the goodies, and then maybe barrel yourself in to fight for that tier 4. So, I mean, how far away is Enigma? Okay, he just completed the BKB. But it's wildly too late. I'm not even going to try and hype up some scenario here. It's one bad black hole, and the Hustlers just run down mid and take the Ancient.
True enough. No, the game is completely out of their control at this point. They need to wait for a misplay and a chance here for to catch somebody off guard. I mean, Blink going into a refresher is, again, like, maybe you do some solo black hole play onto one hero. But even if you do that, you still have to be careful because Spectre can shadow step in and potentially break it all anyways. Or just haunt, what have you. They are trying to push in here. Find one. Shot immediately jumps him. Tries to get out of there. It's a lift away. Everything to try and keep Blink alive. But the Pulverize is there. They will find the Enigma and bring him down. So no Enigma, 80 seconds, Tiny gone, and it might be time to just run it down those lanes like you're talking about. Haunting, Reality, they find him with the Hex. Do they have any more? A second Hex from Devi, catching this puck, and Stoikov. I mean, he gets the phase shift and the runaway, but inside their base, Shad is ready to go. Have they gone too far here? Okay, Pulverize. Silver Edge? No, he's fine. He is perfectly fine. Maybe he's not fine. Okay, he is fine. The tree is there for the turnaround. Stolen Spirit Siphon. Mary is about to get feared. Trying to force back. Mirage pops the BKB. Won't get caught with the toss back play. And Shad, after regenning a little bit, should be ready to rejoin this fight if they need to.
Well, I mean, the split enough fight from Hustlers that Water Runes have kind of whittled down that Enigma respawn to give themselves one more play in hope.
And
Roshan's
Palatinos, he takes the rapier. Okay.
All right, here we go. Yeah. All right, picture this. Hustlers, 5-man, get their Aegis, get all confident, walk up into the high ground, big hole, Palatinos kills everyone, crowd goes wild. Yeah, all right. Even Tiny understands how difficult that is.
Also, oh no, he took the Wolf Summon talent, but he still has to deal with the Howl like damage reduction going on from NP2. Yeah, man, it is a good amount of damage. Do you think it's enough if they can catch him there?
I mean, any hero that has a Rapier and a Silver Edge can kill off a Spectre. I just don't think the fights are clean enough right now for Water Runes to actually execute that perfect engagement. Like, they're running into Exo and Shapeshift and some Primal Beast, like double, triple hexes. If they are to hit it, it would be a miracle.
Well, that's what they need right now, it feels like. And Aghanim Scepter on the Death Prophet. Mirage probably going to come and rejoin the team in just a moment here as they send in the Wolves one by one up towards the tier 4 towers.
Like BNC right now, for him, like the fact they're still playing out this game, BNC should just be AFK in the fountain. Like when Spectre Haunt and all that stuff comes in, you need the fountain to kill off the illusion straight away. Then you use Ninja Gear and you try and take the fight looking towards your tier 4 area. I think him even positioning like this is giving them a free opportunity to go for the kill. Like you're against mega creeps. Like there's no reason for him to even be close to getting picked off.
Right.
And he's kind of positioning like that now.
It's got to be really careful. Although they do find Shad, and okay, there's the Hex. Look for the turn, Black Hole onto 2, keeping him away. That's not a terrible one, but immediately they find him. Yeah, that one hurt. There was no BKB used before that hole, and well, they are going to find Mirage here, leashed up and starting to die. Eats the cheese. The fear comes out from Mary. It's not going to be enough, though, in the end. Shad turned upon by Palantimos. Palantimos, the one hitting heroes very hard, but the Ancient is the thing that they need to take out in the end. The Hex, the control. It is going to be Shad finding the kill on Palantimos. GG is called. And the Hustlers, they are going to go further. Good luck in the tie is what they say. Llama stretching as they end out that series.
Yeah, some nice etiquette there from the guys from Water Runes, wishing their opponents good luck. Yeah, overall, a rough series for Water Runes. I think in both games they had opportunities to maybe claw out a win, but yeah, unfortunately not able to do it. So commiserations to the lads, not able to survive Division 2, but yeah, Hustlers. Just this was probably one of the more shaky games, just like my speech there. Yeah, Hustlers. I think Shad always vying for MVP. Look at this guy, 17-1-13. So yeah, he's a good old carry player, isn't he?
He definitely is that. And we've also got some people that are going to carry us here in a moment as we bring the panel back in, let them talk about all the action. Man, T-Panda, that one, it went various different ways. The graph was rough to look at.
Yeah, and I think the biggest disappointment I have in my mind is I yet again don't get to do my Enigma impersonation because Blink couldn't get that victory for this Enigma in this most important game. But hey, it's a 2-0 for Hustlers. What can you do? That was 89% at one point, and then just a landslide all the way to Hustlers from there. Like Kezu, that was rough.
Yeah, I think once again the Water Rune Enjoyers. I mean, things are just kind of falling flat. I think once again we had some of the heroes popping off, especially Stoikov on this puck. Similarly to Game 1, I think he was backpacking his boys for a while in these games, like doing really well, especially in these early engagements with like his Witchblade, good rune control. But then just a couple of fights where over and over they're like not really playing that well together. D2 Hustlers, they start to get back into this game. I mean, even in the mid game, I think D2 Hustlers, they overplayed quite a bit, especially Davai Lama, but it does happen, and then they claw themselves back into this game. And yeah, at some point there is just too much shit, I think, being thrown at Water Rune Enjoyers, and then it gets hard.
Yeah, that definitely was the case. I was a bit disappointed as well when I saw the first time the Lycan was TPing next to the Dire 2-2 tower. The instant black hole, but no Midnight Pulse. And the Malefice was overlapped with the black hole, and then the guy just TPs away with 14 HP. It's like one of those things could have clicked, but he did get that good black hole by just walking in there. He got 3 heroes, there's 4 heroes dead on the side of Hustlers, but what can he do? It feels like there's just too many things to worry about. Itemization-wise, no BKB coming out early. He had that early Octarine, wanted to get the Wraith Pact off more often, the Greaves out more often, and just couldn't get one hero's ultimate into play.
Like, I think this fight that we're watching in the highlight, Water and Joyce, they were still up like 9k or 10k gold before this fight happens. And if you look at the Radiant draft, all they need to do, Water and Joyce, they need to drag out the fight and just protect each other. There's no need for them to like be so split, and like Enigma feels forced to like black hole someone because they're getting gone on, when instead they should just be playing. Look at the stats on Puck. I'm sorry, he lost, but he's 21-2 and 12. Like,
yeah,
I mean, it just feels bad. I feel a bit bad for them.
Look at Nature's Prophet too. Like, this man bought a Raper at the very end of the game.
He has no kills.
He didn't have a single kill to his name.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, man, like Stoikov from game to game, I think he's been outstanding in this team. He's probably been the best player on the team, and it's been very fun watching him play, but we're unfortunately not going to be seeing him more in this Division 2. No tiebreakers, no nothing. They're out. They're just gone.
That's
brutal. That's the way of the DPC. And hopefully, I mean, again, these guys, they were kind of brought together to make this team, and maybe they stick together, maybe they join different teams. But a lot of these names have been integral to our Division 2 scene for the last year or two of DPC. So even though they're gone now, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them again in maybe Tour 2, Tour 3 on a different team contending for the Division 2 title once again.
Well, for the side of Hustlers, a victory for them, meaning that we have a guaranteed tiebreaker combination coming out already for the upper spots. That's going to be against Alliance. But who is the MVP in this one is the big question, because I think we saw some cool stuff all around from Hustlers on that second half of the game. You could technically say the second half of the point where they won that Roche fight and just carried on to victory from there. Who do you think deserves it the most here, gents? What about you, Lyrical? I haven't actually heard your input on the MVP, so I want to hear from you.
I mean, I called Angel last time.
True.
I think for me, maybe we give it to Mirage. I think out of the laning stage, he had some pretty solid plays that went on there early. He kind of set the tempo, I think. I mean, can you give it to a guy for just gaining an arcane rune at 6 minutes and then taking a tower? I don't know. That seems pretty solid
well
to
played.
me.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah, I think overall, if we're referring to Mirage, I think his entry to the game was really solid. That if Hustlers didn't make those weird plays top, his plays would have been the reason why they win this game in like 25 minutes, right? So just for the fact that the game gets chaotic, it's sure that happens. But yeah, once again, I think overall, everyone on Hustlers itemized really nicely to force that eventual comeback potential, be it the Hexes or the Shivas or the Beacon. And everyone just played a really clean comeback style of game. But I think if they are talking about this game, they'll be kicking themselves going, why did we have to come back into this game? Like, if we're a team chasing for Division 1, if we're playing tiebreakers for Division 1, should we be the team that's having to come back against Water Rune after we take 2 towers in the first 11 minutes? So even though they win, I think they will be slightly kicking themselves and not too happy with this result.
Yeah, and that being said, of course, heading over to the winner interview, I think we have a very special person coming up for this one. And it is, of course, Devaya Lama, the offlaner for Dota 2 Hustlers, the man who I look up to throat singing, the man with the best cameos in TI. How are you doing, man?
You.
Coming up with a victory from this one and forcing out the tiebreakers.
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Obviously, we suffered a pretty crushing defeat 2 days ago. We didn't have a great day today. Didn't play our best, but yeah, we managed to get the victory. So about as good as we can feel.
I think that's the most important part, is you're still ranking out the W's on the board, but talk to us about the series as a whole. The way that you started it off and how you kind of got yourselves back in that game too. It was pretty heavily going on the side of Water Rune enjoyers. Was that the real winning moment for you guys? Or did you feel like already in game 1 or game 2 that no worries, we can still handle whatever is thrown our way?
I mean, we had a spec, right? Like we realized that we do have comeback potential. We're kind of just feeding. Like, we didn't make any good plays. We were just feeding our brains out. It was just a terrible game that we played, but in the end, we had a pretty good skill and graph to be that one decent defense, and after that, we're the better team. We out executed them, out rotated them on the map. So as soon as they fed us once, and we had a fat Spectre, I feel like the game was pretty easy after that. But before that, we were feeding, and game was it's scary.
Oh, you got the package together, so bringing out that one for Gezu. What do you have in mind for Devi?
Yo, what up, sir? I think first of all, you've improved a lot as a player. But I have two questions for you. First off, do you ever think that your emotions disrupt your gameplay? You seem like you're a very emotional player. Like we can see it on the camera. Do you think that, like, what is the balance there? Do you feel like it sometimes hurts you in the game, or is it more like it's only after the game that you let those emotions like kick in?
It happens during the game. Obviously, like emotions got to me in the order of the game 3. Like that was the worst game I ever played in my life. You know, arguably one of the most important games that I've ever played in. I played the worst. I mean, the reason why I played so poorly, I'll attribute just the fact that there was like a lot of pressure. Like in the past, like, even in the last chance qualifier, I didn't choke that bad. Like I've never choked that bad. It's just a different like situation, I guess. Like when I played at TA, for example, like you're there at the boot camp, you know, like we're the underdogs. There's like no pressure. There's no real pressure in us, right? We're just there to play our best. You know, we have a sponsor. You know, I have a livelihood now. You know, I made the switch to Europe. You know, and I gave up. You know, like my spot in Division 1. Which, you know, gives you a more stable income. You know, to try and get to Division 1 in Europe and try and find a good sponsor. But you know, we haven't finalized a sponsor yet. So, you know, my livelihood is somewhat on the line by these games. So I'll say that that's like one of the main reasons why perhaps we're not playing up to our fullest potential. Like we're not at a boot camp. You know, I'm just at home. You know, we lost to 2 teams that that they were in the boot camp. You know, that have a very very good income. They don't have to worry about about the fact that they can afford their own place. I think for me that's probably one of the reasons. Like I try not to, I just try to focus on the Dota. I try to just take it game by game, but I guess in the background those things do they do get you.
No, for sure. I mean, pressure is it might just take some time, but it's fair. You have more to worry about than maybe some other players. I have only one more quick follow-up. So regarding the last game of the OT series, you guys picked Lycan there, which I think was a cool pick, but it surprised me a little bit. I thought maybe you would be considering some TB or CK. Could you walk me a little bit through the Lycan pick? I mean, you guys picked it today as well, so obviously you guys see something in this hero.
Yeah, we just think Lycan's a strong hero in general. That game just looked like a very good Lycan carry game. I guess Chad saw it and he wanted it. Like, we just looked at the heroes. We looked at their carry morph, and we just said, we just thought like like CK TB, they probably won't scale as well versus their heroes. They have a lot of stuns. They'll have last pick to counter. Any potential carry, and we thought Lycan would be the best. I think the Lycan was pretty effective that game. We just messed up the early game again. We had a way bigger lead that game. And it would have looked a lot better if we didn't we didn't have to go for late game. Obviously in late game we still had a pretty decent scaling draft, but I don't know how I just missed like 3 black holes in a row. Yeah. So yeah.
All good, sir. Don't worry. Thanks for the answers.
I have a question for you, Devi. First of all, hello, Devi. How's it going? You guys won the series. You look like you're very sad, but you did win, so that's pretty good. I just wanted to check in with you real quickly about your TI experience as well, because you brought it up. I had like some interesting questions about it, and I was wondering about like the mental aspect to it, because you mentioned that in that one you didn't feel like you sort of had the same, maybe not the same pressure, but the same type of. You said you didn't choke as hard. You didn't have that feeling with you as much.
Yeah, I mean pressure. I mean it's really like because of the pressure. Like that's why you underperform and you sometimes. And
right. Well,
yeah, I think it's all.
And
related.
so the thing that I kind of wanted to ask about was what was that experience like in terms of you're talking about now wanting to become this like Div 1 team. You want to become this team that can get sponsors, that can go to these tournaments. What was it like actually being there in person, getting to experience going to an event? Was it what you kind of hoped that it would be? Was it what you were expecting from it? And, how much did that encourage you to sort of try out for what you're doing now, moving over to Europe?
My TI experience was great. Like, I mean, like we came in as like the third place team from one of the weakest regions, so we were like, like arguably like top 3, top 4 weakest teams there. So we were pretty lucky to go. You know, last chance qualifiers, it's an awesome concept. I hope they do it again. So everything was pretty low pressure, but so even though we didn't get any prize money and I didn't get to play any games on stage, all the rest was up to like very high standards. You know, like the hotel was great, the games were great. You know, everything was very professional. It was quite an experience to be there. You know, like it was like my first real LAN actually, and big LAN, and all the best players in the world are there. You know, you see them. They're there when you're lunching. You just see players. You know, like it was just a great experience. You know, like I like just reflected back like on my career, and I was I remember like 5 years ago, like I was just like some or maybe 6 or 7. I was like some kid, and I got into it I got into a game with Artesia or something, and I would be like, "Whoa, I'm in a game with a professional player! Wow, I've made it!" And then like like I'm sitting there like in a 5-star hotel, like playing at and I'm like, "Oh, now this guy's eating, is lunching next to me." It's pretty cool. You know, I'm very happy where I am right now. And yeah, it was also just learning full experience, right? Like you play at TI, you play some of the best teams in the world, and you learn that those other teams, they're beatable as well if you
right.
play your best.
And that's one thing I wanted to the last question I have, I promise, is when you played in those qualifiers, people came in low expectations of you, but you were able to, even though you didn't win a full series, take games off of Virtus Pro, who ended up like getting in towards the finals. You took one game off of them and tied up in the best of 2.
We did win a series against Polaris.
Right, sorry, my bad. I'm so sorry.
I
was just talking about the group stage stuff. Please don't kill me.
It's all good. It's all good.
So I'm wondering, how much confidence did that give you guys in your own gameplay? Because when you were showing yourself on those cameras and stuff, you were popping off all the time. Did it give you a bunch of confidence?
For sure. Playing at TI and boot camping, like being in like a focused environment, such a serious like professional environment, like give me more motivation than ever.
Cool. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
I gotta think of some questions now. Hello, Divine. How you doing? All right. So my question would be, what was I guess the big motivation? You've already spoke about the going to your first LAN stuff, but moving from, let's say, like NA to Europe, like everything you're describing, a strong team in NA, you could get there quicker. But instead, you decided to come to the competitive, like a more competitive region. Is that because you wanted the challenge and to find improvement? Like, what was the thought process in moving from like NA to Europe?
I mean, I just looked at both the teams that I could play with. I had like 2 real options, right? Like 2 options that I was considering, like continuing with like wildcard, like some reformed block roster, because like it was already kind of falling apart. Sammy Boy didn't want to continue playing 5. He did in the end start playing 5. Don't know what happened there, but he told me he was gonna quit playing 5. So, and Lo went back to SA. So the roster had to be like reformed, and we tried out some scrims, but the roster there, I wasn't like a huge believer in it. It was nice to have like the some small salary there in wildcard and like have the secure upper division money, but I didn't really believe in the team that was going to play in A. So, and I just tried out playing with some European players and E2CL. Right after TI, and I played with Mirage and Shad and with Alex as well. Continue playing with him, and yeah, I just thought it would be a way better team, and I believed in, like on short term, it was like like a more risky decision, I would say. Like we had to buy a slot because we couldn't play qualifiers. I paid for the slot out of my own bank account. Like everything considered, it was pretty risky, but I did it because I believe in the players in this team. Like
you believe,
I really believe in this team. I just try to think long term. What team is gonna have the most success on the long term, and I thought this team in Europe would be more successful.
That's fair. All right, you talk about belief. Go quick. You're potentially playing tiebreakers against Alliance and maybe Manaspa. Are you going to win the tiebreakers? Are you going to take D2 Hustlers into Division 1 and have to rebrand once again to D1 Hustlers like you did in NA?
Well, we did rebrand actually. Before we were able to rebrand, we found a sponsor, so hopefully that happens again. So.
True that. But come on, hit me with the answer. Are you going Division 1 this tour?
I don't know. I hope so.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah,
I was hoping for
just
like
going.
hype, yes, but all right, okay.
And man is keeping his feet on the ground. Appreciate for that. Davai Lama, you're the only... I lived in Belgium for 3 years. I did not run into a throat singer until I met you. So congratulations with your win here. And let's see how you fare with those tiebreakers. Get yourself prepared for that one as well. So congratulations on the win here. And thanks for taking the time to talk with us.
Thank you very much. See ya.
See ya.
That was Davai Lama as they've cleared out their series. It was a 2-0 in the end. It could have been a 1-1, and we stretch into a game 3. It did not happen this time. But gents, as we move onward, we only have a couple of minutes until we have our next series actually starting off. So quick primary thoughts before we head over to that one. What do you think? We've got Manaspa, we've got Bold. Bold, they've got 2 series to play. If they win both, they still have some wild chances of actually forcing a tiebreaker against Ancient Tribe. But if Manaspa wins this one, it's over for them, and Manaspa will go to the 3-way tie. What do you think about that?
Wait, I'm gonna
I think
cope.
Kezu said, I think Kezu actually said that he would Bald if Bald won this next upcoming series. I don't know if it was in private or not, and then I said that I'd do it as well.
Sure, man, I'll do it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a
And so will
2-0 no
Lyrical.
matter what. That's what I'm going to predict.
All right. Kezu, are you also on the same line?
I mean, yeah, it's just I think it's just an illegal game for Monaspa to lose. I don't think there's a high possibility. I feel like Weehan needs to backpack all his brothers real damn hard on this in this next game.
Wait,
It looks like
there's
it
a hero.
is-
Meepo can do it. There's enough backpacks on Meepo to get
True,
them all in.
actually.
All right, back
True.
to you, Panda. Sorry, back to you.
It does feel like it is down to the mid players to take the backpack. But hey, we're going to take a tiny short break until we head over to the final series of the day, Manaspa versus Bold. See you in a bit.
Be ready with.
I am.
I'll help you here. Look, be ready.
Yeah. I will.
Celebrity.
Good. For the 4 is kind of stuck. Chat, you
I'm
gonna fear?
stuck. I'm stuck.
I
It's
cannot
fine, I'm
take
breaking.
Kill the
I will
Furon
take
after.
it.
Yeah, kill him soon. I'm going on him.
I have no mana, guys. I'm useless.
Good. Tiny. Yeah, tiny.
Arcane rune bots.
You can finish rush, don't let this puck snatch. Wait, the puck is gonna keep fucking us, guys. Nice.
No, he
Come by
can't. He can't. Just stay with.
once more into the fray for the final series of the day here at Sunday with PGL and the West European Division 2 here with Kezu, Lyrical, T-Gov, and of course me as your host, T-Panda. Hope you guys have enjoyed the ride so far. What about you panelists and casters? What have you been thinking about today so far? 2-2-0s.
Who's going to take it, boys? Who's gonna take it?
Not me.
Okay, not me.
Lyrical. Nope.
It's been great.
Nobody.
Okay, it's been great. I can't handle it. It was too much. Yeah, it's been pretty solid. I was literally waiting. You guys are the ones that normally talk so much. It's gonna be great. I want to hear from you two.
No, I want to hear from you.
Well, I'm just yelling in the game. I don't know anything about Dota. Are you kidding me? Look at that. The odds 3-1. That seems a little bit generous to Bald. We'll see, but just kidding. I don't know. It's been rough for him. It's been rough. No wins so far. It's been a bit of a tough one.
Yeah, 3 individual map wins against Ancient Tribe, Ivy, and Waterrune Enjoyers, but no series victories so far. Meanwhile, on the other side, Monaspa, they came from the open qualifiers into the closed qualifiers. They've beaten AT, they beat Alliance, Waterrune Enjoyers. They even beat Ordu Thunders, which was probably the biggest upset I think we've seen during the course of this division, but still not through. Monaspa needing a win to force out the 2-way into a 3-way tiebreaker. But Team Bolt, 0 and 5. It's a long shot, but it's a possibility. It's a theory. It's not a game theory, but it is still there. If they can beat Monaspa and then on the Tuesday final day beat Ordu Thunders and force a relegation tie with Ancient Tribe. So I like what we're seeing right now because theoretically it's possible.
Yes, but so if you think about the playstyles of these two teams, I think Board have been very weak in lanes and have often relied on some cool mid-game kind of concept within their draft to lean on. And on the flip side, Monaspa, they are the team that is like OP aggressive in lanes, and they lose games because they blunder down the line. So I just think that disparity alone, I would be surprised if Monaspa didn't leave lanes with a big lead and ability to choke out the map. And if they do blunder, then maybe, sure, Board's always got that comeback potential, but I feel like the first 15 minutes will be the roughest portion of this game if Board haven't stepped up from their previous series.
Yeah, what kind of mental factor does Monaspa need for today? If you remember the back of Boston Major at Finham and the ow with Spartan and the guys on the stage. Right now, it's an online stage game.
84 years ago.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
I mean, for Monaspa, I think it's important that you should treat any game the same kind of. Like they should know that they have a good matchup, but they struggle with overplaying and overconfidence perhaps, and maybe that's like a trap when you play against a quote-unquote weaker team, that you go even more ham into this, like, oh my god, like we're so far ahead, these guys are noobs, we should own them. Like, just play your game normal, like don't overplay, don't think too much, just play your heroes, and at some point don't do the Monaspa special where you're just diving into wilderness for no reason. Eventually, like, put on the brakes, step back.
Right. Well, the other thing that I'll say is that Monaspa has been one of the team, like everybody's talking about Team Ball being a team about content, right? And trying to like just, make the games interesting or whatever. I don't think that's actually been the case as much from them, from what we've been seeing. They've actually been looking like they've been playing straight up. Monaspa is the team that's been doing the content thing. They have been all chatting. They've been running at people behind towers. If there's a team to do it against, this is the team to do it against. Maybe it's one of those moments where you throw a few too many haymakers, you leave yourself open to a counterpunch. All
right, important. No, this is the important part. Nandi in an interview said that he only all chats based on pub grief he's had.
Oh.
So, if he's to all chat in this game, who's he got grief with on the side of Team Board? We're not going to answer that right now. We can speculate and think about it ourselves, but just in the back of your mind, if you see it.
And also, how much do you win with it when you're going up against a pretty known fella on the enemy side? You don't want to poke the hornet's nest, right?
I mean, you get on the front page of Reddit if you do. You poke the lad and then you lose, and suddenly you're a meme. So yeah, you got to be careful. But hopefully memes aren't in play in this series. I hope Monaspa treats this game with the utmost seriousness, because again, they win it, they get their own tiebreakers. So yeah, I feel like they shouldn't be too weird with this one.
Yeah, like with the history of Dota, we've gone all the way from going back again. The
here we go.
They're reminiscing the history of
Boston
Dota
Major.
with the good old wooden PC spam from all chat into voice lines being the most triggering thing for some players to play against, and now back to all chat. So let's see what they can bring up. I think in terms of in terms of the draft, we had Manaspa with first pick and Bald going for the Dire side, Dire being heavily favored. And I think a couple days ago, Dire was at 56% win rate from over 300 games played in Division 2. So no specialities coming out of that. Like, I think we heard it from the interview, right? Not with the Lama, but earlier, that it feels like the meta has kind of been explored very, very far already. So there's not going to be too many special shenanigans coming out. But what would you say in the eyes of the Ball team, for example? Like, do they, again, like we saw with Waterrune Enjoyers, are we seeing that kind of cheesiness in their picks coming out potentially? Or because they have 2 series to play and they have both in a must-win situation, so you can't just fool around with a draft, but you can bring up some fun heroes that might just work. What do you think about that, Kezu?
I mean, you have Weeha, so he's definitely one of the players, who does play the more quirky or strange heroes. He's already played, Pugna. He loves his Wind Rangers. He loves his Caudal. So if they feel like it's a good game for it, I'm sure they will pick it. I feel like there were also like 1 or 2 Huskar games the last days where I feel like a team could have picked it, but they didn't. So there's always room for it. But I think at the end of the day, kind of what needs to happen for Team Ball is that it just has to kind of click and come together. And that's just, in my opinion, like, their players are good enough individually, but as a team, sometimes you need like a lot of practice and so on, which I'm not sure they have. So I feel like they kind of need to hope that, it just comes together. And sometimes it does at the right time, and sometimes it doesn't.
Also want to bring in one intriguing fact about these 2 teams and their mid players in particular. This could be a Tinker contested game.
Right?
It's true.
True.
I really want to see Tinker in this series, especially for Manaspa. I think anytime they play, they just have the level of aggression required to unlock this hero. I think a lot of teams, if they put Tinker, they're maybe too passive in nature. They don't know really how to, dive as effectively, where Tinker utilizes that. So, yeah, I think Manaspa is one of the best Tinker teams, at least in Europe, that I've seen so far. And, I'm always down to entertain this hero for them.
Well, looking at the first phase, Caudal and Pango bans coming out from Manaspa with the first pick. In the first phase, the most common picks they've had are the DP and the Rubik, obviously. And then on the sides of that, the Lycan 3 times, the Primal Beast 3 times. So we can wonder what they're going with the 8th pick. But for Team Bolt, that leaves them the Treant and +1.
I mean, I just hope for a Ball that they kind of skip through the silencer. I feel like they've been playing this hero too often. And I think like when you're playing in, I'm just going to call it a more loose team, I would prefer if your players can play heroes that can also do shit, like where you make use of this feeling where, I can do what I want, which is a good feeling a lot of the time. So I want people to like have playmakers. Pablo, he can't get his Rubik, but give him some, I don't know, like Hoodwink or some stuff like that, just so that they can go around, do what they want, and just blast some noobs on the map.
There you go.
You already see the bans. Oh, go on. Sorry, go on, Lyrical.
Well, it's fine. I was just going to say that I think that we did see them lose to Ivy playing with the Tusk the other day. I think they need to like have something ready for that Enigma that could be coming out from Manaspa. I mean, it's obviously not one that they've been playing as much as some of the other teams that we've been seeing, but I think that when you take this Rubik, we've seen how valuable this hero could be. It's something they got to watch for. And
Where's
so
Weeha? Sorry.
Yeah, right.
He's getting his Tinker set.
Yeah. I was just honestly thinking with him not here, you just quickly pick all the fun heroes. And he comes back like, guys, come on. I'm trying to play a serious game here.
Well, Ricky's up there. Miranda, yes, no?
Potentially.
Maybe.
No yeses, no nos?
It's in the middle. I don't know if I'd want to see... I mean, they honestly can pick it, but I still would prefer Pablo on a more... Actually, to be fair, Ricky would just be the 4 in this scenario, right? So...
Yeah.
Do I want to see Bengen play some 5? I mean, I feel like Tree Ricky, honestly, here wouldn't be too bad. Locking in double support in the set from second pick is pretty uncomfortable. So instead, they go for the Primal Beast. They played this in offlane, and of course, we can still play it mid if needed. But all I want to see from board, like Kezzy was mentioning, like Manaspa's bans, I want to see them have 5 heroes that after 8 minutes of laning, they have multiple different ways where it's like, if I play with him, I can kill them. If I play with this couple of people, I can occupy their jungle. I just want, like, run and gun heroes that don't really care about scaling too much, and maybe like you have one hero that will be your eventual, he can win me the game at 30, 40 minutes, right? But I want to see just full out aggression from all their picks.
Well, we got a bit of aggression already on the side of Team Bold with these two. If indeed, like Zip Zapper, who has played the Primal Beast, could also be the Weehaw hero, like you said, but they can leave it open for now. But Manaspa already bringing up that Rubik. There is the DP in the pool. That would mean they pick their two most frequently picked first phase heroes if they decide to take that route. How does the DP sit into picture versus this Primal Beast? You get to cancel his, well, if he's already popped Onslaught, you can't drop it. You just go max range. You can interrupt the Pulverize, which is nice. And also it kind of takes away of heroes like the Tusks and stuff, which we've already discussed so many times about the snowball effectiveness. You always snowball into a potential silence and so, but hey, they're just going to go for the less rack route.
I think the DP would have been good. Lesh is a bit similar in terms of what I want to explain, like about these two Team Bolt heroes. They kind of want to like, so Ricky is all about dart into damage and hopefully you kill a guy. So having a tanky hero first of all is pretty good. And Primal Beast Ricky are similar in terms of they want to like charge into the fight, right? So if you have someone where it kind of makes it awkward to do that, like tankier heroes that are kind of walls, like Lesh DP, they fare pretty well against that. So I'm not too surprised that they picked one of these two heroes on the slot.
Yeah, when they've done it before, they've tended to pair it with like an Undying or something else to, like some other type of heal there or something that can control an area so that if you commit fully onto the Lesh and you try and drop everything to kill him, you still like stuck in a bog of zombies and things like that. I kind of am curious though, because it's been constant seeing this Desire Primal get picked up, right? And he's been running it a lot, looking incredibly strong. I'm kind of worried at this point that getting that stolen away, you're committed too hard in trying to like take away what Banaspa wants to do. I would have really liked the Mirana. Like there's a reason that this hero pairs so well together with Ricky. It's not banned out though, so I guess that they can still take it if they want to. Do you think, I mean, I'm assuming that this is going to be the Primal Beast 3. I think he'd ban out the Mirana. I think that combo is still just so annoying to play against.
Yeah, it would make sense. Ricky Mirana is still pretty obnoxious no matter what the game is. You still got very good laners out of the two, despite the whole combo, which is the main highlight. But Ricky, in terms of in the lane, he's got high damage, great harassing capability, and then the regen this hero has is, I feel, is pretty bonkers. Like, you can just trade more damage than you actually receive, because you regen for a while, stick back, and then return again, and just keep Blink Strike spam. We'll see what the engagement is. Tinker is still there, so I'm just waiting for one hero, guys. That's all I want to see.
Manaspa, they are first pick, but they haven't shied away from picking counterable heroes when they are first pick on the final phase. So again, you have to respect it down the line.
It's there.
Yeah, it's there. For board,
Weehaw's back.
Oh, welcome back, boss. And yep, they just go for the Mirana.
I think that's crazy. I can't believe that they got that on second phase. Like, is Undying really that scary? Like, I guess so. Maybe it's based on the hero that they're going to take.
Yeah, I think based on playstyle thus far, like, Bald obviously hasn't looked too strong, but Bengen on his Undying, they've at least had games where he's scaled to a point where he's, like, tanking the engagements, like, it's an Undying, right? So I think it's less about the combinations that are good in meta, but what's good for Bald. And I think they're just respecting things that have gone well for them in the past. And a Ricky Mirana combo, it does shift the support's playstyle, where Bengen now can't be like a frontlining hero. He's now going to play this like squishier backline, or at least jumping hero, right? So, yeah, I think it's fine to ban the Undying. It's just Manaspa not really fully respecting, I guess, Bald's capabilities, and that could be their undoing down the line if this combination does pop off like we've seen for other teams.
I wonder if it has anything to do with what Manaspa want to pick here, like where perhaps an Undying 15 would have deterred what they want in this specific slot now, which I feel like doesn't seem like it's the case. I feel like if Team Bald had an Undying on this pick slot instead of Mirana, I feel like their draft is so ugly, I would want to cry. Like, just looking at it, it just looks like so awkward. But, you know, they have their reasons. They probably, maybe they also think, yo, if we leave this pot on, my Lesh is tanky enough, we're going to back him up, or, you know, there's got to be a good reason. But whatever, it's all right.
Okay. I'll just be real. I'm not afraid of an Undying from a team that's 0-5 throughout the first couple of games, but it is what it is. And the Respect Band came out. They run Earthshaker Viper now, which is crazy. This is a pretty wild changeup. I mean, there's no heal now for the Lesh, so if he gets caught by Ricky Marana, they need some way to keep him alive outside of like his innate tankiness. I feel like maybe Team Bald just all in on like some blow up hero.
Yeah, I think Manaspa, they have some soft cover with Rubik Shard and maybe some Fissure, but it really much is each hero for themselves to some degree. So if Bald can find that hero to punish them, then it's going to feel good. But picking a carry into an Earthshaker Viper lane, honestly, it's horrendous because your lane will always be near the offlane tower, and then you have PL, Lifestealer, all these few heroes that can, purge off the poison attack, which is always a bait pick because you're just a scuffed hero now in the game anyways. So, I think the Shaker Viper lane will not be fun for anyone that they pick up. And sure, Board, they go for a Terrorblade. It's less about the lane and more about the, whatever. We'll survive, and then down the line we'll just send illusions out and whatnot, buy some Skadi so we get to counter them. But this has the makings of a really rough lane.
You know, when I see this TB pick, what I had my first thought?
Team Board?
That's a good tinker.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking what TB stood for.
I was just seeing Desire laughing when he saw it come out. I think they're very happy to be playing against this.
Yeah, they're probably not too afraid of this. Some cool picks for a Bald on 18, in my opinion, could have been like some Wind Ranger or Tinker themselves, but they're gonna go with the TV. Perhaps they're scared that the carry options would get starved even more, which I can see that. And as he was mentioning, I don't think they're gonna be laning for a long time in this top lane. You already have Shaker who's gonna give the lane back to Viper. Viper can run down a TB very easily, so if things go according to plan for Manaspa, I think Gork will probably have to go jungle after like 4± minutes, which is okay. That's probably why they ended up picking this hero.
Bro, they gotta ban Zeus on Team Board, actually. If they don't ban Zeus here against double Invis hero plus Terrorblade,
agreed.
Manaspa are gonna be vibing in this game. Some Lesh carry, naturally does well in most safe lanes. Some Viper crushing some off lane, some free farming mid Zeus that, again, you don't really shut down Zeus, especially with the jump and whatnot. So, yeah, I'm hoping to see a Zeus ban from Board.
Oh yeah, that was also my thoughts. Like, if no Tinker, then Zeus is looking hella good. It's one of the classic counters to this TB hero too. But they will have to pick it first, though it still feels very comfortable picking the Zeus into this game and letting Team Bold go for the counter on the Zeus, because he's already countering like, what, 2 heroes? 2.5 heroes? Yeah, they left it open.
Okay, so the only reasoning I can see about not banning Zeus is if they are to pick it, there is this what if we do get to this ultra late game where they don't, but I feel like Leshrac carry nowadays, the way that you itemize, you always scale, and I don't think TB is a natural answer because of the timings, where it's like, do they have meta, do they not? So I really want to see Zeus from Manaspa here.
5 seconds remaining.
See if there's anything else that they want to run. I mean, the only thing that's maybe a little scary about Zeus is that your only initiation at that point comes from like Earthshaker or walking into them with everybody else. Which maybe can work given their lineup, but it might be a little bit tough into like, I don't know, TB who pops meta. You kind of want to get the jump on him, I guess, but it could go either way. Oh, all right, there's the save.
There's the initiate.
Yeah, what else? I just never liked OD23, man. Like, what can you do?
Take it away, Kazu. Take it away.
I feel like I'm Snare when he's casting Ricky. Like, ugh. I mean, it gives them a layer of save, and the ult is pretty strong. And I mean, Team Bot's draft is fairly one-dimensional. I saw an OD yesterday in China that actually looked very good. I think it was Setsu playing it. Like, when you go back to play this OD with this Midas Ags, I think it's actually kind of good. Like, when you don't rely on this right click, but rather you have Lesh going in for you, you have Viper in the front, you can like disrupt the TB, and you will always save from the Ricky Mirana combo. So even though I don't per se love the hero, I can see why they pick it, and it does make sense. And I don't think that Mars is a good combo to it. Like, it's a good hero against OD, because he will always save. It's also carry OD, so that's kind of poggers.
What?
Oh my god, it's a carry OD. All right.
I want to see Midas. I want to see Witchblade. I want to see Hexes and Hurricane Pikes. I want to see.
Yeah, now I want to see right click too because it's scary.
Because it's carry, I want to see right click. If it's mid,
Agreed.
sure you do Ags and stuff. But I want to see the right click in OD. I want to see the damage it provides, and I'm gonna shut up again because I forgot I'm casting. And take it away, boys.
Oh yeah, take it away, boys. I mean, you're basically painting the picture here for this non-day OD carry. But on the side of T-Ball Reborn, they get the Mars into the end. Kezu, is it the saving grace? Isn't enough?
Press X for doubt. Pressing X. Let's see. What do bot need to do? Who's mid? It's Primal Beast on Weha. Thanks, T. Yeah, I mean, they need to do. They can't have their lanes flop, which I feel like it could happen because it's a TB into like some Viper Shaker lane. You're laning Mars into an OD plus range lane, and mid is also Primal Beast against Lesh. I think I want him to help Weha. He gets every rune. He goes around. He kills everyone. Rampage minute 10. GG minute 15. Bald win game 1.
Oh, Christ. Leaking the script.
Yeah, my bad.
You heard the man before. Take it away, boys. It's Lyrical and T-Gov.
Thank you so much. That's not gonna happen. Sorry, everybody. No. I don't want to burst your bubble. That shit ain't going down. T, holy moly. Safe lane OD. I mean, can I give you my most like copium Mars thing? When he goes in for the arena, he's not going to be able to hit him inside the arena. So you just arena the TB every time to keep him safe. Surely it'll work.
That's some good logic. We haven't seen that logic against Mars v Lina yet, so maybe Mars against OD is the transitional point for people to think Mars is good against the range carries. So yeah, can I stop huffing this copium you're trying to make me?
Yeah, sure.
Get on now, thanks. Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know how this is gonna end up turning out. This one feels like a weird game. Yeah, and I just got no clue what's gonna happen. I literally am very flummoxed.
Ooh, nice word, nice word. So I think Manaspa, they got the type of draft where all their lanes should feel really good. I think they've basically picked up 3 lanes that are innately going to be powerful and pressuring. Whilst Bald, not so much. Leshrac into Primal Beast should fare pretty well for Leshrac. Primal Beast should farm as well, but that side. Some Mars Mirana lane, it's good. It's very good, but it's more on does Spartan feed. Like if Spartan feeds, that's where this lane feels amazing. If Spartan doesn't feed, then it should just be farm again. So I feel like it should be Manaspa's story to write for the first half an hour of this game. And then we'll get to the beautiful Bald Chaos if it does ensue. But yeah, Manaspa should be in a really good spot. Already pressuring the Mars.
Yeah, speaking of some chaos here, Nande finds himself a little astral into the split earth, and Zip Zapper, because they're switching up his positioning, he is now in a ton of trouble, and he actually might just be dead. Yeah, I think he's gone. With the Fade Bow ready. Oh, thinking about it. Now gives a kill over to his carry. What a nice guy Mr. Spartan is.
What a disciplined support, actually. Like, so many other 5s that would have been like, but what if he ran away? You know? But no, he knew the damage was there. There was no stick on Mars to make any cool little plays, so nice first blood going towards a safe lane OD.
And already starting with the tri-lane up top, as you can see right there. Bengen made the move up, so this is a little bit of an interesting one, or rather Pablo did. He's sticking around over here and tries to get his harassment out. This is a little bit of a change up from what I was anticipating.
Yeah, this is a natural thing to try and do against Viper lanes at least. You go for that kill, but the Shaker value is really coming into play. They've already blocked the small camp. They already fissure blocked the lane, close to the safe lane. Or the offlane tower, so it's quite a hard tri-lane to actually execute on.
Yeah, and you look in the jungle. I mean, we saw the tri-lane camera going on, but it's actually in the jungle where Zip Zapper is laning against Spartan. Because
yeah, the patch is dropped. It's the jungle lane. It's new.
I don't know what the hell's going on there. Mid lane, some pressure onto Wish too, but yeah, they are going to pull the wave around because it's a tri-lane. They can't do anything down here with the 2v1.
I feel so bad for Zip Zapper, actually. He's playing offlane Mars by himself, just dragging any wave he can. And the result of this is going to be, of course, Viper isn't pressuring TB. TB currently 7 CS to the 1, but I don't know how effective it really is at the end of the day.
Pablo getting low. Skylark kills him. but it's Skylark that goes down first. Now Desire
Very
in
fine.
trouble with the meta, trying to stay alive, but it's enough for the kill. So they do manage to take down both. This has to happen. If you're going to try lane and your Mars is getting nothing, they have to get kills top.
No, this is incredibly critical, but the thing is, when meta goes down, it potentially could flip the script on this lane, right? There's the Viper at level 3 with the 2 points poison attack. Maybe they'll be able to step up and take the fight, and Bengen's now dewarding this this camp. But yeah, what a very strange entry to this game. Again, just to reflect on the fact that Zip Zapper is level 2. Meanwhile, the tri-lane Viper is about to hit level 3.
Yeah. I mean, it is a problem, but of course, maybe you can have some comeback potential later. Weeha has rotated all the way bottom at level 3, so they want to try and get a kill on Anande with this, or maybe onto the Rubik if Spartan steps too far forward, but he's playing it safe. Now, just going to get the bottle refill. So no chance for a kill, and Wish is just holding the wave mid and getting deny after deny.
Zip has got to be careful, actually. He's kind of low. If Spartan just... If he got the lift off there, he would have probably got the kill.
I mean, Zip Zapper is just not having a good time.
This felt like when, you know... Oh, wait, let's look at
Bengen?
Ricky, maybe...
Oh, man, if he goes down here, Bengen tries to escape, hoping to get out of there, slowed down, and underneath the tower, the 5 stacks, it's enough. They get the kill. If they're getting kills top, this is falling apart. Zip Zapper also dies bottom to the Rubik. Spartan able to find that kill. Yeah, Bald, they're struggling.
Tri-laning with a Terrorblade, you basically get to play the tri-lane once every 150 seconds. And these are the repercussions when meta's not up.
And Wish.
Sure, it's a very aggressive dive.
In towards mid. Well, they find a kill top. They're also maybe going to get Weeha in the mid lane. He's trying to get the water rune, but could not get there in time. Wish, even though the Rubik moved over, that was almost a solo kill. Really tough time.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing the successful nature of this tri-lane. If anything, you have to accept that Terrorblade is getting more CS than he would in a natural 2-1-2 lane. So sure, he's getting the farm, but it feels like Bald's subscribing to the idea of Terrorblade is our almighty core. No one else will have a good game because everyone's getting starved. Like, look at the CS from this OD, 31 for 13 against a 7-0 for Mars. Like, this is not even an off lane from Team Bald.
Yeah, Zip Zapper is going to die down bottom. Now, they are getting some action up top, but they can't find the kill. Pablo instead is the one that dies, and this is with meta. So they get out of that lane with the Viper. Skylark able to escape and not finding a kill on the Terrorblade. Game is looking very hard.
The game's just looking confusing, mate, if I'm to be honest. I think when you're doing tri-lanes, it's a really cool idea if you set it up, but I don't think they set it up. It was more like in the spur moment. Like, they didn't enter this series going, we want to have a tri-lane, and this is how we'll execute it. And that's normally what teams need to do if they want to execute a very complicated strategy. Because even though you might think it's simple, one bad misplay on a tri-lane, one bad rotation, you'll starve your offlaner, your supports will be under-leveled, and you're forcing everything onto one hero. So I think Bald are going to face the repercussions of a somewhat poorly executed entry to this game. And yeah, we'll see if they'll be able to bounce back entering the mid game.
In towards mid here, they're going to run into Spartan in just a second. His courier, that's a freebie. So Pablo will take that one. Now Weeha trying to find a kill. They do manage to connect onto him. And Weeha, oh no, oh god. They don't have damage out of the supports. Wish keeps going for more. Bacon's going to die. Delivered 2 free kills. And
he's got no
maybe a
Pablo.
third as Pablo in trouble gets destroyed. So they lose the Rubik, but Manaspa just feeding, hemorrhaging kills into them by Team Bald.
All right, just to make this cast entertaining every time you say that, I'll say, but don't worry, Gorg is farming, all right? Just so we can...
Sounds good.
But don't worry, Gorg is farming. And as we look at the net worth, he is 3,400 behind this safe lane OD that has literally been by himself in the lane. I don't think this Mars is really entertained playing here. Oh, Weeds might be going down or killing.
Oh my god, the turn and the kill and Wish. Well, I mean, they said 15 minutes might be the timing for this game to be over. I think they were thinking it'd go a different way as they just keep running at him. Nobody's mid. Like, Weeha died back to back. His TP's going to be on cooldown.
Just like I said, Lyrical, but don't worry, Gorg is free farming.
All right, fair enough. Pablo
No,
gets
this
killed.
is so rough. This is... Okay, so the fact that this OD, so if we talk about this OD carry for a second, it's going to be Midas, he's going to go Treads, and after that, he can pretty much free choose what he wants to go for.
Gorg?
And, I mean, Gorg's just trying to shove out the Viper, right? It's a 1v1, he uses meta, he'll be able to do it. But no, I think also you have to, I don't think we've seen it too often, but OD can do Roshan really early on in this game, especially when you max your Arcane Orb, you're able to just unlock the game.
Keeping himself alive against Weehaw, who went for the all-in, went for the pulverize. That is 3 deaths back to back to back, and a grumbly roar as he gets tipped out. Yeah, that is, the game has not gone the way he wanted. Desire, gonna take a pause, let him think about it, let him ruminate on his life choices, and we'll come back in just a moment here.
Hopefully he'll be back soon.
Damn, dude. That's rough.
This is, yeah. Not often do you have games that get broken so quickly, but if you just look at the net worth, like, would you think that this Viper got tri-laned?
No.
Like, to some degree, you could argue some pressure was applied because TB's got a lot of net worth, right? But it doesn't feel as decisive, and yeah. It also doesn't help for We that because they've tri-laned, and they've actually done relatively well. Shaker's a really good hero at like cleanly rotating. Because like as soon as there's a little bit of creep momentum going the way of Viper, he can just walk mid for a second, put a bit of pressure on Wii, then he can walk back. So his tri-lane was never really shutting down the Shaker and the Viper. And that alone just prevented Wii from having a good game. He also just got outplayed by Wish a couple of times. So it is really a difficult game now for them. And I'm just looking towards Cam Bald just like throw bodies at these early engagements to give Gorg enough time to actually farm.
Dude, Weehaw, every time he goes, he's just getting caught and killed again. This is
There's
4
no lane he can
deaths
go
in a
to.
row. Like, it is just completely fallen apart. Given the tips over 3,000 gold lead. And like you were talking about, Nande down bottom, I mean, this hasn't been a safe lane OD. This has been a free farm OD. And he's got the Midas done. He got it done at like 7 minutes.
I mean, I don't know, but I just saw Skylark just face palming. He just kills Wii and he just has no hands on his keyboard. Like,
yeah,
this is, yeah, Manaspa. They're loving life. I don't think you often get games just set up this nicely. Oh, Nande is going for the axe in the safe lane. That is relatively, that's annoying. I was hoping for some fun, spicy new tech to show us this big right click in the pogs and whatnot, but he's going for the fact that Wish will be the true carry to some degree, and he just has infinite farm, so bit upset, but I can accept it.
I mean, I think it makes sense though, right? Like you're playing against TB, just give everything over to this Lesh to make sure he's enormous. Weehaw is going to come and farm out the jungle right now, actually. Spartan right next to him, they get the D ward, and now you kind of have like a Primal Beast wanting to play where Terrorblade is. It doesn't feel great. And if they go on him here again, and Weehaw, I mean, if he gets killed, this is really a problem. Thinking about jumping in, banging on top of him with the smoke screen. Onslaught forward, but has to cancel that. I mean, he's been conditioned into knowing if he goes in, he dies.
It's near impossible for Primal Beast to play this game. With the imprisons, the stuns, like every single hero on Manaspa prevents Primal Beast from happily entering the fight. And oh, Nande.
Ooh, buddy. Zip Zapper gets zapped. Yep. There is nowhere for them to play. And now, run up top, try and find Skylark. This is the type of play that they needed. Finding the Viper and getting a kill. At the same time, though, they will lose the Ricky, and it looks like Wish finally ready to pressure in to take this mid-tier 1.
Just the amount of overlap between Bald's chords right now. Like, this is also the repercussions, right, of this early game. When you have your TB and your Mars kind of stumbling over the same farm, there's no natural tier 1 tower that has fallen through map play. So Bald just really are getting forced back into their own jungle at minute 10. It's incredibly difficult. They need to somehow dodge this Leshrac and try and feed up on this Viper.
Oh,
it's
man.
not an easy feat.
And look at this. In the jungle, there is a triple stack on Hard Camp and Ancients to be taken in a moment if they want. I think If Bald want a chance to win this one, they need to have scouted this out, which I think that they did, and maybe have Weehawk come and steal those stacks or something. They need to get some type of a play like that.
Yeah, it's so hard. I think if anything, they need vision of them doing their stacks and then hope to see like a key spell wasted, then you initiate on. They really do lack. And this was, do you know when we were mentioning the Mirana Ricky? It's like, this is the issue with Board, I think, with this combo. It's like they utilize other support so well with kill threat and pick off potential. But with this support duo, they set up the kills for the cores to do the damage, and often Board has leaned on Bengen and Pablo to kind of be this like, ooh, look at us, we're killing everyone for you, and we have Wish, nice little greedy lad, smokes himself up to do it without taking any damage.
Yeah, that's really nice there. They smoked up with, I think, Spartan there at the same time.
Oh, the Tumbler's toy!
Yeah, he just gets out of there. That one hurts. That one really hurts. They need every one of these ultimates to connect for a kill, it feels like, and they will roll in. They don't quite bring down Spartan, and in fact, able to imprison him for a moment. They're stolen Arena to keep Spartan alive. Get on in here, buddy. You're not going anywhere. Weehaw feeling bad. That is 0-6 for the Primal Beast out of mid.
That was so nice from Spartan. Get in the arena still. The save from Nande to disengage a little bit longer.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Spear into arrow.
Okay.
That was nifty.
That was the first good play of the game.
Zip Zapper, I think he's just going to get ran down. Doesn't have Spear now for another 3 seconds. Throws out the slow. Wants to Spear so badly. Will get him away, but Desire with the cleanup takes down that Mars. 18-5. It has not been close at all.
Yeah, and the thing you have to remember with Skylark Viper, this guy, he itemizes to be a carry. He goes Dragon Lance, the Wraith Bands, the Treads, BKB after that, and often the Skadi, like, he loves playing this Viper as a right-clicking Viper, just like Amar did back on the OG days.
Up top, Wish throwing out a stun now onto Gork while Skylark is back behind the tower. Does get caught here with the spear, doing some good damage, but they don't have their main damage dealers nearby. Weehaw moves on in finally, tries to get away from him there, get some separation, but the OD Nade comes in. Skylark will finally be brought down, but they drop down the ulti, killed off the 2 supports, and now Nande does have an Astral, gonna need to use it in a moment, trying to get a little bit of separation to stay alive, but they do get him for the kill. And now Rubik drops down the arena. Desire, very, very low, has Echo, doesn't drop it right there though. Drops it now to try and get away. Stolen, Rubik finds the spear kill. Desire goes down, Gork's still living through this somehow. And, well, it wasn't terrible for Bald. That actually kind of went okay.
I've got to say the line, but don't worry, Gorg is killing and farming. He's now at 7k net worth. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Wish is playing a nice little game of how many creeps can he kill, whilst his team's doing all these shenanigans. He's got the casual cloak, the bloodstone, the boots of travel, yeah, coming up soon. And I feel like Board, if anything, they kind of want Manaspa to do exactly that 2 or 3 more times in a row. These random, no context, aggressive plays that don't really mean anything.
Oh,
they're just trying to net some cheap kills.
Weehaw down bottom.
No.
He tried to make a play and is gonna die in Fountain. Oh god, he onslaughted between 2 creep waves and just ran right into Skylark. Yeah.
Wee's a very efficient / greedy farmer. He loves to use spells to clip over multiple camps at the same time, but that does put himself in vulnerable positions and takes away his mobility spells, so he can't show, really. If he walks into any of the cores of Manaspa, they're going to put him to half HP and or kill him.
A miss there on the stun would have maybe been enough to take down the Terrorblade, but hasn't yet died. Zip Zapper up top. Tries to Tumbler's Toy and find him there. Wish on the rundown. Zip Zapper does look like he's going to be able to get out of harm's way, though.
I'm just looking at the quick buys, though. Oh, Spartan jumping onto Gorg.
Spear out, not enough for the kill. They get the arrow onto Wish, but... Oh, he walks in rage! Oh, no! Oh, he had Sunder. He had Sunder. Oh, that feels bad.
He backed away initially, but then got hit by the fissure, so... Oh, what can you do? I'm just looking at the 3 cores of board, though. They've all got BKB in their quick buy, and at this point in the game, sure, it might help you survive, but where's the damage?
Arrow They
Where's the
can't do
damage?
anything. They don't
Yeah.
have. I mean, they obviously need the Terror Blade there to find a kill onto the Leshrac. But even if he's there, I don't think that they have enough to deal with him, to be honest.
I fully agree. This is Bold need to continue skipping waves. They need to probably throw away some lives here and there. I wouldn't be surprised if we does go down again shortly, but they are bringing a lot of numbers down to try and pressure Skylark.
Dodging, finding him, arrow out. They have TPs that can come
OG's
in,
coming.
but will it be quickly enough? It doesn't look like it. Oh, Skylark actually surviving, actually lives through it all. Can they bring him down afterwards? Skylark turns, will die, but okay, the Sleeping Dart keeps control of the OD.
Wish is coming from the north.
Does he want to run into him, though? Has to be careful. They don't have Sentry Vision down. Needs to play around this Obs instead. And, well, a spear connects now onto Spartan, but Wish moving into position, runs into all of them. Just devastation, desolation. They have the fissure connection with the shard on Rubik. And Weeha, it is now going to be 0-8 for the Primal Beast. A rough game, to be sure.
I don't know really what you want me to say right now, Lyrical. I could say my catch line for the game, but don't worry, Gorg's farming. But I think that's getting a bit boring at this point. Yeah, this is just an onslaught of Manaspa aggression here on out. You know, the Earthshaker went for the shard. He's BKB soon on Viper. I think if you're Manaspa, you need to look towards taking Aegis at some point. You can do that quite cleanly with your heroes. And then actually look for a decisive fight to grow this lead into even more than what it is currently.
Yeah,
10k 18 minutes. This is
I think that this is one of those games that as they get a Sleeping Dart, no arrow to follow this one up, but instead they just find the Ricky and he is going to die as he comes out of that Tricks of the Trade. I mean, when you come down that hard in the laning stage, I think it's already very difficult to come back. But particularly like when your draft was already a little bit funky to begin with.
Yeah, it doesn't help. I mean, honestly, we don't see teams do tri-lanes too often, to be fair. It's a concept that only maybe Gaming Gladiators have tried, OG have tried it a couple times, and it really is high risk, high reward. Like, even these Div 1 teams, they fall flat on their face multiple times trying it, and
right.
I can respect Bull trying to do something to punish this Viper pick, to give themselves some momentum, but I think the Shaker just really unravels that, and they weren't really respecting or aware of the volatility of tri-laning into a Shaker specifically. And yeah, here we see the Roshan Cup calling.
Well, I think that also there were, you know, a couple of pretty aggressive moves. I think that they were hoping to get a better game out of WEU. And it's one of those things too, I think, where like Primal Beast, if the first couple of waves don't go good, if your rotations don't turn into kills, this hero just feels so anemic. Which is what we've seen, you know, 0, 8, and 7. It's been a very hard game for him and has to get into that BKB to try and right his game, but it feels like it might be too much at this point.
Yeah, I think a lot of people right now might be just assuming that, you know, what happened mid lane, but you can't forget that Spartan, he didn't need to help out his OD in bot lane. So Rubik, after maybe 5-6 minutes, he just AFK'd mid to some degree, and then Shaker, he also pivoted mid. So it felt like it was maybe a dual or tri-lane during the key phases. I think there was one kill that Wish would have got solo, but the rest was just because of support rotations. And Spartan finally, he doesn't even get punished yet.
Oh man, he has Blink out, but does get it broken. Okay, he's in some trouble. Oh my god, he has Tricks of the Trade. Dude, that is the one spell that keeps him alive right there. Bengen wanting to chase him down. He even drops a ward to get vision, and he can't find him. Dude. They dropped Arena for that one. Spartan has been a menace. He's had a hell of a game. 5, 2, and 12. What a Rubik show.
It's a banging performance from Spartan. Spartan's one of those pos fires where he's either tanking every smoke gank under the sun, or he's killing everything. In this game, he's on the killing everything side. So yeah, I do love watching a good old Spartan game. You don't really know what you're gonna get, but today it's a good one. Oh my! He's even Tricks of the Trading up into the enemy high ground.
That's pretty nifty.
And
a
Weasels are jumping
here,
in.
but they are going to again find Weeha. He turns with the Pulverize, tries to do what damage he can, but now stolen Pulverize. Nande's already dead. With Gork on top of him in that BKB, this is pretty solid, but need to be careful about the follow-up that comes in. Now right on top of Spartan, finds it, the Pulverize, but there is the Sunder.
Triple kill.
A triple kill turn. Wish, he needs to be careful now too. If they find him,
They know
This
he's
would
there.
be
They're
a
pinging him.
turnaround for the ages. Desire still living, has Echo Slam ready, but the stun from the low ground right on top of him. No Sunder this time. The Terrorblade is going to die. They bought so much time with Desire, and Wish, he's just going to try and play cleanup. Run away from the GOAT. It is a monster. But they focused everybody else, and a great fight for Bald.
That was honestly the best fight they could ever ask for. They had the wraparound. You had Spartan kind of getting a bit excited in the game. Tricks that are trading up, kind of forcing out some meme imprisons by Nande. And then in that moment of like memery that Manaspa was having together, it was the triple BKB reveal into poor positioning where thank God we're gonna see here. Look, Nande's kind of throwing out spells. Rubik's running around in and out. And yeah, I just don't think they were ready for the BKB on Wii. You see from the south side, the beautiful spear into another BKB from Gorgon. Yeah, this is exactly what you wanted from Ball with their BKBs. Like, if they're BKBing to run away or to disengage, it's over. But they actually got a fight where they got to A-click through, and I'm not saying in any way this is a comeback, but this will be the point that we'll talk about if Gorg somehow gets to, Skadi +1 down the line.
Right.
They have to be careful, though.
Well, it's always the issue, right? Of like this type of a lineup, all of that gold just funnels to the Terrorblade, and then there's nothing left over afterwards for like Mars and Primal Beast. They both have BKBs, but you can see like these supports just get dropped so quickly, and Wish is still just a monster. Like this guy is unanswered in this game at the point. They have to just ignore him like they did last game. But he even buys a Blink Dagger to try and stay on target more so.
Yeah, it's all eyes on Zip Zapper and Weehaw. How do they really enter these fights? They're the ones that are going to have the blinks, the BKBs, the ways in which they can just disrupt the positioning of Manaspa. And if you get to the high ground area, they're forcing out some defensive spells, an Echo Slam's wasted. Then you have Gorg taking the fight. Then we can discuss it. But I think in that window of waiting for meta, you see here from Manaspa, they just keep going.
Dude, he just goes in.
Oh, he doesn't
Wish
get him, though.
killing the tower. Okay, he's still got Pulse Nova going. This guy's got 30-second left on Aegis. Spear onto the Mars, and yeah, tier 3 tower Manaspa, they're not messing around. They're just ready to go, trying to take down buildings. Why not? What do they have to deal with them? Arrow, Sleeping Dart, the combo is there, and Skylark, he's still sitting fine with his BKB. So yeah, they're fine.
Look at Gorg though, he actually just picked up the Crystallis. He bought like the most efficient damage item for the amount of gold he had. So maybe they're looking to make a play after Aegis expires. Aegis has just expired now. But yeah, Manaspa very much in the driving seat. Should just be able to come back up this high ground. There's fortification is back available for them.
Yeah, they don't want to throw, it looks like. They're playing it pretty
That's
safe.
fair.
I mean,
Off
Nande,
previous games, they'd be by tier 4s at this point.
Nande does have the Aghanims, though, so like that's the kind of moment where you can make those aggressive plays with the Lesh, but I get it, like particularly because there's the free setup with the Ricky Dart, or at least relatively free. Speaking of which, they find Spartan arrow out and nobody nearby to help him, so Rubik is going to die. You know what? I think they had this idea the entire time that they wanted to play this safe lane OD in the draft. Because I think that's why they let through the Ricky Marana. This is like their answer for it.
Yeah, potentially. I think that's the cool thing. When you have players who are ready to play these unconventional heroes, especially in the safe lane, you can kind of bait your opponent into kind of think, oh, guys, they're giving us everything. What's happening? And then you get to unlock it. But I think we're yet to really see Manaspa utilize the OD in the big team fights, at least, because it's been more pick-off game. But when it does break out in the fights, if OD can position, it's going to be so hard for Board to isolate these single heroes. It's going to be more, can they survive the longer fight? Can they get this TB in and out, clicking the entire time?
And you could see there, esportsbet.io odds 7-1 right now. So it has severely increased since the last time that we saw it there. And it's not, hard to see why. This game has been completely taken over. And now they have Blink done on Earthshaker too. So even more ways to take this.
Is there any big items coming from Board? That's what I'm looking for. Wee's 1.5 components away from Ags. That is going to be a big burst of damage with the Opera, with the split damage. Break isn't too useful in this game. Oh.
Well.
Both supports are just dead.
Yeah, that'll do it. That will just about do it. And now the combo's not there. Dude, they just want, I mean, they're still playing it so safe for the fact that the like support combo's gone. Manaspa not willing to try and test high ground.
They're probably going to poke now. They saw we show bottom for a split second.
Okay.
They might use an edict and then disengage again. Wish has blink dagger, so I'd be surprised if he actually got picked off here by anything. Yeah, already out.
Skylark also has it, so he can get himself away from these, you know, initiations too when OD is around and has the Astral to save. Trying to get into the Octarine core next while Weeha uses the Onslaught, but in some trouble. The Fissure, the control is there, has Echo if they even want to use it now. Weeha is going to get chased down, and yes, indeed. That is going to be 0-9 for the Primal. Just has been relegated to pushing out these lanes constantly.
Yeah, and if you kind of need a hero to do it, and we're just going to tank it. There's moments where he can maybe survive. He doesn't want to use BKB because he wants to keep the valuable charges for the big fights, but yeah, it's pretty much just Gorg versus the world. Can he get enough items? Can he position himself perfectly? I'm trying to see if there's anything else coming out from board that might give them a chance to make a play, but there isn't really anything coming that way. I love the fact that you mentioned we saw the blinks already. Against Ricky, you see the dart come at you, so you can always blink away from it. It's a really high value item to deal with the Ricky Mirana combo. On top of that, they don't have clean stuns, so you can normally disengage from a Mars or a Primal Beast to jump on you as well. So super high value item to deal with pretty much every form of initiation from Team Bald.
The other issue that we sort of have in this game, I think, for Team Bald is that their supports aren't really like that team fight ultimate in any way. Like the best thing that they kind of got out of them is like the smoke screen, besides the obvious arrow combination. Is Skylark, he actually is going to get caught here, pops the BKB but can't get away. So they will bring down a very tasty Viper. That was super good.
And now there's a 10 seconds until Roshan respawns. Meta's still up for about 30 seconds. So there's an awkward window where you could argue board composture. If they did, I think they lose the game, so I hope they don't. But, you know, this is now going to be Manaspa. Viper respawns. They should go straight to Roshan now. Get another Aegis on Leshrac. Bald can't contest in any way, so I think the pickoff looks cool, but I don't think it helps with the step that really matters in this game, which is prevent that second Roshan from giving Manaspa the confidence to go for multiple racks. And you already see Nande pinging out the Roshan pit, scouting it out. It has respawned.
Yeah, and they have a regen rune for after from Wish too, so he can take this one up and feel comfortable with himself. Okay, 29 minutes in, Team Bald trying to buy what time they can. They have Greaves on Pablo. What's that going to be? An Aether Lens, I think, completed on Ricky, and Scotty done for Terrorblade. With Aghanim Scepter on Weeha, they have all of their items. They've got all of their timings, all their cooldowns. A high ground defense. This is as good as it gets, I think, for Team Bald.
Gorg's on the retreat spot. Ooh.
They find one. This is pretty interesting, and immediately turns into nothing. And now, oh god, Weeha has to BKB TP out. Oh, that's BKB timing down.
There's a quiver on the ground.
Yeah, that one's gonna be left.
Who is it? It's Bald's quiver.
Yeah.
Ah, well. Luckily, it's a pretty bad item, so no one really cares about it. It's all good.
Okay. 60 seconds where Manaspa can make a move if they want. No BKB on Weeha. Oh. Another arrow.
The value of prison.
Yeah. Now he's perfectly fine. And instead, Bengen. Ooh. It's the blink strike out. Can't get him.
Yeah, Bald on. They're doing pretty good just poking and prodding here. Meta's now back up since that Viper pickoff. They have to be so disciplined with it. If they are to use meta, it needs to be a fight where they double kill Leshrac and wipe Manaspa. If not, their base will fall. It will be a really tough fight. They have to be so selective how they do it. I think realistically, they need to start with a spear back deeper into the base, a deep repositioning tool, then look for that fight. Wish already in.
Yeah. That's not the way they wanted that one to go. He had a BKB. Did not manage to get it off though.
There was a Hex reveal from Wish, just blinking dead. Anyone
Yeah.
shows they should die now. Even the Terrorblade can actually die with a hex timing.
Arrow. Follow-up not going to be there as the Sleeping Dart comes out, but the tier 3 tower about to fall, and you can see Weeha's not there, not interested. Gork not there, not interested. They're just going to lose their base. So farming, trying to buy what space they can, but it feels like without the Mars, they do not want to try and take these fights. So have to wait for the 10 seconds left, but I think that they can just rotate bottom if they want now. I don't think that they're worried even if everybody comes back. Arrow from downtown. Dodges, misses it. Weeha rolls in and the Hex is there. Oh, Weeha, that is not what they were hoping for. Tries to run in and stop this one, and OD Astroing himself to keep himself alive. They can't find a target, pops the refresher, and just is able to go for another round of running away. Gets the blink out of there. Do they have the control? Yes. Weeha is going to die. They might lose the Earthshaker. Desire stepping a bit too far forward, but the jump forward to the Hex, but the save. Good play from Zip Zapper to keep his carry alive. They needed that one. Okay. Goodbye. Does it to steal the gem away, and now Skylark, he's in kind of far. They don't have Astral for another 6 seconds, but the lift out from the Rubik keeps him alive, and now Gork, he stepped in too far. Down low, needs a Sunder target, but there is no Sunder target. He is going to die there in the Astral Plane, and another death. 40-18, they're going for the tier 4 towers. This one is over, T.
They got buybacks there, Echo. Don't say they're out yet.
T, it's over.
No, it's over. It's over. It's over.
Surely it's over. Surely no team can come back from this.
Ah, yes. Maybe if we keep speaking like this, then, you know, the curse.
Maybe. Who knows? Where there's a will, there's a way. Do we have any wills here?
No, just a lot of ways.
Yeah. There is a overwhelming blink now done on Wish. The blink forward, the Hex. Gonna turn this 0-10 into 0-11. He is down low. Desire dropping lower and lower too. Weeha, even in the BKB, well, actually managed to survive from that. They buy back on Gork, but Wish turns his sights now into Zip Zapper. Wish save final, do it alone, why not? Another Astral, they do manage to find the arrow, but to no avail. Gork with the Sunder, but GG has already been called. And this one is going to game number 2. Wow. Devastating.
I like how you said going to game number 2, like it was a best of 3 going to game 3, you know? Like this was a really competitive, close 2-game series, and then we got to the third one.
Yeah.
We are just going to go to game 2. Board, unfortunately, trialing themselves into this situation. And yeah, it's a rough one. I really actually want to hear what Kezu thinks about this game, because
let's hear from him.
This was a barn dance of a game 1 for sure.
Oh, he wasn't right. We are going to game number 2. Kezu, what's up?
Yeah, what's up, man? I don't know what happens. Do you really want me to tell you? All right, let's start. So we're tri-laning a Shaker dual lane. We're throwing our Mars in the dumpster. Well, first of all, if you do want to make the scenario where you tri-lane safe lane, it's way too important for Zip Zapper to not go into some random bounty rune engagement, because then basically his whole lane is ruined because he relies on pulling the second wave. And then I feel like everything kind of went wrong, other than Gork being able to farm because they tri-laned. But even then, eventually Viper gets levels, game got hard, Weeha died plenty of times. And yeah, I feel like Monaspa played pretty well, apart from maybe here doing some nonsense base dive, you know, the Monaspa special. But Wish, the Disco Man, he's too strong.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. Strong indeed. I was just looking at building damage numbers, and I see a total of 782. But they did get a tower kill in the... Well, actually, they did get both top and bottom on the side of Team Bald Reborn. But I think we've seen worse in terms of building damage numbers. However, they are going to pull off a lead here on the side of Monaspa with, I could say, relatively not too much effort. Can you say it that way? Is that too harsh?
It's the truth.
It's the truth. We have to accept it, unfortunately. I think Bold in this tour, or at least in this version of DPC, they haven't been able to kind of contest these teams. I think the quality of Division 2 has improved from tour to tour. So these teams that are built around not scrimming too much and forming for the division, even though it's awesome that they can, stay here, it's difficult for them to muster up against these top teams. So yeah, it's just a reality of how DPC is clearly working, right? It's improving the tier 2 scene a lot, and yeah, it's unfortunate for these teams like Bald that kind of rely on having at least one or two kind of easier teams to muscle up against. And yeah, just the reality of where we're at. And Manaspa, ruthless aggression the entire time. Wish, I feel like 9 times out of 10 he's like the MVP for this team.
Yeah, pretty much is. I mean, Skylark, the last time he played Viper, his lane got sacked. I think almost his entire game got sacked, and they still were able to turn around, and he turned out to be one of the more stronger heroes on the field on the side of Manaspa. But this time, Nande, Wish, we did get to see the carry OD thrive, and of course, a pristine, clean game coming out from Wish as well, just enjoying his time on this Sledge rack, bringing up the Kai and Sanj. He had the Hex and the overwhelming blinks, all the stuff to keep this guy intact, and not really having too much of a threat in terms of damage coming in from Team Bold Reborn. Yes, they had the control. Yes, they had the setups, but how do you kill this Disco Pony?
In this game, I think you don't. Like with how the lanes went at some point, he has to heavily overplay. I must say that I like this. I'm starting to see why some teams do like OD. I do think it has been mispicked in plenty of games, but I like it more in the fact where they play it off. They just play long fights. You either Astro the enemies to get mana, eventually you pop out your ult, or you just have other people go in, you play on the Astro save. And honestly, what I respect a lot about Nande is that he's very aggressive and he's not afraid to play these out-of-the-box carries. And he makes it work. He's played Klinks, it's looked pretty good. He's played PA, he's played OD. I'm sure I'm missing one or two, but this guy is cool. I kind of dig his playstyle.
And to me, at least, I think one of the reasons that this is like the big thing that I think it's good to have it out of like the safe lane or potentially even the off lane is that you need a hero to play around that like is the strongest hero in the game that you're saving. It's sort of like Pudge support or something else like that in the past, where it's either a Death Prophet or a Lesh or like a Bristleback or one of these heroes that when they're doing the longer extended fights can reset. Or Slark. Slark also is maybe one that could work well. But yeah, I really felt the power of the OD in this one. And maybe it's just that he didn't like take any hero damage for the first like 10-15 minutes of this game.
That helps, yeah.
It was the freest thing I've literally ever seen.
Oh, God. Sometimes these free games just walk into your hands. And talking about free games, esportsbet.io, they have an exclusive $100 risk-free bet. So if you're feeling one frisky, too flamboyant, you might as well try Team Bold Reborn with this one. Because if you end up losing that, you might just get your bet back. So $100 worth, and of course more information about that below the stream. Click the Discord link, you get more information and more details about that and start winning. Well, let's see if Team Bold can start winning as well, because it's very much needed. With their 2 series remaining, this being the second, you got to win this one to make sure you can win the second one as well. You got to start somewhere. Must happen now. But for us, I think it's a good time to take a breathe, a bit of a mental reset, and ponder. What would Team Bold do during the break?
You have ages, bro.
I'm gonna
put my fucking item. You think I care about win?
1 second. I'm fucking.
Dead boys. Can you answer me? No. Bravo, none. Any help? You have ages, right? Yeah.
What help, bro? You cannot die in this game.
You have all been brought here for a particular and specific purpose. It is the West European Division 2, here brought by PGL. And of course, Manaspa leading the series 1-0, but Team Bold Reborn. What has happened during the break? What have they potentially told each other to not only cherish the moment, but bring themselves together in a victorious morale to lead themselves into a tie situation with a 4.97 odd facing their way? What do you think they've spoken through, Lyrical? I know you're a very spoken man, so what would you tell to the team during the break?
I mean, I think there's one of two ways. It depends on what people believe their mental state is. If they're just like, we're having fun, we're doing good, then they're like, let's just pick what we want, we'll have some fun going into it. If they're serious about it, there has been no talking. Nobody has said a word. They are waiting for the draft to get started. That's the two options I see.
Do the necessary breaks and head over into the next one for sure. It's a classic, you know. You lose a game, you queue into the next one. Don't think about it too much. Just keep on rolling, like they say. However, Manaspa with one more map victory, they're in for the three-way tiebreaker run. And that also means that we will not have a four-way possibility because, actually, we might get a four-way possibility. Let's not go too ahead of ourselves here because there's still the Bold versus Ordu Thunder series that's happening. So let's talk about the three-way tiebreaker situation. They're there with Alliance. They're there with Dota 2 Hustlers. You know, do you already look past? Do you already look into the future? A Dota player always takes one game at a time, one draft at a time. T-Gov, do you ever look at your Philosopher's Stone or your what's it called, the Enchanter's Orb?
I feel like for Manaspa, they can do that after the series. They're a very volatile team, and I think Bold, you should never. Wait, oh god, I got two double negatives. You should always respect them. That's a better way of wording it. Otherwise, you're gonna fall flat at some point. Like even though Bold got slapped in game one, like I can refer you to many games where they get slapped in game one, and then game two is this like hyper competitive game. So I think if you're Manaspa, it's like cool, you had some fun. Like this top tier 3, don't you forget where like Spartans tricked to the trading in. Nowadays they're like imprisoning him with like no aggression happening, and then suddenly triple BKB appears. Like if they do that again and Bold's playing better, not feeding, not trilaning, like this could have been a closer game, right? So Manaspa, don't look in the future, look in the present, focus up. And then if you want to win the game, then you can replicate what you did in game one, but with less memes.
Well said. Well said. Thank you, Tigo. And now into the final phase, the first phase. Of course, we've got to start somewhere. Band out the Lesh on the side of Team Bold Reborn. They do not want to see that hero occur again. So, all right, we know the classics. Are we going with the script on the first phase picks?
Just pick Pablo Rubik. Guys, you're going into first phase. Stop using reserve time, please. This happens all the time. I watch them. All right, let's go. They did it. Well played. I like it. Pablo Rubik is good. Checked. You know, the one little good green check mark on my list right now. Pablo's playing a hero that he's good at, he can do shit, and he's owned on before. Confidence through the roof right now. Let's do this 4 more times, and we're good.
Kazu, question. You said green check mark. How many green check marks do Bold need to win this series? Currently they have 1.
They need at least 4 in the draft, and then they need to hit a couple of them in the game too in terms of gameplay and timings. So we'll get there. They need 12.
12? Oh wow.
A couple going from 4 to 12.
Hey, Dota has many timings, guys. Relax.
True.
All right.
True.
I'm very relaxed right now.
Multiple
I'm in
timings.
state, if anything.
Molding?
Maybe chat. Who knows?
Are we going DP here again? I think that seems like a decent option. Like DP Primal?
DP Primal, DP Treant.
Yeah, I don't mind that. DP Primal seems pretty good. It's a hero pairing they've done a lot throughout DPC so far. Very flexible. Their second pick as well. Other than that, they could do Tree +1, but again, Scarlet's doing a lot of talking right now. Maybe he's like, guys, I'm having fun.
I want Lycan.
Yeah,
Can I
play
suggest
some Zoo?
Super wild prediction. We're gonna go Bounty Hunter Tinker.
Okay. That is definitely wild.
That's down the drain already.
Some of it.
Moving on. Those heroes in conjunction, very cool. Drafting it in first phase, not very cool. But Tinker's on the menu with Tiny and Undying. That sounds hype though. So Team Ball would need to ban it probably in the second phase.
I like this too because I was thinking that Bald might just run the Undying themselves, like take that together with the Rubik, and then you're not revealing too much in the draft early. Also, I kind of anticipate that Bald would have gone for that, but they can still go for like a lot of those other picks if they wanted to. Now Pango's already been taken out, but I mean that's been sort of the majority of the things that have gone well. Maybe they like run a Coddle or something again. That was like the thing that worked well for them playing against Water and
Lyrical!
Lyrical!
Pog? Very Pog.
I mean, it's very good for Board. Like, the times that Board have looked good is when we can actually play the game and break the map a bit. And, yeah, Coddle, it does that pretty much every time. And I've said Kunkka every single time I've seen
it again.
Call. It's never said been picked, but Wish is the guy to pick a Kunkka. He's one of the Kunkka players.
True.
So maybe, just maybe, we get to see that actually get picked up in this game if Team Board aren't to ban it. The reasoning, just to add, X-Mark, you don't care about move speed, you farm the lane as well as Coddle, you hit 6, you have kill threat. Yeah, you basically equal the farm and always pressure him. So, but we don't really see it too often.
Yeah. Kunkka has been banned by Monaspa in the third phase once, and that's the only ban in the entire tournament. 0 picks.
Yeah,
I'm a bit surprised about this Viper pick, just Viper ban. So I feel like, so when you play Coddle, this mid hero, he feeds off of side laners that are static. The side laners that want to play aggressive and like are immobile. So I feel like, okay, I understand that Monaspa have played this hero before, but since you have Coddle, I feel like it should not allow you to be scared of some random Viper being thrown into the offlane, just as a little side note. So I think in terms of mindset, they're definitely a little afraid. Like, I will prefer to ban heroes to keep your Coddle in check, that he can actually do what he wants to do. Embers, Kunkkas, Bad Riders, whatever, Tusk, these type of heroes.
Yeah, it really feels like they're banning for the kind of, we just want to get out of lanes this time around, but yeah.
I think also there's probably a good potential that they're trying to set up for a Spectre pick. Granted, playing Spectre into Undying is still kind of annoying. You could even swap it over if you wanted to and run it into that lane. But I think Spectre paired together with Coddle is like one of the other things that they could run for, and that's where it makes a little bit more sense, maybe.
If it happens, you're a genius. I will bow down and stop talking. It could happen.
No, please no. Here's the other thing. Like, let's be real. Let's be real about this, Kezu. Okay, I am like 4K MMR right now. If I'm predicting their draft and they're going for it, Team Bald need to go for some help. Okay, like. Real.
All right, you're good. You're right.
To be fair, they used to have, I think, coaches at some point, right? I don't know if they have that anymore. So maybe they do lack that drafting leadership.
They're missing T-Governor. That's what they're missing.
Yeah. It's,
yeah.
Position for hire.
Yeah. Get me out.
Team Bald gonna have to respond to Monaspa's 15th, as we have the Tiny and the Undying already brought up, and as we saw a multitude of core heroes, the Ember, Viper, Lycan taken away. What would you like to see coming out from them?
It's just a mid answer here for Monaspa. I think it's like pretty easy way for you to draft right now. You pick 2 subs, they showed 1 core. You can just easily pick your mid out of phase here, because pretty sure this Coddle is mid, and if it's not, then you wouldn't really care. Ooh. So that's going to be their answer, which I'm kind of okay with. It's just going to make it easier for first of all, you find him, and other people around the map, like you just help them to kill him, and he's a low HP hero. So I can respect the Zeus pick.
It's a cool pick. It does have windows where Board can punch it. Because of course, Coddle will always get Vessel bots. Like these items will progress. You will be able to play the map. But I think if Board now make sure, if they pick up some jumping heroes that can find the Zeus, because the reason why Monaspa pick up Zeus is like, inevitably Coddle will never be able to always find him. In the early to mid game, you can have some solo bind, but as soon as Zeus has like 1 or 2 items plus a team to stand in front, this matchup feels terrible. Like Zeus will always just pop off and will outscale this Coddle. So I think we need to see Board with some clockworks, some like, just, I don't know, just anything with a bit of, hey, we found you, now you die, that type of hero.
Bengen
Witch Doctor.
Right. Look at it go. I mean, it's not a mid Witch Doctor, which we saw from Dendy in North American Division 1, which was hype, but it's still a Witch Doctor.
It's Bengen Witch Doctor.
I love
right?
Dendy.
It speaks for himself.
I think it was the Ace Witch Doctor. Was that the one that they ran at position 3?
Yeah, the disgusting one? Yeah, that was that one.
Awesome.
A lot of people have been saying the Witch Doctor hero is pretty solid right now, though it's not being played a lot.
I mean, there is a ton of heals in this lineup. They could just play for a super fast tempo, I feel like, around these heroes, try and push early. The Spectre is still there, which is like has some more value against Zeus, but I don't really like it that much.
I'm trying to think. They kind of need to pick the Zip Zapper hero right now. I think picking carry, giving 2 counter picks. There's also some like flexibility with Manaspa where you can still put Zeus 4, Tiny as your mid, and suddenly now you have like off lane and carry picked up, and it's like overwhelming pressure. So I think they need to find that 3 pick that feels good. In previous games, this would be some Tusk or Primal Beast pick, but I feel that's a bit weak into an Undying plus something lane. Centaur Enigma would have been great, but of course Manaspa have respected the need for Zip Zapper to play a lane enabling offlaner to give Rubik some presence. So they have 3 really good bans. They're taking a lot of time though. 25 seconds of reserve time. Gorg's about to break his foot, and yeah, he goes for Tusk.
Okay. The 4 support lineup, love to see it. Looks pretty cool.
I feel like there's quite a few picks where you would be very happy with if you're Manaspa. I think for like if I play this game, there's like 1 or 2 small downsides, but I think it's a very free faceless void game. Time Dilation owns all of Dire's heroes. You can time walk against most of their damage. You have an Undying in your lane. You set up all the damage for Zeus. You have a Tiny going in. But there's also ways where they go for like some PA if they think they can get it through the lane. It kind of just slaps all these heroes. I'm fine with that.
Void, yeah.
It's just a pretty good game.
It's like board need to do some insane combo lane kills into crush the map play, and then there will be this inevitable, you've overplayed your hand, you've been chronoed, you've been nimbused, you've been Zeus-sorted, see ya. And it always happens here. Like I think board have had multiple games where they've had this super aggressive lineup and it's faltered it eventually. For Manaspa now, they just need to pick up any offlaner that sees the enemy carry matchup and just threatens him. I think if Team Board can't get their carry out of lane, it doesn't matter how many kills you get because your carry will always be equal or behind the void, which you don't want in this type of drafting. So difficult position again for Board.
Can I just say that Zip Zapper has a very interesting combination of like a drink combo on his table?
Yeah.
He used to have 30 bottles of Pellegrino, so he's really drunk them all, or
he's ready for this
he's
game.
just rationing himself
Hydrated.
now. Yeah.
Going back to the minimalist in him. Yeah, I like that. Oh, man.
Less
and for
is
Weehaw, hoping to have a better time than he did last game playing
That
on
is
the
a stern
Scottle.
face. That is
It's
a
true.
very stern face.
Yeah.
Ooh, and there's Pablo.
True. Feeling ready. Playing Rubik. He's like, guys, I got my hero. Don't worry about it.
I love how Pablo's always super focused.
Yeah, he's a good lad. He's a good lad. All right, so what's the carry for Gorg? What's the...
There it is.
There it is.
Gabe
Oh,
New,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
Gabe New.
Gabe Newell.
All right.
Is what Board needs to win this
Spawned.
game.
Skylark hero, go.
Skylark hero, go. Honestly, feels like a pretty... I feel like I could name for any hero, honestly, that either pressures the Spectre in lane or B builds auras is good for their game. I actually think you can't go that wrong. They could pick Venomancer and build Mech and Pipe for all I care, or a Tide Hunter, or whatever.
They could just do some like Darkseer or something. It's not
Sure,
great in
Darkseer
lane,
is
but
Pog. Go Darkseer.
It's like just Darkseer. Like there's possibility that Ben can pop off on his Witch Doctor in that scenario, but like I like it for the game. There we go.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, what was goal? All right.
I love my panel.
All right, back to you.
Yeah.
All right. I'll say this as a Darkseer spammer and another one on this panel with me. There's some times where I don't feel great playing into like something like a Tusk as a Darkseer because the snowball saves in the midst of a big vac wall or something, but they've also got the follow up there with the Chronos. That kind of makes it even worse in a way. Even the snowball saves aren't really going to save you, but we'll see. Maybe it's just going to be a complete and total run through.
Yeah, I think, like, just to real quick talk about the Darkseer, I feel like all he has to do is you pop a shell on one dude, you search the other, you wait for your void to have a good chrono, you chill, you press your pipe and mech, you're good to go. If you get a vacuum on top, oh, baby, you're doing a good job, but you don't even have to. So, yeah, I think my boys they're good to go.
They're good to go for sure. And very interesting heroes coming out. We got the Witch Doctors and everything. But is this the last game for Team Bald, or are we going to stretch out to Game 3? Take it over, Lyrical and T-Gov with the nice glasses.
Thanks.
Oh my God, what the hell?
Yeah.
What happened to you, dude?
I'm just in love with this draft from Manaspa, and what can I say? It just really resonates with me. To be fair, it's my girlfriend's glasses. They're gonna get binned tonight, but I thought I'd put them on for one draft. I promised her. This is
one last ride.
One last ride with the glasses, you know. And this will
Well,
be
if
the
it
one
goes
last ride
over-
for Team Board as well.
If
Potentially.
it goes over well, you have to keep him though, right? Like if people are loving it, everybody give a shout out to T if you like what he's doing.
No
Let him
one's
know
loving
about it.
this. No one's
Okay.
loving this. This is just for me. I think if you love it, then you put a heart in chat because they're heart glasses, but no one's going to put it, so it's fine. So I'll keep chat open and we'll
Damn.
see.
That's brutal. That is brutal.
No one loves me.
It's okay, T. I like you.
But don't love.
I was waiting to see if you're going to respond to that. That's good. I love you too. It's great. All right, what do we got here? We got some smokeouts. You can see the esportsbet.io odds very, very, very heavily. This time 4-1 into the favor of Team Manaspa. And I like it a lot. I like the draft that we've been seeing from them. I think they're well positioned to dominate this one. And Shards, just barely off the mark. That one hurts. Zip Zappa would have loved to find that. Oh, and they also get the D ward. Yeah, D ward on the first level. That feels pretty bad.
I think they did it in the previous game as well. They just walked up to the mid lane with double heroes through sentry down. I think this is probably them just watching a couple board replays and seeing that, you know, we are at least decided Team Board have a very clear pattern of walk mid, place ward, and then play out the game from there. So yeah, just some nice research coming from Manaspa entering this series. Show that they respect Board to really go into the nitty gritty of their prep.
Nitty and the gritty. As you can see, a toss, throwing them away, and Desire able to sneak away that bounty rune. So 3 for 1, not a bad way to begin it.
Let's the double check. It's like, who got the 3? Okay, Manaspa.
Yeah.
Rough. So I think the main takeaway from draft is Darkseer as a hero is an incredibly volatile laner.
Right.
Where if you don't get your early kills, if you don't set yourself up for success, and especially with a Witch Doctor, you can find those pressuring moments.
Right.
That's when, you know, Gorg can actually free farm quite nicely. So I think I'm really looking at top lane to see if Bengen and Gorg can at least find some opportunities. And again, it won't be easy because you have a Spectre as your carry, but see here, the pressure they're applying, chasing down Skylark. I need to see that multiple times in a row if they want to try and enter this game with a better start than the previous one.
I mean, this is the problem, though, is that Desire is going to be pulling these waves back behind the tower, so should get a relatively free level 3, or at least 2 out of Skylark, and at around 3 they can probably play pretty aggressively, and again, trying to get the creep wave connected, while also you can see down bottom a similar thing going on, and it does look like he's able to actually come and interrupt the pull, both for Zip Zapper and also for Bengen moving into position there. So Pablo trying to get another one here, and we'll see if he can make the pull happen all the way over. But yeah, Skylark gonna be contested there.
Yeah, he's not really enjoying the lane too much. Of course, again, it is Darkseer. It's the race to level 3, and then you punish the support. But yeah, both off-laners not really wanting to play the lane too much. Lane shenanigans are afoot, and we'll see who really comes out ahead in the next couple minutes. But yeah, so far, everyone's kind of evenly trading, even though they are manipulating the waves.
I've seen in the mid lane Wish dodge 2 different rounds of the Illuminate spam and get some really good harassment onto Weehaw. Weehaw's got to be careful. Even though he has the Fairy Fire, there is a ton of burst damage potential out of this Zeus. Did get caught that time. Oh,
Yeah, well, it's your turn to show us, it's all good.
Spartan. Snowball in right on top of him, trying to bring him down. Spark doesn't have anything left, so Pablo, the one to draw first blood, that's a big pickup for him.
Oh, that feels absolutely amazing if you're Pablo. Get those mana boots online. Get yourself big, boy. And then when you get mana boots and you have the double spam of shards and snowball, this lane can be pretty strong for them. Even though there's an Undying, it's... Yeah, so far, pretty good start. I think the main takeaway is Wish is probably doing very well in the mid lane. But you kind of expect it between these two mids. Both Zeus and Coddle. They're just going to shove it into themselves non-stop. And Wee's already stacking up the jungle, trying to be as efficient as possible.
Right.
I'd love to actually see Darkseer when he hits maybe level 5, if we hasn't already done the stacks, because normally you wait till 6 to do the stacks on Coddle. If just, you know, Darkseid pokes in real quick, throws a shell, then you bring the Zeus as well. Like, you can actually break the early game kind of processes that we go through to unlock his Keeper of the Light.
And they already know that that's what's going to be happening, no question about it. So it makes a lot of sense if they can make it happen. Pablo was able to come on in there and snipe away the tombstone. So even more gold into the coffers here of Pablo, who already has those arcane boots done at 3.5 minutes. Yeah, the spam is going to be ridiculous. Can bring out more regen if he wants. A great start for this Rubik.
Yeah, just trying to look at the lanes and like, is anyone gonna? Is there going to be like some big timing coming out where kills should be happening a lot? But if anything, top will just stall out to be a farm fest. I think if anything, Bengen can go top die. The way that they're positioning on Desire and Skylark, they're always looking for that. Oh, you've overstepped your mark. We have level 2 Iron Shell now, but I think Gorg should be very happy the fact that he's just free farming and he doesn't need a tri-lane to do it.
I think the one thing that they could watch for too would be the level 6 from the Zeus. That might be a moment where they can make a play happen with, like you're talking about, double Iron Shell, Vacuum, Avatos. Definitely gonna be some kill potential there.
It's the beauty of Manaspa's draft, right? It's just wombo combos. It's they go to hit the tombstone, you vac them. If they go to kill the Zeus, you chrono them. Like, they're really going to be enabling each other throughout this mid game.
Yeah. Well,
I'm just checking chat now for the love hearts. Yep, I've got about 3.5 lyrical, so we're doing okay. Yep, we're doing okay.
That's good to hear. I'm glad about that.
My mum, dad, and my brother. Thanks, family.
Skylark gonna pull another wave up top here, waiting for his moment. Already has that Ring of Health done. If Desire or Bengen steps in a little bit too far, it'd be an easy way to make the move. But look at this. Who needs the Darkseer to rotate in? Wish can just come and steal it. Oh man, that is annoying. Coddle hoping to make a play here. Already queued it up, but the TP away. And Wish is going to get out scot-free. Does miss a couple creeps underneath this tower though. And a snowball up down bottom onto Spartan. Some good damage out onto this Undying. Wasn't able to bring him all the way dead. Nande now just trading hits back and forth with Zip Zapper with the creep wave coming in.
I'm just happy that they're fighting. I'm just happy that they've got all the spells and resources needed to take the fight to them. Spartan, if he ever oversteps his mark, he can easily go down. And you know, Desire, he's trying to scout out what's happening in the jungle. And no blinding light.
Looks like he's gonna be okay too. Does leave a one-on-one in the lane. Skylark can already start to try and get towards his level 5, but Spectre having a really good time working his way toward the Blade Mail. Does have the 6 mangoes still sitting pretty there.
So much regen, actually. It's so nice. Like, I love the fact that that's the thing with patches, right? Oh, Bengen.
Desire? Yeah, they got him caught here. Do have level 6 from Wish. Would love to save that if they can. And yeah, they're just gonna find the kill onto the good old Witch Doctor. Trying to get out of there. Wish does look like he's gonna be able to escape safely.
Yeah, and they have a lingering ward now in this dire jungle. So next time that we goes to move there, they might be able to sync up a little bit better. And they still have the Zeus ult available. So very much looking to take any fight in the dire jungle if it presents itself.
Gork has to be careful in the next couple of minutes here. Skylark can dive him with Zeus ulti. There's no heal on Witch Doctor. He also doesn't have a stick. He could definitely die.
Yep, there it is. Blade Mail should be complete coming out, and when he picks up Blade Mail, there should be no aggression.
Yeah. Whoa. Chase. Skylark has the Maledict on him and immediately has to run away. So good recognition there. Team Bald keeping their carry safe. They bring in Pablo even. And it looks like Skylark should be able to get out of here. Someone's got free. And yeah, he has another surge. Running, hiding. They lose vision and he's out. I mean, this is 3 heroes rotating around trying to find anything, and it just doesn't work for him.
The benefit of having that ward, you see the rotation coming in. It's like, okay, I need to run north, I need to run out. And that is going to be incredibly uncomfortable. The main reason that felt bad was Pablo's TP just took a little bit longer than needed, and he also TP'd to the left side of the tower. So then he had to kind of wrap her back around the trees, and it just wasn't a comfortable gank. But yeah, now that Gorg's picked up the Blade Mail, I don't think he should... If he is to die in top lane, it'll be a trade of kills, if anything. Like Skylark or someone should be going down as a response if Bald have the TPs necessary or available.
Pablo. Oh, wait, what?
What?
It hit the exact same frame.
What the hell?
I have never seen that before. It does have ulti
That
if
is
you
a
want to go in
first.
for the kill, but it is a kill onto Spartan nonetheless.
I'm
Both
loading up the
denied
combat
and
log
bottled.
right now.
Meanwhile, Pablo does eventually die. Wish finding that kill. Skylark has to back away from Gork while Desire finds the kill onto Weehaw. Oh, man. And now Snowball in. Wish, is he in trouble? Is he going to die, or does he just walk away from this one? They've still got Vision. Desire looking for the interrupt, but can't quite get there. Does have Avalanche back off cooldown in a sec, but can't chase down the Spectre.
I still can't get over this whole rune shenanigans. What the hell? That was... Okay, I'm happy at least that it was bottled first and denied second. If it was
Yes.
denied first, then he got the bottle after, that's a scam. But
Yeah.
clearly, Zeus has picked it up first. So I'm happy with how, you know, the mechanics are working, but very close to getting some memes happen there.
True. I mean, it didn't end up mattering that much in the end. Actually, it might have. Can they kill him off? Skylark in trouble, ran down and brought down by Weehaw. Even going to get the D ward there.
Yeah,
He's looking
Weehaw.
okay for Ball. A lot better than last game, that's for damn sure.
No, it is night and day difference. Like the fact that you've got Gorg with the blade mail, you already got, you know, Weehaw, Boots of Travel, looking to complete that vessel, already about earned complete and about 50 gold. Like, this is now the Kotl, Witch Doctor, and Tusk need to play together. They need to utilize Maledict, they need to utilize the CC of Tusk, but the damage of Kotl to be able to kill off some of these heroes. And in doing so, that will kind of open up the map for Pablo to passively farm his items, join when he needs, and then same thing for Gorg. Like when he sees an opportunity, he'll haunt in, but I really want to see Ball just utilize their aggression in this draft, because this is the window in the game where they should, in theory, excel with the pressure that they can apply.
Well, and you can see even Manaspa giving them more opportunities to make those plays. It's Faceless Void with the Midas done. So opted for this very greedy and even no boots build, which will pay off if given enough time, but they need to sort of try and make some aggressive moves here. It looks like they're content just getting some farm on though. So maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity. We'll see if that changes over the next few minutes.
Yeah, this might honestly be a product of the levels. When you see both the Rubik and the Witch Doctor struggling to get their sixes. Bengen's shipping himself out the book. He's trying to get 6 mid. Pablo's top. Like, if the supports had a better game right now, 100% they're already bottom. They're pressuring Nande. But I think we had an interview with Nande, and he's like, yeah, so when I feel the game's pretty bad, I just look across the map. I just go greed. I buy myself my Midas and I farm. He rushes it, and this is like, unlike other carries where he goes like naked Midas, and you can see he's already going for the Maelstrom as well. Like he identified that this game has potential to become awkward, so he's just gonna like ignore his team's aggression and play for himself pretty much.
4 heroes down bottom now. This is the move if they can make it happen, but can they? Yes, indeed. He goes down, not a soul rip in sight, but with the tombstone down and Desire nearby. Can they do anything here? He's already thrown at everything, but the big blast coming from the Zeus, and Iron Shell still on Tiny. Need to be careful with this one. Desire, Vision underneath. It's enough to secure that finish. And meanwhile, up top, oh! Skylark went for the all-in play. He gets punished and brought down, dies to Blade Mail. Now Wish makes the move, and it's going to be a 5-hero wipe across the entire map.
Oh, they're doing it! Ball, they're doing it!
Skylark, he didn't pop his hood. He had Gork killed dead to rights, but the Iron Shell return damage coming from the Blade Mail was too much. Oh,
that is the Manaspa aggression that we've come to love and also understand can be their greatest downfall. Both in, I think especially top lane, but for Bald, it's props to them. That was exactly what I wanted to see from them. Utilize the heroes that they have, force out this engagement. It was just a 1-by-1 from Manaspa, wasn't it? The Void gets jumped, they have Avalanche stolen from Rubik, they get the kill. Now suddenly, wait, why is our Tiny and our Undying here? Now they're gonna die. Oh wait, second Zeus is TPing in. So yeah, I love the fact that Bald are forcing it, and they need to continue doing that if they want to try and win this game. Weehaws are 300 gold away from Vessel. You've got 3 points of Maledict on the Witch Doctor. Like they are in their biggest moment right now.
Yeah. I'm gonna be real with you. I played a game 2 days ago against a Spectre Blade Mail as Darkseer, and I died the exact same way. It felt so bad. I have so much empathy for Skylark right now. It hurts. You think you're going to make that big hero play save, and then it just all falls apart. A smoke up now with 3, though, and if they can find Wish right now, this is such a big pickoff. He's the one that's been carrying him with the damage. Instead, it looks like they're going to wrap around and try and catch the dynamic duo up top with Desire and Skylark nearby.
They see the warp place from smoke, though.
And jumps in. Pablo finds him, toss back, and the wall is down, but it just means that there's a little bit of extra time before he dies nonetheless. So Tiny goes down there.
Yeah, the fact that Pablo had restolen Avalanche as well, he's now got the spell for 180 seconds. It's the key spell to punish pretty much anyone on this map right now. And Spartan, he tries to TP.
Lift.
That was close.
And this is what they needed. Team Bald playing a lineup they're comfortable on. All of their heroes, some of the most played that they've had throughout this DPC, feeling very, very strong right now.
Yeah, Gorg, he's one component deep into Aghanims. He's rushing that Aghs because he understands that when this game gets quick, he needs to be able to match that tempo. After Aghs, you'd expect him to go Manta, just to be able to scale. But if he picks up Aghs as his second item, he also needs to make sure that every time he enters the fight, it's a kill. Because if he doesn't get kills, of course his farming game will be heavily reduced with this itemization. So it really feels like they're all inning for this 14 to 25 minute timing to try and break the game.
You think that that's what they have to hit, otherwise it starts to fall away and go the other direction?
Yeah, a little bit. I think as soon as Manaspa have one item on their cores, they'll look to beat the aggressors, and they're already doing it now without the items. And as soon as you have a Void lineup looking for the fight, naturally they're going to hit that one Chrono, they're going to hit that one Vacuum from the Darkseer. And that's where the 4 supports plus a Spectre lineup probably won't do too well at defending their jungle and kind of positioning themselves for more drawn-out, aggressive fights.
Well, we'll see if they can indeed make that move. It's interesting because Rubik almost has like the same items that the Darkseer does at this point. Although he is building into like the hood and then pipe combination so you can get the double value out of it in like that one big fight. So that could be something that maybe can change the tide of this, but it's not going to be easy.
We had Manaspa go for a smoke, but after smoking they kind of gave up on it. Desire's trying to farm up his Blink Dagger, and
Avalanche
should be going down.
Toss back, good damage. Wish trying to make the move, but the Witch Doctor finds him. Haunt out, Wish in trouble. He is going to die to this one. Needs to get the hell out of there. Throws out as much damage as possible, but the green lightning landing down from on high does have vacuum. Can't hope to turn, and well, in fact, it's Nande who has to get the hell out of there. The Chrono was there for the chase, and now Spartan runs in. It's a huge decay. 24 stacks right now. We'll take down Benkin, and Spartan is enormous, but I don't know if it's going to matter. They have more than enough damage for the turn.
Manaspa are crumbling against the aggression of Board right now. The fact that they had the defensive Chrono just to survive a Tusk initiation, they had the Tusk BKB timing, they had just everything Board needed to crush that fight. They had the high ground vision, they saw the Zeus, just got hit by a Maledict. The fact that Zeus even gets hit by any of Witch Doctor spells is, you know, just, I guess, weak positioning if anything. But yeah, this is the aggression what you want to see from Board. This is how they often win their games in the DPC. Just being annoying, running around the map and not really trying to tundra it up and farm. It's cross the river and kill.
Desire there, getting a little bit frisky in the mid lane, was hoping to find somebody, but couldn't quite get there in time. I mean, this is the one thing that's worth noting, right? Is that these fights look terrible, but it's, as you said, the positioning not good because it's Team Bald that are on the aggression. When, you know, Skylark does start getting those levels up in Vacuum, only level 2 right now, maybe that's a moment where they can make some type of a play. And actually, this little toss back right here, Zip Zapper, he is a BKB. That was never going to work. Skylark trying to get away as well, but as Surge runs out, he does manage to survive the first salvo of damage. Pipe out, and they can reset.
Cool. And again, for now, don't forget that Manaspa, their carry, has gone for the greediest option on a Faceless
Right.
Void. The only thing that is greedier than this, actually, there's 2 options that are greedier. It's Mouse Commanders and Battle Fury, one or the other, but still, it's a
Vacuum?
non-present carry. While on the other hand, look at this, just constant fight. They even lifted up the Zeus, toss back as well.
Oh my
Pablo!
god, stolen toss, but Wish, I mean, he's still doing a lot of damage. Blows up one, turns onto Pablo, can't get the kill. 2 for 2 so far. Not terrible. Not absolutely terrible, but it was the, I mean, yeah, so, well, mid, I guess. Mid
That's
for
a fat
support, that's
dub.
pretty
Like,
rough.
yeah, that's real good. Like, also, just such clean fights from Pablo. Oh, Gorg, mate, you were going quite aggressive there, aren't you?
Yeah, living though. Living for the
Yeah,
moment.
but-
No, not
yeah.
living.
Oh, no.
What just happened? What the hell?
He just went a bit aggro, you know what I mean? Like, he just jumped on in. I don't know. I just, farming in this position at 18 minutes isn't the best place to be. And yeah, he gets punished for it. That's simple as it is.
Rough.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that is a big turnaround. I think any time they can try and shut down the Spectre is great for them, and it does delay that Aghanims, but still, Coddle is definitely the problem, and Weeha, after a really rough game number 1, has started to look way better in this one. He is 4, 1, and 9, constantly connects for these kills.
Yeah, I think the key thing is with Coddle in this position is his net worth. Inside a chrono, he'll always die. So he has to be super careful that he doesn't just throw away this 10k lead that he's providing, or 10k net worth that he's providing, sorry. Bengen's just in.
Ooh. And after he comes out of the voodoo switcheroo, lift. That's a good one. Into the stun. Does he get anything off? No. Oh, man. Pablo is having a hell of a game, too. Very impressed with his Rubik. He's almost going to be ahead of the Darkseer soon.
Look at his itemization. He's just got a mana boots and a pipe. Like, how often do you see pos 4 Rubik's by 20? Like, even earlier than that, he had like pipe at like 17, 18. Like, this guy is, I can't even see him on his webcam, but I'm sure he's doing amazing.
Yeah, I think one of the best items that they could have gotten in this game, and when you're playing Tusk, obviously you can't afford to go for it. So the fact that Pablo got the first blood, was able to accelerate with those arcane boots, that has been one of the biggest things that's allowed Team Bald to take a lead in this game.
Yeah, and like neutral item wise as well, you've got Spectre, got the Pupil's Gift, insanely good for a Spectre. You got Bullwhip from the Coddle, so you can zoom around even quicker. Like, I just think neutral items are playing well for Board. Their aggression's playing well. Like, of course they need to respect the fact that this Zeus and Void are always scaling in this game. They will always get to a point where they will be able to chrono and do thousands of damage inside it.
Right. Yeah.
But the fact that we get to see... Go on, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say that we haven't seen that good chrono yet, and it could be in this moment where it all comes together. Darkseer mech done now, does have 3 points in the vacuum. At Spartan, he's going to get caught. They keep on having vision down and the perfect positioning to find a fight.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, this Void, we said it, he's just been farming. He's 700 gold away from his BKB. And if he doesn't get hit by some Tusk or some Rubik initiation perfectly chained down, he's going to be able to BKB Time Walk and then create the fight for his team. So I think all this aggression has been really fun to see from Board. But I think we're about 2-3 minutes away from the pivotal point in the game. Can they survive the BKB reveal? If they can survive it, do they then have enough resources to maybe kill him or look towards Roshan after a slightly successful skirmish? We are at the breaking point of the game, I think.
It feels exactly like game, well, maybe a little different, but very similar to game 2 from the Waterrune Enjoyers series earlier against D2 Hustlers, where it's like, okay, they're in the lead, they're controlling the game, they're winning every fight, but can they close it out? Do they have the tools to get Roche, to take these tier 2 towers, to keep the pressure going? And I think that probably like Manta is going to be that thing that gives Spectre the tool to take Roche quickly enough for them to really put the hurt on. But these next couple of minutes, like you said, they're going to be pivotal.
Yeah, Roshan isn't really Bull's best friend. Sure, they have Tusk and tag team. Oh, Pablo.
I mean, if they just keep killing these guys, why not? He had Time Walk for
They
a
can
while.
avoid-
What the heck?
Wait, what? What happened top?
He just didn't Time Walk, but they do kill off Pablo. Okay.
Yeah, he just got hit by a cask and then, yeah, didn't BKB.
Spartan with the turn, though? Maybe a chance? They get Tombstone down there and too far. Team Bald, they got to run. but maybe with the Haunt turnaround? I mean, Gork is in really far too. He's TPing out in front of all of them. Didn't have anything to break it yet. Bengen throws out the cast. Desire chasing, finds him, gets the kill onto Weehaw, and now the blink away Zip Zapper also in some trouble. Dude, that wall turnaround was devastating. And Desire finding another. Is this the turn they were waiting for? Is this the thing that Sunsfan warned us about?
Wish is super low.
I'm not sure. Wish, gotta get out of there, buddy. He does still have Ghost Scepter. I think he's gonna be fine.
Oh god, what are these fights? What is this game? Like, you got Void dying to some Witch Doctor, you got Pablo getting tossed in, but then the counter plays, you got Coddle getting eventually picked off, Skylark with the reinitiations. It's a bit of a wild game, and at the end of it, I think it really boils down to Manaspa. They're going to be the victors of this type of aggression. The fact that Board aren't progressing the map state, these fights are just chaotic. That's where they're like, all right, sure, chill, cool, whatever, man. Like, you killed a couple of heroes, but where's that tower threat? Where's that Roshan threat? Where's the, oh wait, you're outpacing us in this game? Because the fact that this 4K lead, 5K lead, has kind of stemmed and kind of stalled out, it will make Manaspa feel a little bit more comfortable in this game.
I think you're right that, like, it's as the gold lead, as the game gets later, gold lead matters less and less and less. And I think that, again, this Manta, it's going to be big for the Spectre. If they can get that online. Also, having Surge for Pablo is kind of huge, I think, so that way you can stay on the Zeus. If Spectre jumps him, you can actually stay on target and keep running him down. But we'll see. Smoke up as 3. Who do they find?
They don't have Zeus up for 20 seconds, so they can't do a scouting Zeus ult to see where they're going to go. But a little bit indecision coming from Manaspa. Walking up, walking down, kind of locked into the mid lane, don't really know what they want to be doing with this smoke. And it feels like they're actually just not going to progress onto the map, not going to cross the river.
Well,
okay, they're poking their heads up now. It's a very slow smoke. And Desire's Sentry is not going to scout out that dire river ward, so yeah, Board are fully aware of the 4 heroes parked inside the river right now.
Standing on top of that ward. That is, they have sentries everywhere else in that area, but just not right on top of the obs.
That was one of the weirdest smokes I've seen so far in the DPC. It was a, yeah, Void, you want to go smoke? It's like, yeah, bro. Do you want to go smoke now? Nah, not really. Whilst he's already smoked, it was yeah. That was a weird one. I feel like for Manaspa, that's like a respect towards, if they smoke and just do a really bad play, that'll just catapult Board into like pick-off after pick-off.
Right.
But I feel like they could have committed, honestly. Like, they have so much damage if they actually connect on their spells.
I'm not sure what that tip was about, but love to see the tips in these games. Stolen Time Walk, and also a Blink Dagger done now on Witch Doctor. Bengen wants to get in.
Or out. The good old Shard, yeah.
That's true. Fair point.
I like your mentality, though. You know, you see an item, it's like, he has to kill now. No, I respect that, I do.
Get on top of them. Nothing has ever gone wrong when a Witch Doctor has blinked on a Tiny. I'm sure.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Wish is going to be upset in this fight if some pos 5 Witch Doctor just blink maledicts him, puts him to like half HP. Even if the Witch Doctor dies, like, just that mission alone will give Bengen purpose throughout these fights. Witch Doctor is a hero that just, as the game goes later, you feel uncomfortable. Like, you don't want to just be some healer. You need to connect on your spells. So I actually like the new age Witch Doctor where you can go Shard Blink. It's nice to have heroes that have purpose throughout the entire game, even if it is just for a spell.
Well, if I'm going to be real, though, I kind of like seeing that they have Greaves along with Pipe now. I wouldn't have hated seeing Bengen try and take that gold and go in for a Greaves himself, because they already have the Pipe from Pablo, but now they're going to be like that one team fight item behind, kind of. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
Maybe the Weehaw heal is going to be enough coming out with the Illuminate blasts and everything, but it could become a bit of an issue, maybe.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, actually. It's like, maybe Maledict offsets that in regards to, it doesn't matter if you have auras and heal, because if we Maledict the guy we want to kill, he's going to die throughout Maledict.
Right.
And he just wants to commit to that. And a potential Greaves build, the build-up will be more expensive. But I fully could see in a different world, him going Greaves, the Rubik going Pipe, your Tusk getting like BKB, Deso, Blink, whatever. All your cores will be happy that your supports are providing both damage and sustain for your team. Because often it's a core
Right.
losing their damage for it. But yeah, in this scenario, Bengen, he's hoping to make some big plays.
Right. I mean, so this is the thing also that I'll say about the last like 4 or 5 minutes. The 2 tier 1 towers that are most significant have been taken by Team Bald, and now it's a matter of trying to translate this into more objectives, and they haven't been able to do that. Now it's a time where Manaspa has gotten into those items. They will kill off 1, but the chrono to turn, it's on to 2, and it's not going to work. They have to get the hell out of there. Now Haunt out. Oh, he tried to go for the vacuum play. Skylark still has it available. Ready for this one. Greaves off cooldown in a couple of seconds, but he's going to drop. Couldn't get it in time. Oh, that one hurts. And there is some good damage coming out from these illusions, but not enough in the end. Team Bald win a big fight, and now they can go into Roche.
Honestly, the perfect chain of events for them. The fact that they walk up, they double ward the high ground. I love the fact that Bengen, he smoke breaks, he doesn't try and face check it, he puts the ward, utilizes that blink, and yeah, the Hex reveal from Weeha fully removed Manaspa's ability to take that fight. Nowadays, he did not enter that fight with a BKB. He was like, you know what, I'm gonna just go in, and because of that, it allowed for the Hex inside Chrono, and now instantly the bot lane, Pablo and Wee connecting with the aggression. This is what Board want to do with this draft. Now that they got the Aegis, finally broke down that Chrono. There's no threat on the map. They need to keep doing this.
Yeah, very solid stuff coming out from them. Team Bald have completely blown this game wide open. Because, I mean, like we were talking about right before that, they didn't find a way yet to sort of get in and take those objectives. And now with an Aegis on Spectre, they probably can make these moves that close out the map and shut down Manaspa's ability to farm.
I mean, Manaspa's lineup hates playing into an Aegis. Like, at no point does Void or Zeus love going, yeah, let's kill us. And that ward that they placed in the previous fight is now the Shadow Step to kill off the Darkseid. Yeah, this map is crumbling. It's falling apart. Nande, he has BKB. He might have to use it, just to get out. This is not what you wanted to see from Manaspa. 1 BKB for a failed Chrono. 1 BKB just to TP out. Prior to that, it was Chronos to run away. We're yet to see a single Chrono actually stall Bald's aggression.
Well, and as much as, you know, we were sort of lightly flaming it in the draft, this Spectre pick has definitely worked out incredibly well for giving them vision to find these heroes. And, you know, now Weeha is set up constantly for success. Finds those hexes into the kills, and they just haven't been able to take a good fight on Manaspa in what feels like 10 minutes at least.
Look at Pablo's net worth, man. He's like 2,000 gold away from overtaking the Zeus.
Yeah, he's huge. Pablo's had a great game.
Just don't give this man Rubik.
Right. No, totally. Is that what's coming out to him right now? I thought it was the full Octarine, but he went for the Vit booster and is going back for the Force Staff now.
I think someone on his team might have told him to calm down a bit, you know?
Yeah.
So you're having a good game, mate, but
I also wouldn't hate to see a Shard, to be honest. I think Shard's still pretty value. Maybe he's hoping for it on the second Roche.
Yeah, pretty sure like Aetherlens Shard might feel better, but with the way that Pablo's been playing, I don't mind him being a bit greedy for himself, going Force first. I think going Octarine would have been Giga Grief, but some Force and Shard, that's a sweet spot right now for this Rubik.
Yeah.
And Board already hitting the high ground, forcing them back. Chrono is up though.
Toss back, finds him in a bad position, but still fine. Drop down the Witch Doctor ulti. Skylark looking for his opening. Does not have Blink though. Has to run through the Death Ward to try and pull back the Spectre. Was never going to be enough. They buy back on Desire, so they keep their tower alive, but does not feel great.
I don't think I've seen a near full channel Death Ward for many years actually.
Yeah.
Gangan really just nailed that one there. Yeah, Weeha's Hex is destroying Manaspa.
Oh my god. He just didn't stand a chance. There's no way. It's way too hard at this point. They have completely decimated them. And this lineup just not doing what they needed to. They kill off Wish also. Wish is just dead, back behind. Into the tier 4s. Team Bald, after an incredibly disappointing game number 1, have come back with a vengeance in this one, and it's been perfectly executed. Snowball in, zip zap dead. And the tier 3 tower gone, the rack soon to fall. This one might just be over. Unreal.
I mean, bottoms to full, mid should get pressured as well. They're dead for 30. I mean, if Manaspa had buybacks, they'd probably be using it by now.
And they get him there. The nullifier reveal. So it shuts down everything that the Darkseer wants to do. And with Bengen continuing the heal, the constant spam, they are going to take another entire set of racks.
They still have Aegis for another minute. Like, all they need to do is disengage slightly, keep the Spectre on high ground, hit him buildings, and they'll feel pretty good. Oh, maybe not this deep of a dive, Zip Zapper.
Oh my god, this guy's, he's crazy. He still goes for the punch even though he's taking fountain damage, and the TP out of there realizes, I don't want to be here anymore. Stolen Chronosphere on the outside, ready to turn it back against the team, but will he be able to? Pablo in trouble, tossed back in. They TP'd out on the Tusk, and now they're losing everybody else. Gork in trouble. What have you done? How has this happened?
No.
Tries to haunt to get away, goes in for the shadow step, the escape. It's not gonna happen. Oh my god. Oh, dude. That was not the way it was meant to go. Gork going to die. They didn't even get the racks. Oh, T, what have they done?
All good things must come to an end. So for board, it's like you got Zip Zapper diving the tier 4s. You got Nande with this like aggressive TP into then big Chrono, and yeah, I think for board at least they just didn't respect the potential buyback from Skylark. Of course, the first 3 heroes didn't buy back, so they probably assumed they don't have buybacks on anyone, just go go go. And yeah, once again the team that's ahead get a little bit carried away, and Manaspa finally hit a Chrono, and it just took losing a Rex in a tier 3 to get there. But in the back of board's mind, it's like, wait a second, if we do another blunder like that, we only took 1 Rax.
Right.
That's not anything really game winning. So yeah, Manaspa probably not too disheartened, even though it feels like a 15k lead. I think if you ask Manaspa, they'd probably say it feels like a 7k lead or something at best.
Well, they will still kill off Spartan there. And these types of pickoffs are where they're making their money, right? You can get so much value out of this game by Team Bald to just sort of go from kill to kill to kill. They're actually just running it down mid again. So they don't want to give any time. They know Chrono's down for another 40 seconds. If they can make a move here, this would be big.
Just don't dive to tier 4s and you should be able to take this Rax. Like, Gorg, he has Haunt available, he has Shadow Step, he has Abyssal.
Oh.
I think they...
Desire does have a Lotus, and that could be a turning point. If Gork accidentally abyssals himself with a Lotus Orb, maybe there's a way.
But yeah, mid-Rax is to fall for free. For Manaspa, the saving grace is tier 1 and tier 2 top is still alive, so no pressure towards the Megas while no Chrono is down. But yeah, for Manaspa, I feel like even though they're down 70k gold, they need to actually look to take the fight now. Like, just try and hit that 1 Chrono. And yeah, look at Nande. He's already identifying that. Going straight for the refresher.
Okay. Yeah, I like it. I like that decision. Mjolnir, like, you already have so much magic damage out of your Zeus, out of the Ion Shells on you, all the rest of it. He has Aghanim Scepter now done on Zeus. I think they have to take a fight before they get up to high ground. Nande needs 120 more gold. Dude, if he gets picked off right here, though, by the Spectre, yeah, they're waiting right behind him. They're playing it super safe.
Oh, this game's got to such an exciting point right now. It's like Board have all the momentum, all the lead, the ability to go high ground, but this refresher could be incredibly good.
Yeah. And
there is no Aegis right now on the side of Board, so on any Chrono covered by BKB on the Void, like no lockdown onto him, like the hero should be dying. Board need to be careful.
They find their moment. This is somebody they want to go on. Goes immediately in for this. Has to be careful, though. Nande jumps in. Chrono's out. It's already connected. They're in some trouble now. Can they do it for a second round? Pops it. Control. Bork tries to get out of there. Tries to haunt back. Reality away. The Chrono. The vacuum. It's onto all of them. Oh, but the Aeontis. The proc together. The Avalanche. Weeha tries to get out of there. Gork dropping low. He's so close to death, but the heal comes out in time. And the turn. It might be too much in the end. Do they have any extra damage to throw into this? Wall is down. Nande still chasing, looking, hoping to bring them down one by one. Bengen falling. He has to jump away in just a moment. Nande dodges all the damage. Team Bald. They're going to lose everybody. Oh my god, they actually did it. Weeha's going to die too. The refresher was there, and Team Bald, they lose it all.
What an insane fight. Like, Nande multiple times just surviving on a sliver of HP with his Time Walk. There just wasn't the lockdown needed at this point to actually kill him off, and finally we got to see some big chronos. We've seen 3 good chronos in this game, and the last 2 just happened in 20 seconds ago.
Oh, oh God.
He can't help anyone right now. Don't worry.
Okay, check it out. Roche is back up in 10 seconds. If they
Of
go and
course it
check
is.
that,
Of course it is.
if they go and
Just look
check
at the-
that, it changes so much.
And the fact that Nande here didn't just instantly refresh and chrono that Spectre, he holds it for a second, then he hits the big chrono, the vacuum. I'm surprised no one died here. Aeon Disc, of course, keeping I think we alive, but that was a beautiful stolen chrono as well from Pablo, just to stall out the fight a little bit longer. But my God, what a beautiful fight from both teams. Or actually, no, Manaspa. I'm always saying both teams from Manaspa.
Oh man, that one hurts. And now the gold lead is gonna be cut from, I don't even know what it was, well over 10k to now less than 4 after they pick up this Aegis kill and get the shard. Oh,
I think it was around
man.
17k. I think was the lead. And yeah, I misspoke.
Look
It
at
was
that
actually
swing.
Bengen's. Yeah, it was Bengen's Aeon Disc. But yeah.
95%, dude. Oh, no. Dude, 97%. It went even lower.
I can already see the copy pastas. 97% gang. You rise up.
At the 30-minute mark, 32 minutes, devastation was turned around onto Team Bald.
I'm sure I've seen this before from Bald in one of their series. I'm pretty sure they played against a Faceless Void, and that same scenario has occurred where they've had some incredible leads, some incredible game, but there's that one time, that one moment where they group up. But in fairness, it was technically it was a refresher reveal. I don't think Nande was trying to hide it. He was farming in lanes with the perseverances, so it wasn't like this was some insane courier delivery refresher. Like, they should have been aware. So the grouping was a little bit of a misplay, but
they're aware now. They are very aware
100%.
now. Okay, what else do we have? Tusk, that's Aghanim Scepter done, but a smoke up and refresher back up again. They've got to be so careful. I think you just drop a chrono solo onto Weehaw if you find him here.
Oh yeah, he has nothing to survive. Like, he has no Aeon Disc, nothing. So
Spartan.
yeah, chrono kill
Drops
him.
the tombstone, sees the vision, finds their man. Stolen Decay, they covered. So that's tombstone down, but immediately the rest of Team Bald have to run away.
Yeah, and Haunt down as well, so that's a big win. You know, your tombstone's up in 60 seconds, your Haunt takes 2 minutes, so that's a nice trade-off from Manaspa.
Ooh, buddy. Ooh, buddy. Where do we go from here? Oh, Desire finds one. Zip Zapper getting zapped as they move in with the rest. Tries to escape. Do they have a way out of there? Ooh, gets the blink out.
Shadow stepping.
Okay.
It's near impossible for Gorg to actually initiate this fight now, because if he shadow steps, all Desire needs to do is Lotus Orb whoever gets shadow stepped, and what's he gonna do? Jump in Abyssal and then Abyssal himself? It's
right.
This Lotus, really, you mentioned it earlier, this Lotus is very disruptive to the for the Spectres game.
No, it's true. It's so
there's
annoying.
2. Spartan has one as well. I didn't even realize. He just picked up his own Lotus. They have 2 Lotuses now. And Skylark's about to finish one as well, I think. So, okay, sure. There's going to be 3 Lotuses in this game.
That is, it's pretty freaking cool. I like it. I think it's very strong.
It's like a scuffed team spirit, you know? They did Lincolns at TI, and you got Manaspa doing Lotus Orbs in Div 2. It's
true.
It's cool.
I mean, I think that right now, with 2 racks down, it's still a very difficult game for Manaspa to come away with the win on. But they definitely have the tools. And, like, you spot moments like this, they find Weehaw completely alone. Can't do anything. Dead. Stolen chrono. Don't think that's gonna matter. Rubik, Pablo throws out the chrono onto 3, tries to get out, realizes he can't because Nande was right on top of them, and Pablo cancels his TP. He might have actually been able to survive. It is all falling apart, T.
It's gone so quickly, and you're mentioning this whole the issue with board. I think the reason why this game gets difficult after one bad team fight is because they can't aggressively posture and pressure buildings with their draft. They always need kills.
Oh my god! Oh my god! They get the buyback immediately.
They're teasing him right now. They're teasing him.
Desire, lifted, unlifted. Nande, he
missed
throws
chrono.
the chrono. It's not going to connect onto the main target. Instead, they find the Rubik. The toss off to the side. Gork was in the chrono, but up in the air. Skylark needs to run away. Still Nande. He's being controlled. Has to get out of there. Still chasing for the Tusk. The fight on the other side. They get the E-Blade out onto the Spectre. Desire throws the Spectre onto the Zeus. Wish now he's in trouble. Oh, there's some shenanigans going on.
What am I watching?
They do have Nande that's getting kicked back under the tier 4 towers. That's the Aghanims reveal. Tries to TP out with the lift. Pablo is there. And just like that, the throw is going to continue as Nande jumps out of the fountain and now is going to finally die. Oh my god.
Oh god. Oh, this is a Manaspa game if you've ever seen a Manaspa game before, boys. This is... They jump in, they miss the initial chrono. He then tosses the Spectre into the chrono, but he's at the top of the chrono, so he can't even be seen.
Right.
And then he just gets kicked back with this axe, so there is no way for Manaspa to get to the tier 4. The tier 3 is still alive. There is no chrono for 90 seconds.
Yeah, they do have buyback on everybody but Desire.
Yeah, what's the win probability saying right now?
I don't even know.
Swimming back?
Yeah, we're at 75 now.
There we go.
That is good. They find one. Spartan gets surged away. No nullifier on Gork. It is only on the Tusk, so he can't break that one away. And they're going to at least get the glyph. Now everybody has buyback, but without Chrono, I think that they're going to get Megan here. Yeah, jump in. Zip Zapper finds one. That's Undying dead. He drops the tombstone on his death. Nobody to easily find that. The vacuum wall onto 4. Okay, maybe a chance here. Nande tries to get in on top of Gork. They find a bash. A lucky bash comes out. Mjolnir too. Gork trying to get out of there. They still have so many zombies on them, and on the backlines, they also find Weeha doing what damage they can. The kick on kick on kick, and now the snowball. Nande, they're pulling him all over the damn map. Gork is so low. Look at all the zombies on him. The Walking Dead and maybe the dead streamer as the Spectre is gonna die. Zip Zapper also in trouble being chased down by Spartan. They just kick him away and goes for the jump out of there. Wish the chase. They've got Bengen under control. And how the turntables as we are now back the other way.
But don't worry, Bald now has the buyback. So if Manaspa want to yeet it down mid, Bald can make the same play, but back towards the side of Manaspa. What do you think is going to happen? I already see Nande kind of A-clicking down the lane. He has 2 chronos.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. That fight was without any chrono being used. Oh, jeez. Skylark is trying to push this out. They find one. Weeha.
He
in
has
some
no
trouble.
buy. He could be up in
my
5.
god, if they catch him now, they know he's over there. Skylark looking for a target. He misses on the vacuum. Looking for vision, but Weeha did the juke, the okey doke. He gets himself out of there.
Bro, that vacuum like tickled him. That was like, oh, so close.
Oh, jeez.
If he dies there, legit, Manaspa just probably beeline it to the mid-tier 4s. They know he doesn't have buyback. They know they can just take the fight with 2 chronos.
Homies, tier 4s, go deal with them. Somebody's got to go deal with them.
Spartan, he just needs a breather for a second.
Apparently. So do I. I mean, what the hell? It's down to just a 2k gold lead now. All right, but third Roche, respawn time on this, 30 seconds till it's capable of respawning. Honestly, Refresher is great. Aghanims is pretty great too. You get Refresher Shard, give it to Zeus. Aghanims, give it to Faceless Void. Easy peasy.
Yeah, I'm looking now. It's like, yeah, I'd pretty much say Void needs some ags to go in. He wants to buy Lincolns himself anyways. Yeah, that's perfect actually. Yeah, Manaspa have that perfect arrangement. The distribution is pretty good for them. They don't have anyone like awkwardly needing ags, but yeah. But for Board, like, who buys it for them? Like, if they actually were able to snipe away Roshan, like, are they able to utilize ags that well? Maybe Rubik gives some Pablo some pop-off potential. You don't really want to give it to Kodo.
Oh, Pablo, I just realized, also has Tombstone stolen. Yeah, give it to Pablo. He's had a hell of a game.
Yeah, he's had a stellar game.
And he just builds the Aeon Disc right now. Doesn't wait for the Assemble, which could be a bit of a problem playing against Zeus. But we'll see.
Yeah, a little bit. I think as well, that probably will grief him down the line. I think Manaspa, their difficulties in this game, because they had to go Refresher, you don't have a Nullify pickup on your Void, which is a natural item he buys, and the instant Zeus ult on top of the smoke, so
yeah,
very uncomfortable.
Quick Roche respawn. They've got 20 seconds on it, and Bengen moves on in, is gonna get the vision down, take away that area. Dude, if they could sneak Roche before Manaspa can respond, like Manaspa have to keep their lane shoved out.
All right, let's look at Roche. It's up in 5 seconds. Bengen's outside the pit. He is warding for it, but he's not checking it. It's alive right now.
And it's a Refresher. I mean, Refresher is also pretty good for Dire, I think, as well. Getting it on Spectre is sick.
Yeah, for sure. I think it gives him playability in the game. Oh, okay. Gold's got a Sacred Relic.
Pablo does still have Tombstone for probably at least this fight. And they're in the pit right now. Are they going to try and take it, though?
This would be... I mean, they got to be really quick with it.
Yeah.
And they can be quick with the Spectre. Manaspa, they're being a little bit slow on how to get here. The lanes are in a decent spot to contest.
They don't know.
They don't know.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. Roche going down, 4,000 HP left, and they're just going to give it up. Oh, Manaspa are going to be kicking themselves later about that one. Oh, they're going to be so mad. That one hurts.
It sets in right now.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So Gorg has a casual Sacred Relic. I'm very intrigued where he's going with this.
Nullifier,
like he
surely.
just picked up... Yeah, you say that, but there's options.
Okay. Do you think
I'd
Radiance?
like to see him... I'd hope not. I'd like to see him go Nullify. That's the logical option, but maybe he goes Rapier. Okay, no. Oh, no, he's eating his Ags.
Okay. Yeah,
he walked to the Secret Shop and he scared me for a second.
Well,
I don't think he needs to be too crazy with his itemization. I think Nullifier is a safe bet, like you mentioned.
Avatos, kickback, Zip Zapper, gets himself out of harm's way. Desire also jumped upon now, but Skylark with the back wall again in the Chrono. Weehaw gets out of it, but they caught a couple big heroes. Now the E-Blade connects on to that Faceless Void. Zip Zapper in some more trouble. They have a second Chrono ready to go in just a moment if they can wait it out long enough. Skylark also needing to get out of here. They don't have that Nullifier yet. Ready to go, round 2, wants to chase, not able to find him. Wish jumps forward, finds Zip Zapper. Avatos Desire there, but the Ancient, the tier 4s, they're being hit. If they know about this, they could go for the all-in play on Team Bald. Nobody is paying attention. The creeps are killing the tier 4 tower. Gork trying to buy more time. If they can buy enough time, they can maybe just win off of the Ancient dying. Gork dies, has buyback ready. Now they misses the Chrono completely. They steal Chronosphere. Tier 4 tower is going to be hit again soon. But this is a huge window with, I mean, can they do any more? No, they're back to defend it. Wish is on the job. Holy moly.
Unfortunately for Bald, they don't have that, like, X-Factor hero that can disengage from the fight and apply that structural pressure. If anything, at 60 minutes, they're hoping for a Book of the Dead.
Yeah.
Send those summons down the bot lane, take a weird fight deep away from the base, and then maybe we can start entertaining some rat shenanigans. But Weehaw... Oh no, Bengen, sorry.
Yeah, he's going to get caught here and will be brought down. Weehaw,
hold on, he's got blink
from long range. Do they have the damage? Wait, he did live. Okay, Vacuum still living. Witch Doctor somehow surviving.
No.
Oh, he gets his blink broken. That's sad.
Weehaw's doing everything to keep him alive there.
Literally all that he can. No buyback on the Witch Doctor. It makes sense. Oh my god. I think they might have turned the corner though. They also have Ags on Skylark coming out now. I think I saw that at least. Did I? Wait a minute. Does he have it? Oh, his courier's dead. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
It's dead for 3 minutes, yeah.
All right.
I'm just trying to like keep up with like what items are being bought from board and if they're trying to make any big plays, and they've not really progressed too much in regards to the cores. Like you got this Nullify pickup from the Spectre, you've not really seen too much progression from Weehaw. Some E-Blade, he's making some cool plays inside Chrono, but yeah, it feels like 60 minutes will be the turning point. Board can't really take the team fight anymore. The threat of the Chrono is just way too strong.
I think also now we're hitting these 25 talents that start to make a huge difference. Backtrack on the Faceless Void. Double Ion Shell for the Darkseer. He's gone for all the Ion Shell talents too, so more damage, the extra HP on it. For Zeus, we're at what, level 25, the Arc Lightning damage. They're really
nice
starting to hit all together on him.
Oh, and you're about to get Refresher complete on the Zeus as well. Yep, there it is. So you can have double Nimbus, double Thunder God's Wrath. Like, anyone who gets clipped by it's just death. It's just over. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see how any hero should be able to survive this.
They need to get a pick off at the start. Like, Team Bald have to find a way to blow somebody up. And they've tried to do it with Zip Zapper finding these kickbacks, but there've been so many Lotus Orbs in this game that he just gets kicked around too.
Oh, to be fair, it's pretty fun because you Lotus and you kick and then you both just go whee to the same spot. You're like, oh, what up, homie? How you doing? It's like, you want to fight here or you want to walk back over there where we just were?
Oh,
right now the game has hit a bit of a stalemate.
Right. What is it? I guess that there's no buyback on both the Tiny and the Witch Doctor, although he just finds Zip Zapper taking a snooze. And there's the blink away. Could have chronoed him there, but was afraid that there were more heroes nearby.
All right, what's Spectre going for? I mean, he has buyback available. It's a pretty... now that I think about it, this Spectre looks pretty starved. I know it's 29,000 gold, but his inventory doesn't really reflect that. Has he got an item coming out? No, it's a single Clarity. Like, the fact he has Wraithband and Blade Mail at this point in the game, it's uncomfortable to see, but it is a product of how volatile this game has also become.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, he really doesn't have that much. It is a bit of an issue. I guess the Aghanims is eaten too. Otherwise, it looks...
he did. Yeah, he ate the Aghs. Okay, yeah, true. I was trying to work out where the gold went, but he ate the Aghs for the clutch fight. The fight failed, so now his inventory is like, yeah.
Yeah, it feels bad because this did have the Aegis in it earlier. Now it's just a right
exactly.
band.
Yeah. So now it's like the point is eating the Aghanims in the hope to win the fight off the Aghanims, of the Aegis. Sorry, this is now where Gorg's like, guys, I'm kind of a weak hero again to some degree. Like, even though he has the net worth, it doesn't feel good. So he's kind of rushed to farm, but to have buyback and to then have an item, that's 6-7 minutes away.
They see the dagger. They saw the dagger coming through. They know where he's at. Are they going to go for him? Oh, they're thinking about it. The chase. Skylork found a moment, but Wish is there and they get him right away. Try and block him off. There is no escape though. The E-Blade coming out, but it's not enough. They do manage to take down. Oh no, he gets out. No, he dies. He jumped into the own chrono. Now Desire, they find another. He does have buyback on the Spectre if they want to reinitiate, but with Pablo dead, it's a little bit too tough. Oh, God, they had it.
It was the E-Blade save, but inside double Nimbus, and then he was able to get Horn off, but in his panic of getting Horn, he just presses the jump, and he jumps straight into the chrono. Again, I'd be surprised if he actually survived, no matter who he jumped to, but...
Right.
Still... A for effort for trying, but you can feel how awkward it is for Bald to now play this map.
Yeah, and recognizing, I think for Manaspa, just seeing that little glint of the spectral dagger on the ground told them all the information that they needed to chase it down. Pablo tried to save by keeping the Darkseer away, but there's just no way out of that one. Man, 56 minutes now, and getting ready for Tier 5 neutrals. Manaspa go high ground. With Nande, he is almost completely alone. Only the zombie man near him drops the tombstone.
They got to be careful. The last time Nande was here, he was in the fountain. He got kicked in. They were trying to throw the game a little bit, so...
True.
They need to be careful. They need to be respectful of this Zip Zapper task. And also, this is the difference, right? Manaspa, they're like, you know what? If I get kicked into base, into quick buyback from Spectre Horn, I could probably die. So they force out a glyph. They reset. They take that as a victory. And Roshan, it can respawn in 10 seconds. Tier 5s are up in 4 minutes as well. So quite a large amount of potential power spikes coming in for both teams.
My brain is just like melting inside my head right now. This one has been a little bit crazy.
Yeah, it's been intense. Don't worry. You're doing great.
14K gold lead right now. Manaspa still, even with that lead, only have that 67% win probability here on it. We saw the esportsbet.io odds 4-1, I think, at the start of this game. It swung around a lot all over the place. They need to keep this bottom lane shoved out constantly, which is what the job that Wish is on with his boots level 2. But yeah, the next couple of minutes, it's where it's all going to come down to it. If they can get some tier 5 neutrals, maybe that's a way that Team Bald can pull back into this. I think Book of the Dead and go for the all-in is a pretty solid play.
No, I'm a big fan of Bald just getting Book of the Dead, some Stygian. You see some fight top, you go in, Gorg uses his Haunt to jump in, Abyssal some guy TP and get back. Like, there's a lot of options to make these rat plays.
Darkseer gets caught. He's in trouble. Can they bring him down in time? He is completely isolated. They'll kill him off. But
and Zeus died too.
Oh, Gork went in on him. So yeah, they find both. Wait a minute now. The buybacks come out. He has to be careful. Gork in trouble. They've got 4 heroes surrounding him. Kill off the Spectre. They have buyback on the Spec. They already used buyback on the Zeus. That's a win condition now. Bengen, he is caught here. Goes for the Voodoo switcheroo. Wants to blink out and doesn't. Oh, they hit the creeps before he came out of it. But nonetheless, they are going to bring down that Witch Doctor as well. They got to deal with creeps in the base.
Yeah, creeps coming in, but you know, Zeus had to use buyback. Board. No, Manaspa, before they do anything on the map, they now have to force out these buybacks, reset, get Aegis, probably throw the Aegis onto Zeus, but these tier 4s already getting tickled once again by these creeps.
Yeah.
800 HP.
Pablo wanted to get a little testy there, and the kickback with the Lotus in time, and it kicked him out of the base. He pops the BKB. Spartan, is he in too far? He has reincarnation, so he should be okay here even when he dies. He's going to come back to life, or he actually has managed to survive. Okay. Still, tier 3 tower hit. Wish not with the rest of them. They've got 38 seconds on the Spectre.
If Gold doesn't have to buy back, that would be a massive victory for Board.
Yeah, and this, I think it's going to happen. It looks like they hold their ground. You can see Manaspa, they don't feel confident going all the way in with Spectre respawning soon.
I mean, they should smoke up right now. This is an opportunity. Your Spectre's alive in 17 seconds. Sure, you don't have Haunt, but if you're able to progress onto the map and... Roshan is already up, yeah.
If they were hunting and haunting, do they realize that Roche could be taken? Some pings come out. That was Bengen. Do they realize what's going on right now? Roche, it's low. They're not taking it that fast. And Manaspa, with nobody showing, they're realizing the danger.
They actually think that Haunt's probably available right now. It's up in 20 seconds, but...
Look at the spam down bottom, which is like, I can't go there. I gotta deal with bottom.
Dude, Wish does this in the intense game to do it previously, where he's like drawing on the map frantically. And that is what's holding Manaspa back from just really entering some, like, utilizing their 20k lead, right? It's the fact that Wish is... He's a... What is that? How much... What's his net worth? It's like 20, 30k or whatever? He just AFK, but 33k, sorry. He just AFK in his base. He physically can't leave.
He has to stay there. He also obviously bought back. So if he dies, that's it. It's over. Stygian gotten. They have it on the Faceless Void. He pisses it over.
So it begins.
Yeah, this is danger zone. They got to come and contest for Roche, though. Team Bald looks like they're going to give this one up. Too afraid, and instead they're saying, all right, we'll play for the neutrals.
And this is an act, a refresher, the cheese, and Aegis.
Yeah. It feels bad.
Net worth.
Giants
26k now.
Oh, baby.
Ooh,
Big
okay.
Spectre.
You know what? If you... Oh, big he is.
Okay.
It's going to be an easier target to hit now in the Chrono.
Oh, Ex Machina. Oh my god. That's so
a banging
good.
Item.
Fallen
Just
Sky.
Free armor, reset your spells. Like that is clean.
Not gonna lie, I like Team Bald's items better right now.
Yeah, Fallen Sky is pretty shit. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Book of the Dead. For the wrong team.
Okay.
For the wrong team. I feel like my analysis on Book of the Dead is the best neutral item for a team that was in the lead, but then starts to throw the game.
Okay.
Like, if you're behind, buying Book of the Dead, or getting Book of the Dead feels terrible, because it's like, well, I'm never really sieging, right? But in this position, in this map state, Dire wants Book of the Dead to throw it down the lane to continue that pressure. So.
Right. Tusk takes Stygian Desolator and is going into the AC next. He actually is going to slap so hard.
Bro, that's going to be so much damage.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they're getting some good items. Like, they actually got double Hex, double BKB, double 4-star for Coddle, just some casual Giants Ring on Gorg, Stygian for a very explosive Tusk. Again, I would love to see Book of the Dead for them, and maybe even like Pirate's Hat, just to help the economy, allow the supports to scale a little bit more in this game. Other than that, I'm not really seeing an item that would be... Maybe Searstone is always just naturally good, but...
You also saw up top there, popping the Book of the Dead and then sending double Iron Shell on it. Because he has that talent, it means it's a much easier way to deal with these waves.
100%, yeah.
Ooh, Gork is going to get all the gold from these, though. That's pretty nice.
Also, Book of Shadows could be pretty good for Bull.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
just
they got...
of course, the Chrono... Yeah.
They got Searstone and it's Ekmachnia for Faceless Void.
Oh, okay. You know what? It's fair that both teams get it. You know, I feel like it's unfair that one team gets it, one team doesn't.
Mirror Shield.
I think... Who's got Mirror Shield?
Witch Doctor right now.
Casual, nothing too crazy.
Yeah. They need Book of the Dead. Book of the Dead would be great. Wait a minute,
Wait,
they're all in.
Wait, I didn't even realize.
They don't have a creep wave, though. They were looking for a pickoff, but they don't have a creep wave.
They were trying to go for the Zeus.
Oh, Wish. He was too smart. He was ready. He's with the rest of his team. They take down the Tombstone. Tier 3 tower hit down to low HP. They don't have their 5th item yet on the side of Team Bald. Still waiting for that one. Nande jumps in, but that's Aeon Disc. Onto 1. Can he kill off Zip Zapper? Doesn't quite look like it. Rubik in trouble. Going to die. Does have buyback. Can they find anything here? Looking for a kickback, but not
to the back.
gonna get it.
Wish.
They can't get it. Wish. Gork still chasing. They don't quite have enough. Misses on the fallen sky. He has cheese, though. Gork, a very long time. Where's the rest of his team? They jump in. Zip Zapper finds him. Dead for 2 minutes. Is this the fight that they needed? Gork low didn't get it off. The cheese wasn't nearly enough. He does have buyback, though, and BKB wearing off Zip Zapper. Gets the control onto 1. They kill off Zip Zapper. That's 2 dead, both with buyback. He's
trapped in the trees.
Trees, but Desire has him. Got him caught. BKB runs away. He's very fast. And looks like he will manage to escape, but the double buyback, and now they want to fight. They buy back. They want to end this game with Wish dead.
There's 1 minute and 30. As soon as Zeus respawns, he has buyback. So there is a 90-second window where if Bald want to utilize these buybacks, they have to go right now. They need to smoke up, but they have a ward deep in the Radiant base. That Manaspa, they don't have a gem. They don't have a way of checking this.
Okay.
Okay, now they've checked it. They have the gem now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm tiny. I'm pretty sure I didn't see a gem, but my god, thank god they dewarded this. If they didn't deward this, Bald would use this smoke in and get a kill.
Okay.
All right, so Kura just delivers that one. Nice.
Never leave lane on 5.
Bro, Wish has been spamming this since the laning phase.
I think it's been a little tense.
Bro, we're 65 minutes into their game. Bald had some 17k lead, a 97% win probability. Manaspa then hits some refresher double chrono on the mid lane situation, gets some kills, come back into the game. Now we're on like the, what is it, the 4th, 5th Roshan.
Right. So right now, there's actually a better win probability than when they like weren't almost mega, you know? Like, or not the other way, excuse me. After, what was the situation? I don't even remember. Basically, they've gained win probability over the last couple of minutes. Team Bald, well, they've went down about 30k gold advantage. That's the difference. The
like
gold lead does not matter.
I like how you say they gained probability when they were at 97%. So
Well,
they
yeah.
gained it. They went from like...
Well, I'm saying this there was a point where they were at 70 minutes and they were like down about 10k, and now they're down 40k, and they have a better chance to win now, which is the weird
the
part.
beauty of late game. Good old tier 5 neutrals.
All right, they couldn't find any way to punish, and now they are all of their heroes without buyback. They're just gonna all in on Bengen. This poor Witch Doctor.
Wait, what?
He was in the middle of nowhere. Does have buyback in 20.
It's a bit confusing, you know. Bald, they use these buybacks. They know Zeus doesn't have it, and they weren't really able to capitalize on it. And like you mentioned, no buybacks on anyone on Dire.
He has big chrono.
Kotter will have it in 15.
They have big chrono. They got Book of the Dead, and trying to end this game. Manaspa doing what they can. Bottom lane is slowly pushing out. There's nobody to defend that one. If this fight, if this team, whatever engagement goes on long enough, there's a chance they can make something happen. Although Wish already comes back home. They don't want to give him any opportunity. They're just all inning for the racks and then back away. They're playing this as carefully as they can 66 minutes in.
There it is. 66 minutes into the game, and Asper get their first racks. Will it take another 66 to get their second?
We'll have to see. Yeah, still a lot of time. The fifth item, by the way, was Force Boots, which usually I think is an incredibly strong item. This game, I feel like there's a little bit lost value.
Yeah, it doesn't feel too good. There is a dispel to it, so it might help a little bit, but yeah, I like it for Pablo at least. I wouldn't want to see it on any of the cores. I think the Machina, the Giant's Ring, and the Stygian are too good for the cores that they have, so adding more mobility for Pablo to get in and out of the fight, you'll take it.
And Desire has queued up a Rapier now.
And a pause.
A little pause coming out from Manaspa. God, I don't even know, T. What the hell? I thought we were just going to get an easy knockout here, an easy 2-0. These guys start going crazy.
Bro, you're getting boarded. That's the thing. You know?
I know.
Game 1, they're normally... Game 2, they always give up a fight. And if they are to lose this series, I think a lot of people will be a little bit upset with their departure from Division 2 because they do provide the entertaining, drawn-out games, that's for sure.
Never forget 97%.
Never 97%.
Yeah.
What could have been, alas.
Can they pull it together, though, here? Again, trying their best. If they win out, if they win this game, they win the next game, and they win 2 more, this is the beginning of it. Maybe a chance down to half HP. The control is there, but Desire moves on in. The big avalanche still slept. Nande gets the time walk off, and then the jump away. Control now only under 1. Stolen Chrono. Third Chrono. What the hell? Time has stopped. But can they bring them all down in time? Gork tries to run away. He gets the haunt out, but it's not going to be enough. GG is called off the back of 3 Chronospheres. Masada, they take it down. Manaspa take game number 2, end the series.
Yep.
Look at him.
Look how defeated Spartan looks.
He's just like, dude, do you know how long I had to sit around as a goddamn Undyne in that game?
How many times you had to press the K and think he was doing something? Oh, God. Okay.
Let's bring in our panel, because we don't need to dissect it anymore. Tell us what the hell was happening. What did we miss?
Hello.
Hello. What a game, guys. Well, I mean, it could have gone for so much longer, right?
True.
It could have, yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Longer than the West European tiebreakers in Division 1. But hey, Team Bald, definitely, like Tigov said, they bring us the content. They give us the entertaining, long, drawn-out games. It definitely happened here again.
I mean, I feel like there's 2 main points of this game. First is when Team Bald have 97% win probability and a Iconic lead, and they start throwing it in the enemy base. And then the second one is, I think, probably one of the most standout performances I've seen of a carry player is Nande on this Void. He goes for a refresher without like even having an Aghanim shard or whatever, and then performs it to like some... I'm not even sure what to call it. I think Godlike would put it pretty proper in terms of what he did in that mid fight, because from those 2 instances alone, the whole entire game just turned.
Yeah, I love how the highlight starts at 42 minutes.
But it's so good though, because like this is the point in the game where Manaspa were behind, they come back into it, and then they do the classic Manaspa, which is over aggression. And if you just look at the minimap, don't even care about the fight. Actually, no, we have split screen. It's perfect. You see Void dying in the base, getting kicked back, and then everyone else retreating. Like this was the point where Board like, yeah, this game's ours, boys. So I don't know, this game had everything. I'm actually kind of out of breath, so I'm just gonna chill for a bit. Off you go.
Pablo kind of owned him in this base fight. When Nande was in the base here, he was just like, yeah, I can just chill and get out, but Pablo instantly stole time dilation, so he couldn't actually escape the base again, and then he got like, I don't know, kicked twice.
Right.
It's just hilarious.
So many circles, man. So many Chronos, so many Nimbuses.
There was also another fight like in the top around the tier 2 where I just saw like spells getting reflected, that 2 people were getting kicked at the same time, then a guy is snowballing on Void, Void is snowballing back on him, then there's a stolen Chrono. This game just has everything.
Not to even talk about like in the very early game, like when we had like the laning stage exit, Pablo came up with the all-time fastest pipe on Rubik, which was previously held by Matthew at 2027. So that was a sub 20-minute pipe, and that's the fastest ever in Dota history on Rubik.
I mean,
he was...
Go ahead.
After you.
Okay.
After you.
I mean, I like what they were going for. Like, you have the fast pace with the Coddle heal, the Witch Doctor heal, then Pablo goes for the pipe, and it looked like, this game is kind of in the bag, for your team. If you just chill, you do it proper, which they were for a while, until suddenly, bam, you get impatient, and you're like, here, have this game.
I will also say that there was that one moment in the super late scenario where Wish died, ended up like dying back, and I thought that Bald were going to go all in at that point and just try and, after they killed Wish, run down lanes, try and end the game, and they didn't. And I think it's a testament to like how much there is that you need to keep track of in these crazy late game scenarios, because we knew that he didn't have buyback, but upon reflection, I think that there was like a minute left until he had buyback ready. And when you get towards like that territory where it's like just right on the edge, I think it's hard to keep track of like all of those different things that are going on, because I think they did have another opportunity to win the game then, but it was just like, I think, too much to keep track of all at once. That game.
Yeah, that game was just quite something else. And talking about the MVP of the series, we've had supports today, we've had cores today. We're going to have this one out to Nande, the young star. I think his face is void.
Yes.
Definitely deserves it in this one. He was, you could say, all over the place.
He did everything. He bought, I would say, perfect items. Maybe, that Midas Rush is a bit greedy, but it works out for him, I think, more often than not. So I like every single item he built, the way he played in team fights, the way he moved around the map, at least after like the first 20 minutes, because of course those were hard. But yeah, just a stellar performance.
I mean, he became some godly carry when he picked up Refresher, and he had 2 chronos. When he had 1 chrono, shaky game. Picks up Refresher, godly game. So yeah, I think this is it was good to see he actually stabilized himself, and the game wasn't so like overwhelming in the first 20-25 minutes, that when he did actually pick up the big items, it was like, now this is my game, I'm the carry now. So I think it's really good to see a carry player, after a poor start, be able to then turn it around and then control the game for his team.
Since we have the opportunity of getting some fresh reactions, we've got Nande coming into the winner interview. And congratulations on your win, Nande. I actually want to ask you, was that a fun game to play, that game number 2?
Thank you. I mean, it was enjoyable in the first 10 minutes since I had free farm, and then the shenanigans started. We started feeding for no reason. We played extremely bad. We gave them so many chances to just snowball on the map. And then after like 15 minutes, I think we got the game back somewhere in the middle, where we fought well on the tier 3, I think, on mid, and we got the game a bit back. But then around like minute 50, 60, I would say, it was already like the Skitter and pea in a bottle situation happening for Desire and me in the game, so it was tough.
Oh my god.
The game was definitely all over the place. I don't have anything to start off. I want to hear the spicy questions. Keza, go ahead.
All right, like put me on the spot right away. Yo, what up? Nice performance on the Void. I think impressive. Nice itemization. Okay, if you beat the teams in the tiebreaker, will you all chat them? First question.
I mean, for sure. Like, well, that's a banal question. I think we will all chat for sure. But it's gonna be a tough tiebreakers. We're gonna play Alliance and D2 Hustlers. It's gonna be extremely tough fight.
Yep, I would tend to agree. Talk to me about. Explain the OD pick a little bit to me. I think it looked very good and it worked out very well in the draft. Could you walk me through why, what were the reasons that it stood out to you more than any other carry hero?
I mean, OD in the draft in particular, I think they had the last pick. We had the first pick, so we had the 23 pick that should have been a hero on safe lane or mid lane, whatever. So could have been a flex hero that could stay against Primal without an issue and could also have the possibility of like living on the safe lane for a long time. So like OD fixed that issue in a manner for us, because you could pick OD and literally flex him on the 3 roles, and I could play Viper, OD, or the Lash, and I would be laning either against Primal or any other offlaner. It wouldn't matter. I would have a good lane, so I could sustain for like 15 minutes on safe lane, which is what my team kind of needed there. So I think OD was the perfect pick, since we could play him on the 3 roles and flex him, because there was no really other alternative.
And were you the one who called for it in the draft?
Yes. I mean, it's my favorite hero, but we don't really like to pick it because it's, you know, there's a stereotype that is weird, like for a carry to play heroes like this and so on. But I think you can use them in the drafts very well. And there's some other heroes that you could use it like that.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I have a really dumb question, but I hope you give me a good answer. Would you rather play games that lasted 20 minutes for the rest of your life, or games that lasted 80 minutes for the rest of your life?
I mean, it depends on which scenario. Am I winning or am I losing?
It's like your current it's your current win rate. You know, you still win some, you still lose some, but you have to play either only 20-minute games or only 80-minute games.
I mean, considering in our team right now, like we feel good. We've kind of found our tempo and we're like polishing our gameplay and playstyle. I think if we have 20-minute game wins, we're gonna be extremely motivated since we're gonna realize like, yo, we're playing very well. But then again, if we get 20-minute losses, we're gonna get extremely hard punch in the face and we're gonna get demotivated. So it's like better to play the longer games, since the longer games don't feel that bad when you lose, for us at least in particular, because I mean, we've tried our best and it didn't work. Okay, let's try it in the next game. But when it's a stomp, it hits harder because you think, yo, we didn't do anything good in the game actually.
Sure. And I guess another question in regards to your itemization in this game. I know you mentioned it last time you played Void. Because there's some feeding and shenanigans happening, you went for Midas and then Maelstrom. In this game, you did it again, but you weren't really feeding in this game. Was it just because you had a free lane? Like what was the main reasoning behind it?
I mean, we had a solid draft, I would say, and then we couldn't use some of our timings. So I thought, like, I will have a free farm since I have an Undying on position 5, which literally could solo this lane alone. I didn't even need to play on the lane that much. I would have had free farm at least first 7 to 8 minutes of the game, and then it would be like me against them roaming on the lane. I mean, them ganking me on bottom, and then Zeus would kind of respond. We would punish this. And I would be like with Midas, like one wrong move from the enemy, and I'm going to snowball extremely hard with this. But it didn't work since they kind of got the tempo. We didn't manage to do anything with it. But I think still Midas was a better decision because it's, let's say if I went with not Maelstrom, but Mask of Madness and then Maelstrom, I mean, with Mask of Madness in such a game, I would have like choked extremely hard, especially with the situation that we had. So I think Midas was the best choice I could have gone with. Whether it would be a good situation for us in the beginning of the game or bad, it would have been the best.
Okay, I see. Cool, thank you.
Nande, congrats first of all, and good luck tomorrow in your games. I guess one of the questions I had for you is that you've been playing with this group of guys now for a while. You guys have been playing together, was previously together as Brame as well. Can you tell me what it would be like sort of being able to make it back up to Div 1 here? What the vibe has been like in terms of the whole team getting together? What sort of compelled you to want to stay with these guys for so long?
I mean, I kind of saw the, not just potential, but like the strive towards winning. You know, Spartan is, let's say, an old man already, but he's like an experienced player with major experience and so on, like finals. And when I come into the team in like 2022, I think middle of 2022, I joined the team, and I see a guy that has played finals in majors, and then the Brain team dropped out of Division 2. Be so motivated about the game and think about the team so much, worry about the team so much, and work so hard, then I think it was like a dream, find a team like this with the players that were motivated to play till the end. So going Division 1 with this team is not something we are really aspiring for. Going majors is what we're aspiring for, and competing there, NTI, of course. But Division 1 is going to be a great achievement for us, considering that we've tried hard for this, especially Spartan and the other guys.
So you're saying Div 1 is going to be a major achievement. So you believe tomorrow you're going to, or not tomorrow, but when the tiebreakers happen, you're going to be the ones that come out ahead. You're going to be moving on.
Of course, I have no doubt in it. But if we manage to fail, I'm never going to give up on this either. So we're going to come here next time and we're going to do it in the next season.
Love to hear it. Well, good luck with that.
I love to hear the attitude. And Nande, getting back to the... Oh, I still have one more question. If you want to go, that's also fine. But can I ask you one more question?
Sure.
All right, so I'm going to give you the chance for a bit of alt chat because we didn't see it in this game, but I'm going to ask you a question. You can give me an honest answer. The last series that is going to be played out before the tiebreakers is Team Bold versus Ordu Thunders. If Team Bold were to win that series, it means that Ordu Thunders is forcing a 4-way tiebreaker with you and Hustlers and Alliance.
Do you think Team Bolt, based on what you saw today, can they do it?
They can, definitely. From the second game that we had, I mean, we played for 60 minutes. We haven't had a 60-minute game against Toredo, I think, still. They are a tough team, but I think they need to kind of find their style. Like, first game, you could have seen that they were kind of struggling a bit. And the second game, they picked this Coral, the Comfort Hero Coral, which we first banned in the first game. It's like, we was extremely good. So I think they have a chance against Toredo, but Toredo are also a strong team. I would say they are a strong team, and it was hard for us to play against them. But it was hard on a level that they are extremely disciplined team and more, yeah, they're just overall more disciplined in strategy, in gameplay, in every aspect, and we're like more aggressive. So I think Team Bolt has a great chance against them.
All right. Okay. So with those words and those thoughts, we're going to let you rest for a bit. Maybe you're going to tune in and watch the Team Bolt Reborn versus OT series and then get prepared for your tiebreakers. So thank you so much, Nande, for taking your time, and congrats on your win once more.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye.
See ya.
Good night. And that was indeed Nande, the carry player, coming out from the side of Monaspa, the team that came from the close qualifiers, finishing off with a 5-2 scoreline. But can they make it to Division 1? That is for the tiebreakers to decide. And as we close out the day, we might as well still quickly talk about Nande as a personality. I was hoping for some all-chat banter, but he actually kept his feet on the ground.
He's like he's a young lad. He's 21, and I think his all-chat comes from the confidence of winning games. But I'd like to think he's mature enough not to be like childish about it, where he's gonna like poke the bear for no reason, you know. And maybe if he stops getting like beef in pubs, then he'll just never all chat again. But I honestly would like, I feel like his way of carrying himself in an interview, like if we don't bring up all chatting again and he doesn't all chat, like we'll forget about it, and then he'll just become like a very nice articulate player. So I hope he doesn't all chat in the future, so that we just get like a really nice wholesome answers and stuff, you know.
Can I say something about all chatting? I have a very dear person to me, KBBQ Dota, that I constantly yell at for his horrible manners in game. And I once asked him, why do you all chat? And he said, I realize that the world of Dota needs a voice of justice and righteousness and truth, however unpleasant those truths may be. And I feel like that's the mentality that Nande has as well, which is just pure blind craziness that comes out when he feels like he's been wronged. Maybe I'm wrong in that, but I feel like his all chat tends to be in reaction to perceived slights more so than just wanting to, you know, crap on people that he doesn't see as doing bad things. Maybe I'm wrong in that.
Yeah, of course, KVBQ would say that. Shout out to Mr. Jack. What the hell, dude? Classic.
There's a classic quote for that some men just want to watch the world burn. And something that is maybe burning a bit is the results from today. 3-2-0s. Alliance took down Ivy. Clean record. Hustlers took down the Water Rune Enjoyers and followed up by Monaspa 2-0ing Team Bold. And as we jump over to the standings, that is the true harsh fact that we're going to have to say goodbye to Team Bold and Water Rune Enjoyers. We will not get our relegation tiebreaker for Ancient Tribe. They are safe in 6th spot. We have Ivy in 5th place. And now that last series is going to decide, do we have a 4-way tie? But we already have a guaranteed 3-way tiebreaker. What do you think about that, gents?
It's pretty cool. I mean, I'm happy to see Division 2 Europe actually have some competition for top 2. Normally it's like one team 7-0, one team 6-1, and then the rest of them are just fighting out to try and be third. So it is refreshing for this tour to have that level of competition. The question is it competition that warrants strength when they enter Division 1, or is it we don't have that strong team? So I'm very kind of not lost, but I'm just still waiting to see if it's a good or bad thing, if our Division 2 is this widely competitive across 4 teams.
Well, I think one other thing that's going to be really scary to think about too is next tour, you're getting secreted into the breach to join also. So if you want to get out of Div 2, now is the time.
Now's the time.
Next tour is going to be really rough.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a very hard challenge. And going ahead into the future, as you already saw, the Bold versus OT series, which is going to be the last
regarding the regular schedule. After that, we're going to be playing out the tiebreakers. So write this down in your calendars. It's on Tuesday. So late evening, 10 p.m. EET, 9 p.m. CET, and I think that's also 8 p.m. in Brit time. So make sure you write that down in your calendar. So it's on Tuesday, and tiebreakers are actually, I think they're scheduled for Wednesday, so you can put that also down in your almanacs. But from us, from PGL, from Kezu, Lyrical, T-Governor, and our casters that we had also before with OD, we had Fogged. We welcome everybody you on Tuesday to tune in for the final series of the PGL West European Division 2. So until then, ladies and gents, good night, take care of yourselves, and bye-bye.
Guys. Little poke, I mean. He's no, but I have a lot of
Nice.
Nice. I might be dead after, but this guy is dead. Sorry on Spectre, guys.
Bye back on
He's here.
I got behind him.
I searched on void.
They're dying all here.
Took Corona.
Oh, I'm alive. Fight this.
Okay. I searched him.
Play. I time deleted everyone, guys. Time deleted everyone. Kill them all.
No back this guy. I shielded him. Nice, I shielded him.
I don't.
Well played.
I give you lots.
Bravo, little guy.
Oh, I'm alive. Fine.
Well played.
Ja, det hade jag med så. Ja,